Chapter 1. Deeply imprinted. In the northern part of the capital, the night was adorned with dazzling neon lights. A black car sped along the rain-soaked road, the gentle spring rain pattering against the windows, mingling with the heavy breaths and the soft sounds of lips meeting within the vehicle. In the back seat, a couple entangled in a kiss appeared disheveled, their delicate whispers spilling forth. "Take it slow. Fu Shao, your girlfriend, is still up ahead." The man cast a disdainful glance at the driver's seat, his voice dripping with contempt. "Don't worry about her, darling." In the rearview mirror, a pair of icy eyes reflected back. Jiang Wanzhi gripped the steering wheel, her expression distant and indifferent as she observed the scene unfolding in the back. Her fiancé and her close cousin lost in their passionate embrace. And now, she was reduced to the role of a mere chauffeur. The duty of a driver was to transport this amorous couple to a hotel, allowing them to indulge in their desires. Jiang Wanzhi's gaze drifted upward, where a colossal LED screen in the city center displayed the latest financial news. The moment she caught sight of the report, her mind momentarily faltered. The car veered uncontrollably, crashing headlong into an oncoming vehicle. Bang! In a flash, the two colliding cars screeched to a halt. The couple in the back seat collided painfully, their passionate kiss abruptly interrupted. Fu Hongyue, infuriated by the disruption, pushed the woman away and cursed loudly. "Jiang Wanzhi, how the hell do you drive?" Jiang Wanzhi tightened her grip on the steering wheel and lifted her gaze against the blinding headlights. The front of the other car was crumpled, its opulent emblem shining brilliantly, a symbol of wealth. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fu Hongyue's anger reached a boiling point. "Damn it, you're finished." Jiang Wanzhi struggled to sit upright, forcefully pushing open the car door to exit. Steadying herself against the door, she noticed the door of a Rolls-Royce opening just a few meters away, polished shoes stepping onto the asphalt. Above, a pristine luxury suit adorned with a tie and a lapel pin gleamed in the night. In the dim light, the fine strands of rain took on a slanted form under the street lamps. A tall figure emerged from the vehicle, his impeccably tailored suit sharp against the misty rain. The droplets glistened on his broad shoulders and dark hair, creating an ethereal glow. He casually opened a black umbrella, his imposing figure approaching her, exuding an air of nobility. As he drew nearer, his familiar features, obscured by the rain, etched themselves into Jiang Wanzhi's memory. The man's chiseled profile, with a strikingly high nose and prominent brow, exuded an undeniable charisma, his deep-set eyes cold as ice. The hand gripping the umbrella was clad in leather gloves, a red thread entwined around his pale wrist. Elegant yet decadent. An overwhelming sense of pressure bore down upon Jiang Wanzhi. Her slender frame froze in place. The man who had just appeared on the news was now standing directly before her. A rising star in North American finance, the scion of a prestigious scientific family in the capital, Ximen Lichen. He was also her ex-boyfriend. Fu Hongyue stood dumbfounded, his lips marked with remnants of lipstick. "Uncle, what brings you back?" Jiang Wanzhi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, astonished by the title Fu Hongyue had used. Immediately, Fu Hongyue rushed in front of the man, smilingly greeting, "Uncle, you returned to the country without informing me. I could have picked you up at the airport. Now it has caused quite a misunderstanding. This is my fiancée, Jiang Wanzhi. Her driving skills are utterly terrible. Uncle, you weren't hurt, were you?" As he drew closer, the man with frost-like eyes furrowed his brow and spoke coldly. "Get lost." Fu Hongyue echoed his little cousin. "All right, we'll make her leave right away." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanzhi, who had remained silent, gradually relaxed her tightly clenched hands, feeling a quiet sense of relief. Thank goodness, all is well. Perhaps after 3 years, Ximen Lichen had long forgotten her. In the next instant, Ximen Lichen's gaze swept over the shorter Fu Hongyue. His voice, though low, carried an undeniable pressure. "I said get lost." Fu Hongyue's smile faltered as he noticed Ximen Lichen's gaze shift away, his thin eyelids slightly lifting. It finally landed on Jiang Wanzhi's face amidst the drizzling rain. His deep voice articulated each word clearly. "She stays." Jiang Wanzhi, being addressed, froze in place. The moment Fu Hongyue heard his uncle wanted Jiang Wanzhi to remain, he seized the opportunity to shift the blame. "Jiang Wanzhi, my uncle's car isn't cheap. You caused this trouble yourself, you deal with it." With that, He pulled away his ambiguous little lover, leaving without a backward glance, leaving Jiang Wanzhi standing alone on the road. The spring night breeze lifted Jiang Wanzhi's long hair at her ear, and the fine rain fell upon her curled eyelashes. The man holding an umbrella stood before her, merely inches away. Caught off guard, her gaze collided with his in midair. Ximen Lichen's pupils were pitch black, and after 3 years, his features had become increasingly defined and profound. Dressed in a tailored suit, with broad shoulders and a slender waist, the masculine tension of a mature man seemed on the verge of bursting from his impeccably fitted shirt as his Adam's apple bobbed. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Still, he looked so captivating. Ximen Lichen's knuckles were sharply defined as he gripped the umbrella tightly, as if the instant he loosened his hold, the umbrella would inevitably tilt toward the woman. He despised her, loathed her profoundly. How could he possibly hold an umbrella for her? Ximen Lichen's gaze darkened as he watched her, the corners of his thin lips slightly curling, his deliberately measured tone imbued with hidden meaning. "Did you miss me, ex-girlfriend?" Jiang Wanzhi found the title mocking, yet it was not entirely inaccurate. They had been together during university, albeit briefly before parting ways. She had ended it. Bearing resentment was inevitable. Jiang Wanzhi inclined her head slightly, getting straight to the point. "Mr. Ximen, I take full responsibility for the accident today. I apologize for the trouble caused." Upon hearing her address, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Ximen Lichen's eyes. Mr. Ximen? What a refreshing way to address him. After years apart, his former girlfriend seemed rather unfamiliar now. Yet, didn't it indicate she hadn't forgotten his name entirely? He stepped closer. The broad black umbrella, whether intentionally or not, shielded the woman from the rain. Ximen Lichen's enchanting eyes narrowed, fixating on her, as his long fingers tightened with restraint. His low voice resonated with clarity as he spoke. "Apologies are of no use. You must bear full responsibility for me." Chapter 1. Profoundly entrapped. In the northern reaches of Beijing, the night unfurled in a tapestry of vibrant neon lights. A sleek black car sped along the rain-soaked streets, the gentle patter of spring rain against the windows intertwining with the heavy breaths and muffled whispers emanating from within. In the back seat, a couple entwined in a passionate embrace, their disheveled attire betraying their fervor. "Slow down. Fushire girlfriend is right in front," the woman teased. The man, casting a disdainful glance towards the driver's seat, replied with contempt, "Don't worry about her, darling." In the rearview mirror, a pair of cold, distant eyes glimmered. Jiang Wanzhi gripped the steering wheel, her exquisite features betraying an air of detachment as she observed the intimate scene unfolding behind her. The couple indulging in their romantic escapades was none other than her fiancé and her close cousin. And here she was, reduced to the role of a mere chauffeur. Her duty was to transport this amorous pair to a hotel, allowing them to indulge to their heart's content. As Jiang Wanzi's gaze was momentarily drawn upward, the colossal LED screen at the city center displayed the latest financial news. The sight of the broadcast momentarily distracted her, causing her grip on the steering wheel to falter. The car veered dangerously toward oncoming traffic. With a resounding crash, the two vehicles collided, slamming to a halt. In the back seat, the couple's lips collided painfully, their passionate moment abruptly interrupted. Fu Honghe, irritated by the disruption, shoved the woman aside and erupted in fury. "Jiang Wanzhi, how the hell do you drive?" Jiang Wanzhi tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her eyes squinting against the blinding headlights of the other vehicle. The front end of the opposing black car was crumpled, its emblematic symbol of affluence gleaming defiantly. Realization dawned on Fu Honghe, his rage escalating to a boiling point. "Damn it, you're finished." With great effort, Jiang Wanzhi sat upright and forcefully opened the car door, steadied herself against it, and beheld a few meters away as the door of a Rolls-Royce swung open. A pair of polished leather shoes descended onto the wet pavement. Above, a pristine suit adorned the figure, complete with a tie and a brooch. In the night, the delicate strands of rain transformed into a slanted veil beneath the streetlights. A tall man emerged from the vehicle, his suit impeccably pressed, the mist clinging to his broad shoulders and dark hair, lending him an ethereal glow. He unfurled a black umbrella with ease, his imposing figure advancing toward her, exuding an unmistakable air of nobility. As the distance between them diminished, the familiar yet obscured features, shrouded by the rain, began to etch themselves into Jiang Wanzhi's memory. The man's countenance was austere, his high nose and pronounced brow exuding an undeniable charisma, while his deep-set eyes held an icy allure. The hand gripping the umbrella was clad in a leather glove, a red string wrapped around his pale wrist, an embodiment of elegance intertwined with a hint of danger. An overwhelming sense of pressure washed over Jiang Wanzhi, rendering her slender frame momentarily frozen. The man who had just graced the news was now standing before her, a striking figure from the North American financial elite, heir to a prominent family in scientific research, the distinguished Ximen Lichen. He was also her former lover. Fu Hingyue stood in stunned silence, his lips still bearing remnants of lipstick. "Uncle, why are you back?" Jiang Wanzi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, astonished by Fu Hengjiu's address. Immediately, Fu Hingyue rushed in front of the man, greeting him with a smile. "Uncle, you returned to the country without letting me know. I could have picked you up at the airport, but now there's been a misunderstanding. This is my fiancé, Jiang Wanzhi. Her driving skills are atrocious. Uncle, you aren't hurt, are you?" As he approached, the man with frosty eyes frowned slightly and spoke coldly. "Get lost." Fu Hingyue echoed his little cousin. "All right, I'll have her leave at once." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanzhi, who had remained silent, gradually relaxed her tightly clenched hands, feeling a secret sigh of relief. Thank goodness, nothing is amiss. Perhaps after 3 years, Ximen Lichen must have long forgotten her. In the next moment, Ximen Lichen's gaze swept over the shorter Fu Hingyue. His voice was low yet imposing. "I said get lost." Fu Hengjiu's smile froze, and he watched as Ximen Lichen's attention shifted, his eyelids slightly lifting. Finally, his gaze settled on Jiang Wanzi's face amidst the gentle rain. His deep voice resonated clearly. "Her stay." Jiang Wanzhi was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing his uncle demand that Jiang Wanzhi remain, Fu Hingyue seized the opportunity to shift the blame. "Jiang Wanzhi, this car belongs to my uncle, and it isn't cheap. You caused this mess, you deal with it." With that, he pulled away his ambiguous companion and left without looking back, leaving Jiang Wanzhi standing alone on the road. The spring night breeze lifted Jiang Wanzi's long hair by her ear, the fine rain falling on her curled lashes, as the man holding the umbrella stood close before her. Jiang Wanzhi had no time to evade his gaze, which met hers in the air. Ximen Lichen's pupils were pitch black. 3 years had transformed him, his features becoming more defined and deep-set. Dressed sharply in a suit, his broad shoulders and narrow waist exuded a mature masculinity that seemed poised to burst from his perfectly tailored shirt with every swallow. She could not help but swallow hard. He still looked incredibly handsome. Ximen Lichen's well-defined hand gripped the umbrella tightly, as if the moment he loosened his hold, the umbrella would involuntarily tilt towards her. He despised her, loathed her immensely. How could he possibly hold an umbrella for her? Ximen Lichen's gaze was dark as he studied her. The faintest curve of his lips hinted at a slow smile, his tone imbued with meaning. "Did you miss me, ex-girlfriend?" Jiang Wanzhi found the term sarcastic, yet it was not inaccurate. They had been together during university, but had parted ways shortly after. She was the one who ended it. It was inevitable for him to hold a grudge. Jiang Wanzhi nodded slightly and got straight to the point. "Mr. Ximen, I take full responsibility for today's accident and sincerely apologize for the trouble it has caused you." Upon hearing her address, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Ximen Lichen's eyes. Mr. Ximen? What a refreshing title. After years apart, his little ex-girlfriend certainly seemed unfamiliar. But doesn't it also imply that she hadn't completely forgotten his name? He stepped closer to her, the broad black umbrella seemingly shielding her from the rain, whether intentionally or not. Ximen Lichen's alluring eyes narrowed, fixating on her, his long fingers clenched in restraint. As he spoke, his deep voice clearly articulated each word. "Sorry is insufficient. You must bear full responsibility for me." Chapter 2. Either lose money or lose a person. Jiang Wanzhi's fair complexion was complemented by a pair of luminous eyes, exuding an untamed sense of pride. Her voice, though cold, possessed a melodious quality reminiscent of ice cream. "Let us proceed with the insurance. I will cover the excess." Ximen Lichen replied affirmatively, then added, "However, this car was just picked up an hour before my return from America. Standard insurance will likely not suffice." Jiang Wanzhi interpreted this to mean that the compensation she would owe would be substantial. Soon, the police arrived, and the two of them traveled together to the station to file a report. In the back seat, Jiang Wanzhi sat elegantly on the right, with Ximen Lichen beside her. As he sat, his long legs slightly parted within the confined space. The firm muscles of his thighs occasionally brushed against her bare legs exposed beneath her black pencil skirt as the vehicle moved. Jiang Wanzhi became increasingly aware of this, and in adjusting her posture, she inadvertently caused her skirt to ride up slightly. What had initially been a perfectly fitting garment now felt uncomfortably short. With both hands resting between her legs, she attempted to tug the skirt down. The officer in front occasionally glanced back to gather details about the accident. Ximen Lichen furrowed his brow, removing his suit jacket and draping it over her legs to shield her from view. He found the situation aggravating. The thought of those legs which he had once enjoyed only heightened his irritation. Jiang Wanzhi lowered her gaze to the jacket suddenly covering her lap, feeling the residual warmth and fragrance of the man enveloping her. The jacket remained draped over her legs throughout the journey. Ultimately, through professional mediation, the damage to the globally customized Rolls-Royce she had collided with was appraised at $13,900,000. Jiang Wanzhi was solely responsible for this payment. Upon hearing such an exorbitant sum, she clenched her hands at her sides. After signing the necessary documents, they made their way to the exit, with Jiang Wanzhi still holding onto the man's jacket. Outside, the rain continued to fall, and the driver stood beneath an umbrella, ready to assist Ximen Lichen as he approached the luxurious car. Before leaving, he held the damage report and glanced at her, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips. $13,900,000. I'll give you a friendly price. $14 million. How will you pay? Just as Jiang Wanzhi intended to return the jacket, her hand retreated, her teeth clenched in frustration. What kind of friendship was this? A friendship with an ex? How vindictive. She forced a smile. Thank you, but I currently cannot afford such a sum. 3 years prior, she had been the celebrated heiress of a prominent family, and such an amount would have been trivial to her. However, times had changed, with her father's arrest and her family in disarray. She was now left to grapple with debts through a coerced marriage. Ximen Lichen chuckled softly. Didn't you find a wealthy fiancé? Is he so stingy that he won't even spend this much on you? Jiang Wanzhi remained silent. In the end, it was his nephew she had found, an avaricious miser. Yet, she had her own motives. Jiang Wanzhi. He uttered her name, a first in 3 years. Ximen Lichen lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his fierce, hawk-like gaze. He wanted to ask, is life better without me? Ultimately, he succumbed to the allure of her shimmering, soulful eyes. He swallowed hard. Do you still remember my phone number? I haven't changed it in 3 years. As she stood in silence, the woman did not utter a word, leaving Ximen Lichen in a state of agitation as he loosened his shirt collar and tie. He retrieved a black business card from his suit pocket and placed it in her hand. Contact me within 3 days. Either compensate me financially or return what is owed. Jiang Wanzhi, clutching the card, remained rooted in place, watching as Ximen Lichen's tall figure disappeared beneath the black umbrella held by the driver. Before getting into the car, the license plate, a symbol of power and wealth, gradually faded from view amidst the torrential rain. A cold gust of wind swept in, prompting Jiang Wanzhi to draw her arms closer, only to realize that a man's suit jacket still hung in the crook of her elbow. Freeing one hand, she rummaged through her bag to summon a taxi. Before long, a vehicle arrived, stopping at a distance. As she prepared to brave the downpour, a male voice called out from behind her. Miss Jiang, you forgot your umbrella. An officer hurried over, extending the black umbrella he held towards her. Jiang Wanzhi looked at the umbrella being offered, recognizing it was not hers, but rather Ximen Lichen's. Glancing at the stormy sky, she reached out to accept it. Thank you. Upon returning to her apartment, she had just pushed the door open when her friend, Su Qingxia, rushed over, her face adorned with a mask, excitedly pulling her towards the television where a broadcast was playing. Gigi, have you seen the news? Ximen Lichen is back from America. I heard he has made a fortune in hedge funds over there. Who would have thought that the arrogant young master you once rejected has turned into a renowned financial magnate on Wall Street? Jiang Wanzhi hung up the suit jacket she was holding. I know. She was not surprised by Ximen Lichen's current success. Back in high school, she had already heard his name. It was during a crucial physics competition that determined her admission to Hucking University. His participation shattered her dreams of guaranteed entry. Since then, she had faced defeat after defeat, viewing him as a genius, a devil, a madman who toyed with her aspirations. Yet, no matter how frustrated she became, Ximen Lichen would never remember her as the second-place contender. The following year, she inexplicably altered her original plans. By the time she entered Beijing University, the illustrious Ximen Lichen was nearing the completion of his doctoral studies, yet he was still under 20, almost a godlike figure in the eyes of many. Having entered the gifted program at 12, he seamlessly transitioned through his undergraduate and doctoral studies, amassing numerous accolades in mathematical and scientific competitions both domestically and abroad. His interests spanned research, racing, shooting, swimming, and various other fields. There was seemingly nothing he could not master if he so desired. Jiang Wanzhi found herself increasingly captivated by him, yet when the moment came to draw him down from his pedestal, she hesitated. She witnessed the true essence of Ximen Lichen, unrestrained, fierce, and untamed. He was a caged beast, brimming with mischief in her presence. With his superior looks and an illustrious family background, he never boasted about his advantages. While his family urged him towards a research career, he was resolute in pursuing hedge funds abroad, thrilling, high-risk, and high-reward endeavors that suited him perfectly. Even after their breakup, Jiang Wanzhi could not deny that this man, from his very name to his core, was destined to stand out. Su Qingxia expressed her concerns. Ximen Lichen's return to the country is likely for the purpose of an arranged marriage. Yet he has even acquired your father's former company and now holds the position of CEO for the Asia-Pacific entertainment sector. This means he will now be your direct superior. Jiang Wanzhi paused, her eyelashes fluttering. I have heard about it as well. Let things take their course. Fortunately, she belonged to the film division and would not have much interaction with the headquarters. Su Qingxia was somewhat taken aback. How come you're more informed than I am today? Jiang Wanzhi slumped onto the sofa, placing the signed document from the police station on the coffee table. Because I ran him over while driving. Su Qingxia's eyes widened in shock as she picked up the document for a closer look. Wait, so you two reunited after the accident? The expression on Jiang Wanzhi's face made it evident. 13,900,000. Su Qingxia gasped at the compensation amount listed. How do you plan to repay this? Let me check how much I have left on my card. Jiang Wanzhi restrained her from reaching for her phone and recounted the events that led to this situation. I will seek assistance from Fu Hongyue for this sum. Normally, Fu Hongyue's reckless antics, using her to charm the old man for money, do not bother me. But if he dares to refuse funding today, it will be a deadlock. Su Qingxia marveled. I never expected Fu Hongyue to be the little nephew in this scenario. However, there's a silver lining. Ximen Lichen surely isn't short on cash. Just have Fu Hongyue plead your case before him. Jiang Wanzhi chuckled lightly. You are oversimplifying the matter. Her understanding of Ximen Lichen revealed him to be extreme, indulgent, and vengeful. Having Fu Hongyue intercede on her behalf would only exacerbate the situation. Jiang Wanzhi nudged Su Qingxia towards the bedroom. Do not worry, just go to sleep. Tomorrow, the future film queen has a shoot, does she not? If you need help, do not hesitate to let me know. Su Qingxia entered her room but soon peeked her head out, asking, by the way, why did you and Ximen Lichen break up? Jiang Wanzhi lowered her gaze, sensing her friend's despondence, prompting Su Qingxia to quickly retract her question. Good night, Wanzhi dear, make sure to rest early. After a bath, Jiang Wanzhi lay down and picked up a business card from the nightstand, one left by Ximen Lichen, inscribed with a number she knew by heart. The following day, amidst her work, she attempted to contact Fu Hongyue but received no response. It was only in the evening, as she left the company, that she received a message from him with an address. Yejing Club, room 608. Chapter 3. The breakup. Jiang Wanzhi frowned and called him directly, wanting to clarify his intentions. No one answered. She took a taxi to the club and was immediately enveloped by the pervasive scent of perfume as she entered, the bar on the first floor pulsating with deafening music. Following the room number, she moved toward the side, the music fading as she approached the half-closed door, from which playful banter between men and women emerged. Fu, are you even capable? How long has this engagement been, and you still haven't secured her? Indeed, we expect you to verify whether she was truly kept during her university days. Fu Hongyue laughed nonchalantly. Are you talking about Jiang Wanzhi? She has a pretty face, but she's as wooden as they come. Once I have my fun, I'll toss her aside. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, revealing a tall, slender woman with a cold demeanor. The room fell silent instantly. Jiang Wanzhi, in her black high heels, strode inside, standing before Fu Hongyue, her words crystal clear. Money. Fu Hongyue lounged lazily on the sofa, a woman draped over him. Jiang Wanzhi, are we not engaged to each other? Why do you open your mouth only to speak of money? He glanced at the onlookers, arms spread wide across the sofa's edge, his smile rather mischievous. However, that sum of money is hardly a significant matter. I can simply inform my uncle about it. Here's the deal. In front of everyone, give me a kiss, and I shall resolve this issue for you. As soon as he finished speaking, uproarious cheers erupted around them. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Fu Hongyue laughed heartily, reveling in the atmosphere. Gazing at the once unattainable Ice Queen, leaning closer to her, his voice icy against her ear. I'll kiss your mother. Fu Hongyue's smile froze, and he raised his hand, intending to seize her for a fierce kiss. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door to the private room was violently kicked open once more. All eyes instinctively turned toward the entrance. The figure standing at the doorway was tall and broad, silhouetted against the hallway light, his features sharp yet obscured emotions. His voice was deep and resonant. Am I interrupting? From the doorway's perspective, Jiang Wanzhi was leaning beside Fu Hongyue, her lips almost brushing against his cheek. While Fu Hongyue wore an expression of utter delight, Jiang Wanzhi quickly stood up, leaving the onlookers in shock. Heavens! Fu Xiao actually invited Mr. Ximen. Fu Hongyue proudly rose from the sofa, playfully addressing Ximen Lichen. What a coincidence, uncle. I was just enjoying some playful intimacy with Jiang Wanzhi. She owes you over 10 million, and I said, if she kisses me now, I'll plead her case to you. If not, uncle, don't let her off easy. Ximen Lichen's gaze slowly shifted from Jiang Wanzhi to Fu Hongyue's face, his long fingers casually adjusting his watch, confirming with him, plead her case? Fu Hongyue, feeling quite pleased, lifted his chin and answered boldly, indeed. Almost instantaneously, Ximen Lichen's fist came crashing down upon his face. The air hung heavy with the sound of his words, transforming into a scream. Fu Hongyue crashed into a pile of bottles, the empty ones toppling over, shards embedding into his flesh. The crowd instinctively recoiled in fear. No one expected Ximen Lichen to strike his own nephew over Jiang Wanzhi. Before anyone could fully process the situation, Ximen Lichen grasped Fu Hongyue from the glass pile and delivered another solid punch. The man fell to the ground, and the towering figure above him scoffed coldly. You think you're worthy? Ximen Lichen leisurely cracked his knuckles, raising his gaze slowly, while others averted their eyes, fearing entanglement in this affair. It is well known that before Ximen Lichen studied abroad in America, he was notorious in Kyoto for his reckless behavior. It appears he has not changed one bit. He seized Jiang Wanzhi's wrist, swiftly dragging her away before she could react. Hey! Jiang Wanzhi was pulled along, the strength in the man's grip rendering her unable to break free. Passers-by in the corridor cast curious glances. Goodness! Isn't that Ximen Lichen? Why is he leading his nephew's girlfriend away? In the deserted safety passage, Jiang Wanzhi was pinned against the door, her wrist still firmly held in the man's grasp. With his large hand gripping her wrist, it seemed as if he was controlling her heartbeat, which quickened with each passing moment. Jiang Wanzhi pushed against him, exclaiming, Let me go? You're hurting me. Ximen Lichen eased his grip slightly, but did not fully release her. His broad palm pressed her hand against the door, his long fingers intertwining with hers, firmly connected. His voice, husky and low, inquired, Does it still hurt? Jiang Wanzhi struggled, but with every movement, the last remnants of space between them were further encroached upon by Ximen Lichen. The man advanced, his tone growing increasingly menacing. Where did he touch you? Were you planning to kiss him? When did you break up? Jiang Wanzhi felt a buzzing in her ears, and in a moment of defiance, she lifted her leg and pushed against him. A muffled grunt escaped his throat, yet instead of anger, a mocking smile spread across his face as he looked at her. You really have some strength, darling. Frustrated, she bit her lip in anger. Do you not realize that your actions could easily lead others to misunderstand? Misunderstand what? He scoffed. Our relationship has always been ambiguous, has it not? Jiang Wanzhi vehemently countered. Who said it was ambiguous? We broke up 3 years ago. No matter how much she protested, Ximen Lichen merely asserted, I never agreed. With conviction, Jiang Wanzhi replied, breaking up only requires notification, not your consent. Besides, we never made it public. The number of people aware of their past relationship could be counted on one hand. As long as they kept it under wraps, who would know? Ximen Lichen let out a light chuckle, amused. Am I to believe you slept with me for free? The reason we didn't go public was your reluctance. Was it not? Jiang Wanzhi pressed her lips together, feeling as though her sacrifices were being trivialized. Regardless, you admitted last night that I'm your ex-girlfriend? Ex-girlfriend. Ximen Lichen grimaced, his brow furrowing in frustration. Her memory of his words was infuriating. He managed to smile. Aren't you short on cash? 1,390,000. A kiss is a kiss. He leaned in closer, nearly brushing his lips against hers, the warmth of his breath flushing her ears. Kiss me, I'm more appealing. Jiang Wanzhi retorted, you have no shame. To which Ximen Lichen replied nonchalantly, then let us kiss. She turned her face away, ignoring him, but he grasped her chin, compelling her to face him. She stubbornly lowered her gaze, but noticed that each knuckle of his right hand bore a simple English word tattooed upon it. There was no time to examine them closely, as his fingers tightened around her jaw, bringing her back to reality. Ximen Lichen's demeanor was assertive. If you want to kiss, then we'll break up. Chapter 4. The ex who digs underneath. He was utterly captivated by Jiang Wanzhi. She was displeased with his controlling nature and gazed at his sharp, enticing Adam's apple, a smile playing on her lips. Ximen Lichen, you have no right to make demands of me now. The illustrious heir of the Ximen family. Are you unable to withstand solitude and wish to undermine your own nephew? Though their romance had only lasted 3 months, Jiang Wanzhi clearly understood how to provoke him. To her surprise, Ximen Lichen laughed, a rogue and beguiling sound, as he leaned closer, his voice tantalizing. Doesn't it sound rather thrilling? As if, in his absence of morals, he would not be shackled by her ethical constraints. Jiang Wanzhi silently cursed. Scum. Beneath that cultured facade lies an insatiable desire for possession. As expected, the mirth in Ximen Lichen's eyes deepened, clearly relishing the insult. He lowered his head, his forehead gently brushing against her cheek. Zatsa, let us not behave this way, shall we? Can we reconcile? Jiang Wanzhi pushed him away. Get it straight. I am currently your nephew's girlfriend. Although it was merely a nominal union, it was widely acknowledged. What did it mean for Ximen Lichen to corner her like this? When mentioning Fu Hongyue, Ximen Lichen's expression turned somber, his smile vanishing entirely. Darling, every time you bring up your relationship with him, it only makes me want to end him even more. What is Fu Hongyue daring to covet my woman? Jiang Wanzhi understood he was not jesting. Given that Ximen Lichen had the audacity to beat Fu Hongyue into the hospital in plain view, there was nothing he would shy away from. Jiang Wanzhi shrugged indifferently. If you wish to eliminate him, I have no objections, as long as it does not hinder my project progress. Ximen Lichen dealing with Fu Hongyue would please her, but it must not affect the collaboration between their company and the Fu family. The man's countenance suddenly brightened with joy. It seems you don't like him, after all. But it makes sense. You have no reason to lower your standards to a worthless man after breaking up with me. Jiang Wanzhi poked at the fabric of his shirt over his heart, scoffing. Don't forget, you're no saint either. The man did not evade. Instead, he seized her fingers and pulled them closer. The rapid heartbeat transmitted through her fingertips. Darling, is this the first day you've known me? Ximen Lichen grinned wickedly. I am indeed no good. I am your dog. Jiang Wanzhi felt something explode in her mind, stirring all her emotions. She quickly withdrew her hand. Who is your darling? Can you refrain from calling me that? When they were together, he was full of flirtation, yet now he was even more outrageous. Ximen Lichen fixated on her petite face, her flawless skin tinged with pink. When he pressed her, her brows knitted in a mix of anger and warmth, her eyes solely reflecting him. Her luscious lips moved, but he could hardly register the words of reproach. All he desired was to kiss her. Sweetheart, do you know how enchanting you look now? No longer icy towards me. Your anger only adds to your liveliness. I have fallen for you utterly. Jiang Wanzhi was almost infuriated to laughter. She despised the feeling of having her emotions entirely governed by Ximen Lichen, as if silently proving she could plunge into his depths at any moment. Ximen Lichen spoke softly. I know reconciliation takes time. I won't pressure you, but please don't pressure me either, all right? Break up with him. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do in a fit of jealousy. Jiang Wanzhi met his gaze earnestly. I will eventually break up with him, but not for you. Her marriage was merely for benefit. Fu Hongyue's recent actions had already disgusted her greatly, and one day she would naturally kick him aside when she could no longer endure it. Unbeknownst to her, only the first half of her statement reached the man's ears. We'll break up. Ximen Lichen's brows unfurled in delight, as if he were a well-pampered dog. His Zatsa truly cared for him more. He approached with insatiable greed. The arrogance from yesterday completely vanished. Baby, your heart was racing just now. You still have feelings for me, don't you? Before Jiang Wanzhi could finish her words, the man's phone rang incessantly. Clearly unwilling to answer, he hesitated, but the caller persisted. Ximen Lichen, exasperated, extracted his phone and answered, still blocking Jiang Wanzhi's path, fearful she might flee. Soon, the voice of Qi Xiao echoed through the line. Brother Chun, you really are back in the country. Do you remember Jiang Wanzhi, your ex-girlfriend? She is now with your nephew. You two will definitely run into each other. Her first love visage has not changed a bit. You must keep your composure and not let nostalgia lead you astray. Ximen Licheng's eyes narrowed. Jiang Wanzhi silently delivered a mental jab. I am indeed digging into that. Then the voice continued. After all, my brother Chun was so nonchalant when he broke up. Not a trace of regret. He even boasted, saying, a breakup is a breakup. Only a dog begs for reconciliation. Truly a paragon among men, the epitome of masculinity. The words reverberated in the air, thickening the atmosphere. Jiang Wanzhi shook off Ximen Licheng's hand and departed without a backward glance. Ximen Licheng, still on the call, did not hear the silence on the other end. Qi Xiao queried, hello? Brother Chen, are you there? Ximen Licheng shot a glance at his empty hand, gritting his teeth as he muttered, listen to your mother. My mother isn't here. Qi Xiao replied, realizing the absurdity. Hey, why are you cursing? The call abruptly ended with a sharp click. Qi Xiao was left bewildered. Did I say something wrong? Suppressing his inner turmoil, Ximen Licheng pressed his fingers against his brow in frustration. The one I had just appeased is truly infuriating. As Jiang Wanzhi exited the Yijing Club, she recalled Ximen Licheng's past words relayed by Qi Xiao and felt inexplicably angry. If he has no regrets, then neither do I. Standing by the roadside waiting for a taxi during the peak evening hours proved futile, as hundreds were ahead of her. Spotting a taxi letting someone out, she moved to board, but a silver Koenigsegg obstructed her path. In an instant, the taxi was claimed by another. Jiang Wanzhi halted abruptly. The Koenigsegg, with the license plate Jing 88888, came to a slow stop before her. The window lowered, revealing a man inside, casually resting one hand on the steering wheel. His profile turned toward her. Get in. Jiang Wanzhi remained unmoved by Ximen Licheng's invitation. The surrounding night, with its array of exclusive multi-million-dollar Koenigsegg's, drew the attention of passers-by, especially with such a striking vehicle and ostentatious license plate. Yet, Ximen Licheng showed no intention of driving away. With each step she took forward, his car followed suit. The crowd around them grew, some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Ximen Licheng gently coaxed, darling, if you don't get in soon, everyone will start to speculate on our profound connection. With those words, Jiang Wanzhi turned and slid into the car, choosing silence as her response. She comprehended Ximen Lichen all too well. He would resort to any means to achieve his goals. Just moments ago, had she not refrained from entering the car, he would have continued to follow her relentlessly. The car journey was enveloped in an unsettling silence, with Ximen Lichen skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel with one hand, while his other rested languidly atop it. A simple red string adorned his wrist, and his fair fingers were long and impeccably clean. The intricate tattoos on the back of his hand clearly visible. Yet, the woman showed no interest in him, deliberately averting her gaze. Out of the corner of his eye, Ximen Lichen glanced at her and attempted to clarify. Do not heed the nonsense that Qi Xiao spouted over the phone. Oh, those words were not my intention. He continued. Gigi, you are so cold towards me. Oh, what more could you expect from an ex-boyfriend? A faint smirk danced on Ximen Lichen's lips. Despite her indifference, her responses were undeniably present. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the foot of Jiang Wanzhi's residence within the community. It suddenly dawned on her that she had never disclosed her address to Ximen Lichen. However, upon reflection, it would have been exceedingly simple for him to ascertain her home location. As the car halted, Jiang Wanzhi unfastened her seatbelt and prepared to exit, only to feel a firm grip on her wrist from the driver's seat. Gigi. She turned, ensnared by the depths of his captivating fox-like eyes. The confined space allowed her to witness the subtle movements of his Adam's apple with each utterance. Ximen Lichen's voice emerged, thick with emotion, as if it had been long in the making. Jiang Wanzhi, I have come to regret my decisions. He regretted their breakup, regretted granting her freedom. They were meant to be entangled until the end. Jiang Wanzhi lowered her gaze, at a loss for words, merely responding with a simple acknowledgement. But what of regret? They were no longer on the same path. She attempted to pry his large hand from her wrist, but he showed no inclination to release her. Confusion furrowed her brow. while Ximen Lichen's gaze remained intently fixated on her, his tone imbued with intrigue. Jiang Wanzhi, throughout our journey, you have merely responded with vague affirmations. Does my conversation amuse you? Her ears flushed with heat from his bluntness. What was there to discuss post-breakup? Of course there is, he asserted. A breakup does not preclude reconciliation. Ximen Lichen cast a glance out the window. Do you not find this community familiar? Galaxy Bay No. 9. This had been their residence during their university days. The location was not particularly bustling, yet the private villa area offered a pleasant environment, shielding them from prying eyes. Jiang Wanzhi raised her chin, nonchalantly prying his fingers from her wrist, countering with a question. Would Mr. Ximen care to ascend and take a seat? Ximen Lichen, unabashed, replied, Why not? No, Jiang Wanzhi quickly retorted. He lingered over her wrist with a lingering touch. But my coat remains at your place. Lost it. Very well. He acquiesced readily, recalling that the custom suit had cost a staggering 560,000. He would keep a mental note of it. Upon hearing the amount, Jiang Wanzhi exited the car in a huff, slamming the door behind her as she declared, I will return it tomorrow. Watching her storm away, the man within the car chuckled softly to himself. What difference did it make to say they would meet tomorrow? How melodious. Even after Jiang Wanzhi ascended to her apartment, illuminating its interior, he remained stationary in his car, refusing to depart. Ximen Lichen took a cigarette box, extracted a stick, and held it delicately between his lips. His thumb glided over the gears of the lighter, igniting a blue flame that flared up and set the cigarette alight. He inhaled deeply, resting his hand with the cigarette outside the car window, revealing a well-defined forearm beneath the cuff of his shirt. Gazing at the balcony on the third floor of the apartment, he squinted through the swirling smoke. Would Gigi steal a glance at him, even if just for a fleeting moment? Observing the familiar surroundings of the neighborhood, Ximen Lichen couldn't help but reminisce about the times they had quarreled. In a fit of pique, he had stormed out, but in reality, he merely sat outside his door for 3 hours until he finally received a message from Jiang Wanzhi. Ximen Lichen, are you really going to leave me? A frail woman, searching for you in the middle of the night? If you're not back in 10 minutes, don't bother returning. The man sitting at the doorstep chuckled wryly as he stared at his phone screen. Behind him loomed the door that had never been opened. Had she truly come looking for him? He reluctantly had to coax himself back inside. The ringtone of his phone shattered Ximen Lichen's thoughts. He picked it up and answered, his voice imbued with a captivating timbre as he spoke through the cigarette. What is it? On the other end, Jiang Xingqi exclaimed. Ximen, your timing for returning to the country is impeccable. Tomorrow night is my birthday, and I have something significant planned. May I borrow your villa in the city with the outdoor pool for the occasion? You can set the expenses. How does that sound? Ximen Lichen exhaled 2 nonchalant words. Whatever. Jiang Xingqi's excitement was palpable. Great. I'll be sure to repay you handsomely. You've been in America for so long without bringing back a girlfriend. Do foreign beauties not appeal to you? Our department is renowned for its abundance of beautiful women. You should come over and have some fun sometime. Ximen Lichen flicked off the ash from his cigarette, the inquiry straightforward. Is Jiang Wanzhi coming? Unaware of the underlying dynamics, Jiang Xingqi chuckled and responded cautiously. I don't know. Jiang, the campus beauty, tends to decide based on her mood, I suppose. However, he was determined to devise a way to ensure Jiang Wanzhi made an appearance at his birthday gathering. He intended to confess his feelings. Ximen Lichen, devoid of emotion, replied, let us see. He held no interest in events absent of Jiang Wanzhi. Sensing the subtle refusal, Jiang Xingqi did not press the issue. All right, it's south your place. Feel free to come whenever you wish. After hanging up, the cigarette between Ximen Lichen's fingers burned down to the end, and at that moment, the light on the third-floor balcony extinguished. He extinguished the cigarette and took out his phone, clicking on the pinned white avatar that had been deleted earlier. Sending a friend request. After completing her evening routine, Jiang Wanzhi lay down and opened WeChat, receiving a friend verification message. Upon clicking, she saw the application reason, Ximen Lichen. Without hesitation, she rejected it, only for another request to follow. Ex-boyfriend. Still declined. Another verification message arrived. Deader. The stark words left Jiang Wanzhi in silence, muttering under her breath. Seriously? She switched off her phone, closed her eyes, and tossed and turned. It was vexing. Why did it have to be a debt to her ex-boyfriend? When had Ximen Lichen taken up smoking? The next day, when Jiang Wanzhi awoke, she felt disoriented. She had experienced an embarrassing dream, and the man entwined with her in slumber was none other than her ex-boyfriend. the very one who had returned her home the previous day. Jiang Wanzhi, feeling vexed, lightly tapped her forehead before throwing off the covers and hurrying to the bathroom. After freshening up, she emerged to find her close friend Su Qingxia returning home. Detecting the fragrant scent of her recent shower, Su Qingxia raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Wanzhi, why did you take a shower so early in the morning? I was too exhausted to wash up when I got back last night, Jiang Wanzhi replied. A hint of guilt edging into her voice as she ruffled her hair, swiftly changing the subject. By the way, why are you just now returning? I just finished filming a night scene. Su Qingxia stretched, and suddenly her eyes sparkled. Oh right. Don't forget tomorrow is our class leader Jiang Xingqi's birthday. He has supposedly arranged an outdoor pool party at a private villa in the city. Doesn't that mean we could see some chiseled abs? Jiang Wanzhi chuckled softly. I advise you not to get your hopes up too high to avoid disappointment. Su Qingxia teased. Others might not know, but Jiang Xingqi has surely engaged in sports. He has been constantly involved in the projects you're handling lately. It seems he has an interest in you. Could it be he wants to win you over from Fu Hingyue? After all, Jiang is not without his connections. Don't think too much. Personal matters and work are two different realms, Jiang Wanzhi said as she slipped on her shoes by the entrance. I'm heading to the office now. Watching her hurried departure, Su Qingxia swallowed the words that almost escaped her lips. Yet, she had a strong feeling that Jiang Xingqi would confess his feelings at the birthday party. Chapter 6, Jiang Wanzhi. Follow me. Just as Jiang Wanzhi descended the stairs and hailed a taxi, a figure blocked her path. Fu Hingyue, sporting a bruise on his face, deliberately chose this moment to confront her, demanding, "Why did you block me after I sent you a message?" Jiang Wanzhi continued forward without breaking her stride. Are you annoying? I'm going to be late for work. Fu Hingyue rushed in front of her again, insisting, Grandfather said we must return to the old residence for dinner together today. I'll pick you up from your office. I'm not going. You are my fiancé, you must go. Fu Hingyue was growing anxious. If Jiang Wanzhi didn't attend, how would he justify asking his grandfather for money? I assure you, if you come, grandfather will be pleased and provide me with funds, which I will definitely share with you. Then you can also repay the debt to my uncle, can't you? At the mention of repayment, Jiang Wanzhi's expression softened slightly as she fixed her sharp gaze on Fu Hingyue. That is what you said. If you dare to go back on your word, don't blame me for tearing our relationship apart. Fu Hingyue's face brightened instantly. Rest assured, you are my lucky charm. How could I bear to ruin our relationship? Aside from Jiang Wanzhi, who else would be so forgiving and help him win over his grandfather? Jiang Wanzhi felt a wave of disgust wash over her at the sight of him. Get lost. Having achieved his goal, Fu Hingyue laughed instead of getting angry. I know you look down on me, but who can resist your pure and charming beauty? Even my uncle is bewitched enough to stand up for you. Jiang Wanzhi, you truly possess remarkable capabilities. With a face so distinctive in its purity, one would be hard-pressed to find another in the entire capital. The key was her aloof nature, which seemed to tread upon the desires of conquest, inciting a longing to possess her completely. In response to his sardonic remarks, Jiang Wanzhi smiled slightly. You should be cautious. What if one day I end up with Ximen Lichen? You might find yourself wearing a green hat, calling me aunt. How awkward would that be? Fu Hingyue turned pale at her words. You wouldn't dare. Jiang Wanzhi's slightly raised eyes betrayed her disdain as she departed in the car that had halted before her. The furious roar of Fu Hingyue reverberating behind her. My uncle disapproves of you. Jiang Wanzhi scoffed lightly. Disapproval and desire are two entirely different matters, after all. They had been perfectly in sync, even in their dreams. At the film division, Jiang Wanzhi encountered her colleague Chen Shuahan just as they both stepped into an elevator. Good morning, Jiang, greeted Chen Shuahan, who served as a film supervisor, while Jiang Wanzhi held the title of executive producer, often collaborating with her. Leaning closer, Chen Shuahan whispered, Have you heard? Our superior has returned to the country. Everyone in the departments is on edge, fearing an unexpected inspection. Jiang Wanzhi hung her ID badge with a reassuring smile. Don't be anxious. We have done nothing wrong. We merely need to carry out our duties. How can I not be anxious? I've heard that someone from his company got dismissed on the spot, Chen Shuahan replied, her admiration for Jiang's composure evident. With your mindset, it's no wonder you can stand your ground against those star agents. As for me, preparing for the new production has been overwhelming. Everyone is trying to find shortcuts. Speaking of casting, Jiang Wanzhi recalled a matter. By the way, let us replace the actress playing the role of Sun Qian, the third female lead. Chen Shuahan was taken aback. Isn't she your cousin? I believe she has some connections with the investors as well. It might be difficult to replace her. In theory, within a production, the producer holds the ultimate authority, and for someone like Jiang Wanzhi, who commands blockbuster productions, changing a cast member is merely her fundamental right. Yet, producers typically consider the investors' perspectives to some extent. Moreover, Sun Qian possessed a modicum of acting talent and popularity, making her replacement seem unnecessary. However, Jiang Wanzhi's resolve was unwavering. Replace her. Sun Qian had often leveraged her cousin's identity for publicity, and now she was entangled with her ostensible fiancé, using Fu Hongyue to elevate her standing. The media, intimidated by the Fu family's influence, had not dared to expose this, but it was only a matter of time before it became common knowledge. If they did not act now, a single rotten apple could spoil the entire barrel. Though Chen Shuahan had heard whispers of Sun Qian's scandals, she still felt uneasy. Sun Qian is not to be underestimated. What if an inspection occurs and something goes awry? Jiang Wanzhi arched her elegantly sculpted brows, her lips poised for mischief. Then I shall take the heat, 1TI? They exchanged knowing smiles. The name Jiang Wanzhi resonated throughout the production crew like thunder. She was strikingly beautiful, fiercely temperamental, and possessed unparalleled professionalism, coupled with an exquisite sense of aesthetics and a decisive working style. Freshly graduated from university, she had propelled herself into the limelight with a modest yet critically acclaimed artistic film, winning multiple prestigious awards in the domestic scene. However, a scandal regarding her family had sent her tumbling to the depths, only to be signed by an entertainment agency that year. As everyone presumed her talents were merely a facade of her former affluence, expecting her to pivot to a superficial acting career to repay debts. Jiang Wanzhi chose instead to retreat behind the scenes, resolutely continuing her work as a producer. In the subsequent year, she crafted 2 blockbuster productions of distinct genres, earning the accolade of Best Producer of the Year. At the age of 25, Jiang Wanzhi has undoubtedly emerged as a prodigy among prodigies, having shattered all skepticism to achieve such remarkable success. The only lamentable aspect is her lineage, once the sole heiress of a prestigious family. She now bears the burden of nearly $1 billion in family debt and is compelled to compromise by seeking advantageous alliances through marriage. Everyone is aware that if Jiang Wanzhi were to wed into the Fu family, her monumental debts would be effortlessly resolved, yet news of her marriage remains elusive. Upon her arrival at the office, her assistant knocked on the door. "Jiang, the actors for the casting are already here." She nodded slightly. "I will be there shortly." In the audition room, Jiang Wanzhi sat on a stool with a script in hand, a pencil poised as she meticulously observed and recorded the performances of the actors. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a sharp female voice pierced the air. "Jiang Wanzhi, on what grounds did you replace me?" The surrounding staff rushed to intervene, but were forcefully brushed aside by the agitated Sun Qian. Seated on her chair, Jiang Wanzhi signaled the director for a pause and lifted her gaze to the furious woman. "Do not create a scene here." Sun Qian, infuriated, let her voice echo throughout the set. "Who are you calling mad? What right do you have to replace me? Just because you're a producer? Without any investment in your drama, you're nothing. Are you afraid everyone will know that young Master Fu has grown weary of you?" A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Wanzhi's eyes as she raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across Sun Qian's face. Gasps of shock filled the set. "Have you lost your mind?" In disbelief, Sun Qian clutched her face, exclaiming, "Jiang Wanzhi, you actually dared to hit me," as she frantically prepared to retaliate. A strong male staff member quickly intervened to restrain her. Amidst the chaos, someone at the entrance shouted in alarm, "The president is here." Instantaneously, the raucous atmosphere fell into a chilling silence, and the attendees exchanged anxious glances. "This is it." Everyone hastily stepped aside, too frightened to look up at the imposing figure standing in the doorway. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Qian swiftly reported, "Everyone saw it. Jiang Wanzhi, as a producer, is abusing her power and assaulting an actress. Is there no one to manage this in your company?" The staff collectively inhaled sharply. The tall figure at the door, clad in a tailored suit, possessed a strikingly handsome and coldly chiseled visage that exuded a palpable aura of authority. The atmosphere became eerily quiet. Jiang Wanzhi locked eyes with the man's deep, ebony gaze. Ximen Lichen spoke in a low voice, "Jiang Wanzhi, come with me." Chapter 7. Choose him or me. Chen Shuahan, responsible for reception, had never anticipated that upon her return, the sky would fall. Worry etched on her face. She watched Jiang Wanzhi being summoned, while whispers circulated among the crew. "This is a disaster. The president's first inspection has turned into chaos. Jiang, is she in trouble? Did you all not see his expression? The boss looked so handsome with that cold face. Stop fixating on his looks. We'll be in trouble if punishments are handed down. Jiang Wanzhi followed Ximen Lichen into the president's office, and just before the door closed, she caught the spiteful gazes of passing staff members who feigned nonchalance. As the office door shut tightly, disgruntled employees outside exchanged derisive smirks. Jiang Wanzhi, typically so imposing, has recently proven reluctant to assist when requested. This time, her personal vendetta has audaciously escalated to the president's office, a situation ripe for her comeuppance. I find her haughty demeanor intolerable, unaware of the frivolity she indulges in privately. As Jiang Wanzhi entered, the man preceding her abruptly halted, and she turned, unexpectedly colliding with him. Ouch! She retreated, her heel caught at the threshold, and she gazed up at him, displeased. You hurt me. Ximen Lichen lowered his gaze, questioning. Where does it hurt? The peculiar nature of the inquiry left her momentarily speechless. Of course, my forehead. Where else could it be? He gently traced her forehead with his thumb, inquiring, Did you get into a scuffle? He had distinctly heard the sharp sound of a slap from outside the door. Jiang Wanzhi had no intention of denying it. I can explain. As she began to articulate her thoughts, her right hand, which hung by her side, was captured by Ximen Lichen, whose warm fingers caressed her palm as he leaned closer, softly asking, Does your hand hurt? She instinctively withdrew her hand. Don't be so hands-on. Jiang Wanzhi harbored serious doubts about Ximen Lichen's true intentions for summoning her to his office. He released her, yet his long legs stepped closer, his broad frame enveloping her. An invigorating sense surrounding them. But when I see you, I just want to be near you. What can I do? In that moment, Ximen Lichen resembled a loyal hound, eagerly awaiting her response. Jiang Wanzhi's gaze flicked toward his restless legs, admonishing, Have you lost your mind? This is the office, and we are superior and subordinate. Can you not maintain some professionalism? He let her go, yet his eyes remained fixed on her. Zatsa, our superior-subordinate relationship already demonstrates my ability to keep things separate. He hadn't sought retribution nor deprived her of her opportunities within the industry. While he had contemplated such measures, he found himself lacking the resolve. Still clinging to thoughts of reconciliation, he had once believed that if Jiang Wanzhi returned to him, he could forgive and forget. Yet the reality was that even a mere acknowledgement from her rendered him like a peacock displaying its feathers, a lovesick pup, entirely at her mercy. It was difficult for Jiang Wanzhi to refute his claims, given Ximen Lichen's capacity for grudges. His treatment of her, his first love and former girlfriend, was indeed quite merciful. Did you summon me in front of so many just to say this? Noting her eagerness to depart, the man appeared to grow serious. Why the sudden change in personnel? Jiang Wanzhi stated the facts objectively. You witnessed the incident between Sun Qian and Fu Hongyue that day. She would inevitably falter. And there are countless actors with superior talent who would not detract from the production. Moreover, there was a significant personal animosity at play. She loathed Sun Qian. The thought of spending the next few months in the same production team was unbearable. Yet, she chose to suppress this reason due to its personal nature. Ximen Lichen listened intently as she finished her explanation, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, Zatsa, I would prefer to hear that you replaced her out of disdain. I would love for you to say, Ximen Lichen, I detest her, help me ruin her. This is my beloved Gigi. With a mere display of affection, Jiang Wanzhi effortlessly compels him to submit unconditionally. Her fingers glide across the impeccably tailored fabric of his suit, teasingly remarking, It seems Mr. Ximen is still struggling to adapt to the identity of my former lover. Ximen Lichen seizes her delicate fingers, his voice a low, resonant murmur as he draws closer. Jiang Wanzhi, I must have been a fool to believe the reasons you concocted for our breakup. She claimed to have grown tired and devoid of love, dismissing him with mere words. How could the once impetuous Ximen Lichen, brimming with youthful arrogance, endure such indignity? During their tumultuous separation, they were locked in a fierce argument within the confines of their home, only to reconcile in the throes of passion, spending an entire week entwined in each other. Marked by the remnants of their tumultuous love, before departing that house, he cast a glance at the indifferent woman on the sofa, nearly trampling on his pride as he let out a heart-wrenching cry. Jiang Wanzhi, will you not keep me? She merely met his gaze before retreating to her room, her eyes icy and detached, a memory that Ximen Lichen still vividly recalls. In response to his departure, she calmly instructed him to shut the door behind him. The The forceful slam of the door severed their worlds and signified the irrevocable end of their relationship. Following that day, the newly graduated Ximen Lichen ventured to the United States. A year later, he heard news of Jiang Wanzhi's decline, frantically seeking updates about her while restraining himself from appearing before her. It wasn't until March of this year that he learned of her impending marriage, and shockingly, to his ineffectual nephew. Jiang Wanzhi, unable to push him away, turned to grasp the doorknob, stating, "I have work to attend to. I must take my leave." Ximen Lichen did not impede her, his voice resonating from behind. Deep and hoarse, "Gigi, this time I will not leave." Would she cast a glance back at him? With her back turned, she remained silent, her fingers gripping the doorknob, turning pale from exertion as she twisted it and exited. Upon leaving the CEO's office, numerous onlookers awaited the outcome, with Chun Xiaohan stepping forward. Expressing concern, "Sister Ji, are you all right?" Jiang Wanzhi smiled lightly. What could possibly be the matter? If one were to dissect the situation, it was Sun Qian who had initially humiliated her. Her reasons for changing partners were entirely justified. Moreover, Ximen Lichen had no intention of discussing work with her. Chun Xiaohan exhaled deeply. "That's a relief. You frightened me." Others, seeing Jiang Wanzhi emerge seemingly unfazed, could not conceal their surprise. When had the CEO become so approachable? It was utterly different from the rumors. Jiang Wanzhi surveyed the assembly of spectators awaiting her drama with a disdainful smile. "My apologies for disappointing you." Returning to the filming site, due to delays in the audition process, Jiang Wanzhi devoted her lunch break to work. As the end of the day approached, noticing that the third actress, who was supposed to arrive, had yet to make an appearance, her brow furrowed. Glancing at her watch, Jiang Wanzhi closed her script and announced, "We shall not wait any longer. The crew can wrap up." Exhausted from the day's labor, the staff collectively cheered, hastily gathering their belongings to leave. Just as the joyous atmosphere began to dissipate, several figures entered the set. A female agent approached and said, "Hey, our Ruo has just arrived. You must finish the audition before wrapping up, right?" Jiang Wanzhi turned her gaze towards the speaker. Behind the agent stood a glamorous woman, accompanied by 3 or 4 assistants, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. Chun Xiaohan leaned in and whispered to Jiang Wanzhi, "This actress is Yan Ruo, a rising star funded by capital. And it is said she is about to become our boss's fiancé." Jiang Wanzhi lowered her gaze, a flicker of a different emotion crossing her eyes. "A relationship with connections, perhaps? I'm afraid the audition time has already passed. I have personal matters to attend to. You may return tomorrow." Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't mind staying late, but tonight was the Fu family's banquet, which she had to attend. Yan Ruo blocked her path, adopting a condescending tone. "Jiang, I'm merely going through the motions for this audition and giving you a courtesy. Your attitude is rather unbecoming." Jiang Wanzhi was taken aback. How did her cordial tone escalate to a question of her attitude? Seeing Jiang silent, Yan Ruo pressed further, her voice dripping with condescension. "It's the first time I've encountered an employee from Mr. Ximen's company being so irresponsible." Jiang Wanzhi caught a glimpse of a figure in the corridor and let out a cold laugh. "Let Mr. Ximen Lichen handle your audition. I'm off work now." Grabbing her bag, she strode towards the exit. Yan Ruo, unwilling to relent, attempted to intercept her, but was suddenly aware of the man who had entered everyone's line of sight. By the time she noticed, Ximen Lichen was already following Jiang Wanzhi out. Yan Ruo pushed through the crowd to pursue them, but the elevator doors closed right before her eyes. In that fleeting moment, she seemed to witness the usually aloof Ximen Lichen engaging in conversation with the producer. Inside the elevator, Ximen Lichen inquired, "Are you free tomorrow, being the weekend?" "No," Jiang Wanzhi replied. Just then, her phone rang. It was Fu Hongyue, undoubtedly impatiently waiting in the underground garage. As she watched the elevator approach the basement level, she ended the call. The moment she stepped out, a large hand grasped her wrist, leading her in another direction. Nervous and reluctant to be seen, Jiang Wanzhi followed. "What are you doing, Ximen Lichen?" They stopped in front of a Koenigsegg, where the man opened the car door for her. "Get in," Jiang Wanzhi protested. "Stop fooling around." "He came here for a reason." Under the dim light, Ximen Lichen raised an eyebrow. "So what is your choice?" "Going to the same place." "Will you choose him or me?" Chapter 8. Complicated Relationships? Jiang Wanzhi gritted her teeth. "Are you being childish?" This man was far from embodying the demeanor of a CEO. The once rebellious possessiveness was gradually surfacing. Ximen Lichen fluttered his eyelashes and answered for her. "Choose me, darling." Not far away, the elevator doors opened again, and the employees began to emerge. Anyone glancing this way would notice the standoff by the luxury car. Jiang Wanzhi quickly slid into the vehicle. Compared to Fu Hongyue, she found sitting in Ximen Lichen's car to be less repugnant, at least. After waiting in vain for a response, Fu Hongyue decided to make another call. As he glanced up, a familiar Koenigsegg sped past his car, and the fleeting glimpse of a pure, fair profile in the passenger seat struck him with an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Jiang Wanzhi. He accelerated to pursue, incessantly dialing her number. When she finally answered, she uttered a few words before abruptly hanging up. "I'm on the road." Ximen Lichen, observing the relentless pursuit in his rearview mirror, felt as though he were engaged in a contest. He chuckled coldly, pressing the accelerator as he deftly outmaneuvered Fu Hongyue at the intersection. "Gigi, when shall we part ways?" Ever since learning from Jiang Wanzhi that she would be ending their relationship, Ximen Lichen had been eagerly anticipating this moment. He could hardly contain his impatience. Jiang Wanzhi reclined in her seat, closing her eyes to rest, her tone indifferent. "When will you get engaged, Mr. Ximen?" She noted that Yin Ruo had already assumed the air of a boss's wife. At a red light, the car came to a stop. Ximen Lichen narrowed his deep-set eyes at her. "With you? With you, I could agree at any moment." Jiang Wanzhi replied, "They are simply not on the same wavelength." Ximen Lichen clarified, "I do not know that woman from the production team." Jiang Wanzhi lightly smirked. "It's fine, as long as your family knows her." The audacity with which Yin Ruo behaved at the company surely indicated she had someone backing her. Since it was not Ximen Lichen, it was likely their families. It was reasonable to assume that Ximen Liching's family would be quite pleased with this prospective daughter-in-law. Otherwise, such news would not have circulated. Jiang Wanzhi sensed the bitterness in her own words and, feeling guilty, turned her gaze out the window, swallowing hard. Ximen Lichen, with a smile in his eyes, teased, "Are you jealous?" Jiang Wanzhi remained silent, and before the car moved again, the man's voice resonated. "I only wish to marry you." A pang of bitterness surged within Jiang Wanzhi, and she lowered her lashes to conceal her emotions. What was the point of such declarations? His family had never recognized her. Even 3 years ago, when she was of comparable standing, she had failed to gain their approval. How much less likely would they be to accept her now? Stripped of her former backing? The car came to a halt at the Fu family estate, where old Master Fu had been waiting outside. "I didn't expect you to arrive first, Ah Chun." The sight of the woman stepping out from the passenger seat took old Master Fu by surprise. "Gigi, you're also in the car?" Ximen Lichen maintained his composure as he replied, "We happened to run into each other." Jiang Wanzhi observed his calm demeanor, realizing he was lying without hesitation. Happened to run into each other? It was clearly a deliberate arrangement. As they were about to enter, Fu Hongyue's car also arrived. His countenance was grim as he stepped out, his gaze landing on the two standing too closely together. Old Master Fu remarked, "What a coincidence. Hongyue has returned as well. Come over, it's been ages since you've seen your uncle. You're not even eager to greet him?" Fu Hongyue stood before Ximen Lichen, bowing respectfully. "Hello, uncle." Ximen Lichen acknowledged him with a brief response, but said nothing further. Fu Hongyue then turned to Jiang Wanzhi and, in front of the Fu family, stated, "Gigi and uncle are meeting for the first time. She should properly introduce herself, shouldn't she?" Jiang Wanzhi's expression shifted slightly. Fu Hongyue was deliberately reminding her of her status. Indeed, Elder Fu, with a broad smile, formally introduced her. "Gigi, this is Hongyue's uncle, Ximen Lichen. As you are now engaged to Hongyu, you may address him accordingly." Jiang Wanzhi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her ex-boyfriend had now become her uncle-in-law. How absurd. She glanced at Ximen Lichen, hoping he might provide her with an escape. But the familiar mischief gleamed in his eyes, suggesting he had no intention of letting her off the hook. Rather, was there a hint of anticipation? With the elders of the Fu family present, Jiang Wanzhi reluctantly lowered her voice to address him, "Uncle." The way she uttered the title elicited a sweet, yet somewhat vengeful undertone from him. He replied, his voice tinged with amusement, prompting Jiang Wanzhi to roll her eyes internally. What a creep. Once everyone was gathered, they took their seats at the dining table. Naturally, Jiang Wanzhi was placed beside Fu Hongyue, with Ximen Lichen on her other side. From the moment she sat down, she felt a piercing gaze fixed upon her, and a mere sideways glance confirmed her suspicions. She deliberately averted her eyes, focusing intently on her meal. Yet, amidst the lively banter at the table, she could distinctly hear Ximen Lichen's voice, deep and resonant, the most captivating bass she had ever encountered. She recalled the commotion when he had spoken at the university's opening ceremony, his thunderous voice quickening her heartbeat. It was in that moment that she had wished to seduce him, to share indescribable experiences, to hear the nuances of his voice in the quiet of the night. Ximen Lichen had remained oblivious to these thoughts. The elders continued their conversation. Chun, you are nearing 27 this year. You cannot overlook the significant milestones in life during your return, one remarked. Ximen Lichen's gaze shifted momentarily to the woman beside him, her hand gripping the spoon faltering for an instant before she resumed, sipping her soup nonchalantly. He smirked, I am making an effort. Elder Fu's eyes twinkled with mirth. Ever since your return, there have been numerous inquiries about you from young women. Have you found anyone suitable? Ximen Lichen replied leisurely. Someone like Ji would be quite commendable. Just then, Jiang Wanzhi, having just swallowed her soup, was caught off guard and choked, her complexion turning crimson as she instinctively accepted the handkerchief Ximen Lichen offered. Did he even realize the absurdity of his words? With a natural concern, he inquired, Why are you so careless? Eat slowly. Jiang Wanzhi gritted her teeth, her silver high heels discreetly stepping on his polished black shoes beneath the table as a warning. What a rascal! A born troublemaker. It was as if he reveled in making their unusual relationship apparent to everyone around. Fu Hongyu, unable to remain silent any longer, interjected, What did you mean by that, uncle? Ximen Lichen lifted his gaze, a smile playing at the corners of his lips that failed to reach his eyes. What could it possibly mean? The atmosphere at the table crackled with an unspoken tension that the elders remained blissfully unaware of, yet Jiang Wanzhi sensed the impending conflict. Ximen Lichen had clearly abandoned any pretense, openly vying for her attention in front of Fu Hongyu. Elder Fu maintained his cheerful demeanor. Who wouldn't he adore a child like Shiji? She is both exceptional and considerate. Hongyu, you must learn to cherish her. Fu Hongyu responded with a subdued acknowledgement. Did he not wish to cherish her? The truth was, Jiang Wanzhi held no regard for him whatsoever. However, the more he observed, the more he felt that the relationship between his uncle and Jiang Wanzhi was rather intricate. Chapter 9. Teasing him after dinner, old Madame Fu proposed. Gigi, tomorrow is the weekend, and you don't have to work. You and Aiken should stay here. Jiang Wanzhi hurriedly sought an excuse to decline. Grandma Fu, I still have to visit the film set tomorrow morning. It's rather inconvenient. Old Madame Fu promptly turned her gaze towards Ximen Lichen. Aiken, this is your fault. How can you arrange for your family to work overtime at the company? Quickly cancel it. Ximen Lichen politely nodded, as you wish. At that moment, Jiang Wanzhi's anxious heart finally found relief. Old Madame Fu joyfully summoned the butler. Then it settled. The rooms on the third floor are all vacant. Have the butler take you upstairs. With every step, Jiang Wanzhi internally cursed Ximen Lichen. On the third floor, upon ascending the stairs, they encountered a spacious central area complete with a communal living room, refrigerator, sofa, and tea table. Jiang Wanzhi's room was on the left, alongside Fu Hongyue, while Ximen Lichen resided alone on the right. After the butler departed, Ximen Lichen poured himself a glass of warm water and headed towards his room. Behind him, faint sounds could be heard. As Ximen Lichen entered, he caught a glimpse of Fu Hongyue blocking the woman attempting to return to her room, pleading earnestly. Jiang Wanzhi, I wish to speak to you. Simultaneously, Jiang Wanzhi noticed the door on the right closing. She regarded Fu Hongyue. First, give me the money. Without hesitation, Fu Hongyue handed her the check. Just as Jiang Wanzhi was taken aback by his unusual generosity, it became apparent that Fu Hongyue had ulterior motives. He lingered at the doorway, stating, Jiang Wanzhi, I have seriously considered what Grandpa said today. I believe we can truly live well together. As long as you are willing to be with me sincerely, I promise never to stray again. Whatever amount you desire is not an issue. What do you say? Jiang Wanzhi looked at him, amused. Have you lost your mind? Previously, Fu Hongyue frequently looked down upon her and was never short of women by his side. Now, he spoke these bewildering words as if he had undergone a transformation. To her, it seemed Fu Hongyue had merely tasted the sweetness of money and perhaps was provoked by Ximen Lichen's words, causing his thoughts to wander once more. I am serious. Fu Hongyue insisted. Why do you always doubt me? If I didn't like you, how could I allow Grandpa to facilitate our union? But you are always so cold towards me, which compelled me to seek companionship elsewhere. In his view, he had sacrificed much for Jiang Wanzhi. Jiang Wanzhi found it laughable. What a superb moral coercion. A scoundrel still felt justified. She fixed him with a frosty gaze. I advise you to leave before I unleash my wrath. No one is interested in your so-called redemption. Don't tarnish my eyes." Decisively, she slammed the door shut, not caring if she caught Fu Hongyue's foot. Left on the other side, Fu Hongyue hopped on one foot in pain and, in frustration, punched the wall. There was no woman in this world that Fu Hongyue could not possess. As long as he refused to let go, no one could take her away. After Jiang Wanzhi finished her evening routine and changed into her pajamas, her phone pinged with a friend request notification from Ximen Lichen, sent half an hour prior, which she had overlooked. Just as she was about to refuse, a knock echoed from the door. Jiang Wanzhi assumed it was the servant delivering her clean laundry, so she approached the door with her phone in hand. Before she could discern the figure, a tall man stepped forward, closing the door behind him with a strong hand. Jiang Wanzhi's heart raced with panic. What are you doing in my room? Get out." Ximen Lichen pressed her against the nearby cabinet, wrapping his arm tightly around her waist as he whispered fiercely, "Why haven't you replied to my messages?" His mind was consumed with curiosity about what Fu Hongyue had said to her. After enduring a half hour of agonizing waiting in her room without a response, he had decided to knock on her door. Jiang Wanzhi clutched her phone, its screen still illuminated. "I was just in the shower." Only then did Ximen Lichen notice that she had changed into a nightgown, the soft white silk clinging to her skin. The neckline structured, yet revealing pale skin that hinted at a blush beneath. The delicate fabric of her nightgown contrasted sharply with the cold hardness of his black shirt, igniting a palpable warmth between them. The scent of her bath mingled in the air, and the silk of her nightwear seemed to dissolve, leaving only their proximity. Ximen Lichen glanced at her phone screen. Had he not shown up, she would likely have sent him a rejection of their friend request. Unable to resist, he drew her closer. "Please, don't refuse me." The disparity in their heights rendered their embrace intimate, enveloping Jiang Wanzhi entirely in his arms. She struggled to breathe. "Ximen Lichen, loosen your grip. I can't breathe." He eased his embrace slightly, allowing her to tilt her head back for air, yet the towering figure of the man at 192 meters remained immovable. She felt his breath and the faint movement of his lips against her neck. "Darling, what did you talk about?" Jiang Wanzhi froze, finally understanding his question after a moment of confusion. "If you want to know, why not ask Fu Hongyue instead of barging into my room?" Ximen Lichen's large hand enveloped her, as though to possess her entirely. "I only wish to hear it from you, to have you explain." A throbbing pain bloomed at her temples. What was their relationship that warranted such explanations? Was he overstepping his bounds? "You're being too intrusive," she retorted. "I only concern myself with your matters," the man replied in a low voice. Jiang Wanzhi took a deep breath. "But I have no obligation to satisfy your possessiveness." Though her marriage to Fu Hongyue was merely nominal, their current situation alone with Ximen Lichen ignited a peculiar thrill of guilt within her. He was her ex-boyfriend, and also her uncle by marriage. Suddenly, a knock came from the door, causing Jiang Wanzhi to tense up. "Gigi, you're still awake, right? Grandma needs to talk to you." Panic surged within her, rendering her unsure of what to do. Ximen Lichen steadied her. "Don't be afraid." Jiang Wanzhi whispered through clenched teeth. "I'm afraid because you're here. You need to hide in the bathroom." The suggestion brought back memories of their secret rendezvous during college, a time he had never particularly enjoyed. Voices called from outside once more. "Gigi? Can you hear Grandma speaking?" Jiang Wanzhi, her anxious hands gripping the hem of Ximen Lichen's shirt at his waist, noticed he seemed lost in thought. She cupped his face with both hands, her eyes shimmering with a watery glint as she pouted, "I beg you." In Chapter 10, "Darling, give me a kiss." Ximen Lichen never anticipated that he would hear his beloved Ji acting so coy in such a situation. Her delicate gaze nearly melted him. He swallowed hard. "All right." Once Ximen Lichen retreated into the bathroom, Jiang Wanzhi opened the door, nervously running her fingers through her hair. "Grandma, I apologize. I was drying my hair and didn't hear you. Please, go ahead." While speaking, she couldn't resist glancing towards the bathroom, silently praying that the occupant would remain discreet and not create any disturbance. Madame Fu settled into the sofa, clearly pleased by Jiang Wanzhi's barefaced appearance. "It's nothing. The hour is late, so let us get to the point. When do you plan to marry Hongyue?" The question left Jiang Wanzhi at a loss. She had never contemplated this matter. Not to mention marriage, she was merely seeking a chance to withdraw from the engagement. Madame Fu continued, "You know how fond Hongyue is of you, and our family holds you in high regard. We are eagerly anticipating your union." Jiang Wanzhi forced a laugh, perplexed by how Madame Fu could perceive Hongyue's affection for her. Noticing her prolonged silence, Madame Fu wondered if she had reservations. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from the bathroom. The unmistakable clatter of something small falling. In the awkward and quiet atmosphere, even the slightest noise became painfully conspicuous. As Madame Fu glanced towards the source of the sound, Jiang Wanzhi's heart leapt into her throat. I might have rushed out too hastily and not organized my toiletries properly. Grandma, I am not ready for marriage at this early stage. She simply wished to fulfill her business agreement with the Fu family and clear her debts. Madame Fu sighed. I understand that Heng Yue may have disappointed you at times, but we hope he settles down soon. To be fair, the power of the Fu family could offer you substantial advantages. Even if, for argument's sake, you two were to part ways in the future, which other noble families in Beijing would dare to associate with you, risking the ire of the Fu family? She concluded, that's all I have to say, think it over. Jiang Wanzhi nodded, closing the door behind her after seeing her out, releasing a deep breath. Remembering the figure hiding in the bathroom, she angrily pushed the door open. Bathed in warm yellow light, Ximen Lichen leaned against the sink, his hands casually resting at his sides. In the mirror, his broad shoulders filled out a black shirt, accentuating the lines of his back. The shirt tapered down, revealing his muscular physique, a striking inverted triangle shape, with broad shoulders and a trim waist. Jiang Wanzhi gazed at the man before her, resembling a model from a magazine, and her accusatory stance weakened considerably. Why did you deliberately make that noise? Ximen Lichen glanced at her, holding her work ID. It fell out from your change of clothes. As Jiang Wanzhi approached, she noticed her clothes carelessly strewn on the counter, the open pocket revealing her oversight. Realizing she may have unjustly blamed Ximen Lichen, she reached out to take the work permit, but the man raised his hand, preventing her from succeeding while firmly holding her waist, pulling her into his embrace, his tone laced with melancholy. Darling, you wrong me so, it truly saddens me. Jiang Wanzhi, supporting herself against his waist, defiantly lifted her face. If you hadn't sneaked into my room late at night, would I have any reason to wrong you? Return my belongings. As she spoke, she attempted once more to snatch the work permit. The man, towering over her by 20 centimeters, found it exceedingly easy to toy with her in this matter. As long as Ximen Lichen refrained from relinquishing his grip, she would never be able to reach it. Unbeknownst to them, the distance between them had closed significantly. Ximen Lichen, with one hand wrapped around her lower back, spun her around and pressed her against the edge of the sink, his lips nearly brushing against hers. Kiss me just once, and I'll return it to you. You've wronged me, darling. Will you kiss me and soothe me? Jiang Wanzhi's hands, resting on the marble, turned pale as she struggled to breathe, her throat dry. Beneath her lowered eyelids, her gaze fixated on the man's slowly rolling Adam's apple, a mixture of desire, sensuality, and impatience. She admitted she could not refuse. Jiang Wanzhi rose onto her toes, her full, rosy lips pressing against his. Within mere seconds, she yearned to pull away, but the man's large hand firmly grasped the back of her neck, claiming her with intensity. The work permit lay discarded nearby as Ximen Lichen effortlessly lifted her, placing her on the dry sink, their lips locked in an inseparable embrace. The mirror reflected their enchanting tableau. She perched on the sink, while Ximen Lichen stood before her, enveloping and possessing her. When they finally parted, they were nearly out of control. Ximen Lichen buried his face in her neck, whispering, Gigi, I adore you, so much that I could easily falter for you. Jiang Wanzhi struggled to regulate her breathing, pushing against his hand with little strength. Once you're done, return to your own room. I need to sleep. Reluctantly, Ximen Lichen released her, his dark eyes lingering on her luscious, tempting lips. Jiang Wanzhi turned her face away, avoiding his gaze, only to realize that the lingerie she had changed out of was still resting beside him. Ximen Lichen's eyes followed her, noticing her sudden discomfort. With a mischievous smile, he remarked, it's my favorite lace white. He knew that his Gigi would not forget him. Jiang Wanzhi pushed him away. I merely got used to wearing it. It has nothing to do with you. Ximen Lichen did not argue. Instead, he lifted her down from the sink and said earnestly, regardless of what conditions the Fu family offers you, do not agree to them. Since this relationship is inconvenient for you to handle, let me assist you. He was determined to make Fu Hengyue take the initiative to withdraw from the engagement. Jiang Wanzhi was well aware of his methods. I can manage it myself. Besides, are you not afraid that the Fu family might discover your attempts to undermine them? After all, the Fu family and Ximen Lichen are still related. If the two of you fall out over me, it would be quite the scandal. Ximen Lichen remained remarkably calm. You are inherently mine. Their previous silence does not negate our past. Fu Hingyue is merely a latecomer. He cradled her face in his hands. Jiang Wanzhi. All you need to consider is your feelings for me. I will handle everything else. Jiang Wanzhi did not respond and took his hand, leading him out of the restroom. The coat you lent me last time is still at the dry cleaners. I am too busy to retrieve it today, but I will return the money to you first. She produced the check given by Fu Hingyue and handed it to Ximen Lichen. The man stared at the check she clutched, a mix of amusement and anger lighting up his face. Darling, are you using another man's money to pay me back? Jiang Wanzhi tucked the check into his shirt collar, smoothing it out faintly, her pink lips curving into a smile. I advise you not to meddle. In the next moment, Ximen Lichen snatched the check and tore it in half. Chapter 11. Are you free tonight? Jiang Wanzhi was unable to intervene, watching helplessly as millions evaporated into thin air. If you don't want it, you could have returned it to me. Over 10 million just torn like that. Profligate man. Ximen Lichen leaned closer, his expression devoid of any regret. Profligate? If we reconcile, all the money will be yours. Jiang Wanzhi clenched her fists. How despicable to tempt her with money. She pushed him toward the door. No, you should leave. Ximen Lichen casually picked up her phone and handed it to her. Accept the friend request, and I will leave immediately. I've returned the money to you. Why at each other as friends? Seeing that Jiang Wanzhi had no intention of agreeing, Ximen Lichen swiftly unlocked her phone and accepted the friend request. Jiang Wanzhi's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you know my phone password? The man, while adding a note for himself, chuckled lightly. I actually guessed it right. After all these years, still using 6/8 as your password. Jiang Wanzhi retorted. That is not particularly harmful, but extremely insulting. She snatched her phone back and opened the door, shoving Ximen Lichen outside. After closing the door, Jiang Wanzhi glanced at her phone screen, where a strange avatar prominently displayed, a striking black and white husky, Ximen Licheng's pet. The top note read hubby. Jiang Wanzhi ground her teeth and muttered, so shameless. She clicked to delete the note, only to see it immediately change to hubby again. In her frustration, she begrudgingly added a new label, money boyfriend. Ximen Lichen, expelled from the room, dialed a number to inform his subordinates. Investigate Fu Hingyue thoroughly. He could not wait for the annulment. Merely the thought of Fu Hingyue being engaged to his Ji filled him with jealousy. This title should belong to him. The next day, Jiang Wanzhi rose late. By the time she descended, the Fu family was already having breakfast. She greeted them politely. Grandpa Fu, Grandma Fu. I have to rush to the company. I will have breakfast separately. I'm leaving now. Grandpa Fu sighed. This child, Wanzhi, is so career-oriented, unlike Hingyue, who is still asleep. Just then, Chen mentioned he was also heading to the company, so let your uncle give you a ride. Seeing Ximen Lichen rise, Jiang Wanzhi felt an overwhelming sense of resistance. Before she could find an excuse to refuse, the man was already approaching her. Let us go? Caught between propriety and her status as a junior, Jiang Wanzhi had no choice but to follow him out. The butler handed the car keys to Ximen Lichen, and Jiang Wanzhi stared at the luxurious Koenigsegg, valued at around 50 to 60 million. Taking this car to the company would be far too ostentatious. The man seemed to discern her concerns and, leaning closer, spoke in a voice audible only to themselves. What are you avoiding with your uncle? Jiang Wanzhi shot him a glare, exclaiming, pervert, as if he were addicted. Ximen Lichen, rather than responding with anger, chuckled and opened the car door for her, saying, Get in, my little ancestor. Jiang Wanzhi settled into the car, mentally conditioning herself to view him merely as the driver. As they traveled, Ximen Lichen, gazing ahead, inquired, Why are you going to the office this weekend? Although a producer's profession rarely afforded fixed days off once filming commenced, Jiang Wanzhi's current project had yet to officially start, allowing her ample opportunity to rest. She closed her eyes, leaning back. The audition isn't finished. Many roles haven't been cast yet. There's a discrepancy between the budget and the cast I envision, so I must see if I can discover some newcomers to manage the salaries, which naturally consumes a great deal of time. She opened her eyes, asking, What about you? Supervising your work, he replied. Jiang Wanzhi smiled through clenched teeth. Thank you so much. When the car pulled into the underground garage, Ximen Lichen asked before she exited, Are you free tonight? This was the second time he had inquired about her weekend plans. Jiang Wanzhi's gaze briefly swept over the impeccably dressed man in the driver's seat, raising an eyebrow. What? Do you have a need? Ximen Lichen leaned in, lifting her chin. Jiang Wanzhi, do you perceive me as such a man? Indeed, she retorted. A creature driven by desires. What good could come from an evening rendezvous? Ximen Lichen's deep, dark eyes narrowed slightly, unexpectedly graced by a hint of a smile. Yes, darling, I think of you in such a manner every moment. Though that was not his original intention, it was not unwelcome either. Jiang Wanzhi pressed her hand against his lips, silencing him. Not available, no date. She had plans to attend Jiang Xingqi's birthday party that evening. Not necessarily due to a strong relationship with him, but primarily hoping he might make a cameo in her new drama. Ximen Lichen, undeterred, leaned closer, his tongue brushing against her fingertips. The sudden, delicate sensation caused Jiang Wanzhi to retract her hand hastily. Could you be a bit more serious? The man chuckled, gazing at her. Who is truly being frivolous, darling? I merely wish to take you to a dinner gathering. Yet, you seem to fantasize about me. Jiang Wanzhi's cheeks flushed slightly. Who thought that? I was merely speaking. I do, Ximen Lichen asserted. After 3 years abroad, his abstinence did not foster forgetfulness, but rather intensified his possessiveness. She was his and his alone. Then take your time thinking. Jiang Wanzhi unbuckled her seatbelt and made her escape. Ximen Lichen watched her retreating figure, a smile lingering in his eyes. He sensed that his precious Wanzhi was gradually coming to life, with emotions that were distinctly hers, yet increasingly intertwined with his own. From the night she had seduced him in university, he had recognized how pure her appearance was, yet beneath lay a rebellious spirit that perfectly intrigued him. Contemplating something, Ximen Lichen took out his phone to contact his assistant, prepare breakfast for the entire crew, and send it over promptly. Upon arriving at the audition venue, Jiang Wanzhi was surprised to find Yinruo had already arrived, fully made up, and approaching her with a cup of coffee, which she gently placed on Jiang Wanzhi's table. Jiang, I sincerely apologize for yesterday's incident. It was merely a misalignment of schedules on my agent's part that caused the delay. Allow me to treat you to a cup of coffee. Jiang Wanzhi responded, Thank you, but I am allergic to caffeine. Is that so? Yinruo's face turned a shade of embarrassment. Then I shall have my assistant fetch you something else. No need. I am fine with just water. I have to get to work shortly. Yinruo could only nod, hesitantly sitting across from her. I've heard that you are Fu Hengyue's fiancé. What of it? Oh, it's nothing, Yinruo smiled. Mr. Ximen is Fu Xiao's uncle, albeit by marriage, but you two will be family in the future. Had I known this yesterday, I certainly would not have inadvertently offended you. Jiang Wanzhi directly inquired. What do you wish to convey? Yinruo tentatively asked. Could you perhaps assist me in pursuing Mr. Ximen? Jiang Wanzhi couldn't help but chuckle, having not encountered such an amusing request in quite some time. Yinruo was asking her to help chase after her ex-boyfriend? Surely, there must be some mistake. Chapter 12. I am pregnant. Yinruo looked at her in confusion. Jiang, what are you laughing at? Jiang Wanzhi gently shook her head. It's nothing. You've simply misunderstood. I am not well acquainted with Ximen Lichen, so I fear I cannot be of assistance. Yinruo remained undeterred, trying to draw closer. Gigi, you underestimate yourself. Let us be friends, and in the future, if there is an occasion with Mr. Ximen at the Fu family, you could bring me along, and I'll compensate you for it. How does that sound? Jiang Wanzhi was beginning to feel impatient. She loathed conversing with someone who could not grasp her intentions, even when given a clear opportunity. She regarded Yinruo with a calm demeanor, a smile gracing her innocent face. It's not that I don't wish to help you. It's just that if it turns out Ximen Lichen has a liking for me, wouldn't you be concerned about the potential repercussions? Yinruo was taken aback by her words, momentarily speechless. This woman was excessively confident in her own appearance. She scoffed, speaking as if she knew Ximen Lichen intimately. Jiang was overthinking it. Mr. Ximen had been residing in America for the past few years and undoubtedly preferred a more liberated lifestyle. Besides, you not only have a fiancé but are also related to his nephew. In any case, Mr. Ximen would never take a liking to someone so close to home. Jiang Wanzhi merely smiled in silence. Coincidentally, Ximen Lichen indeed enjoyed excitement. As for whether she was audacious enough, even if her nature was conservative, after 3 months of interaction with that man, she had learned much. Whether she had regressed remained to be seen. Yinruo, unwilling to concede, departed, turning away with clenched fists. Jiang Wanzhi, if you do not assist me today, I will ensure you miss every opportunity to call me Annie. The audition was about to commence, and Jiang Wanzhi rubbed her empty belly, contemplating whether to order takeout, when a commotion arose at the entrance of the set. Several security personnel entered carrying thermal boxes, and the final figure exuded an imposing presence, seemingly untouchable. The staff on site promptly rose to their feet, surprised by Ximen Lichen's appearance. The man spoke in a gentle tone. Thank you all for your hard work this weekend. I'll treat everyone to breakfast today, one for each of you. The set erupted in cheers. Wow, food is here. Thank you, President. The boss is generous. So handsome. Everyone hurried to gather their breakfast rewards. And Jiang Wanzhi's gaze followed suit. Amidst a multitude of staff members, she was irresistibly drawn into the depths of a man's gaze. Retracting her eyes, she resolved to wait until others had gathered their meals before approaching. Suddenly, a shadow loomed near, obscuring her source of light. A long-fingered hand materialized before her, gently placing a meticulously wrapped breakfast sandwich down. It was smoked salmon, devoid of avocado, her absolute favorite. Jiang Wanzhi offered a polite nod, though her eyes seethed with unspoken resentment. Thank you, President. With so many people in the crew, did Ximen Lichen really need to deliver breakfast directly to her? What took her by surprise was that Ximen Lichen chose to sit right beside her, radiating an enchanting aura. Jiang Wanzhi frowned slightly. What are you doing sitting here? Ximen Lichen shielded her from the majority of the crowd, gently advising, maintain a natural expression, darling. They may not hear us, but they are not blind. Feeling increasingly scrutinized, Jiang Wanzhi forced a smile while clenching her teeth, speaking with restrained intensity. You know they aren't blind. Ximen Lichen casually nudged the breakfast towards her. I'll leave once you finish eating. Jiang Wanzhi retorted. Haven't you seen someone eat before? The man replied nonchalantly. I want to see you. Too famished to continue the debate, Jiang Wanzhi unwrapped the sandwich and took a bite. Since the attention of the entire crew was already upon them, she decided to let it be. Once Jiang Wanzhi finished her meal, the rest of the crew had nearly completed theirs as well, frequently glancing towards the producer's area and whispering amongst themselves. Oh my goodness, the president and Jiang are sitting together. Wow, I'm dying. They look perfect for each other. I wonder what they are discussing. Yin Ruo interjected. It's probably just work-related. Be careful, or you might find yourselves dismissed for gossiping. The few who had their excitement interrupted shot her a disapproving look and quickly distanced themselves. Jiang Wanzhi tidied up the remnants of her meal, urging, let us go. All right. Ximen Lichen replied, rising and noting the coffee on the table, his brow furrowing. It was best not to indulge in coffee, even with a mild allergy. Jiang Wanzhi had always had a slight sensitivity to coffee, yet she occasionally succumbed to temptation. Each time Ximen Lichen caught her, he would confiscate her coffee. This instance was no exception. Watching him prepare to dispose of the cup, seemingly intending to drink it himself, she protested, that was brought to me by Yin Ruo. Before she could finish, a resounding thud echoed as the cup landed in the trash bin. Ximen Lichen took her damp tissue from the table, wiping his hands as if he had touched something unsanitary. He looked at her, his lips curving into a smile. Darling, may your work proceed smoothly. And remember to think of me. Jiang Wanzhi was nearly startled into a heart attack by his audacious words. Wanting to curse him, she caught sight of approaching staff members and had to resort to a more formal tone, allowing everyone to believe they had merely been discussing work. Yes, President. Take care. If looks could kill, Ximen Lichen would have been riddled with arrows from her glare. Yet, the satisfaction in his eyes revealed his contentment. His precious Ji had promised to think of him. He felt utterly blissful. After Ximen Lichen departed, several of Jiang Wanzhi's close colleagues from the crew immediately surrounded her. Sister Ji, what did the president discuss with you? Do share. Jiang Wanzhi beckoned them closer, feigning a whisper as she prepared to impart a secret, only to suddenly raise her voice at a crucial moment. Of course, we discussed work. The group jumped in surprise. Oh my, Ji sister, you nearly scared me to death. Jiang Wanzhi chuckled. What did you expect? Even during meals, I get interrogated. Do you think this blessing is meant for you? Ever since her clandestine affair with Ximen Lichen had begun 3 months ago, she had become adept at spinning tales without batting an eye. Her skill in deception had reached an impressive level. However, the more proficient she became at crafting lies, the more Ximen Lichen relished playing the role of an open book, eager to reveal their relationship to the world. Chun Shuahan, her eyes sparkling with admiration, remarked, Sister Ji, you have no idea. The way the president looks at you is electrifying. Jiang Wanzhi laughed. Don't be ridiculous. His gaze is so affectionate. He could be looking at a dog. Ximen Lichen possessed the quintessential fox-like eyes, shaped like a parallelogram, slightly upturned at the ends, with irises as dark as ink. When his expression was cold, he seemed unapproachable. Yet when he softened his gaze, he exuded an alluring charm. Cough, cough. Don't be so harsh on yourself, Chen Shuahan said. Jiang Wanzhi was amused and replied, All right, everyone. Now that you're all full, Let's hurry back to our posts. We start work in 10 minutes. The crowd dispersed, and Yin Ruo stormed up to her. Jiang Wanzhi, what did you mean by having Mr. Ximen throw away the coffee I bought? Did you not see that he discarded it himself? Jiang Wanzhi retorted. You must have orchestrated this. Jiang Wanzhi chuckled. Yes, indeed, I did. I told Ximen Lichen that the coffee was specially bought for him, and he promptly tossed it in the trash. If you're unhappy about it, take it up with him. You. Yin Ruo was furious. In her eyes, Jiang Wanzhi was overly arrogant, relying on the Fu family's influence. Without the title of fiancé to Fu Hingyue, Jiang Wanzhi was nothing. She retreated to a corner and called her good friend Sun Qian. Qian, how did your checkup go? Jiang Wanzhi is truly out of line. Can you make her step down from her position as Fu Hingyue's fiancé? It all depends on how your pregnancy progresses, Yin Ruo said with frustration. On the other end of the line, Sun Qian exclaimed excitedly, I'm pregnant. Chapter 13. Are you trying to woo your brother? Yin Ruo was quite taken aback. She hadn't expected Sun Qian to be so fortunate, not only securing a relationship with Fu Hingyue in just a few months, but also successfully conceiving. Now, let us see how Jiang Wanzhi would continue her arrogance. By the time the shoot wrapped up, it was already evening. Jiang Wanzhi glanced at a message from Su Qingxia. Ji, I've arrived at your company parking lot. Jiang Xingqi said we start at 10. Jiang Wanzhi stepped into the descending elevator, typing back, I'll be right there. Beside her, Chen Shuahan commented, Sister Ji. Even though Yin Ruo has secured a supporting role, she still throws tantrums. Isn't she hard to please? Jiang Wanzhi took off her work ID and placed it in her bag, paying little heed to the matter. I only cast according to the script. If she is unhappy, she can opt out of the performance. Chen Shuahan seemed slightly surprised, following her out of the elevator. Everyone assumed the president had instructed you this morning, prompting your decision to cast Yin Ruo. Jiang Wanzhi chuckled softly, admitting that the breakfast prepared by Ximen Lichen was indeed delightful, yet not sufficient to sway her. Chen Shuahan cleared her throat gently, signaling her to glance aside. A tall, slender figure emerged from the private elevator. The echoes of their previous conversation still lingered in the air, and undoubtedly, Ximen Lichen, if not deaf, had heard every word clearly. Good day, President, Chen Shuahan greeted. Jiang Wanzhi followed suit with a slight nod, and Ximen Lichen's eyes narrowed slightly, as if savoring her earlier remarks. I appreciate your compliments, Jiang, he replied smoothly. You are too kind. It was a mere trifle, Jiang Wanzhi returned with a warm smile. Observing the polite exchange between the two, Chen Shuahan couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. A term flashed in her mind, divorce vibes. They appeared utterly unfamiliar with one another yet managed to present a facade of intimacy. After bidding farewell, Jiang Wanzhi entered Su Qingxiao's car. I've brought your swimsuit from home. It's in the back seat, Su Qingxiao announced as she started the engine. Let us go pick out some gifts and get ready. Tonight, we must charm a few gentlemen. Jiang Wanzhi couldn't help but laugh. It's been ages since I last swam. I might have forgotten everything. Fear not. With handsome instructors guiding you, how could you possibly fail? She quipped. It was worth noting that Jiang Wanzhi's swimming skills were imparted by none other than Ximen Lichen himself. Their first real encounter occurred during her junior year when she nearly drowned while attempting to learn swimming at the pool. Ximen Lichen had rescued her. That was their initial physical contact, his palm pressing firmly against her chest to administer first aid, the pressure so intense it felt as though her ribs might crack. Ximen Lichen carried her to the infirmary, and it was then that she boldly grasped the hem of his shirt, halting his departure. With a hint of mischievous seduction, she inquired, Classmate, could you teach me how to swim? Unexpectedly, Ximen Lichen saw through her intentions, a dazzling smile gracing his lips that sent her heart racing. He leaned closer, his gaze dropping to meet hers, his voice laced with desire. Looking to catch my attention. Are you? At that moment, Jiang Wanzhi's face flushed crimson, feeling as though her innermost thoughts were laid bare before him. Just as she was about to deny it, Ximen Lichen's voice resonated once more. Every Saturday at 3 o'clock. We shall meet at Pool 6. Thus, they established a private tutoring arrangement, transitioning from the school to a private estate. It became evident that her strategy was effective. Teaching swimming between the sexes was inherently ambiguous, with cool attire, inevitable physical contact, and the temperature of the pool becoming increasingly unmanageable. She was fervent, while he was fiery. Their chemistry escalating towards the brink of chaos. Jiang Wanzhi, you must take responsibility for me, he murmured as he held her close. Even now, as she reminisced, Jiang Wanzhi couldn't help but marvel at how intoxicating this man was. En route, she stopped by the dry cleaners to collect Ximen Lichen's coat, and after completing her makeup, she arrived at the villa area just before 10. Stepping out of the car, she was greeted by the sight of opulent architecture with a vast, shimmering pool nearby, teeming with guests indulging in swimming and fine wine. On the second floor's semicircular balcony, Qi Xiao gazed down while holding a phone, his expression one of surprise. Ximen, can you guess whom I encountered at the gathering? On the other end of the line, a man stood outside the window, his slender fingers deftly opening a cigarette box. With a furrowed brow, he bit down on a cigarette, his tone indistinct. Who? Jiang Wanzhi. What? Ximen Lichen paused in the act of lighting his cigarette, removing it from his lips as his eyes darkened. Where did you say Jiang Wanzhi is now? Right at your home. In the villa at the southern part of the city. Did you not lend it to Jiang Xingqi for his event? Qi Xiao, observing the few people conversing downstairs, gradually sensed something amiss. Damn. Jiang Xingqi mentioned he would confess at his birthday party. It couldn't possibly be Jiang Wanzhi, could it? Ximen Lichen's expression turned cold as he discarded his cigarette and grabbed his coat to head out. Damn it. Planning to confess to his wife at his home, Jiang Xingqi was practically courting disaster. Qi Xiao stared at the disconnected call, perplexed. Didn't my brother say he had long forgotten Jiang Wanzhi? How could he be so easily stirred? Downstairs, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Wanzhi handed a gift bag to Jiang Xingqi. Happy birthday. Wishing you a successful concert. Jiang Xingqi, slightly embarrassed, ran a hand through his silver-blue short hair, happily accepting the gift. Thank you. Your presence is the best gift. He led Jiang Wanzhi inside. The changing room is on the left, and the villa features 5 pools of varying sizes and temperatures across 3 floors, alongside hot springs, foot massages, and dining options. All our university classmates are invited, so feel at ease. Jiang Wanzhi nodded, constantly pondering how to discuss the cameo role with Jiang Xingqi. Sensing her preoccupation, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Ji, please don't be formal with me. Just speak your mind." Jiang Wanzhi smiled sheepishly. "Well, I would like to invite you to participate in the production of the ending song for my new drama. You might also appear in a few scenes. I wanted to get your thoughts on it." "Of course," Jiang Xingqi replied with a wink, grinning. "It's an honor to have the recognition from producer Jiang." The matter progressed so smoothly that Jiang Wanzhi was taken aback, her face breaking into a smile. "I'll send you the detailed plan later." "Great, let's keep in touch." Meanwhile, Jiang Xingqi felt increasingly confident about his confession plan for midnight. Jiang Wanzhi, clutching a tote bag containing her swimwear, headed toward the changing room. Already changed into her swimsuit, Su Qingxia couldn't help but exclaim, TSK, with the way Jiang Xingqi looks at you. If he doesn't tea like you, I'll drink all the water in this pool." Jiang Wanzhi didn't quite share that sentiment. He is a popular singer now. Be careful, or his fans will hear you, and you'll be in trouble. All right, Su Qingxia replied repeatedly. "Hurry and change into your swimsuit. I just spotted a handsome guy. I'm off to make my move." As Jiang Wanzhi entered the private changing room and pulled out her swimsuit, she realized that the style Su Qingxia had chosen was rather revealing. A fitted white one-piece swimsuit with a triangular cut. After trying it on and looking in the mirror, she felt it was a bit odd to walk out in it, and her original dress wouldn't fit. She quickly took out her phone to message Su Qingxia, requesting a bathrobe to be brought over. Upon opening her phone, she noticed 5 unread messages next to the contact labeled Money Boyfriend. The last message read, "Where are you?" As Jiang Wanzhi was yet to fully absorb the message, a knock resonated at the door. She lifted the curtain and approached to open it. As the door swung ajar, a crisp, invigorating fragrance accompanied by a towering shadow enveloped her. The porcelain white figure intruded into the depths of the man's gaze. Chapter 14. The ex-boyfriend is also a boyfriend. Jiang Wanzhi's expression was one of palpable astonishment. Her fair visage was flawless, her skin supple, and her long, lustrous black hair cascaded before her, extending to her waist. A strand of hair playfully slipped into her neckline, adding a unique charm. The snug white swimsuit seemed to merge seamlessly with her smooth, delicate skin. The man's Adam's apple gently bobbed as his dark gaze fixated upon her. "Darling, do you intend to meet those people dressed like this?" Jiang Wanzhi abruptly pulled him inside, furrowing her brow as she whispered, "What are you doing here?" "This is the women's changing room." Ximen Lichen regarded the arm she gripped, his gaze uncontrollably drawn to her. "Ji, if you weren't treating me with such cold indifference, would I have come here to find you? You told me you were busy tonight and weren't responding to my messages." Was it because of Jiang Xingqi? Jiang Wanzhi kept him at a distance. It's his birthday. Besides, aren't you here as well? Ximen Lichen scoffed in exasperation. If I hadn't come, my wife would have been oblivious to someone else's intentions. His tattooed fingers gently caressed her face. Beneath his calm demeanor lay a deeper madness. Sweetheart, do you realize this is my domain? Jiang Xingqi intends to confess to you on my turf, and you're dressing like this to celebrate his birthday? Do you think I should just endure it? Jiang Wanzhi shivered, grasping the man's wrist, her gaze lifting to meet his. I hadn't heard anything about him confessing. Besides, I am already engaged. She deliberately locked eyes with his dark irises, a smirk gracing her lips. Have you forgotten, uncle? If Jiang Xingqi were to confess, she would undoubtedly refuse, just as Ximen Lichen would. The man tilted her chin, a lazy smile playing on his lips. Learning to leverage your status against me. Are we? Jiang Wanzhi feigned innocence. I learned it all from you, uncle. Ximen Lichen absorbed her deliberate provocation, whispering in her ear, darling, I adore this spirited side of yours. A facade of innocence, yet with a wild heart lurking beneath. It leaves me utterly captivated. Jiang Wanzhi pushed him away. You need to leave quickly. It would be inappropriate to be seen together. Ximen Lichen shrugged off his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders, persistently advising. Ignore the wild men outside. Dress warmly in the cool air, and remember to reply to my messages. Otherwise, I shall feel insecure. Jiang Wanzhi chuckled at him. What security does an ex-boyfriend need? Ximen Lichen clearly disapproved of the title. An ex-boyfriend is still a boyfriend. A flawed argument. As he was about to depart, a delicate hand tugged at the cuff of his shirt. The man's exquisitely handsome features narrowed, his gaze fixated on her hand, as if seeking evidence of her initiative. Jiang Wanzhi released her grip. I merely wish to understand, Mr. Ximen, if you are already aware that someone will confess to me later. Why are you so unconcerned at this moment? In the days of their romance, Ximen Lichen would have forcibly taken her away, seeking to have the so-called wild man thoroughly beaten. Such extreme measures had disrupted her work on numerous occasions, leading to quarrels between them, even regarding her swimsuit. Though Ximen Lichen disapproved of her appearance while meeting others, he merely draped a coat over her shoulders instead of insisting she change. He was taken aback by her question, his gaze reflecting a deep and pleasant delight. Darling, you've noticed my transformation, haven't you? Would you indulge me in the endeavor of getting to know me anew? He gently brushed her cheek, his voice low. You will come to realize that your ex-boyfriend is truly remarkable. Jiang Wanzhi stared into his eyes as he spoke, sensing a change, yet feeling as if nothing had altered. The words stirred within her a longing to revisit the past. A subtle smile graced her lips. But you are quite the actor yourself, aren't you? Pretending to be obedient, only to reveal your wild nature, driving me to madness. Ximen Lichen did not deny it. With his fingertips, he smoothed the stray hairs at her neck, his tone unhurried as he replied, Darling, I do not impose upon you. At most, I merely entice you, just as you once did to me. And by the way, you look stunning tonight. But do remember to turn down the advances of others, yes? Watching you refuse those men would bring me great satisfaction. Jiang Wanzhi could not recall her immediate reaction, only that she remained rooted in place until Ximen Lichen departed, her body enveloped in the scent and warmth of a man. She covered her flushed face with her hands, engulfed in doubt. Had this fellow truly studied the art of romance in America for 3 years? While awaiting a response from Su Qingxia, Jiang Wanzhi decided to step out. A waitress approached her, holding a bathrobe with both hands. Excuse me, Miss Jiang? This bathrobe was sent by Mr. Ximen for you. Thank you. Jiang Wanzhi replied politely as she accepted it. Returning to the changing room, she unfolded the long white velvet robe and couldn't help but chuckle. She had thought Ximen Lichen was liberal enough not to mind her bare legs. She exchanged her coat for the bathrobe, and with the expensive outer garment in hand, she hesitated, uncertain where to place it, ultimately deciding to carry it outside while messaging Ximen Lichen. If you had someone deliver a bathrobe, why leave behind a coat? Her boyfriend replied, Because if I see you one more time, I won't be able to resist. It wasn't that he insisted she wear the coat. Rather, his patience had reached its limit. His eyes could not help but gaze upon her, igniting a fervor within him. The coat concealed not her exquisite form, but rather his unsavory thoughts, an overwhelming desire to possess her without reservation. Jiang Wanzhi's fingertip hovered over her screen. Only Ximen Lichen had the audacity to voice such explicit sentiments. She turned off her phone, leaving him en route. As she approached the bustling pool, Jiang Xingqi, seated on a lounge chair at the edge, noticed her. "Where did that coat come from?" Jiang Wanzhi replied, her expression unfaltering. "I found it on the sofa inside. Do you know to whom it belongs?" Jiang Xingqi took it and examined it, spotting the emblem on the cuff, instantly recognizing its owner. "Oh, it seems to belong to a friend of mine. Ximen Lichen, you surely remember him. During our university days, he saved you at the swimming pool, and that incident became the talk of the campus." Jiang Wanzhi nodded in agreement, recalling the event more vividly than anyone else. It was after that episode that the two began to avoid suspicion at school. Everyone believed they were unfamiliar with each other, unaware that they spent every night together, intimately acquainted. In a moment of whimsy, Jiang Xingqi remarked, "Coincidentally, he is here today. It's quite rare. You two have not met, have you? Allow me to introduce you." The way Jiang Xingqi spoke bore a striking resemblance to a man introducing his girlfriend to a friend. Chapter 15. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Jiang Wanzhi's demeanor faltered slightly. "No, thank you. I'm not well acquainted with him." She had just extricated herself from Ximen Lichen, and the thought of pairing up with Jiang Xingqi to meet her explosive ex-boyfriend felt utterly absurd. Jiang Xingqi, lost in his daydreams of joy, replied, "It's all right. I've been friends with both of you for years. A little introduction will foster familiarity." Before Jiang Wanzhi could decline again, a female voice interjected. "Qi since Jiang Wanzhi doesn't he wish to go, I'll accompany you." Yin Ruo approached with a smile, her designer shawl precariously hanging from her elbow, her black bikini accentuating her figure. Jiang Wanzhi quickly stepped aside to yield. "You two go ahead." Seeing her attempt to leave, Yin Ruo moved to block her path, scrutinizing Jiang Wanzhi from head to toe. "Jiang Wanzhi, this evening is filled with familiar faces. Yet you're so heavily wrapped up. Aren't you a bit old to still be playing the innocent flower routine from our university days?" Her voice softened. "Who are you trying to impress?" Without a change in expression, Yin Ruo appeared somewhat innocently bewildered. Jiang Wanzhi smirked, showing no leniency. "I apologize, but perhaps it's merely your familiar gathering. However, even dressed as you are, it seems no one is particularly interested." "TSK." Jiang Wanzhi shook her head in mock regret, her radiant smile striking Yin Ruo as painfully bright. "What do you mean by that?" The oblivious Jiang Xingqi hurriedly positioned himself between the two. "Ji, I'll take Ruo over first, and we'll meet up later." Jiang Wanzhi found a secluded corner to sit, entirely disinterested in the social gathering below. The thought of Yin Ruo presenting herself coolly before Ximen Lichen stirred an inexplicable irritation within her. Jiang Wanzhi opened her phone to inquire about Su Qingxia's whereabouts, but upon seeing the pinned message from her boyfriend, her restlessness intensified. She untied her silk bathrobe, kneeling on the soft mat, and casually snapped a hazy, dreamy photo to post on her social media, visible only to Ximen Lichen. Just as she intended to examine the photo closely, a chat notification appeared from Ximen Lichen. "Delete it." Jiang Wanzhi narrowed her eyes slightly, promptly shutting off her phone as if she hadn't seen it. Her mood uplifted as she entered the indoor pool behind the glass door. Compared to the outdoor pool, this one was considerably smaller, with a massive stone-carved fountain obstructing the view across the water, resulting in a lack of other patrons. Jiang Wanzhi relaxed on the steps at the pool's edge, her legs submerged in the water playfully. Suddenly, she sensed ripples forming on the surface, as if a figure was swimming toward her from beneath the water. Jiang Wanzhi raised her gaze slightly. As the waves gradually approached, she found herself unable to rise, and that figure surged forth from the water. The man's taut, perfectly sculpted muscles unexpectedly revealed themselves to her, while damp strands of hair were pushed back by a pair of long, graceful hands, showcasing his chiseled, striking features and the alluring sharpness of his Adam's apple. In her haste to retract her legs and stand, Jiang Wanzhi slipped, tumbling suddenly into the water. Her unbalanced body struggled in a frantic attempt to regain control. As past fears resurfaced, her legs kicked wildly beneath the surface, and she momentarily forgot how to swim. A powerful arm clasped around her legs, lifting her abruptly upward. Instinctively driven by the will to survive, Jiang Wanzhi clung tightly to the man before her, her limbs draping over him. The surging pool water drenched her entirely, and through the thin fabric of her swimsuit, their bodies pressed closely together. A familiar, deep voice whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid, I am here." Heart racing and breath in disarray, Jiang Wanzhi wrapped her arms around him securely, her face flushed crimson, and her body radiating a soft pink hue. All of this unfolded under the man's watchful gaze, the rippling water accentuating the undulations of their forms. Ximen Liching's eyes were heavy with intensity as he gripped her suspended legs, his Adam's apple rolling slightly. "Still just a little waterfowl, aren't you?" Jiang Wanzhi retorted in frustration, kicking her legs in the water in discontent. "You're the duck. Put me down." Ximen Liching pressed his hand against her lower back, murmuring, "Darling, this is the deep end." Jiang Wanzhi looked down, realizing she had drifted a considerable distance from the shore without realizing it. The water reached just above Ximen Liching's chest, the splashing droplets dancing upon his collarbone, the veins on his exposed left shoulder and neck standing out vividly against his fair skin, marked by faint crimson impressions resembling bite marks. She instinctively reached out to touch, only to have her wrist caught by Ximen Liching, his gaze fixed upon her, his narrowed phoenix eyes glinting with a dangerous allure. Yet, Jiang Wanzhi still touched the shoulder where she had once left her mark. Unanticipatedly, 3 years later, it had left a scar. Their previous breakup had been tumultuous, each unwilling to yield to the other. Ximen Liching had caused her pain, and she retaliated in kind. Ultimately, they both bore the scars of their love, exhausted and unresolved. Jiang Wanzhi withdrew her hand. "Let go, I can swim on my own." She had learned to swim from Ximen Liching. While not an expert, her skills were sufficient for a regular pool. However, her sudden fright had thrown her into a momentary panic, nearly leading to drowning. Ximen Liching observed her with a teasing arch in his brows, his fingertips lightly grazing her waist. "Having saved you twice, Miss Jiang, do you not have anything to express?" Jiang Wanzhi stiffly managed to utter 2 words. "Thank you." Ximen Liching chuckled softly. "The first time I saved you." Miss Jiang was almost ready to offer herself. "Why now is it merely a thank you?" Jiang Wanzhi scoffed. "A good horse does not turn back." Ximen Liching nodded in agreement, earnestly replying, "We are human, darling." Jiang Wanzhi was about to retort when she keenly noticed several figures passing by, reflected in the glass door outside the pool. She lowered her head to diminish her presence and whispered a warning, "Ximen Lichen, let go." The man firmly held her kicking leg, admonishing, "Don't flail." As the glass door was pushed open from the outside, Ximen Lichen lifted her and set her down on the edge of the pool. Jiang Wanzhi took a deep breath, the damp white swimsuit clinging to her form, exuding a unique allure. Ximen Lichen draped a large bathrobe over her shoulders, and at that moment, Jiang Wanzhi caught sight of the newcomers. When Jiang Xingqi and Yin Ruo entered, Ximen Lichen had already donned his bathrobe, turning his back to the doorway while fastening the belt around his waist. The ink-black tattoo connecting his abdomen and hips captured her attention. But before she could scrutinize it further, it was obscured by the dark robe. Jiang Xingqi's puzzled voice broke the silence, his expression dimming as he observed her. "Zhizhi, it seems you were just." If he wasn't mistaken, it appeared that Jiang Wanzhi was in an embrace with Ximen Lichen. Jiang Wanzhi composed herself and explained, "I accidentally stepped into the pool, and he rescued me." Yin Ruo's face darkened, inevitably recalling the past entanglements between the two, her fingers discreetly pinching her palm. "Here we go again." Jiang Xingqi sighed in relief. "As long as you're all right. However, it seems you two are becoming quite familiar." He turned to Ximen. "Thank you for saving Zhizhi." Ximen Lichen replied coldly, "You needn't thank me." Jiang Xingqi felt a twinge in his heart, with the timing for his confession approaching. He brushed aside his thoughts. "Ruoro, why don't you accompany Zhizhi to change? We'll meet in the private room soon to celebrate the countdown." Jiang Wanzhi strode out, with Yin Ruo following closely, taunting Jiang Wanzhi. "After all these years, still resorting to the same drowning act? I've heard you tried to attract Ximen Lichen's attention in college, only to be ridiculed when you failed. Surely you don't think that employing the same tactics will yield different results?" Jiang Wanzhi raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Oh, you know about that?" Yin Ruoro responded haughtily. "I can easily find out about your trivial matters." Jiang Wanzhi paused, intrigued, and asked, "Oh, really? Have you discovered who Ximen Lichen's first girlfriend was?" Chapter 16. Relax a bit. Yin Ruo's expression stiffened as she narrowed her brows. "What do you mean by that? What does Ximen Lichen's first girlfriend have to do with you?" Jiang Wanzhi casually raised her brow, turning away with a smile, her silence speaking volumes. Yin Ruo anxiously stepped forward to block her path. "Jiang Wanzhi, clarify your words. Do you know something?" It was common knowledge throughout the capital that Ximen Lichen had a girlfriend before graduating with a doctorate from Jing University, the only relationship he had publicly acknowledged. During the graduation ceremony, high-definition cameras inadvertently captured the lingering kiss marks on Ximen Lichen's collarbone, causing an uproar on the campus forum. Amidst the fervent discussions among alumni, more personal details of Ximen Lichen's life during that period were unearthed, matching outfits, screensaver images, and rings, each one proclaiming to the world that he had a girlfriend. As the news of their romance spread, countless individuals found themselves intrigued by the enigmatic girlfriend of Ximen Lichen, some even going so far as to accuse her of being manipulative, intentionally leaving kiss marks on him to force this clandestine relationship into the open. In response, Ximen Lichen candidly declared, "I asked her to leave them." His profound affection and unwavering protection silenced the gossip, rendering the entire graduation season even more fervent. To this day, the identity of Ximen Lichen's girlfriend remains a mystery. No one knows how they came together or how they parted ways. Faced with Yin Ruo's impatience, Jiang Wanzhi nonchalantly smiled. It was merely a casual inquiry. The more Yin Ruo pondered, the more she felt something was amiss. She called out to Jiang Wanzhi, who was about to step out of sight. "Anyway, it could never be you." As midnight approached, guests gathered in the indoor bar for the birthday celebration, the pulsating music igniting their spirits. Although all attendees were classmates from the same school, Jiang Wanzhi could scarcely match names to faces. She handed Su Qingxia a glass of champagne and asked, "Where have you been gallivanting all this time?" Su Qingxia, propping her head up wearily, replied, "I was in the midst of a riveting conversation with a handsome guy, only to find out from Qi Xiao that he is someone I truly despise. I mean, how could there be a man who understands me so well? It's infuriating." Jiang Wanzhi chuckled lightly. "That sounds rather bittersweet." Su Qingxia sighed, her gaze drifting to a figure not far away, her brows furrowing. "Why on earth did Yin Ruo bring Sun Qian along? She is not even from our school. Since when did these two become so close?" Jiang Wanzhi savored her drink slowly. After all, they both aspire to join the same prominent family. Supporting Sun Qian and Fu Hongyu, the toxic couple, is one thing. But as for Yin Ruo, Su Qingxia mused with a smirk, "I seriously suspect that your chances of rekindling things with Ximen Lichen are greater than Yin Ruo's chances of winning him over." Jiang Wanzhi laughed softly. "There are too many people here. Let us not speak carelessly." Just as her words fell, a chorus of gasps erupted around them. Jiang Wanzhi turned her attention toward the entrance of the bar. The guest of honor, Jiang Xingqi, made a grand entrance, accompanied by the illustrious scion of Kyoto, Qi Xiao. The ambient lights flickered over their figures, illuminating the man whose open white shirt shimmered in the light, casting shadows that obscured his features yet could not conceal his remarkable height and physique. The familiar air of nobility left Jiang Wanzhi momentarily stunned. As the crowd parted, her view gradually sharpened. Ximen Lichen lifted his gaze. Beneath his tousled black hair, his strikingly handsome features emerged, high cheekbones, a sculpted nose, and a visage so exquisite it was breathtaking. Trailing closely behind him was his young nephew, Fu Hongyu. The atmosphere became lively in an instant. "Goodness, did I just see correctly? Who managed to invite young Master Ximen?" Someone exclaimed. "This gathering is truly extraordinary. Our university's most handsome boys and girls are all present." Jiang Wanzhi was caught off guard as she met Ximen Lichen's penetrating gaze, his deep, dark eyes making her feel inexplicably shy. The expression on Jiang Xingqi's face shifted as he felt overlooked, and the sudden appearance of Fu Hongyu only intensified his agitation, completely disrupting his plans for confession. "What brings young Master Fu here?" he wondered. Fu Hongyu playfully draped his arm over the shoulder of his companion, asking, "What's this? Aren't you welcoming me, buddy?" Had it not been for the sudden notification from his uncle, he would have been reveling in the company of a beautiful woman at the hotel at this hour. Unfortunately, Ximen Lichen had afforded him no opportunity to choose. Jiang Xingqi smiled. "How could that be? It is my honor to have you and Ximen here." Upon noticing Jiang Wanzhi's presence, Fu Hongyue's interest was piqued, and he feigned intimacy in front of everyone, asking, "Zatsa, why didn't you inform me ahead of time about your classmate's birthday? I came in such a rush that I couldn't prepare a gift." Jiang Wanzhi scoffed. "Does young Master Fu have the leisure to remember such things? Besides, are we that familiar?" Fu Hongyue was taken aback by Jiang Wanzhi's audacity to confront him in front of so many people. His expression faltered slightly. He leaned closer to the woman. Gritting his teeth, "Jiang Wanzhi, must you speak to me like that in public? When had the esteemed young master of the Fu family ever been publicly disrespected?" Jiang Wanzhi settled onto the sofa, ignoring him. Ignored, Fu Hongyue felt a surge of anger rising within him, just as he was about to confront her. He was quelled by the cold glint in Ximen Lichen's eyes. If you wish to argue, take it outside. Fu Hongyue hesitated, ultimately suppressing his retort. Jiang Xingqi intervened to ease the tension. It's my birthday today. Let us all enjoy ourselves. Please, have a seat. At this moment, the host on stage began to advance the birthday party proceedings. Ximen Lichen naturally took a seat beside Jiang Wanzhi, their legs inadvertently brushing against each other, causing her to tense instantly. Meanwhile, Fu Hongyue had no choice but to sit beside the man. Jiang Wanzhi tightly pressed her legs together, avoiding any contact with Ximen Lichen. Sitting across from them, Qi Xiao observed the scene with a suppressed smile. Watching Ximen Lichen brazenly position himself between the engaged couple, while officially they were only uncle and nephew, the dynamics appeared entirely different to those in the know. The juxtaposition of ex and current partners was palpable. Jiang Wanzhi felt an acute sense of embarrassment, wishing she could vanish immediately. The more she attempted to distance herself, the closer Ximen Lichen inched, until there was no escape. Clenching her fists anxiously, she whispered, "Could you move over a bit?" Ximen Lichen remained unperturbed, not shifting an inch. "Relax, darling," he said, the affectionate term causing her heart to race. "How can I relax like this?" Ximen Lichen gazed at her. "Don't be nervous. We're not doing anything illicit." Jiang Wanzhi was on the verge of insanity, but was compelled to maintain her composure. "Uncle, please behave yourself." Ximen Lichen's gaze lingered on her, deep and meaningful, as he smiled and gestured toward the stage. "Shall we listen to what our host has to say?" Following his line of sight, Jiang Wanzhi looked up to see Jiang Xingqi standing under the spotlight at the microphone, his gaze fixed intently on her. "Taking advantage of my birthday today, I wish to earnestly announce something." Chapter 17. "Come to my house." Jiang Xingqi's voice echoed through the microphone, capturing the attention of everyone in the banquet hall, and an unsettling feeling crept into Jiang Wanzhi's heart, reminiscent of Su Qingsha's earlier warning. Jiang Xingqi would not dare to confess his feelings in front of Fu Hongyue, would he? Such public displays of affection could lead to embarrassment for all involved. Moreover, Ximen Lichen is still present. Jiang Wanzhi endeavored to evade Jiang Xingqi's gaze, only to hear him clearly proclaim, "I have someone I admire." In an instant, the crowd erupted with excitement. Who could it be? Surely, Jiang would not forget his girlfriend's fans? Our Jiang relies on his talent. Furthermore, given Jiang's affluent background, he could easily garner fame and fortune. "Jiang, is the person you admire present?" Upon hearing this bold inquiry, Jiang Wanzhi furrowed her brow, realizing her drink had mysteriously emptied several times. In response to her friend's audacious question, Jiang Xingqi smiled slightly. A secret. The crowd was left in suspense, the single women present becoming subjects of speculation, while the already engaged Jiang Wanzhi was excluded from consideration. She cast a glance at the man seated closely beside her, whose demeanor was calm and composed, orchestrating the situation with finesse. She quickly understood Ximen Lichen's intention in inviting Fu Hongyue. He was serving as her shield. Jiang Xingqi's voice resonated once more. "My birthday wish is to pursue her and bring her happiness." His heartfelt declaration intensified the atmosphere. As the catering team wheeled out an enormous birthday cake, the candles were lit, and the lights in the hall dimmed significantly. Jiang Xingqi closed his eyes, silently making his wish before extinguishing the candles. The dimly lit hall filled with a chorus of well-wishes. "Happy birthday." Just as Jiang Wanzhi prepared to speak, a desolate, raspy male voice interrupted her. "Baby, I'm not happy." Fu Hongyue cut off her intended birthday greeting, his gaze possessive and unrestrained. It was as if he were saying, "Do not wish happiness upon that outside man. I will be jealous." Jiang Wanzhi inwardly cursed his childishness. After making his wish, Jiang Xingqi began to cut the cake. Concerned that he might impulsively offer the first piece to her, Jiang Wanzhi set her glass down and excused herself to the restroom. Fu Hongyue rose to follow her. But as Jiang Wanzhi sensed his presence behind her, she halted. "What are you following me for?" Fu Hongyue recalled Jiang Xingqi's earlier words and the glances directed at them. Filled with suspicion, "Jiang Wanzhi, have you been secretly flirting with Jiang Xingqi?" Jiang Wanzhi shot him an irritated look. "If you're sick, go get treated." Unrelenting, Fu Hongyue pressed on. "Then why did he keep looking at you while speaking? Ask him. He obviously likes you." Jiang Wanzhi's lips curled slightly. At least he had some intelligence. Nearby, Sun Qian approached Fu Hongyue, playfully linking her arm with his. "Fu Xiao, Why didn't you greet me when you saw me? I've missed you so much these days. Fu Hongyue, already flustered, brusquely shook her off. Can you not distinguish the occasion? Sun Qian stumbled and fell to the ground, letting out a piercing scream. The sudden commotion startled everyone, drawing their attention to the scene. Kneeling on the ground, Sun Qian clutched her abdomen, tearfully gazing at Fu Hongyue. It must be that woman, Jiang Wanzhi, who has spoken ill of me in front of you, hasn't she? Otherwise, how could you be so indifferent toward me? She pleaded, Brother Fu, I am not afraid of suffering, but now that I carry your child, must our offspring also be subject to her whims? The revelation of Sun Qian's pregnancy stunned everyone present, their gazes shifting towards Jiang Wanzhi. In the capital's social circle, many couples maintained a tacit understanding. Yet instances of a mistress brazenly confronting the legitimate partner were seldom witnessed. Fu Hongyue's expression turned grave. What did you say? Brother Fu, we have our own child now. Sun Qian embraced his legs, moved by her own sentiment. I understand you are being pressured by Jiang Wanzhi to marry, but it matters not. No matter how long it takes, my baby and I are willing to wait for you. Fu Hongyue stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the truth of Sun Qian's pregnancy. He turned to Jiang Wanzhi, who leaned casually against the bar, arms crossed, displaying no sign of distress. Jiang Wanzhi said, her demeanor unfazed as she cast a glance at the couple before the crowd. Since that is the case, I suppose I should not interfere with your romance. The engagement is off. You are free to do as you wish. Desperate, Fu Hongyue reached out to stop her. Please let me explain. A tall figure stepped in front of Jiang Wanzhi, Ximen Lichen, his piercing gaze directed at Fu Hongyue. Are you not embarrassed enough? As Jiang Wanzhi began to leave, Fu Hongyue grasped the man's arm, pleading, Uncle, please help me. I truly like Ji. I do not agree to the annulment. Please assist me. Ximen Lichen evaded his grasp, frowning as he reprimanded, clean up your own mess. Attempting to pursue Jiang Wanzhi, Fu Hongyue found himself ensnared by Sun Qian, his legs feeling as though they were weighed down by lead. Brother Fu, did you not say you wanted to be with me the most? No one can stop our love now. He stood there in a daze, surrounded by murmurs of disbelief. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Xingqi dashed down the stage and rushed toward the exit, colliding forcefully with Fu Hongyue's shoulder, causing him to stagger backward. Jiang Wanzhi entered the descending elevator, her gaze fixating on the narrowing gap as the doors slowly closed. Suddenly, a large, well-defined hand pressed against the gleaming edge of the elevator door, the knuckles slightly tinged with pink. A man stepped inside. Jiang Wanzhi felt the space around her constrict. As Ximen Lichen stood unwavering before her, like an impenetrable wall, she raised her gaze to meet his. Are you satisfied? He appeared puzzled, prompting Jiang Wanzhi to chuckle lightly. You specifically brought Fu Hongyue here to stage an annulment, yet now you feigned innocence. Isn't that a bit too transparent? Ximen Lichen approached her, his narrowed eyes glinting. Darling, if you think so poorly of me, it would truly sadden me. Jiang Wanzhi scrutinized him skeptically as his lips moved. The situation was not orchestrated by me, but I must admit, I am quite pleased with the outcome. My Ji is no longer defined by others. As the elevator reached the ground floor, Jiang Wanzhi maneuvered around the human barrier and exited. Ximen Lichen followed leisurely, ensuring to correct her when she nearly took a wrong turn. To the left, Jiang Wanzhi, somewhat reluctantly, turned around and unceremoniously entered Ximen Liching's car. Just as Jiang Xingqi chased after them, the silver Koenigsegg gracefully exited the villa's courtyard. Along the way, with a slight intoxication from the wine, Jiang Wanzhi leaned against the window, watching the unfamiliar streets pass by, and glanced at the man in the driver's seat. Where are you headed? This doesn't seem like the way to my home. Ximen Liching replied calmly, to my house. Chapter 18. No one but you. A glimmer of clarity flickered in Jiang Wanzhi's hazy eyes, and she decisively refused, no. By the time she realized it, the car had already entered a private estate. Ximen Liching halted the vehicle and turned to gaze at her charmingly rosy visage, his tone gentle. Darling, you're drunk. Jiang Wanzhi shook her head, but soon found herself feeling heavier as the effects of the alcohol intensified. No, I don't want to go to your house. With a smirk, he replied, then I shall go to yours. No. Ximen Liching's deep eyes held a weighty intensity as she half-supported her face. A few strands of hair veiling her fluttering lashes, her tipsy words sticky and alluring, more enticing than a mere pout. Ximen Liching unbuckled his seatbelt, leaning closer to her, his nose brushing against hers. What do you mean by no? Jiang Wanzhi raised her hand to ward off his approach, her eyelids fluttering slightly. Ximen Lichen. I'm not so drunk that I can't think clearly. You're just trying to take advantage of me. The man's gaze darkened, her words serving as a reminder that perhaps he should have had the waiter bring over another round of strong drinks. You do become quite docile when intoxicated. Very easy to manage. So, Ximen Liching's long fingers unfastened her seatbelt, his voice low and smooth. This doesn't conflict with you coming home with me. Darling, you are currently single. Jiang Wanzhi narrowed her eyes, taking the initiative to grasp his hand. Ximen Liching's hands were exquisite, each finger long and slender. Their tips rounded and clean, the veins on the back of his hand, and the tattoos silently exuding a sense of sexual tension. Jiang Wanzhi positioned each of his tattooed fingers before her, scrutinizing every English word inscribed upon them. On the inner side of his ring finger bloomed a white gardenia. Ximen Liching fixed his gaze on her, articulating the meaning of the tattoo, "No one but you." Jiang Wanzhi's eyes flickered with intrigue as she feigned disdain, releasing his hand. The man chuckled softly, alighting from the car to open the door for her. Jiang Wanzhi boldly directed her gaze to his waist, her fingertips teasing the button closest to his trousers. "What is tattooed on you?" Ximen Liching bent down and lifted her from the car, holding her precariously high heels in one hand as he carried her inside. "I'll show you once we're back." Jiang Wanzhi's flushed face felt warm. "Who says I want to stay at your house?" Clearly, she had already fallen into Ximen Liching's grasp. Upon entering the brightly lit villa, Jiang Wanzhi appeared somewhat anxious, apprehensive about encountering anyone else. It was only when Ximen Liching carried her into the room that her racing heart finally settled. Suddenly, she felt pressure against her backside as Ximen Lichen cradled her with one arm, using his free hand to push open the bathroom door. Jiang Wanzhi tightened her grip on the fabric of his shirt at his shoulder. "You can leave now. What is the rush?" Ximen Lichen continued to hold her in one arm, sauntering leisurely to the edge of the bath and turning on the water. Above the tub, a pristine mirror reflected the closely entwined figures of a man and a woman. She was nearly seated within the man's embrace, his powerful hand gripping her thigh. The veins on the back of his hand protruding with exertion, his long, slender fingers a delicate pale hue. Each tattoo on his skin was imbued with a palpable sexual tension, suggesting an effortless mastery over her. As the temperature rose with the increasing water level, the air became warm and sticky. Jiang Wanzhi swallowed hard, her throat parched. This man was undeniably intoxicating at times. She was gently placed onto the edge of the tub, lined with a plush blanket, as Ximen Lichen hung his bathrobe aside and, brushing through her hair, asked softly, "Can you manage alone?" Instinctively, Jiang Wanzhi shook her head, attempting to evade his touch, but soon nodded in realization. Though she was clearly sober, it felt as if she might succumb to inebriation within his tenderness. Before departing, Ximen Lichen affectionately patted her head, saying, "Call me if you need anything." After closing the bathroom door, he opened the room door to retrieve the fresh clothes delivered by the butler. The butler, with utmost respect, presented a phone, saying, "Sir, Master Jiang Xingqi has been unable to reach you and called here." Ximen Lichen took the phone, glancing at the screen that displayed 9 missed calls from Jiang Xingqi. Soon, the 10th call rang through. He gestured for the butler to leave, closed the door, and answered the call as he walked towards the windowsill. On the line, Jiang Xingqi's voice was filled with urgency. "Brother Chen, why haven't you answered my calls? Where is Gigi?" Faced with the inquiry, Ximen Lichen's deep gaze darkened. As he reached for a cigarette from a pack, responding selectively, "I had it on silent. I didn't hear." Jiang Xingqi pressed, "Where is Gigi?" "I'm downstairs at her place, and Su Qingxia said she hasn't returned home." "Where did you take her?" "To my home," Ximen Lichen replied succinctly. A tense silence enveloped the conversation. In his car, Jiang Xingqi frowned and remarked, "What are you bringing Gigi to your house for?" "She was drunk." Lighting his cigarette, Ximen Lichen exhaled slowly, his piercing gaze cutting through the haze. "What do you mean by that, Jiang Xingqi?" he retorted, asserting his claim over her. Sensing the shift in his tone, Jiang Xingqi moderated his demeanor. "Brother Chun, I mean no offense. Gigi attended my birthday party. Naturally, I must ensure her safety. But allowing a drunken single woman to be taken home by a stranger, isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, you are no longer her uncle since the annulment. One must still consider the boundaries between men and women." Since witnessing Ximen Lichen and Jiang Wanzhi alone together at the pool, accompanied by physical contact, Jiang Xingqi's sense of crisis had not waned. Now that Jiang Wanzhi was single again, he was determined to seize every opportunity. Stranger. Ximen Lichen repeated the word with a languid smile. Stranger to the extent of knowing each other's preferences intimately? Jiang Xingqi listened, puzzled by the man's low laughter on the line, just as a sultry voice chimed in from the phone. Ximen, could you please hand me my lingerie? Chapter 19. Subtle relationships. Though the voice was barely above a whisper, it reached Jiang Xingqi's ears with crystal clarity. The cool tone, tinged with the sticky residue of alcohol, allowed him to discern the identity of the speaker almost instantaneously. Jiang Wanzhi. Silence enveloped the call. Even the sound of water flowing from the bathroom was distinctly audible. Ximen Lichen extinguished the cigarette in his hand and responded succinctly, I'm here. The call ended, and Jiang Xingqi felt as though his head might burst. He had not anticipated that Jiang Wanzhi was bathing in Ximen Lichen's room. The tone they had exchanged moments before suggested that such an occurrence had transpired countless times between them, marked by an intimacy that felt entirely natural. Ximen Lichen approached the bathroom, carrying a bag of neatly folded clothes. A delicate hand emerged from the crack of the door, reaching out into the air as if grasping for something unseen. Jiang Wanzhi knew he had arrived and urged, Hurry, give it to me. The man, fixated on her hand, handed the bag over, and at the moment their fingers brushed, Ximen Lichen spoke nonchalantly. Wife, Jiang Xingqi just called. Jiang Wanzhi paused, her brow furrowing as she queried, What does that have to do with me? Almost immediately, she heard Ximen Lichen reply, You spoke. Without further ado, she seized the bag and firmly shut the bathroom door, the remnants of the man's light laughter lingering in her ears. When Jiang Wanzhi emerged, she found Ximen Lichen leaning against the cabinet, his gaze unwaveringly following the silhouette of her figure beneath the white velvet nightgown. It fits you perfectly, he remarked. Jiang Wanzhi chose to ignore him, walking barefoot across the carpet to the sofa, where she poured herself a glass of water and, taking on the role of hostess, asked, Why haven't you gone out yet? Ximen Lichen approached, placing a pair of house slippers beside her legs, squatting down to assist her in putting them on. I'm waiting to serve you. Jiang Wanzhi, lost in her thoughts, nearly choked on her drink, hastily setting the cup down and coughing lightly. The man inquired, Are you angry? She understood he was referring to the recent phone call, and with her beautiful eyes narrowing playfully, she responded, Ximen Lichen. He replied softly, You must have felt quite pleased when you received Jiang Xingqi's call just now, didn't you? Indeed, Ximen Lichen chuckled, his eyes sparkling with delight. It was rather satisfying. The fact that he called me wife without receiving a rebuttal from you was particularly gratifying. Even in the absence of Fu Hongyue, Jiang Xingqi is not fit to ascend. It would be best if he understood his place, Jiang Wanzhi scoffed, fully aware of the man's true nature. As she observed Ximen Lichen assisting her with her slippers, she recalled the tension she had felt when passing through the empty hall downstairs and asked, Are we the only two in your household? As soon as the words left her lips, the atmosphere grew palpably more delicate. Jiang Wanzhi bit her lip in annoyance, regretting her impulsiveness. Ximen Lichen, still crouched, lifted his gaze to meet hers. Zatsa, your words provoke my imagination. Feigning ignorance, she asked, What do you mean? The corners of his lips curled in a way that spoke volumes. Jiang Wanzhi withdrew her ankle from his grasp, inadvertently brushing against his heart. Aren't you tired from squatting? Ximen Lichen raised his eyes, his gaze filled with an earnest possessiveness. Not at all. As the words fell, Ximen Lichen lowered his head and placed a kiss on the woman's pristine ankle. Jiang Wanzhi, I was born to be beneath your skirt. Positioned in a place of power, Jiang Wanzhi lifted the man's chin, teasing, Ximen, if you continue like this, it will be difficult for me to refuse you. Before her stood a wealthy, influential, and perceptive ex-boyfriend. To claim she harbored no thoughts of reconciliation would be disingenuous. However, compared to 3 years ago, the challenges they faced together would only multiply. With a smile dancing in his eyes, Ximen Lichen met her gaze. Is it displeasing to date me? I am quite adept at being your devoted servant. Jiang Wanzhi turned his face away, avoiding the depth of his affectionate black eyes. You should really consider how to explain this to everyone tomorrow. Without Fu Hong you caught in the middle, they appeared to outsiders as nothing more than two ordinary strangers. The fact that Ximen Lichen had brought her home had already crossed a boundary. Hearing her concern, he chuckled softly. What are you so nervous about? You merely returned home with me, not to my bed. Jiang Wanzhi was momentarily speechless. While his words were blunt, they were perhaps too crude. She promptly urged him to leave. If you have no intentions of doing anything, you should leave. I need to rest. Ximen Lichen rose and cornered her on the sofa, gazing at her intently as her eyes grew increasingly wary. His handsome face loomed closer and closer. As he spoke Cantonese, his breath brushed against her delicate ear. "Good night." With her head slightly tilted back, Jiang Wanzhi's eyes, caught between worry and comfort, fluttered half-closed under his proximity and pressure. While she frantically tried to prepare herself mentally, what she received was merely a simple farewell. At this moment, Jiang Wanzhi's inebriation dissipated entirely, and she inwardly cursed her own weakness. "Damn it, I've been hooked." Ximen Lichen observed the subtle shifts in her expression, noting the spark igniting within her, before releasing his hold and preparing to depart. "Get some rest." Jiang Wanzhi watched helplessly as his figure vanished behind the door, grabbing a nearby cushion and furiously pounding it a few times. Deliberate. That dog of a man is absolutely intentional. Acting serious at a critical moment is just Ximen Lichen's tactic of retreating to advance. Outside the door, Ximen Lichen's hand lingered on the doorknob. The sounds within the room clear as day. With a slight lift of his smiling eyes, he released the knob and firmly closed the door. He was capable of discerning between the saturated and the trivial. If he complied with Jiang Wanzhi's wishes today, no matter how passionately he endeavored later that night, the following day would only yield her dismissive words of drunkenness. He wanted Jiang Wanzhi to be conscious in her surrender to him. Only then would he find complete satisfaction. The next day, Jiang Wanzhi awoke to a phone call from Chen Shuaihan. "Jiang, where are you right now? You're in the news, did you know? All the media is saying that you were rejected by Fu Hongyu of the Fu family. Is this true?" Already in a foul mood from being roused, Jiang Wanzhi furrowed her brow in annoyance. "What nonsense is this? I was rejected by Fu Hongyu? This is simply absurd." Chen Shuaihan anxiously exclaimed, "Sister Ji, that's not all. The Fu family has also announced their intention to withdraw funding for our upcoming production." Chapter 20. Enjoying listening to my wife's words, Jiang Wanzhi answered the call and rose from her bed. "Who proposed the withdrawal?" "It must be the decision of the matriarch of the Fu family," Chen Shuaihan replied, her worry evident. "Who doesn't know how fiercely she protects her beloved grandson, Fu Hongyu? It's clear that the entire Fu family aims to distance themselves from you. Consequently, other investors, mindful of the Fu family's reputation, are beginning to waver in their commitments. The crux of the matter is that public opinion has spread the rumor that the Fu family's annulment is due to your ambiguous relationship with Jiang Xingqi. Their project is currently at a critical stage of casting. If the financial backers start to falter now, coupled with the producer embroiled in a public scandal, the actors we've painstakingly negotiated with may reconsider their decisions." Jiang Wanzhi let out a soft scoff. Although she had long anticipated the difficulty of this marriage dissolution, she had seized upon Sun Qian's pregnancy as a legitimate reason. Little did she expect the Fu family to twist the truth and smear her reputation. "First, ensure the stability of the crew. I will head to the company immediately." Jiang Wanzhi ended the call and quickly got ready to head downstairs. Upon reaching the main hall, a bright, youthful voice rang out, "Sister Ji." Jiang Wanzhi turned toward the sound and saw a golden-haired boy rising from a sandalwood chair at the table in the hall. Rushing towards her, "Sister Ji, what are you doing at my brother's house?" Jiang Wanzhi paused, almost failing to recognize him. "Shengxing?" She glanced uncertainly at Ximen Lichen, astonished that after more than 3 years, the child who once barely reached her shoulder had now grown half a head taller, his vibrant hair reflecting the vitality of youth. The boy, whose name she had called, nodded excitedly. "Thank you for remembering me, sister." In an instant, Jiang Wanzhi's impression of the young man became vivid. Ximen Lichen, the nominal younger brother of Ximen Lichen. As for why it was nominal, no one understood better than Jiang Wanzhi. Ximen Lichen approached, stating, "All right, you can stay with me for a couple of days now that you're back in the country. But don't say I didn't warn you. If you dare say the wrong thing at tonight's family banquet, you will find yourself back in London." Shengxing cautiously inquired between them, "Brother, have you and Sister Ji reconciled?" The man frowned. "Do you want to go back already? Why bring up such matters?" Shengxing bit his lip, murmuring to himself, "It seems not yet." Jiang Wanzhi chuckled softly, recalling how, during her previous romance with Ximen Lichen, Shengxing had been the first to discover their relationship, later becoming their unexpected guardian of love. Whenever Ximen Lichen hesitated to return to the old residence, he would have Shengxing concoct excuses to cover for them, allowing them to remain together. At just 15, Shengxing was well-mannered and academically gifted, earning the trust of their elders. With Shengxing's protection, she and Ximen Lichen enjoyed their time together immensely, until she inadvertently uncovered Xingxing's true identity. Jiang Wanzhi's gaze lingered on Ximen Lichen, suppressing the pang of heartache that arose. She noticed the man's cold eyes flicking toward Xingxing. "Aren't you leaving yet?" Xingxing, sensing the tension, exclaimed, "I'm going now." He dashed up the stairs, disappearing from their view in the blink of an eye. Jiang Wanzhi turned her gaze towards Ximen Lichen and inquired, "Would it be convenient for someone to escort me to the company?" The man raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. "So polite. Hurry up." Observing her swift change in demeanor, Ximen Lichen let out a satisfied chuckle. "Darling, I still prefer it when you command me." "Pervert," Jiang Wanzhi retorted, tossing her words over her shoulder as she turned to leave. Ximen Lichen picked up his suit jacket and followed her. "The butler is not around. I shall take you." At that moment, the butler happened to pass by, bewildered. After all these years, Ximen Lichen's ability to fabricate lies with his eyes wide open has certainly improved. Jiang Wanzhi commented dryly. On the road, Jiang Wanzhi casually asked, "Has Xingxing been in London all these years?" "Yes," Ximen Lichen replied, steering the car while glancing at her through the rearview mirror. "What's the matter?" "Nothing. I'm just curious about why he chose to go to the UK. Logically, Ximen Lichen had been in the United States at that time, and Xingxing's studies there would have certainly eased concerns within the family, especially given the abundance of prestigious institutions in that region. Upon posing her second question regarding Xingxing, the atmosphere within the vehicle subtly shifted. Ximen Lichen, focused on the road ahead, furrowed his brow, his pronounced Adam's apple moving subtly as he remained silent. How vexing. Why must his wife speak of another man? Yet, the weight of Jiang Wanzhi's initiative to engage him in conversation made it difficult for him to refuse. As the traffic light turned red, Ximen Lichen pressed the brake and turned to her, his deep-set eyes narrowing dangerously. "Jiang Wanzhi, if you wish to discuss other men while seated in my car, you may do as you please." Did he think he was invisible? Jiang Wanzhi bit her lip, feeling a twinge of guilt. "I was merely asking. Why were you so concerned about him? Why didn't you have him take you?" Ximen Lichen's tone was tinged with a mix of melancholy and jealousy, prompting her to curse him silently. Fool. With no retort at hand, and wishing to avoid drowning in jealousy, Jiang Wanzhi opted for silence. She noticed the car's speed had decreased slightly. Even though Ximen Lichen was reluctant to mention Xingxing again, he still provided her with an answer. He wanted to attend business school in London. Moreover, at that time, he had just been dumped by you and did not wish to encounter his former love rival constantly. Jiang Wanzhi, feeling cherished, couldn't help but smile. As they approached the company, she suddenly recalled the rumors circulating and quickly added, "Please drop me off in the underground garage." The media is already speculating about my relationship with Jiang Xingqi. If they catch me getting out of your car, they might think I have something going on with you too. He chuckled softly. Is that not the case? That cannot be denied. It is a fact. The very existence of our connection necessitates discretion to avoid unwanted attention. If past matters were to resurface inadvertently, it would be detrimental to both of us. Ximen Lichen, while not entirely in agreement, found pleasure in listening to his wife's words. On the day when Jiang Wanzhi was to sever ties with Fu Hingyue, he would present a pleasant demeanor to all. The silver Koenigsegg glided into the garage, and in the distance, security personnel and Fu Hingyue were engaged in a loud dispute at the elevator entrance. "I must see Jiang Wanzhi today. If she dares to associate with Jiang Xingqi, I will not let her off lightly." The car's engine rumbled thunderously, its silver gray sheen dazzling under the bright lights. Upon recognizing the vehicle of Ximen Lichen, Fu Hongyu seemed to regain his confidence, raising his voice considerably. He furiously pointed at the crowd that obstructed his entrance to the company building, proclaiming, "My uncle has arrived. You ignorant fools, wait for it." As his gaze shifted, he spotted Jiang Wanzhi exiting from the passenger seat, his body stiffening. This was not the first time he had seen Jiang Wanzhi seated in that very position beside Ximen Lichen. Previously, that seat had never been occupied by any other woman. A chill suddenly enveloped Fu Hongyu. When had Jiang Wanzhi become so close to his uncle? His eyes widened in disbelief as he inquired, "Uncle, how did you two arrive together?" Compared to Jiang Xingqi, he found it even more challenging to decipher Ximen Lichen's attitude towards Jiang Wanzhi, and a flicker of fear crept in. Ximen Lichen, with his towering frame, cast a sidelong glance, questioning, "Do I now need to report everything I do to you?" Frustrated by the security's persistent interference, Fu Hongyu directed his accusations toward Jiang Wanzhi, exclaiming, "Uncle, please don't be deceived by her. Jiang Wanzhi is a promiscuous woman. Her intentions in approaching you are surely ulterior. Jiang Wanzhi couldn't help but laugh. It seemed the one with ulterior motives was not her. Ximen Lichen replied, I fear she might not have any motives at all. Chapter 21. Ambiguous Relations. Fu Heng, you stared at him in disbelief, rendered speechless by the shocking revelation until the elevator doors slowly closed, concealing their figures. He felt utterly drained, clutching the security personnel beside him in agitation. What did my uncle's words mean? What does it signify? Inside the elevator, Jiang Wanzhi laughed. Ximen Lichen, I have now thoroughly become the wicked woman who has driven a wedge between you two. Ximen Lichen gazed at the pure-faced woman before him, a subtle smile playing on his lips. As long as I am your source of mischief, that may not be such a bad thing. Jiang Wanzhi raised an eyebrow. In that case, Mr. Ximen, you surely won't turn a blind eye to the matter of the Fu family's withdrawal of investment? She was blatantly exploiting him. Ximen Lichen narrowed his sharp eyes, filled with a greedy glint, fixating on her, causing her to feel a rush of anxiety. Darling, without reconciling with me, it will be a difficult conclusion for you. Jiang Wanzhi saw through him. You never intended to let me off the hook. The man chuckled softly, truly astute. Upon reaching their floor, Chen Shuihan rushed forward upon seeing Jiang Wanzhi, eager to speak, but noticing Ximen Lichen, she swiftly stifled her words. CCO. Jiang Wanzhi inquired, what did the other investors say? Chen Shuihan glanced at Ximen Lichen's expression and replied in a hushed tone. They are all in the conference room. The situation is not promising. Despite the market appeal of the play produced by Jiang Wanzhi, the influence of the Fu family in the capital was formidable, and many investors were unwilling to offend them over this matter, jeopardizing their long-term interests. Let us first hear what they have to say. As she pushed open the conference room door, a cacophony of voices flooded Jiang Wanzhi's ears. The expansive conference table was filled with investors, some accompanied by their legal teams to discuss contract termination. As everyone's gaze shifted toward the entrance, silence descended upon the room. Ximen Lichen took a seat beside Jiang Wanzhi, casually flipping through the pile of contracts that had accumulated before her. The man's every gesture exuded a leisurely demeanor, which, in the eyes of the collaborators, felt akin to a slow torment. Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain of what to think. No one anticipated that Jiang Wanzhi could summon Ximen Lichen, though this endeavor merely pertained to a subsidiary of the Ximen family's enterprise. Its returns paled in comparison to those of the financial sector. Yet, who dared to abandon their duties in the presence of a power broker? Jiang Wanzhi casually adjusted the stack of contracts before raising her gaze and lightly inquired, I apologize for my tardiness. Might I ask who wishes to terminate the agreement and withdraw their investment? The room fell silent. Jiang Wanzhi's eyes landed on the foremost contract, and she leisurely articulated the name of the company, Kyoto Yin Entertainment Culture Company, Limited. The manager of the company, suddenly called out, hastily stood to clarify, Jiang, Mr. Ximen, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. Jiang Wanzhi smiled, her tone unhurried as she asked, what seems to be the misunderstanding? Shall we discuss it now? The manager, sensing her assertive demeanor, stammered and glanced around nervously. Ximen Lichen's gaze was tender yet intense as he observed the woman engaged in this negotiation, an undercurrent of affection and satisfaction shimmering in his eyes. The manager quickly pressed the contract down, eager to reach a peaceful resolution. Jiang, we still hold your production capabilities in high regard. Today's incident was merely a misunderstanding. Let us consider it as though it never occurred. I sincerely apologize, and I would be grateful for the opportunity to express my thanks another day. What do you think? Jiang Wanzhi regarded his outstretched hand, while others began to echo his sentiment, seeking an easy way out. Oh, so we are to pretend this never happened? Truly, it seems all the good fortune in the world is his to claim. As Jiang Wanzhi pondered her diplomatic response, she feigned a casual glance at Ximen Lichen. The astute man grasped her implication instantly, his eyes sharpening. Not at all. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. The manager, caught in a bind, turned to Jiang Wanzhi for assistance, to which she responded with a helpless smile. That was not my assertion. Ximen Lichen tossed the documents back onto the table and rose to depart. I will have the legal department handle all these termination contracts. The penalties for breach will be addressed accordingly. The already charged atmosphere in the meeting room descended into chaos amid the financier's disarray. Mr. Ximen, the termination is truly a misunderstanding. We can discuss any issues further. Jiang, please help us clarify. To the pleas and attempts at reconciliation from those present, Jiang Wanzhi offered a regretful nod, her pace quicker than anyone else's. Chen Shuahan followed closely behind, emerging from the conference room to witness Jiang Wanzhi's remarkable transformation. Her ambition and tenacity captivating. She eagerly caught up. Sister Ji, what you just did was incredibly impressive. When dealing with those who would kick someone while they are down, one must strike back fiercely. Jiang Wanzhi subtly curled her lips. I know nothing about it. Chen Shuahan burst into laughter. I adore your cunning. When one is bullied, they must find ways to retaliate. But how did you convince him to assist? Regardless of who seeks trouble today, the matter is destined to be resolved the moment Ximen Lichen appears. Jiang Wanzhi, how could I possibly summon him? After all, our company is a part of the Ximen family's enterprises. While it may not attract much attention under normal circumstances, the situation would be entirely different if it hits the news. The unilateral withdrawal of funds by the Fu family targets her, while the collective withdrawal by other investors aims at the entire Ximen clan. When the situation escalates, intertwining the relationships of both families, the repercussions will be uncontrollable. Given Ximen Lichen's astuteness and depth of thought, he would undoubtedly leave no room for concern. Indeed, Chen Shuahan nodded, yet she remained unconvinced by Jiang Wanzhi's stance. She gazed intently into Jiang Wanzhi's eyes, her expression earnest. However, I still believe that the boss holds a rather exceptional regard for you. Jiang Wanzhi replied with utmost seriousness. I do not perceive it that way. She had perfected the art of feigning unfamiliarity. Chen Shuahan, incredulous, exclaimed, Don't you think the boss is quite protective of you? When he sits beside you, his gaze nearly pierces through you. With just a look from you, he immediately stands up for you. That gaze, that tacit understanding, that sensation. If I weren't aware that he is your uncle, I would assume you two are involved in something more. Suddenly, Chen Shuahan's eyes widened. You two aren't genuinely having an affair, are you? The kind where a former fiancé transforms into a new aunt? Jiang Wanzhi, caught off guard by the insinuation, began to sweat profusely. She warned Chen Shuahan, let us establish this clearly. The gossip is your creation, and I am not implicated. Should it reach the boss's ears, do not expect me to be silent when questioned. Chen Shuahan chuckled awkwardly. Then I shall refrain from speaking. I must get back to work. However, not being able to speak does not prevent her from secretly indulging in her own thoughts. Jiang Wanzhi returned to her office and switched on the main light. As she lifted her gaze, she found a figure already seated in her office chair. In Chapter 22, Behave Yourself, Ximen Lichen lounged before her desk. His suit jacket unbuttoned, revealing a black patterned shirt beneath. His arms rested casually on the armrests, his long fingers toying with a small silver object. Upon recognizing the item in the man's hand, a flicker of panic crossed Jiang Wanzhi's eyes, prompting her to stride over to reclaim it. Ximen Lichen swiftly grasped it, his large hand enveloping hers along with the exquisite diamond ring. A rush of urgency surged within Jiang Wanzhi, nearly causing her to falter, but a firm hand steadied her waist. Ximen Lichen looked up at her, his handsome face adorned with a teasing smile. Are you that anxious, my dear? Jiang Wanzhi gritted her teeth. Return what you have taken. He lifted the diamond ring to her eyes, the silver band embellished with fine diamonds spelling out her name. It was a birthday gift he had once bestowed upon Jiang Wanzhi. Later, during a tumultuous breakup in the car, she attempted to return the ring to him, but after a heated argument, they both decided to dispose of it on the spot. Afterward, Ximen Lichen drove through the night, braving a torrential downpour to search for the ring, yet the diamond had vanished without a trace, lost along the road. Little did he know, it had been retrieved by his beloved. Ximen Lichen seized her wrist, his profound gaze penetrating her. Jiang Wanzhi, what grounds do you have to profess that you do not love me? The presence of this ring is the very evidence that he too is deeply cherished by Jiang Wanzhi. His unwavering thoughts reverberated with resonance. Jiang Wanzhi lowered her gaze, her eyes reflecting the fluster of a secret crush, catching a glimpse of dawn. I merely feel pity for the money. Ximen Lichen regarded her with a soft expression, not rebuffing her lack of confidence. If not now, when would he give his wife face? He gently grasped the woman's hand and slowly slipped the diamond ring onto her ring finger, his warm lips descending. Jiang Wanzhi, do not abandon me again. The warmth of his lips ignited her skin. Jiang Wanzhi's delicate fingertips trembled as she withdrew her hand. Avoiding his gaze, she changed the subject. What brings you to my office? Ximen Lichen replied casually. I came to see if Jiang needed any assistance. Speaking of help, Jiang Wanzhi couldn't help but remark. Back in the conference room, I was subtly hinting for you to make things difficult for them. Why did you actually dismiss those investors? She had intended to retaliate before conceding, but Ximen Lichen had decisively cut ties, leaving her project back at square one. Setting an example isn't necessarily a bad thing. Ximen Lichen stated nonchalantly. He had only just returned to the country. If a mere sum of money could provoke a revolt, he needn't remain in the capital. Jiang Wanzhi, however, could not maintain his nonchalance. You're the heir. Of course it doesn't matter to you. What about me? What about my project? The investors I painstakingly gathered have all been taken to court. Who would dare invest in the drama I produce now? Seeing her workspace still occupied, Jiang Wanzhi expressed her displeasure. Get up, I need to work. Ximen Lichen's gaze flicked to his trousers, his eyes subtly urging her to sit on his lap. Jiang Wanzhi tugged at his suit sleeve. Stop it. If I don't find a way to secure some funds soon, my actors will flee. And the project will truly fail. She had to think of a way to attract more investors. The man seized her wrist, pulling her effortlessly onto his lap. His deep, captivating voice sent shivers through her. Darling, making money pales in comparison to making me happy. He had plenty of money. Jiang Wanzhi awkwardly attempted to escape, yet his firm arm held her tightly, preventing her from fleeing. Through the silk blouse she wore, her back pressed against his heated chest. Jiang Wanzhi couldn't see him, but the reflective computer screen momentarily revealed Ximen Lichen's expression. It was not the gaze one would expect between a man and a woman in an office. Jiang Wanzhi felt a force pinning her down, and he whispered a warning. Be good, don't move. It was torturous. Jiang Wanzhi immediately ceased her movements. Her body forced forward against the edge of the desk, her back tense and straight, her slender fingers bracing against Ximen Lichen's waist. Feeling the pulsing veins beneath his skin, her voice trembled as she spoke, and Ximen Lichen responded with a low hum, inquiring, with a benefactor like me. Who else do you seek? What does that mean? Jiang Wanzhi's mind faltered, turning her head to look at him, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions ungoverned by reason. Ximen Lichen's narrowed, piercing gaze held her captive, his throat bobbing as he gripped her chin, unable to resist leaning down to kiss her alluring lips. In the office, Jiang Wanzhi's voice was drowned out, and Ximen Lichen's kiss surged forth like an overwhelming avalanche, leaving her utterly defenseless. Her resisting hand gradually lost its strength and fell limply, unable to find a point of support. The man behind her was her sole anchor. Ximen Lichen's voice was deep and captivating as he declared, I have taken on your project. The unexpected kiss did not linger for long. Ximen Lichen refrained from taking advantage of her acquiescence and instead exercised restraint. He gazed at her with reluctance, his eyes reflecting a mix of yearning and desire. Every sensation emanating from his body echoed thoughts reminiscent of 3 years prior, a fondness for Jiang Wanzhi, a longing to possess her, and a desire to be a cad in her presence. Jiang Wanzhi was all too familiar with the expression that Ximen Lichen wore, entirely reminiscent of a mature man's gaze upon a woman of similar maturity, imbued with a fierce possessiveness. It was as if every second whispered of the impossibility of their relationship being purely innocent. Jiang Wanzhi turned away from his hand, rising to her feet, wiping her lips, and clearing her throat. You have taken advantage of everything. You must take on the responsibility. At this juncture, she had no reason to refuse. Ximen Lichen looked at her and smiled. Darling, it seems the kissing techniques I taught you have all gone to waste. After all that time, it appears we must start from scratch again. Yet, he was more than willing. Jiang Wanzhi found herself at a loss for words, retorting, You're the only one who knows how to kiss, aren't you? It's evident you had your fair share of fun in America. The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted them. Why subject herself to such self-inflicted discomfort? America, financial elites, scions of prestigious families, and striking appearances. Any two of these labels affixed to a man likely heralded a tumultuous personal life. Yet, Ximen Lichen embodied them all. While she understood certain adult needs, the mere thought of confirming her suspicions about his past relationships left her breathless with unease. Ximen Lichen furrowed his brow slightly, extending his long arm to draw the woman before him back into his embrace, this time positioning her to face him. Jiang Wanzhi leaned against the desk, her fingers gripping the fabric of his shirt. What are you doing? Are you angry? Planning to reprimand me? Ximen Lichen's smile faded. Ji, is that truly what you think of me? Jiang Wanzhi hesitated to respond, well aware of Ximen Licheng's refined demeanor. Born into a family of scholars with a prestigious lineage, the Ximen family had maintained an unblemished reputation among the aristocracy of the capital. Yet, after years apart, she found herself undeniably curious about Ximen Licheng's private life, attempting to elicit answers through her provocative remarks. During her absence of 3 years, had he sought companionship with other women, engaging in the same activities they once shared? Ximen Licheng lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Answer me. Chapter 23. Earning money for my wife. Jiang Wanzhi locked eyes with his fiercely penetrating black gaze, her thoughts betraying her as she internally surrendered to the desire for knowledge. She once recklessly ventured across the Arctic Ocean, traversing 288 kilometers, appearing on the streets of New York amidst a blizzard on Christmas Eve. This was merely because she learned that Ximen Lichen might attend an outdoor party on Wall Street. That night, all she caught was a glimpse of his car. Dressed like a clumsy thief, she ultimately dared only to inscribe a modest heart on the snow-covered hood. They shared a snowfall. So how could it not be considered a promise of forever? Yet it was on that day that reality extinguished the last flicker of her extravagant hopes. Jiang Wanzhi's red lips trembled. How would I know how you spent the last 3 years? She yearned to hear it from his own lips. Upon hearing Jiang Wanzhi's response, a flicker of dark satisfaction glinted in Ximen Lichen's eyes. His wife still cared for him. Ximen Lichen responsibly informed her, Jiang Wanzhi, I've spent 3 years pondering why I was cast aside. Beyond that, the thought that occupied me most was how to win you back. I had no inclination to pursue other women. Feeling as if he could see through her, Jiang Wanzhi averted her gaze, pretending to be indifferent as she lightly replied, Oh, so this is your strategy to win me over? After receiving an answer, a hidden delight within her was difficult to suppress. Ximen Lichen replied, No, thus far. He had merely been probing and pursuing step by step. If he could not attain her, he would resort to other means. For instance, coercion. Ximen Lichen's ambitions were evident in his eyes, and from their close proximity, Jiang Wanzhi could perceive it clearly. She playfully tugged at the tie before him, leaning closer to say, Your Majesty, keep your intentions clear. Otherwise, my dear brother fears you might tire yourself. With that, she released her grip and rose directly from his lap. The man gazed down at the tie she had mischievously loosened and decisively pulled it off. Jiang Wanzhi organized relevant project documents and immersed herself in work. Since you are funding this, I might as well outline the proposal for you. Good, Ximen Lichen responded eagerly. Although he had little interest in such minor investments, especially in his own enterprises, it was merely a matter of allocating some funds. However, the connection to Jiang Wanzhi made it worthwhile. Ximen Lichen moved a soft chair for her, speaking slowly. Take your time, I relish hearing my wife speak. Jiang Wanzhi sat down, placing the materials before him, and transformed into a professional machine, articulating the project's key points to Ximen Lichen with utmost speed and precision. Initially, she maintained normal explanations, exchanging glances as usual, but when she lifted her eyes, she found Ximen Lichen gazing at her, his long fingers idly toying with the tie, wrapping it around his hand in a languid manner, imbuing the black fabric with an ambiguous allure. Jiang Wanzhi swallowed hard, shifting to a more concentrated delivery. Continuing to exchange glances would lead her mind away from work and towards culinary thoughts. After concluding her presentation, Jiang Wanzhi exhaled in relief. You may now ask me any questions. Ximen Lichen's gaze remained fixed upon her, and all he could remember were her exquisite eyes, her elegantly shaped nose, and the lips he had kissed, which now appeared even softer and fuller. He inquired, Shall we have lunch together? Was this the question that had occupied Ximen Lichen's thoughts for so long? Jiang Wanzhi, recalling her earlier earnest explanation, felt a twinge of irritation towards him. Did you not pay attention at all? I did listen, my dear, Ximen Lichen clarified. Jiang Wanzhi furrowed her brow slightly. Be serious at the company. We are discussing work. Despite her words, she felt a sense of insincerity within herself, as if the phrase to hide one's intentions was written across her face. Who discusses work with their superior in such a manner? Ximen Lichen teased, Fool. I was already well acquainted with your project. Jiang Wanzhi's tone was laced with melancholy. If I had known you weren't listening attentively, I would have refrained from explaining. It doesn't affect your investment anyway, and it just wastes your time. She pretended to gather the documents in front of him, but Ximen Lichen held her hand down. Gigi. I truly listened and found no issues. I support all your ideas. Seeing that Jiang Wanzhi still harbored doubts, Ximen Lichen began to recite her explanation verbatim. What an astonishing memory. Genius often transcends ordinary understanding, and Ximen Lichen was no exception. Jiang Wanzhi interrupted him. Since you've confirmed my explanation, we can proceed with the project as planned. Just a heads up, films and dramas do not guarantee revenue. Even after completion, they may be shelved for years. Since you insisted I not seek other investments, Mr. Ximen, you shall bear the full brunt of the outcome, whether it be profit or loss. Ximen Lichen regarded her with amusement. Are you suggesting I would allow you to incur losses? Of course not, Jiang Wanzhi responded, feeling the pressure and gritting her teeth inwardly. I won't let you suffer. Ximen Lichen chuckled, speaking leisurely. If there are losses, I can always compensate with your presence. He had no qualms about spending money to indulge Jiang Wanzhi. Earning money to spend on his wife was quite delightful. If Jiang Wanzhi wished, he would provide her with whatever she desired. Jiang Wanzhi, emboldened by her indignation, declared, if there are losses, just pretend you never invested. After all, there is plenty of money. She turned to the man who remained unmoved in her office. Return to your own office. Ximen Lichen replied. You still haven't answered my question. Shall we have a meal together? No, Jiang Wanzhi refused. Are you not tired of the rumors circulating in the company? Ximen Lichen raised an eyebrow, seemingly pleased. His voice, however, carried a hint of disappointment. Very well, I shall leave. Do remember to eat properly. Jiang Wanzhi acknowledged. The casual banter had clearly amused him. Just as she was about to knock on the door, Chen Shuihan looked up and was startled to see Ximen Lichen exiting, her heart skipping a beat. Upon seeing Jiang Wanzhi, she quickly patted her chest. What a fright. I've never encountered the president this frequently in my life. Jiang Wanzhi smiled. I was just about to look for you to have lunch. Great. Chen Shuihan placed the document she had brought down, saying, now I understand. No matter how handsome he is, when you encounter him up close, that gaze can intimidate even a dog. Jiang Wanzhi chuckled. Fear not, he does not bite. As she subconsciously found herself defending Ximen Lichen, a fleeting look of guilt crossed Jiang Wanzhi's face. Chen Shuihan, sensing something amiss, quickly turned her attention to an object on the adjacent reddish-brown chair. Following her gaze, Jiang Wanzhi noticed a black tie draped over the chair's edge, its gentle curve exuding an air of forbidden allure. A flicker of panic ignited in her eyes. Not only had Ximen Lichen forgotten to take his tie, but it had also fallen enticingly onto her designated chair. She discreetly obstructed Chen Shuihan's line of sight and urgently shifted the topic, exclaiming, I'm so hungry. Let's hurry, Shuihan. Chen Shuihan suppressed a smile. Remaining silent, they had struck gold again. Jiang Wanzhi endeavored to mask the blush of guilt that crept onto her cheeks as she swiftly tucked the tie into a drawer. As the saying goes, one cannot walk by the river without getting wet, especially with a big sieve like Ximen Lichen around. Chen Shuihan, seeing through the facade but choosing not to comment, dismissed her curiosity about the project, realizing that it must have been settled. Asking further would be a disrespect to her sister Xi's charm. Linking arms, they made their way outside. At last, we won't be feasting on the cruise takeout today. I wonder if the company has updated the staff meals recently, Chen Shuihan remarked. Jiang Wanzhi jested, let us check it out. It's quite a feat for an entertainment company to have its staff meals renowned beyond its projects. As they chatted and approached the elevator, a sudden female voice interjected. Jiang, with the project on the verge of collapse, you still have the heart to jest? The approaching woman wore a mocking expression and continued, I've heard about today's events. You single-handedly managed to dissuade all the investors. Truly, you disregard the well-being of those beneath you. Jiang Wanzhi looked at her in bewilderment, raising an eyebrow. And you are? With an air of arrogance, she retorted, I am Ruo's assistant. Jiang Wanzhi, maintaining her calm demeanor, replied, and who might Ruo be? It seems that anyone encountering a bit of trouble feels the urge to take a jab. Ruo emerged from around the corner, wearing her signature smile. Looking for me, Jiang? Upon seeing her, Jiang Wanzhi finally connected Ruo to the assistant's earlier remarks. Jiang Wanzhi chuckled, I had to. Your dog is causing quite the ruckus. Before the words fully escaped her lips, someone rushed out to protest. Who are you calling a dog? Ruo's assistant's shout drew the attention of employees, who had planned to dine during the lunch rush, halting to catch the unfolding drama. Ruo's face turned pale, as if she had been slapped by an invisible hand, forcing a strained smile. Without the support of the Fu family, Jiang Wanzhi still dared to act brazenly in her presence. Feigning innocence, Ruo said, though I'm unaware of what just transpired. Jiang seems to be in a rather foul mood. Is she troubled by our crew's funding issues? She answered herself, but fret not. I have a solution. If Jiang encounters any difficulties with the project, you can always reach out to me. After all, my father has considerable connections in the industry. Perhaps he could lend a helping hand. Jiang Wanzhi scoffed at her pretentious demeanor, lowering her gaze with a smirk. Has no one informed you? My project has been contracted by Ximen Lichen. Ruo stared at her in shock. What did you say? The surrounding employees were so astonished they could hardly close their mouths, unable to believe what they had just heard. If this project was fully funded by the CEO, the level of importance placed on it was truly unprecedented. Jiang Wanzhi's lazy gaze revealed a hint of sharpness. I said Ximen Lichen is my connection. As her words fell, the stunned crowd fell into a profound silence. The imposing woman before them seemed to sprout formidable wings, compelling respect and admiration. What kind of confidence must one possess to declare that Ximen Lichen is her network? The connections behind her words were intriguing. Jiang Wanzhi took Qin Shuahan away, and the weight of her statement made the subsequent meal quite enjoyable. In the brief span of a single afternoon, the news spread throughout the entire company. Yet no one dared to openly discuss it. In the CEO's office, the monitor beside the man replayed that cool, resolute female voice. Ximen Lichen is my connection. It was the most gratifying sentence he had heard in recent times. It was spoken by his wife, Jiang Wanzhi, affirming their relationship. Prior to this, as someone whose identity as an ex-boyfriend was not even acknowledged, he had to play along with Jiang Wanzhi's charade, keeping their relationship under wraps to prevent any gossip. Now, she had taken the initiative to break through that barrier. Achieving a closer bond in such a manner was certainly more gratifying than him being the one to spill the beans. Ximen Lichen lounged back in his chair, his long fingers idly playing with the red string around his wrist, savoring Jiang Wanzhi's words. The sensation was akin to the lingering afterglow they experienced after their intimate moments, beautiful and enduring. The entrance commotion shattered the atmosphere. After the assistant brought in Qi Xiao, he left. The end of the red string that Ximen Lichen had been toying with slipped back to his wrist as he cast a casual glance at the approaching man. You are late. Qi Xiao, hands tucked into his trousers, sauntered over, seemingly unconcerned about the few minutes he was late. You were just here visiting your first love in this small company, while I drove all the way here to deliver the contract. What's a few minutes late? Ximen Lichen regarded him lazily, observing his empty hands. So, where's the contract? Qi Xiao hurriedly looked down, only to see his own hands neatly tucked into his pockets. I forgot it. Ximen Lichen remained composed. Remember to bring your brain next time. Leaning against the desk, Qi Xiao was about to say something when he suddenly caught sight of the surveillance video on Ximen Lichen's computer screen. Teasing. No wonder you looked so enamored when I walked in. Turns out you were spying on your ex. Ximen Lichen raised his eyes nonchalantly. His wife usually kept her distance from him, so what was wrong with him seeking some mental sustenance? He chuckled lightly, asking the most piercing question in the most casual tone. Do you have an ex? Qi Xiao immediately grew anxious. What do you mean by that? The only reason I don't have an ex is that I simply don't want to date, understand? Unlike you, who keeps getting hooked by Jiang Wanzhi, embarrassing us men. Little is known to the outside world that the notorious playboy of Jingbei is, in truth, perpetually single. In recent years, the only thing Qi Xiao has managed to tarnish is his reputation, which is quite an achievement in itself. Of course, this is precisely the outcome he desires. Ximen Lichen gazed at him with evident amusement, his eyes sweeping over Qi Xiao. Speak, what brings you here? Given Qi Xiao's lethargy, he would never make a personal visit without a compelling reason, especially after disregarding the contract. You know me well, Qi Xiao remarked, snapping his fingers. Isn't your wife's new drama about to start filming? I happen to know of a splendid mid-range fashion brand eager to sponsor the production for some exposure to elevate their brand awareness. I've just sent the brand details to your email, so I thought I'd inquire. In pursuit of his objective, Qi Xiao did not hesitate to forcefully implant the notion that Jiang Wanzhi is Ximen Lichen's wife, targeting the romantic inclinations effectively. Ximen Lichen's eyes narrowed in delight, yet he did not immediately acquiesce. I'll consult with my wife. Chapter 25. Elopement. Ximen Lichen. You are truly beyond redemption. Qi Xiao found it utterly absurd how he incessantly referred to her as his wife. It was hard to fathom just how much of a devoted husband Ximen Lichen would become if they were to publicly acknowledge their relationship. Ximen Lichen opened the email and scanned the contents of the documents, his gaze lingering on the name of the brand's founder, a slight arch to his brow. Isn't Fanshang your aunt's brand? Qi Xiao, feeling a twinge of guilt, rubbed his nose. He had recently angered her and was looking for ways to appease her. He added, almost in a whisper, that foreign fellow Qin Shu is currently dating Isen T, exactly a looker, and I'm not allowed to voice my opinion? Qin Shu is the adopted daughter of Qi Xiao's great-aunt. Although their families share no blood ties, they have maintained a cordial relationship for generations. Qi Xiao referred to her as aunt, despite their age difference of merely 2 years. Ever since he was overheard disparaging his aunt's new boyfriend, he not only received a sharp reprimand, but also found himself blocked from her contact list. If he didn't seize the opportunity to redeem himself soon, he would completely lose this cherished relative he had grown up with. Ximen Lichen lazily lifted his eyelids. Are you envious? How could that be? Qi Xiao chuckled. Am I jealous of his age? Of his overwhelming body odor? Of his lack of pretense? If they manage to last more than a month, I might as well take his surname. Ximen Lichen replied nonchalantly. Then you might as well change your surname. What do you mean? Literally. Ximen Lichen regarded him, recalling their encounter with Qin Shu at the auction in America last month, where they had already begun their discussions. Why are you only telling me this now? Qi Xiao's agitation could no longer be contained. To this, Ximen Lichen cryptically responded. Because I feared you would react just as you are now, out of control. Qi Xiao clenched his fists, only to gradually relax them moments later, a smile tugging at his lips. You underestimate me. No matter how long a boyfriend lasts, he will eventually be replaced, but a nephew like me is irreplaceable. Ximen Lichen merely smiled without a word. A hint of discomfort flickered across Qi Xiao's face, and just then, a knock echoed at the office door. Upon seeing Jiang Wanzhi enter, Qi Xiao's expression brightened. Sister-in-law, just in time. Jiang Wanzhi placed the funding approval documents before Ximen Lichen. What's the matter? You were looking for me. In the blink of an eye, a bold signature had already graced the contract. Qi Xiao watched in disbelief as Ximen Lichen signed his name on the documents without even glancing at them, simply because they had been presented by Jiang Wanzhi. In contrast, when Qi Xiao sought to secure a free costume sponsorship for Jiang Wanzhi's production, he was required to provide exhaustive details and endure Ximen Lichen's meticulous scrutiny of every word before even considering Jiang Wanzhi's opinion for a resolution. It seemed that while he regarded Ximen Lichen as a brother, Ximen Lichen viewed him as nothing more than a nuisance. Upon completing the contract, Ximen Lichen closed his pen and turned the laptop screen, laden with supplementary information, towards her. Qi Xiao eagerly inquired if the production required sponsorship from a costume brand, mentioning his aunt's reputable label, which he had reviewed and found satisfactory. He hoped that if Jiang Wanzhi deemed it appropriate, they could discuss it further. If not, she could simply decline. With eyes gleaming with anticipation, Qi Xiao recognized that his chances of being removed from his aunt's blacklist hinged on the success of this collaboration. Fansang, Jiang Wanzhi exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. That sounds wonderful. I truly admire the designs of this brand and had considered a collaboration before. If possible, I hope to arrange a meeting with Miss Qin to discuss this in detail. Eager to seek his aunt's forgiveness, Qi Xiao proposed, let us not delay. How about tonight? Jiang Wanzhi smiled, finding it rare to see him so earnest about something. All right, see you tonight. Once Qi Xiao departed, Jiang Wanzhi's smile faded, and she expressionlessly pulled out the tie from her coat, tossing it into Ximen Lichen's arms. Take care of your things. With that, she turned on her heel and left without a backward glance. Ximen Lichen gazed at her retreating figure before his eyes slowly shifted down to the tie she had discarded. His pale fingers curled around the tie, gently caressing the silk before bringing it to his nose. The corners of his eyes narrowed in a seductive smile. It smells delightful. The fragrance of Wanzhi. As night descended, Jiang Wanzhi prepared to head out for her appointment. The moment she stepped outside, her gaze was momentarily caught off guard. A fierce black supercar was parked beside the road, adorned with scattered autumn leaves. Ximen Lichen leaned casually against the car, a freshly lit cigarette between his fingers, his broad coat casting a shadow in the lamplight. Behind him stood the renowned Bugatti, its sleek and assertive lines reminiscent of a dormant beast. The immaculate carbon fiber body gleaming, flaunting license plates from Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Macau. Everything felt tantalizingly close, yet frustratingly out of reach. Ximen Lichen extinguished his cigarette, stowing it away in an aluminum case, and opened the passenger door for her, stepping closer. Let us go? Jiang Wanzhi felt a fleeting sense of disorientation, And only after she had unwittingly settled into the car did she realize she needed to ask, "Where to?" Leaning in, Ximen Lichen fastened her seatbelt, his enchanting gaze fixed on her. "We're eloping." Jiang Wanzhi turned her head away, saying, "Stop joking. I have plans with Qi Xiao." He chuckled softly, "Don't worry. I'll accompany you." Ximen Lichen withdrew slightly, starting the engine, the powerful roar of the sports car resonating with an exhilarating intensity, while lively music played within the car. Jiang Wanzhi could not help but recall the day of their reunion, when Ximen Lichen demanded the compensation for the car accident. The man's vehicles were increasingly extravagant, each more astonishing than the last, with each one seemingly a minor goal in itself. "Could you perhaps refrain from arriving in such ostentatious cars when you come to pick me up next time?" she suggested. Ximen Lichen replied nonchalantly, "I do not possess any modest vehicles." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wanzhi remarked, "We are merely discussing a routine collaboration. Your approach could easily lead to misunderstandings." Misunderstandings about what? At the intersection, Ximen Lichen reduced the speed of the car, paused the music, and turned to gaze at her. "Jiang Wanzhi, do not tell me you still cannot discern that I am pursuing you?" The woman, under his intense scrutiny, felt her pupils constrict, evidently beginning to take his recent actions seriously. A slight smile curled at the corners of Ximen Lichen's lips, and he tilted his head back in exasperation, laughing in disbelief. It seemed Jiang Wanzhi had never contemplated giving him a title. Her gaze faltered, and she awkwardly shifted the topic. "Please concentrate on driving." To be honest, she had never earnestly considered the possibility of reconciliation. At that moment, an inexplicable sense of guilt welled up within her. Until they reached the Mai Pavilion, they had exchanged no further words. As Jiang Wanzhi unfastened her seatbelt and prepared to exit the vehicle, she distinctly sensed a shift in the man's demeanor beside her. His cold, handsome features were shrouded in a somber gloom. He was sulking. Chapter 26. Waiting for a girlfriend. Jiang Wanzhi hesitated with her hand on the car door handle, her lips parting as if to speak, yet ultimately, she remained silent. After stepping out of the car, she inhaled deeply. "Am I out of my mind for wanting to placate my ex-boyfriend?" Ximen Lichen watched her resolute retreat, the fingers gripping the steering wheel tightening with tension. "Well done, Jiang Wanzhi." Even in anger, Ximen Lichen relished this pursuit, step by step witnessing his beloved succumb to him, eventually savoring her fully. That was the thrill he craved. He eagerly anticipated the day it would come to fruition. His phone, discarded on the seat, rang, and Ximen Lichen irritably glanced at it before hanging up. Almost immediately, another number called in. He answered the phone. "Brother, father is asking when you will return for dinner." Shengxing's voice came through. "When did I say I would return?" "Huh." Shengxing paused, cupping the phone's receiver and whispering in the living room. "If you don't come back, they will drive me mad with questions." The topics that inevitably arose during family gatherings were now all directed at him, especially with a host of unexpected guests making it even more unbearable. Ximen Lichen gazed out at the clubhouse building, his thoughts elsewhere. "I don't have time. It's not acceptable, brother. If you don't return, I won't have any explanation to give." He was unaware of who had invited Yan Ruo's family, but it appeared they were waiting for him. Lacking the patience to continue the conversation, Ximen Lichen abruptly concluded, "All right, I'm hanging up." "Thud!" Shengxing exclaimed. He put his phone away, only to be met with a soft, dulcet voice behind him. "Shengxing, what did your brother say?" Yan Ruo wore a polite smile, her attire and jewelry meticulously coordinated. She had deliberately seized an opportunity today, accompanied by her family to discuss engagement matters, yet to her dismay, Ximen Lichen had not even graced such an important family banquet with his presence. She cautiously scrutinized the golden-haired youth before her, noting the resemblance in his spirited demeanor to that of Ximen Lichen, an undeniable aura of nobility emanating from him. As far as she was aware, it was currently fashionable to reside directly within Ximen Lichen's household. Unable to approach Ximen Lichen himself, she could certainly maneuver her way through those in his immediate vicinity. Moreover, he was merely an 18-year-old boy, making him seemingly easy to manipulate. As the youth turned away, his outwardly gentle expression belied a chilling detachment that was intimidating. He did not linger for even a moment. Instead, he casually grabbed his coat and bid farewell to his elders, his smile radiating an innocent charm. "Father, uncle, my brother urgently needs me. I must take my leave." The overlooked Yan Ruo clenched her fists, witnessing the transformation of the boy's emotions, her teeth grinding in frustration. What an impolite child. At the Mijing mansion, Jiang Wanzhi followed the waiter inside, entering the largest den of iniquity in northern Beijing, which boasted a sprawling 68 floors of underground bars and an array of entertainment options, each corner reeking of hedonism. At the elevator entrance, a drunken man was being escorted out by 2 assistants. Upon spotting Jiang Wanzhi standing outside, he threw off those around him and lunged toward her. Gigi, you finally agree to see me. Jiang Wanzhi barely had time to sidestep, as several bodyguards rushed out from behind her to drag the inebriated Fu Hongyu away. She quickly glanced back, recognizing the bodyguards as those who served Ximen Lichen, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her chest. Why were they being so kind to her? Even while harboring resentment, they still sent someone to ensure her safety. Meanwhile, Fu Hongyue's verbal affections made her feel nauseated. His swaying form threatened to collapse without the support of those around him. Gigi, I truly like you. Please don't leave me. I was genuinely wrong. Everything was fine before, wasn't it? Was it because of Ximen Lichen? A terrifying suspicion lingered in Fu Hongyue's mind, yet no means could confirm it. He was unwilling to accept this reality. Jiang Wanzhi, choosing to ignore him, approached Ximen Lichen's bodyguard and inquired, "Is he still outside?" The bodyguard, recovering from his surprise, quickly nodded. "Sir has not left." Jiang Wanzhi pressed her lips together. "Please convey to Ximen Lichen that if he is free, I would appreciate his company on the way back. The evening rush makes it difficult to hail a taxi," she offered, presenting a facade of politeness. The bodyguard stood momentarily at a loss, pondering if he had misheard. Was the lady subtly expressing her goodwill toward the sir? After delivering her message, Jiang Wanzhi entered the elevator, feeling a warmth creep from her cheeks to her ears. Had she just been placating him? She wondered if Ximen Lichen would take the hint. For at times, that man's stubbornness mirrored her own. On the 36th floor, she spotted Qi Xiao, his face clouded with displeasure as he stood at the entrance of the private room. It appeared he was not intentionally waiting to greet her, but rather had been unceremoniously expelled. Jiang Wanzhi approached him. "Why aren't you going inside?" He cast a sardonic glance at the private room beside them, his tone dripping with irony. Who knew that some people had to bring a man along even for business discussions? Surely, they're concerned about entering too early and disturbing their conversation. As Jiang Wanzhi listened to the bizarre words of Qi Xiao, before she could ponder deeply, the door of the private room swung open from within. A woman clad in a deep purple qipao appeared before all, her striking features radiating a particularly enchanting smile. "Is that you, Gigi? I have long admired you. Miss Gigi, you are truly beautiful." Qin Shu greeted her with warm enthusiasm, lightly embracing her and brushing her cheek against hers. Jiang Wanzhi gazed at her with heartfelt admiration and replied, "What a pleasure to meet you, Miss Qin. You are equally stunning." Her prior knowledge of Qin Shu had been limited to online portrayals. In person, Qin Shu exuded the allure and charisma of a mature woman, far surpassing the images of a business powerhouse. Qin Shu's smile widened. "Darling, I was abroad recently, binge-watching your drama day and night. It was simply brilliant. I heard you were considering collaborating with our brand, and I couldn't wait to come." Qi Xiao observed the 2 women, arm in arm, engrossed in their conversation, and was about to follow when his aunt's gaze halted him. Feeling restless and irritated, he directed his frustration towards the foreign man seated in the room. Why wasn't he leaving? Qin Shu disregarded Qi Xiao's unreasonable demand and turned to the brown-haired, brown-eyed Frenchman on the sofa. "You should return to your room and wait for me." Indeed, it was unwise to allow these 2 to share the same space for even a moment. The tension in the air was palpable. Leaning against the bookshelf, Qi Xiao cast his gaze down at the black and gray carpet until the irritating face finally vanished from his sight. Humph, he was evidently the one of greater importance. Jiang Wanzhi settled by the window, and Qin Shu placed a freshly brewed cup of tea before her, inquiring with concern, "Gigi, how did you arrive here? That rascal Qi Xiao didn't even bother to pick you up. I just lectured him." A friend brought me," Jiang Wanzhi replied, her gaze shifting awkwardly to the window, uncertain if Ximen Lichen was waiting for her. "This is my oversight. I'll have Qi Xiao drive you back later." Qin Shu said. "No need to trouble him," she instinctively declined. "It's no trouble at all." Qin Shu winked at her and lowered her voice. "His presence here is quite detrimental to my romantic pursuits. It's terribly bothersome." Jiang Wanzhi chuckled softly, realizing she was being asked to discreetly send Qi Xiao away. This was her first encounter with a woman who could captivate Qi Xiao's attention. For the next half hour, Jiang Wanzhi and Qin Shu discussed their collaborative plans by the window, while Qi Xiao lounged in the office chair, idly scrolling through his phone and beginning to tease his good friend. "Ximen, What are you up to? Came the inquiry. The reply was, waiting for my girlfriend. Even through mere text, one could discern the man's delight. Qi Xiao mockingly scoffed, love-struck fool. Chapter 27. Be good, Ximen Lichen responded. So what? The next line was even more cutting. Better than having nowhere to turn your affections. Qi Xiao quickly typed on his phone. I asked you to look into that foreign guy. Have you found anything? Ximen Lichen, with a cigarette in hand, extended his arm out of the car window, letting the thin smoke dissipate in the breeze, his eyes reflecting a sense of detached contentment. All this ease stemmed from the earlier message from the bodyguard. He had been appeased by his wife. The background was rather pristine, but you should abandon any hopes of success. Qi Xiao wore an expression of silent exasperation, cursing quite harshly. As they were about to leave, Jiang Wanzhi felt a lingering reluctance. She and Qin Shu had truly connected, having not enjoyed such a pleasant discussion about work in a long while. Shall we go downstairs for a drink? Suggested Qin Shu. Sure, Jiang Wanzhi replied without hesitation. The two settled into a spacious, upscale booth, sipping drinks and engaging in conversation, their slightly tipsy state fostering a closer bond. After some time, Qin Shu, feeling a bit bloated, rose from the sofa. Wanzhi, wait for me a moment. I need to use the restroom. Qi Xiao instructed the bodyguard to keep an eye on Jiang Wanzhi before following her. Jiang Wanzhi leaned against the corner of the sofa. Her mind clouded. Her phone, trapped beneath her thigh, buzzed incessantly until she finally noticed the caller ID. It was Ximen Lichen, who was still waiting for her. Hello? The cacophony of the bar filled the air as Ximen Lichen's voice deepened, asking softly, Where are you? Jiang Wanzhi struggled to articulate her thoughts, her words somewhat slurred. I'm drinking. Oh, why didn't you tell me? I forgot. The laughter on the other end of the line was low, his dark eyes narrowing. Quite the audacity. Are you enjoying yourself? Yes. So happy. Jiang Wanzhi replied emphatically, unaware of how intoxicated she had become. It's time to come home, darling. No, I want to sleep with Shujia. While Ximen Lichen chatted with her, she felt his voice drawing nearer and nearer until a strong force lifted her, snatching the phone away and ending the call. Ximen Lichen cradled her in his arms, and Jiang Wanzhi blinked her bleary eyes, instinctively struggling. No. The man restrained her flailing legs, his warm palm delivering a light smack to her backside. Be good. Jiang Wanzhi's sluggish mind momentarily faltered. Had Ximen Lichen just spanked her? Furious, she began to hit his body, exclaiming, You pervert. He tightened his grip on her legs, and as he settled into the back seat of the car, his head brushed against her cheek, his hair tickling her skin. The bodyguard, responsible for driving, raised the soundproof glass and started the engine. With no support, Jiang Wanzhi felt dizzy, leaning against the man's chest, her breath coming in rapid gasps from the alcohol. Ximen Lichen gazed at the woman perched before him. Her deep brown leather skirt clung tightly, riding up further with each movement. His dark eyes grew even murkier, and he swallowed hard. At that moment, her dependence on him resembled that of a delicate, obedient daughter. Entirely at his mercy, his tattooed fingers lifted her soft chin. Drinking so much? Ignoring my messages? There was a hint of jealousy in Ximen Lichen's words, as he had been reduced to a mere afterthought due to her drinking with another woman. Jiang Wanzhi's bright eyes met his, and his profound gaze suggested he would not let this go easily. With both hands resting on his shoulders, she suddenly leaned in, pressing her lips to his. Ximen Lichen's body stiffened slightly, his phoenix eyes narrowing, and the warmth that did not belong to him on his lips stirred softly as the woman giggled and coaxed him gently. After a long wait, the car swayed lightly. Jiang Wanzhi, unsteady, attempted to turn her head, but was held in place by Ximen Lichen's broad, strong hand on her lower back, her lips, not yet separated, succumbing to a deeper conquest. He embraced her tightly, the kiss transitioning from tender to fervent. The hormones ignited by alcohol burned in the confined space, flushing the cheeks of the entwined couple. The car had unknowingly come to a halt at the estate, and Ximen Lichen inhaled the fragrance of her neck. His voice husky. Baby, may I? Chapter 28. Surrender. He longed for her, an obsession that had driven him nearly to madness, to pain. Each of Ximen Lichen's nerves was on the brink of breaking, suppressing the instinctive outcry as he asked her for permission. Jiang Wanzhi, her vision hazy and entranced by his features, was reluctant to regain clarity in her muddled mind. She met him with fervor. When Jiang Wanzhi awoke, her head throbbed, and her legs ached. She recalled feeling utterly exhausted, to the point of fainting multiple times. She had sunk into an endless abyss of release, unaware of when she had returned to her room. As she attempted to move her legs, the weight pressing against her lower back intensified. It dawned on her that she was still sprawled atop Ximen Lichen. As she tried to rise, the man's arm pressed against her waist, his voice, still heavy with sleep, murmured, "Be good." The deep timbre of his voice matched his visage, causing Jiang Wanzhi's head to buzz. Had she truly succumbed to Ximen Lichen? She yearned to scramble away from the scene, but her body was firmly restrained by him. He tightened his hold around her, his voice low and soothing in her ear. "Don't move, baby. I'm so tired." Jiang Wanzhi's ears flushed red, as fleeting images from the previous night flashed through her mind. She glanced at the man still resting with closed eyes, her fingertips tracing his pronounced Adam's apple, pondering. So fatigued? Given their historical encounters, Ximen Lichen should have awakened before her. Had 3 years dulled his prowess? That couldn't be. Ximen Lichen slowly opened his eyes, bloodshot and weary. It was evident what impure thoughts occupied her mind. He ruffled Jiang Wanzhi's hair. "You were too excited. We didn't sleep a wink." He had been insatiable throughout the night, like a beast that could never be fed. Were it not for the consideration of sustenance, he would have been even more relentless. Since Jiang Wanzhi had fallen asleep, Ximen Lichen found it difficult to doze off. He feared awakening to find everything he had gained turned to vapor. The feeling of still holding his beloved upon waking was what he yearned for. Jiang Wanzhi nudged him. "I need to use the restroom." Overwhelmed by drowsiness, the man lifted her as he stood, making his way to the bathroom, leaving Jiang Wanzhi feeling embarrassed and unsure where to direct her gaze. "Put me down. I can go by myself." Emerging from the restroom, Jiang Wanzhi felt dizzy. Ximen Lichen waited just outside, guarding her as if afraid she might escape. The crucial question was, could he not let her dress? Upon seeing her, he lifted her back into his embrace, carrying her back to bed. His broad arms enveloped her tenderly. "Don't go. Stay with me for a while." Jiang Wanzhi peered out, nearly suffocating. "We've already spent enough time together. We've gone through every possible activity. What more do you want?" "It's not the same." Ximen Lichen gently bit her earlobe, warning, "Jiang Wanzhi, don't think you can dismiss me that easily." She shrank back timidly, aware of the primal instincts lurking in Ximen Lichen's gaze, fearing he might take her by force at any moment. Jiang Wanzhi dared not move, her bright eyes occasionally darting toward the man who was resting. His long eyelashes framed striking features, and his flawless alabaster skin appeared devilishly handsome when his eyes were closed. Yet when he opened them, the piercing black orbs radiated an air of commanding authority. Only in the darkness did his more sinister traits emerge. As he toyed with her vulnerability, as if sensing her intense gaze, Ximen Lichen's hand brushed against the nape of her neck while he softly inquired, "Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Jiang Wanzhi replied, "A bit of pain." To her surprise, he readily admitted fault, saying, "I'll be more careful next time." Next time? She thought, realizing she had been tricked. No more next times. Exhausted, Jiang Wanzhi lazily asked, "What time is it? Am I late for work?" Just as she attempted to rise and check her phone, she found herself firmly held in place by the man. "I've already called in for you, sweetheart." Jiang Wanzhi paused, fragments of lost memories from the previous night flooding back. In the midst of her disorientation, Ximen Lichen calmly texted on her phone, then tossed it onto the sofa, launching into an unending charm offensive, his powerful and noble beauty radiating effortlessly. Jiang Wanzhi surveyed the dimly lit, familiar room. This was not Ximen Lichen's usual residence, but rather the place where they had spent the most time together during their courtship, their former home. He had brought her back home. Gradually, tranquility enveloped the room, their breaths synchronizing in a rhythmic lull. Bored, Jiang Wanzhi lay down, contemplating how to conclude this situation, ultimately drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the villa's grand hall, the butler intercepted the blonde youth ascending the stairs, bowing slightly. "I apologize, young Master Xingxing, but the sir is still resting." Ximen Xingxing halted, his acute intuition sensing something amiss. It was already 3 in the afternoon. How could his brother still be asleep? And why had he spent the night here, unable to be reached by phone? The butler lowered his head, embarrassed. "It may be inconvenient, as young madam is also present." The unspoken words lingered in the air. Without Ximen Lichen's permission, they dared not proceed upstairs, fearful of encountering something they should not see, potentially ruining their lives forever. Ximen Xingxing's brow furrowed slightly. "Jiang Wanzhi?" Upon realizing something, his gaze toward the second floor darkened imperceptibly. He smiled. "I will contact him once he wakes. However, As he turned away, his expression shifted to one of cold severity, striding away with purpose, as if lingering in that space for even a second was a torment. Having just arrived, Yin Ruo hurriedly stepped out of the car and approached eagerly, inquiring whether Ximen Lichen and Jiang Wanzhi were inside, and if they were asleep. In a fit of frustration, the young man roughly shoved her to the ground, his usually warm and deep eyes now filled with rage. "Get lost," he barked. Yin Ruo screamed, her knee scraping against the cobblestone path and breaking the skin. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, her face a picture of disbelief as she glared at the boy before her, never expecting Ximen Lichen to be so brazen as to lay a hand on her. Was he out of his mind? After all, she was the prize jewel of the Yin family business. When had she ever been treated this way? The butler rushed forward to assist her, utterly unaware of the altercation that had just transpired. The violent, tempestuous golden-haired youth had already driven off, leaving only the savage roar of the sports car in his wake. Startled, Yin Ruo, supported by others, gasped for breath, still unable to comprehend why Ximen Lichen would assault her without cause. What had she done to offend him? In a fit of anger and resentment, she shouted in the direction he had departed, "Madman! Cursed little lunatic!" Chapter 29. The proud bow, the timid stand brave the butler. Having arranged for bodyguards to support Yin Ruo, inquired politely, "Miss Yin, how did you manage to fall?" "What do you mean I fell? Did you not see that Xichen hit me?" Yin Ruo erupted in rage. She had never been treated this way in her life. Ximen Lichen was undoubtedly mad. The butler replied with a stern expression, "Young Master Xichen would never be so rude to outsiders. If any offense was given, it is surely deserved." He continued, "I will have someone arrange for you to go to the hospital for your injury. As for this place, I must insist that you do not return, otherwise, you will bear the consequences." With that, the two bodyguards, appearing to assist Yin Ruo, began to escort her away. She struggled and shouted, "Let me go. I want to see Ximen Lichen. I demand to see him." But the bodyguards promptly covered her mouth and shoved her into the car. At 8 in the evening, Jiang Wanzhi was awakened by hunger. Surprisingly, Ximen Lichen was already awake, having risen before her. When she opened her eyes, she found him helping her into a shirt. Jiang Wanzhi looked at the loose men's shirt draped over her, licked her lips, and attempted to take the button from his hands. "I can manage myself." However, Ximen Lichen seemed not to hear her, as he supported her waist with one hand and deftly fastened the shirt's buttons with the other. Jiang Wanzhi was momentarily dazzled, feeling as though he was fastening the buttons faster with one hand than she could with both. He unfastened them even more swiftly. In that instant, she felt a bit disoriented. After their deep exchange the night before, what exactly was the nature of her relationship with Ximen Lichen now? Lost in thought, Jiang Wanzhi barely realized she had finished dressing until she noticed the man had been watching her intently for some time. His keen, penetrating gaze seemed to read her thoughts. Ximen Lichen, with a measured tone, disrupted her attempt to evade reality, saying, "Jiang Wanzhi, you must take responsibility for me." The woman he had long yearned for had willingly walked into his grasp, and he would not let her slip away again. Regardless of how they had parted years ago, he cared not. As long as Jiang Wanzhi was willing to return to his side, he would resolve all remaining matters. Jiang Wanzhi evidently had not yet contemplated the responsibilities at hand, striving instead to mask her inner turmoil. "How does Mr. Ximen wish for me to take responsibility?" She feigned ignorance, retrieving her bag from the ground and extracting a spare red banknote, presenting it to Ximen Lichen. The man's gaze descended, fixating on the red note between her fingers, a slight smile of amusement playing upon his lips. What does she take him for? Jiang Wanzhi lifted her hand, allowing the banknote to gently graze his chin, an innocent yet teasing gesture. Not enough. The man seized her wrist, pulling the petite figure into his embrace. "Ah." He lifted his eyelids, the corners of his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson, glancing at the 100 yuan notes that had fallen to the carpet. A playful smirk adorning his lips. "Darling, this amount of money is hardly sufficient for a proper outing." Jiang Wanzhi's face instantly flushed. "You? Who taught Ximen Lichen to speak like this?" He held her wrist firmly, locking his gaze with hers. "Moreover, after dedicating an entire evening to you, wouldn't this 100 yuan be a tad exploitative?" Once again, Jiang Wanzhi found herself cornered, questioning, "Then how much do you desire?" It was evident her inquiry was futile. Monetary matters were trivial. The crux lay in the fact that Ximen Lichen was not in want of money. He asked earnestly, "Ji, have you truly never considered rekindling what we once had? Was yesterday merely a fleeting moment for you?" Ximen Lichen pressed on, his piercing gaze unwilling to relent. Their earlier, impetuous separation had lacked any principled wrongdoing. With the passage of time, he had grown capable of resolving numerous issues, waiting only for Jiang Wanzhi's response. What could possibly cause her such hesitation and retreat? The atmosphere in the warm room shifted palpably, her breaths becoming shallow. She could not bear to confront the despondency reflected in his eyes as the seconds waned without a reply. Ximen Lichen struggled to contain the emotions surging within him. He did not wish to quarrel. They had loved each other deeply, and every corner of this room bore witness to it. Jiang Wanzhi loved him, without a doubt. The man swallowed hard, attempting to soften the tense atmosphere. Darling, the only reasonable explanation I can conceive is our familial backgrounds. He enveloped her in his arms. Regardless of the reasons that had led to their separation 3 years prior, you must trust that I now possess the capability to navigate any challenges we may face together. Jiang Wanzhi trembled, her heart quaking. She could hear the frantic beating of her heart, nearly suffocating her, as if it were about to burst forth. Hidden from his view, she parted her lips in a silent response. All right. Ximen Lichen waited for a response that never came. Jiang Wanzhi neither rejected nor accepted him, merely quivering in his embrace. Her form yielding, he could not bear to see her so vulnerable, retreating further in his demands. At the very least, may I retain the right to pursue you? He had never been a man eager for immediate results. In his approach to Jiang Wanzhi, he would offer ample time and patience. To love her is to accompany her slowly. This was the resolution he embraced the moment he decided to return home. At last, he had awaited Jiang Wanzhi's response. Her gaze met Ximen Liching's, sincere and fervent. Indeed, is not love precisely this? It humbles the proud and emboldens the timid. After a while, Jiang Wanzhi extricated herself from his embrace. I'm truly hungry. Ximen Liching's eyes softened. Yes, my aunt has prepared your favorite dishes. Jiang Wanzhi could hardly bear the affectionate look he bestowed even upon a dog, and thus she slipped away discreetly. As she passed the entrance, she noticed a woman's clothing placed upon the cabinet. Aren't those my clothes? She inquired, puzzled. Ximen Liching, in a languid posture, appraised her. Beneath the men's white shirt she wore, a pleated skirt of ancient brown revealed her long, slender legs, and on her fair skin were marks he had left behind. Exquisite as art. At that moment, the artist's lips curled slightly, his deep voice sultry. I wish to see you in my clothes. He relished the scent that clung to her, a fragrance uniquely his. It was quite enchanting. He adored her immensely. Jiang Wanzhi shot him a disdainful glance. Pervert. Had she not been so ravenously hungry and too lazy to change, she would not have donned such attire. The man, accustomed to being scolded, felt rather pleased by her words. At the dining table, Jiang Wanzhi busily consumed her meal. Whenever she lifted her gaze, she could see the butler's barely contained mirth. Presumably, he had tacitly accepted her reconciliation with Ximen Liching. Witnessing their harmonious interaction, the butler felt a poignant sense of relief. He could not help but exclaim silently, Sir has not smiled like this in ages. After their meal, Jiang Wanzhi, in a flurry, made her escape. Halfway out, she turned back, pulling Ximen Liching aside, and whispered, Did you take precautions last night? Chapter 30. Intense in Jiang Wanzhi's recollection, it seemed he had not. During their heated encounter, there had indeed been a fleeting moment when the thought had crossed their minds. Yet, at that juncture, pausing felt impossible, as did continuing. The thought was swiftly eclipsed by a more fervent desire. Upon seeing Ximen Liching shake his head, Jiang Wanzhi's heart finally settled. She anxiously glanced at the time. Then, what should we do? The optimal 24 hours for contraception have already elapsed since last night. Ximen Liching gently caressed her hair, soothing her with an explanation. Do not worry. While you were asleep this afternoon, I administered medication. The contraceptive developed by our family doctor poses minimal risk. I will be more cautious in the future. I apologize. My dear. He understood that Jiang Wanzhi did not wish to conceive at this stage. Last night had been an accident. He had not anticipated her acquiescence to his desires. In that moment of agreement, rationality had fled. Jiang Wanzhi breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. After all, the events of last night could not solely be attributed to Ximen Liching. Had he been prepared with such measures beforehand, it would indeed have been more troubling. Perhaps he had shared such moments with other women. Had she entertained such thoughts then, her desire would have vanished entirely. Jiang Wanzhi spoke without reservation. In that case, please take me back. The man raised an eyebrow. Aren't you staying another night? I could take you directly to the company tomorrow. Jiang Wanzhi gritted her teeth. Are you trying to kill me? Ximen Lichen regarded her with narrowed eyes, as if genuinely contemplating her question. She could scarcely fathom the wild thoughts racing through the man's mind at that moment. After regaining his composure, a hint of warmth flickered in his gaze. I cannot bear to part with you. In this vast world, the only soul and body that resonated with him was Jiang Wanzhi. He was savoring the moment. Observing his serious contemplation, Jiang Wanzhi felt utterly incredulous. What kind of good person would genuinely deliberate over the matter of life and death? Insanity. Ximen Lichen chuckled indulgently. Don't take your frustrations out on me, darling. Jiang Wanzhi glanced at the sleek Bugatti parked in the courtyard. May I borrow it? As soon as she spoke, Ximen Lichen had already placed the car keys in her palm. She settled into the driver's seat. Ever since her family had fallen into disarray, she had not had the chance to drive a luxury car. She turned to the man in the passenger seat. Are you certain you wish to stake your high value on my driving skills? They had already been involved in one car accident upon their reunion. Fortunately, the speed had been low, and no harm had come to them. Should anything happen to this young master, the entire billion-dollar conglomerate he represented would be thrown into turmoil. Ximen Lichen laughed mischievously. If something were to occur, I would simply use Miss Jiang as compensation. It was precisely the excuse he needed to bind himself to Jiang Wanzhi. Compensation, 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 she exclaimed. All you think about is using people as collateral. It was a formula that had never failed to apply to her. Perhaps even Jiang Wanzhi herself was unaware of how, in contrast to her previous fade of strength, she displayed a distinctly different side before Ximen Lichen. It turned out she did not always have to act like a mature adult. There were those who could tolerate her capricious nature and coax out her charming spirit. As the Bugatti smoothly exited the estate, Jiang Wanzhi adapted within a few minutes and soon relaxed to the rhythm of the music. Occasionally, her peripheral vision was drawn to the man beside her, her mind adrift with unasked questions from the previous night. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Ximen Lichen lightly tapping his fingers against the interior of the car. Are you really eager to hand yourself over to me? She mused. What are you thinking about? Focus on driving, he replied, watching her with a leisurely gaze. Jiang Wanzhi, her expression flickering, feigned a casual inquiry. When did you get your tattoos? The ink designs she had been unable to see clearly during their last swim were now vividly apparent. On Ximen Lichen's side, adorning his ribs and the line of his torso, was an image of a girl embracing a Siberian husky. The girl wore a bright smile, tilting her head against the dog, which gazed back with wide, spirited eyes and a tongue lolling out, its mouth curving upwards in visible delight. The tattoo artist's exceptional skill had rendered the scene lifelike, transporting her memory back 3 years. The dog in her arms, named Barbie, was a husky with heterochromatic eyes, one blue and the other gold, and had been Ximen Lichen's companion for 2 years. In the clandestine realm of their love, where only whispers and shadows existed, Barbie stood as the sole and steadfast witness to their affection. After their separation, she had not crossed paths with Barbie again. Upon voicing her inner uncertainties, Jiang Wanzhi felt a flutter of anxiety. She recalled the night when Ximen Lichen held her hand, his fingers brushing over a tattoo that seemed to harbor an unspoken sorrow. The decision to inscribe such a significant expanse of art on his skin was evidently profound. Yet, during her 2 visits to Ximen Lichen's home, that lively Barbie was nowhere to be found. The car was filled only with music, and Ximen Lichen's voice remained elusive. Raising her gaze to the silent man in the rearview mirror, she found him staring back at her, his voice weighed down by emotion as he spoke. I got this tattoo the year we broke up. That year, both his beloved and his dog departed from his life. Ximen Lichen continued slowly. After the breakup, I took Barbie to America. During the initial phase of my company, I was exceedingly busy, and Barbie was cared for by the housekeeper. One day, while driving to pick me up, we encountered chaos at the financial center. The entire building was ablaze. Amidst the turmoil, having offended several powerful figures after leading a bankruptcy, someone sought to take my life. As we evacuated from the underground garage, Barbie broke free from my grasp, dashing ahead into the thick smoke to find a way out. Just before getting into the car, she was struck by 2 bullets and could not be saved. Within a mere 3 months, he faced the heart-wrenching loss of those he cherished. From that moment on, Ximen Lichen ascended with a terrifying velocity, giving rise to the formidable figure known as the Wall Street Titan. Inside the car, silence enveloped them as the music faded. Jiang Wanzhi felt a weight in her heart. Pulling over to the roadside, unable to meet his gaze. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought this up. She recalled how, in the early days of their breakup, Ximen Lichen would go to great lengths to keep her informed about Barbie, testing the waters for reconciliation, but as time wore on, those efforts ceased. She had assumed he had found solace in another, never anticipating such a tragedy would unfold. Fool, Ximen Licheng's warm hand brushed over her head. My brother said, apologies are futile. Taking responsibility for me is what truly matters. Jiang Wanzhi lightly swatted his hand away. Understood. What does that mean? I will seriously consider the matter of reconciliation. Just give me some time. Ximen Licheng did not pressure her with deadlines. He simply responded, darling, there is plenty of time ahead. Jiang Wanzhi nodded silently, feeling an ominous weight in her heart. This is bad. Why is he being so gentle with me? I might be ensnared. She feigned composure and restarted the engine, relishing the thrill of driving Ximen Licheng's sports car until they safely arrived at her home. Unbuckling her seatbelt, the luxurious ride was nearing its end, and a rejuvenated Ximen Licheng inquired with interest, how does it feel to drive this car? Jiang Wanzhi shifted her gaze to him, leaning toward the man in the passenger seat, her crimson lips curling into a smile. This Bugatti drives just as exhilaratingly as its owner. Chapter 31. He knows how to hook you. Ximen Licheng gazed into her bright and innocent black eyes, his Adam's apple gently bobbing. Tell me, how exhilarating is its owner? Jiang Wanzhi's fingertips traced circles on his tailored trousers, the heat from the man's firm thighs seeping through the luxurious fabric to her skin, growing increasingly intense. She lowered her gaze, her breath brushing against Ximen Lichen's ear. The desire for a car extends beyond its value and appearance. Performance matters as well. The same applies to people. A Bugatti is the vehicle I yearn to drive, and Ximen Lichen is the person I wish to be with. Are you satisfied? Ximen Lichen's eyes, dark and enigmatic, lingered on her, a wry smile playing on his lips. His long fingers wove through her hair at the nape of her neck, pulling her in for a deep kiss. Jiang Wanzhi, my car and my companion are entirely at your disposal. Under the night sky, the silhouettes of their embrace reflected on the car window, a picturesque scene. The prolonged kiss nearly drained Jiang Wanzhi of all her strength. This was the most proactive kiss she had ever initiated. As it concluded, the soft figure nestled into Ximen Lichen's embrace, her hair brushing against his Adam's apple, impossibly tender. Though they refrained from mentioning the Barbie incident again, Ximen Lichen sensed the delicate thoughts swirling in her mind. Jiang Wanzhi was soothing him in her own way. The thought of reclaiming Jiang Wanzhi surged to a peak once more. After lingering for a moment, both regained their composure. Without a word, Jiang Wanzhi turned and fled, her abrupt change in demeanor eliciting a blend of helplessness and affection in Ximen Lichen's gaze, which held a depth of strategy. Never mind. Who could blame him for indulging in her hot and cold behavior? Having tasted the sweetness, he knew better than to press too closely, lest it backfire. Currently, her indecisive attitude was a promising sign for him, at least proving that his efforts had not been in vain. Even if she was merely toying with him, he was adept at taking the bait. After reflecting on the situation, Ximen Lichen lowered the car window and lit a cigarette, his mood elevating further. The man lounged back, half closing his sultry eyes as he exhaled clouds of smoke. His phone, set aside, lit up repeatedly. Yet Ximen Lichen appeared oblivious until the cigarette was finished and he emerged from his reverie, answering the call at a leisurely pace. His mother's gentle voice greeted him on the other end. Lichen, were you busy just now? He replied with little emotion, awaiting her next words. No wonder. His mother, Mou, chuckled softly. It's getting late, and you didn't come home for dinner yesterday. Do you want to come over today? I've already eaten. Mou continued. It's all right. It would be nice for you to stay the night. Since your return to the country, the family hasn't had a proper chance to see you. No matter how busy you are, you can spare a little time. Your grandfather hasn't slept yet. He has been looking forward to talking with you. After listening, Ximen Lichen merely smiled casually, his tone laced with an edge. So, have you all considered how to respond to my question? He gazed at the illuminated windowsill, deliberately slowing his speech as he cut to the chase. What roles did you play in my breakup with Jiang Wanzhi? The line fell silent, Mou caught in a moment of stillness. For the majority of the time, their entire family coexisted in a respectful and harmonious manner, yet now her son had shattered that equilibrium, wielding words as sharp as a blade to confront her. When Ximen Lichen posed these inquiries, it signified a departure from mere skepticism. He sought to extract the most lethal details and methods. Mou sighed, Lichen. So much time has elapsed. Do you truly intend to forsake the will of our entire family for her? Since Ximen Lichen ventured abroad, he had increasingly distanced himself from home, even severing ties with the family interests despite his burgeoning career in the United States. He treated them almost as outsiders. Over the past 2 years, Ximen Lichen had been a formidable force on Wall Street, wielding sharp market insights and decision-making prowess to navigate investments in stocks, bonds, and futures. This prowess attracted a cadre of the world's wealthiest individuals, propelling his net worth to over $800 billion, an astonishing testament to his financial acumen. And he frequently graced the pages of numerous financial publications. While his career soared, the elders found solace in the prospect of a successor. Yet every time familial matters were discussed, Ximen Lichen managed to embarrass them before relatives. Recently, after a long-awaited return, he persistently refused to meet them. The man's voice was cold. You have finally admitted it. Allow me to pose another question. Did you intervene in the Jiang family's bankruptcy? Mou glanced at the elders in the living room, all ears to the phone call, and sighed, no. Initially, your grandfather even contemplated seriously investigating her, allowing you time to build a relationship. However, her background proved too contentious. Your father, a compulsive gambler, had his assets drained by extraneous influences, while your mother's mental state faltered. From both a social and genetic perspective, how could we permit you to associate with a girl of such origins? Ximen Lichen frowned in irritation. Have you finished? Mou concluded. Lichen, after all that has transpired, do you still not comprehend? There is no fate between you. It is simply inappropriate. Ximen Lichen scoffed. I believe that what I deem suitable suffices. Mother, I know I am not the only one being listened to, but my stance remains unwavering. My wife will solely be Jiang Wanzhi. As for your opinions, I am indifferent. Should you insist on interference, let us engage in a contest and see whether the venerable family's financial might prevails, or if I am the one to embrace my beloved. Mou cast a worried glance at her husband, Ximen Yu, while the others exchanged troubled looks. The clash of two prominent financial dynasties was destined to unleash a tempest in the global financial realm. Yet, they were supposed to be a community of shared interests, now on the brink of rupture over a woman. As the matriarch, Mou could only strive for reconciliation. Lichen, we respect you. Please grant us some time. Ultimately, the communication ended fruitlessly. This is outrageous. Elder Ximen Lichen threw the newspaper onto the coffee table in exasperation, exclaiming, what is going on with this scandal? They have dared to lay hands on the daughter of the Yin family without cause. And now her elders have come knocking at our door. Where do you expect me to save face? Those two reckless brothers are utterly incorrigible. Mou incessantly signaled to her husband, and soon after, he suggested before his father, Father, perhaps we should expedite Asheng's return to the UK. My sister-in-law has gone all the way to care for him, and Asheng has ungratefully returned home without completing his studies. It is quite thoughtless. Mou nodded in agreement, yet her mind remained unsettled. She harbored a strong premonition that if Shengxing did not depart from Jingbei, an incident was bound to occur as the situation unfolded. She could not allow history to repeat itself as it had 3 years prior. Chapter 32. Infidelity. The elder patriarch's displeasure was evident. What do you mean by going back? Can abandoning everyone abroad resolve the issue? Look at those who have been overseas for so long. They no longer know where home is. Ximen Yu and his brother Ximen Yin felt a deep sense of shame. We will find a way to communicate effectively with the children, they assured. The elder patriarch, Ximen Lichen, shook his head gently in frustration, rising to speak. No matter how you handle it, I must see those two brothers tomorrow. Otherwise, do not even think about stepping foot in this house. Understood. After the elder patriarch, Ximen Lichen, departed, the younger brother Ximen Yin turned to his brother and sister-in-law. Do not pressure those two too much. It will only bring them suffering. A grudge can last 3 years, and it has yet to ease. Ximen Yu frowned. You ought to take charge. Ximen Yin chuckled helplessly. I cannot even control that boy. How can I speak? You, as the uncle, possess more authority. As for Li Chun, that goes without saying. However, it is crucial to remind you, do not provoke Jiang Wanzhi lightly. The risks are substantial, and the consequences may outweigh the benefits. Ximen Yu's deep-set eyes narrowed, seemingly recalling something. Jiang Wanzhi, she possesses a certain capability. She almost swayed them back then. It's a pity that being overly clever is not always advantageous. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanzhi returned to her apartment, where Su Qingxia lounged on the sofa, gently cradling a wine glass, her eyes laser-focused on her. The moment I heard the roar of a sports car downstairs, I knew you were back. Jiang Wanzhi adjusted her short skirt as she approached. Were you waiting for me? Su Qingxiao appraised her new attire and the lingering marks on her legs, unable to suppress a grin. Have you moved on? Jiang Wanzhi seized the wine glass from Su Qingxiao's hand and downed its contents in one go, letting out a soft sigh. Facing the temptations of an exquisite ex-boyfriend daily is no easy feat for me. Su Qingxiao raised an eyebrow. So, any plans for reconciliation? Not that simple. Ximen Lichen is backed by an entire financial empire, with family ties that are intricately complex. As the current head of the family, his future wife must meet the vast majority of familial expectations. Unfortunately, I was eliminated 3 years ago. Forget that. Let us just enjoy the privileges while we can. Sleeping with him is a win. Su Qingxiao waved her hand dismissively. Jiang Wanzhi smirked, catching sight of the suitcase sprawled in the living room. Another business trip? I have to fly to Paris tomorrow for a beauty advertisement shoot. Can you guess who my partner is? Who? Jiang Xingqi. Su Qingxiao exclaimed, shaking her head in excitement. When the brand informed me, I could hardly believe it. Wow. Jiang Wanzhi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Congratulations. It seems our Xia is on the verge of stardom. In the acting world, Su Qingxia's talent had always been acknowledged. Yet as an independent artist without company backing, her popularity and resources had yet to flourish. Securing an opportunity to collaborate with the popular actor Jiang Xingqi is indeed a rare stroke of luck. Su Qingxiao chuckled. Wait until I return from Paris, and I'll bring you a gift. Sounds great. The two settled in the living room, sipping red wine to celebrate Su Qingxiao's breakthrough in resources. The following day, as Jiang Wanzhi stepped out, Su Qingxiao had already flown to Paris. With the funding issues of the film crew resolved, operations resumed as usual after a few days of delay. Jiang Wanzhi was swamped with work, finally managing to finalize all the actors. Jiang, the director calls for you to take the opening group photo. All right, I'll be right there. Jiang Wanzhi lifted her gaze from the documents in her hands and rubbed her sore neck. At the photo shoot, upon seeing Jiang Wanzhi approach, the actors quickly made way for her to occupy a central position. Yen Ruo, who had initially been standing in that spot, was pushed aside and shot an irate glare at the leading actress beside her. Can't you see that my leg is injured? The leading actress repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry, Miss Yen. Truly, my apologies. Jiang Wanzhi glanced at Yen Ruo's knee and calf, both wrapped in bandages, and frowned slightly. How did you injure your leg? The first scene to be filmed tomorrow featured Yen Ruo, who was supposed to wear a short dress according to the script, making her legs visible on camera. With such an extensive injury, it would be impossible to shoot without a costume change. However, altering the outfit would deviate from the original work, which was not the effect Jiang Wanzhi desired. When the subject of her injury arose, Yen Ruo gritted her teeth. You don't need to concern yourself. Jiang Wanzhi found Yen Ruo's abrupt hostility bewildering. I'm not trying to meddle. My concern is about your condition for tomorrow's shoot. Yen Ruo scoffed. You won't find a stand-in, will you? Mr. Ximen allocated such a substantial budget to the crew. Are you planning to hoard it? Jiang Wanzhi's brows furrowed deeply. This is the film crew, not your household. Mind your language. Do you think I want to be injured? Can't you shoot your other scenes first tomorrow? Suddenly, the atmosphere fell silent. Yen Ruo clearly spoke without understanding the immense effort that goes into preparing a scene. Many onlookers wore puzzled expressions, unable to fathom why Yen Ruo always harbored animosity towards Jiang Wanzhi. After all, Yen Ruo was a wealthy heiress. Once even considered the fiancé of Ximen Lichen, her daily grievances could lead one to believe her betrothed had run off with someone else. Yen Ruo cast a haughty glance at the crowd. Are we shooting or not? If not, I'm leaving. I still have to accompany my father to a banquet later. Chun Shuahan attempted to diffuse the tension, but Jiang Wanzhi interjected. Feel free to go. Yen Ruo was taken aback by Jiang Wanzhi's audacity to dismiss her outright. Not a single person stepped in to mediate. Fury radiated from her as she glared at Jiang Wanzhi, suddenly noticing something that caught her eye. Her gaze shifted to the nape of Jiang Wanzhi's neck, partially obscured by her side braid. Upon the woman's fair skin lay a fresh and deep kiss mark. Yen Ruo smirked sarcastically. Jiang, no wonder you're in such a hurry to break off your engagement with young Master Fu. It seems you couldn't wait to indulge in infidelity. With her words, the attention of those around also shifted to the mark on Jiang Wanzhi's neck. Upon closer inspection, one can discern faint tooth marks, revealing the intensity of the romantic entanglements. Yen Ruo appeared to have regained her composure, her face radiating confidence. Jiang Wanzhi cast a meaningful glance, sneering, "If infidelity is at play, Miss Yin is certainly more aware than I." Yin Ruo's expression darkened. It was evident she recognized the provocation in Jiang Wanzhi's words. The woman who had been brought back to the estate by Ximen Lichen yesterday was none other than Jiang Wanzhi. She had truly managed to entangle herself with Ximen Lichen. A fiery anger simmered in Yin Ruo's eyes, and the atmosphere within the crew was thick with tension. Chun Xuahan, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, hurriedly dispersed the onlookers. "Everyone, this is no time to linger. Get back to your tasks." Suddenly, a casual male voice pierced through the oddly charged atmosphere of the set. "What a lively scene we have here." Chapter 33. The Three Essentials of Pursuing a Wife with his slicked-back hair. Qi Xiao appeared nonchalantly at the doorway, his thin white shirt hanging loosely over his trousers, the tie carelessly draped. "Why the silence? If I've dazzled you with my charm, I can understand." Jiang Wanzhi couldn't help but chuckle, and soon the others were unable to contain their laughter as well. "What do you mean by that?" Qi Xiao frowned in dissatisfaction. "I made a special effort with my hairstyle today. Am I not handsome?" The tension that had gripped the crew moments before dissipated under Qi Xiao's oily bravado. Jiang Wanzhi struggled to suppress her smile and had no intention of responding. "What do you want?" Qi Xiao snapped his fingers in front of Jiang Wanzhi, signaling for a private conversation. Yin Ruo, feeling overlooked, glared at him with colorful frustration. "Qi Xiao, can't you see we still have unfinished business?" Qi Xiao narrowed his eyes dismissively. "What nonsense is this?" His nonchalant attitude towards her incited considerable ire in Yin Ruo, who fixed her gaze on Jiang Wanzhi and warned through clenched teeth, "Jiang Wanzhi, you'd best think carefully about the consequences of opposing me." Jiang Wanzhi merely smiled, raising an eyebrow. "Take care." Did she truly seem like someone who could be intimidated? After Yin Ruo departed, the entire crew felt a palpable sense of relief. Jiang Wanzhi allowed Qi Xiao to wait a few minutes while she cheerfully took the opening group photo with the other actors before following him to the office. Pouring him a glass of water, she inquired, "Are you planning to introduce me to a new project, young Master Qi?" Leaning back on the sofa, Qi Xiao replied, "That could certainly be arranged." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanzhi sensed there was more to his words. As expected, Qi Xiao straightened his posture, his tone growing serious. "I would like to ask you a rather bold question." Jiang Wanzhi chuckled, taken aback by the shift in his manner. "So formal? Please, go ahead." She was curious to discover just how bold his inquiry would be. After a moment's contemplation, Qi Xiao asked, "How did Ximen manage to win your affection?" Jiang Wanzhi looked at him in surprise, not expecting such a question from Qi Xiao. Unable to resist teasing him, she remarked, "You don't have feelings for me, do you?" Qi Xiao was taken aback, quickly attempting to stifle her alarming notion. "Goodness, that's not something to be said. If that reaches Ximen Lichen's ears, regardless of its truth, he would certainly be consumed with jealousy." Qi Xiao, now flustered, found himself speaking more than usual. "Damn, Jiang Wanzhi, I never realized how self-absorbed you are. The heavens can bear witness. I harbor no such feelings for you." "Ha ha." Jiang Wanzhi was left in stitches upon her first encounter with Qi Xiao, who soon grasped the jest. "Are you toying with me?" he exclaimed. "What else could it be? How could I possibly have affections for Qi Xiao?" The thought of secretly liking his brother, Ximen Lichen, was more terrifying than any ghost story. Qi Xiao's mind buzzed as he struggled to articulate his thoughts amidst the tension. "Enough with the jokes, sister-in-law. I am addressing serious matters." Jiang Wanzhi shot him a glance. "What were you saying about not getting involved? Ximen Lichen and I are not back together. Stop pretending. I know your night was anything but ordinary." "We merely had too much to drink," Jiang Wanzhi insisted. Scrutinizing Qi Xiao, it seemed he was ensnared by love, beset by a woman he couldn't possess. "Isn't that quite normal? Ximen Lichen hasn't captured your heart either. There are countless women one may overlook, but those one desires are infinitely more challenging to pursue." "What a predicament," Qi Xiao mused. "Are you inquiring about how to woo a woman?" He corrected her. "A mature woman." Jiang Wanzhi contemplated, deducing that Qi Xiao's query stemmed from some shared characteristic between them, perhaps a challenging disposition. After considerable reflection, she articulated the three essential elements of pursuing a wife. Firstly, be willing to spend on her. Secondly, provide her with emotional value. Lastly, use your charm to ensnare her like a ghost. Upon concluding, Jiang Wanzhi nodded approvingly at her own insights, which were indeed how she had been drawn to Ximen Lichen. Were it not for certain reservations, she might have agreed to reconcile. Yet, if those issues had not existed, they would not have parted ways in the first place. Qi Xiao fell into a profound silence upon hearing the final point. Are you certain this won't be construed as harassment? Observing Jiang Wanzhi's resolute expression, he decided to trust her for once. Understood. They swiftly reached a consensus, one daring to teach, while the other was willing to learn. Jiang Wanzhi inquired, by the way. Qin Shu didn't drink too much that day, did she? Qi Xiao chuckled lightly, his tone tinged with an undercurrent of gloom. How could she be intoxicated? She would never allow herself to be so near me. His thoughts drifted back to the previous night, where he had followed Qin Shu to the restroom. In her eagerness to evade him, she nearly twisted her ankle descending the stairs. He had merely offered a polite hand to steady her waist, but her expression shifted dramatically. With a cold gaze, she delivered her icy retort, "Stay away from me." In a dim corner of the bar, Qi Xiao silently observed the captivating woman before him. "Qin Shu, must you speak to me in such a manner?" Her lips, delicately tinted, were illuminated by the effects of alcohol as her indifferent gaze flickered toward him. "Address me as Auntie." Qi Xiao seized her wrist, taking a half-step forward to confine her against the wall, his expression a blend of playful mockery and derision. "Auntie, do not use fabricated relationships to intimidate me. We do not share a household registry, nor any blood ties." The term auntie became trivial the night we crossed that line. Qin Shu's gaze flickered with intensity as she forcefully pushed him away, her sharp nails leaving marks upon the man's skin, her voice pressed low in warning. Do not mention that again. Had she foreseen the events that would transpire, she would never have permitted herself to indulge in drunkenness. Qi Xiao observed the scratches on his arm with a disdainful smirk, his shrewd black eyes fixated on her, leaving no room for escape, each word laden with significance. Not mentioning it does not equate to it never having occurred. His repeated invocations served as reminders of their past absurdities. In that secluded corner, the truth lingered, both haunting and ironic. Have you had enough of this uproar? The woman, her fingers adorned with black nail polish, clenched her palm tightly, her occasionally illuminated eyes locking onto his, as if engaged in a silent game of wills. "Qi Xiao, if you didn't block me, why would I make a fuss? I have stated that we need not be in contact. I deem it necessary." Neither party was willing to concede, the standoff unyielding. Qi Xiao, twisting his finger in irritation, declared, "Qin Shu, I will negotiate the collaboration you desire. I will assist you in claiming the inheritance you seek. Do not feign ignorance of my efforts to appease you. Is it necessary to sever all ties so completely?" Qin Shu regarded him in silence, unwilling to communicate or retreat. Qi Xiao's narrowed eyes reflected profound frustration, her merciless coldness nearly driving him to madness. He cornered her against the wall, his voice a husky whisper against her ear. "Do not look at me with such innocent eyes. How infuriating." Chapter 34. He adores it. "Scoundrel." Qin Shu, in a fit of indignation, slapped the man across the face. Qi Xiao's cheek flushed from the sting, a few errant strands of hair obscuring his left eye. His smile dark and frigid as he rubbed his aching jaw. "Qin Shu, you know me well. Driving me mad serves no purpose for you. I perceive you as already being driven to madness." Emotionally volatile, Qin Shu trembled, yearning to escape. Qi Xiao's towering form obstructed her every avenue of retreat. He pressed forward, forcing her into a corner, his body leaning in with an air of reluctant determination. "Qin Shu, you seduced me when I was merely 18, evading responsibility for 9 years. Have I not shown you enough leniency? With a mere utterance, I would lay down my life for you. Yet why must you sever the very foundation that sustains my devotion? Why be so cruel to me?" As Qi Xiao's agitation mounted, his voice escalated, prompting Qin Shu to hastily cover his incessant mouth with her hand. Qi Xiao, despite the bar's cacophony, his voice, stemming from a lineage of affluence in Jingbei, attracted the gaze of many onlookers as it rose. Qin Shu's heart raced, unable to discern whether it was anxiety or apprehension that gripped her. "I promise you, I shall immediately remove you from my blacklist. Can you cease your words?" Should a third party uncover the secret they had harbored for 9 years, it could unleash a maelstrom upon the Qi family and the entirety of Jingbei. Qi Xiao's obsidian eyes bore into hers, a thin sheen of light glimmering in the depths of his crimson gaze. The once palpable dominance of the man visibly waned, replaced by an infinite sense of grievance. He harbored distrust towards her, a woman whose lips overflowed with deceit. "I assure you, there will be no deletions henceforth," Qin Shu vowed. Qi Xiao gazed at her in silence. Merely looking at her seemed to require all his strength to suppress the beast within, maintaining the facade of a familial bond before outsiders. What ensnared them was not blood relations, but the widely recognized identity of their family. Upon returning to their booth, they found that Jiang Wanzhi had already been taken away by Ximen Lichen. "What are you thinking?" Jiang Wanzhi's words jolted Qi Xiao from his reverie, and he shook his head. "Nothing. Thank you for your suggestion. If you need any assistance, please let me know. Remember, I may not be able to help with significant matters, but I am willing to assist with minor ones. Just keep me informed." Jiang Wanzhi replied curtly, "Get lost." Before Qi Xiao departed, he suddenly smiled with a sense of satisfaction. "It's for the best that you two Haven T reconciled. He can't call her his girlfriend. And Ximen Lichen had better not pursue her either." Jiang Wanzhi found herself at a loss for words against his disparaging behavior, such as superficial camaraderie. She proceeded to Chen Shuahan's office to discuss the filming scheduled for the following day. Upon entering, she overheard Chen Shuahan counseling the crew member responsible for liaising with Yan Ruo. "Do not stoop to Yan Ruo's level. She has that kind of temperament. The crew is set to commence filming tomorrow, and if you need to be reassigned, I cannot coordinate that on short notice." Seeing Jiang Wanzhi arrive, Chen Shuahan quickly sought her assistance. "Jiang, think of a solution. Do you have anyone you can transfer?" The crew member sighed with a furrowed brow. "Sister Ji, I apologize, but Yan Ruo's team is exceedingly difficult to deal with. I truly cannot coordinate this work. You'll need to find someone else." "All right," Jiang Wanzhi responded. As soon as the words left her mouth, both Chen Shuahan and the crew member appeared taken aback, not expecting her to agree so readily. "Do you have someone else to replace her?" Chen Shuahan inquired. "None," Jiang Wanzhi replied with a composed demeanor. "We can simply replace Yan Ruo." "What?" The two of them were instantly alarmed. Was that even feasible? Yan Ruo was a well-known heiress in Jingbei, despite any disdain towards her. One had to show some regard for the Yin family. Moreover, the casting had concluded and contracts had already been signed. Changing actors seemed utterly impractical. "I will find a way," Jiang Wanzhi asserted. Those simple words, at that moment, instilled a sense of security in both of them. The crew member hesitated. Though she trusted Jiang Wanzhi, the complexity of the situation was undeniably concerning. Jiang Wanzhi reassured her, "Do not fret. If it proves impossible, I will personally liaise with her team." "Sister Ji, you are truly wonderful." The crew member expressed her heartfelt gratitude, feeling a renewed sense of hope for her work. Once she departed, Chen Shuahan looked at Jiang Wanzhi in disbelief. "Are you serious?" "Of course. However, whether this will succeed likely depends on the boss's disposition. But even if the boss agrees, where will we find an actor at such short notice?" Jiang Wanzhi replied, "We shall search further. It is certainly better than enduring another day of unrest within the crew." "That is true." Chen Shuahan promptly retrieved the alternative candidate list and began to busy herself, casting a glance in Jiang Wanzhi's direction. "The actor I seek, Jiang, strive to secure the boss." Jiang Wanzhi chuckled, "You trust me so much?" Chen Shuahan nodded fervently. Even if she did not trust Jiang Wanzhi, her faith in the president was unwavering. Ever since witnessing Ximen Lichen personally handle the unruly investors, as a devoted fan, Chen Shuahan could only scream 4 words. He is simply adored. As Qi Xiao arrived at the underground parking, a sleek black sports car roared into view, its engine growling deeply as it rounded the corner. It was evident who occupied the vehicle. He approached the halted car and rapped his knuckles against the carbon fiber body. "Ah, this one pleases me." Ximen Lichen emerged, leisurely adjusting the cuffs of his suit, every gesture exuding an air of sophistication. "Haven't we concluded the contract? What winds have blown you back?" Qi Xiao observed his impeccably dressed friend, radiating an air of self-assured elegance, and could not help but feel a twinge of envy. "Ximen, it's only been a day, yet you seem rather triumphant, don't you?" Ximen Lichen replied with a faint smile, "Always have been." "Go on, go." Qi Xiao was not fond of this remark. His friend's success was a bitter pill to swallow. While heading to the bar, he recalled the slap he received from Qin Shu, and his cheek throbbed anew. "To mend my wounded spirit, I shall borrow your car for a month." "Not a chance." Ximen Lichen promptly declined. This was the sole car Jiang Wanzhi had driven, and coupled with their conversation and actions from the previous night, it was impossible for him to lend it out. Feeling slighted, Qi Xiao protested, "Why not? Although this sports car is rare and invaluable, can it truly rival our priceless camaraderie?" Ximen Lichen toyed with the car keys in his hand and succinctly replied, "My wife has driven it." Qi Xiao fell silent instantly. His request was met with a rejection that came with a mouthful of dog food. "Damn, did Jiang Wanzhi agree to this? You are already calling her your wife." Ximen Lichen chuckled lightly, regarding him with a hint of pity. Unfortunately, you can only refer to her as Annie. Chapter 35. Are you going to push me away? With that brief statement, Qi Xiao was triggered, nearly grinding his molars in frustration. Ximen Lichen. He was on the verge of breaking down. Ximen Lichen advised, do not rush. What you should truly worry about lies ahead. What do you mean? The Frenchman Qin Shu was currently courting is someone your aunt has intentions of marrying. Qi Xiao's expression darkened, his tightly clenched fists cracking audibly, and in his fury, he could only manage a laugh. If she dares to wed, I would dare anything. His tone was strangely calm, though turmoil raged within. Ximen Lichen retrieved a document from the car and handed it to him. Last time, we found nothing. I've explored other avenues for you. Use it if necessary. Qi Xiao flipped through the contents of the folder, a careless smile spreading across his face. Indeed. What kind of good people could be his brothers? Although Ximen Lichen often ridiculed him, he stood unwaveringly by his side in critical moments. Those who understood him knew he did not require persuasion, only unreserved support. Qi Xiao lifted the folder in his hand. Consider me indebted to you for this significant favor. I happen to have something to discuss with you. You must be acquainted with an actress named Yin Roro, correct? During the time you returned to the country, there were rumors of a potential marriage between you two. Ximen Lichen, lacking patience, dismissed the topic, stating he did not know her, and proceeded directly to the matter at hand. Qi Xiao remarked, I just witnessed her behavior. She's not someone to be trifled with. She nearly clashed with your wife on set. I noticed Jiang Wanzhi seems rather irritated with her. You should pay attention. If this situation is not handled properly, it will clearly push Jiang Wanzhi away. Ximen Lichen raised an eyebrow. What do you think prompted my visit here? Aside from wanting to see my wife, I intend to resolve some unpleasant matters. He was acutely aware of Jiang Wanzhi's every move. You seem to be quite informed, perhaps a bit too much, Qi Xiao noted. Ximen Lichen ignored his idle chatter and stepped into the elevator. Jiang Wanzhi was taken aback by Ximen Lichen's unexpected visit to the set, as his frequent inspections had put all the staff on edge. Before the gaze of many, the man approached her directly. Jiang Wanzhi, engrossed in organizing the script, sensed trouble. Oh no, he's coming straight for me. His tall figure loomed before her, casting a shadow that obscured the surrounding light, his voice both familiar and enchanting. Are you busy? Jiang Wanzhi set down her script, internally criticizing his feigned ignorance. It was as if he would not have sought her out had she truly been occupied. Is there something you need, President? She inquired. Ximen Lichen asked, have the opening photos been taken? I was delayed by some matters at headquarters this afternoon. Jiang Wanzhi stared at him in surprise. The implication of his words suggested that had time not been wasted, he would have joined her for the opening photo shoot. Not only was Jiang Wanzhi astonished, but so were the others present. The ever-quick-witted Chun Shuahan immediately proposed, we can still take the photos now. We've all finished our tasks. Yes, I can hardly imagine how impressive it would be if the president were in the shot. Our team would gain significant recognition in the industry, exclaimed another. Wow, let me check if my makeup is still intact. Even before the photo shoot commenced, anticipation filled the air. Jiang Wanzhi tentatively asked him, is it still possible to take them? It won't take up too much of your time. Ximen Lichen fixed his gaze upon her and asked, do you want me to take part? Jiang Wanzhi felt her vision blur momentarily. Could he refrain from teasing her in front of so many people? His ambiguous question was indeed thought-provoking. The employees, already stirred by excitement, urged her on. Come on, Jiang. Let us take the photos as a preview for our project. Exactly, with the hopes of the entire crew resting on her. Jiang Wanzhi gritted her teeth and uttered the word he longed to hear. Yes. Ximen Lichen's deep gaze sparkled with delight, his voice husky as he responded, very well. A chorus of cheers erupted from the crew, who began to tidy their attire in preparation for the group photo. Yet, Jiang Wanzhi remained seated, unsure of where to direct her gaze. Ximen Lichen effortlessly took a seat opposite her at her small table, his expressive eyes fixed on her. Her porcelain complexion was devoid of makeup, her full lips a rosy hue, and her sparkling eyes glimmered with clarity. Her hair was casually pinned behind her ears, with a few soft strands cascading down, embodying an innocence that was strikingly pure at all times. Her face, unadorned, possesses an innocence that is utterly captivating, while the allure of her lightly made-up visage exudes a mature charm that equally enchants him. Jiang Wanzhi, whether with subtle makeup or bold strokes, is always fittingly exquisite. Unable to withstand the intensity of his unwavering gaze, she softly implores him, please, do not look at me like that. Does he perceive others as blind? Ximen Lichen merely shifted his posture, continuing to observe her with keen interest. Do you have nothing to say to me? Jiang Wanzhi managed a faint smile. No, she added. You shouldn't only converse with me. There are so many others in the crew, are there not? Ximen Lichen leisurely toyed with the red string around his wrist, seemingly awaiting something. The moment Jiang Wanzhi caught a glimpse of Chen Xuehan, she remembered their plan to replace a certain individual. Upon locking eyes with her, Chen Xuehan frantically gestured, as if to say, I'm already searching for an actress. The rest is up to you. Jiang Wanzhi feigned indifference as she cast a glance toward Ximen Lichen, contemplating how to suggest replacing Yan Ruo. Despite her disdain for Yan Ruo, the latter's connections provided her with a degree of protection. Aside from Ximen Lichen, no one in the crew dared to challenge her. Jiang Wanzhi understood that if she spoke up, Ximen Lichen would acquiesce. Yet, she was acutely aware that every time she called upon him, it meant incurring a deeper debt. Monetary debts can be repaid, but personal favors are far more challenging to settle. Ximen Lichen lightly caressed the white gardenia tattoo on the inner side of his ring finger. His gaze lowered. Should he truly weigh the pros and cons before pushing him away? He knew precisely what Jiang Wanzhi wished to inquire, and he had long prepared an answer. He relished her dependence upon him, her utilization of his support, for it affirmed his significance in her life. Jiang Wanzhi's fingers slightly curled, as if she had resolved something, and she lifted her face, locking eyes with the profound gaze of the man before her. Before she could speak, Ximen Lichen interjected, Do what you desire. I shall stand by you. Excuse me? Jiang Wanzhi replied, astonished, uncertain if Ximen Lichen was truly referring to the same matter she was contemplating. To clarify, the man directly stated, Replace whoever you wish. I shall shield you from any repercussions. In that moment, the doubts within her solidified, and her already tumultuous heart swelled with fervor. Even before she broached the subject of replacement, she had already secured Ximen Lichen's backing. The rising tide of emotion quickened her heartbeat, almost bursting forth. Jiang Wanzhi regarded him with a complex expression. You need not be so kind to me. Ximen Lichen merely smiled. My dear, I am aware of your concerns. If I were to tell you now that your worries are indeed valid, would you choose to distance yourself from me? Chapter 36. Body language. Jiang Wanzhi responded. I have no reason to push you away. As she resolved to speak, she had already contemplated the consequences. It was either to showcase the benefits of this production to Ximen Lichen or to allow him complete control. When the answers she sought were on the verge of being revealed, the man could not help but smile, transforming his original intent. My dear, I seek no recompense. I merely wish for you to remember my kindness and to never gaze upon another man. As long as he remained exceptional, no one could ever usurp his place in Jiang Wanzhi's heart. Enough with the pretense. Jiang Wanzhi discerned his true thoughts. You cannot possibly believe that. What she understood of Ximen Lichen was that he would gently, yet incisively, convey to her, Darling, worrying is futile. I am far more formidable than you can imagine. The man, having discerned her thoughts, wore a smile that deepened in intrigue, relishing the sensation of being seen through by his beloved. Thus, they ventured into each other's souls, as no one could wrest her from his grasp. As Jiang Wanzhi's voice diminished amidst the gathering crowd in the theater, she deftly shifted the topic, suggesting that everyone was nearly ready for a group photo. Let's go and take a picture, she proposed. In the ensuing moments, as anticipated, she found herself standing beside Ximen Lichen, with the crew's numerous members around. Their shoulders inevitably brushed against one another. In the face of the camera, only Jiang Wanzhi was acutely aware of her racing heartbeat. The camera flashed, capturing the moment. The dispersed crew hurried to the large screen, eager to see how the photograph had turned out. In the center of the picture, two strikingly handsome faces were hard to overlook. Their positions in the frame were slightly offset. The man in the background, dressed impeccably in a suit, stood with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, his features sharp and noble, exuding an exceptional aura. Ximen Lichen's left shoulder was closely aligned with the back of Jiang Wanzhi, and in the photograph, it seemed as though the woman was nestled in the man's embrace. In their world, everything else appeared to pale in comparison. Wow! The collective exclamations from the crowd echoed their unspoken thoughts. Jiang and the president were undeniably a perfect match. Their positioning, expressions, and harmonious demeanor spoke volumes, affirming their connection. It is often said that intimacy alters the nuances of body language between men and women, and indeed, Jiang Wanzhi and Ximen Lichen embodied this sentiment. Chen Shuihan was convinced that they had shared a night together. At that moment, Jiang Wanzhi inadvertently locked eyes with Chen Shuihan, feeling an unprecedented sense of vulnerability. Instinctively, she touched the nape of her neck, using her hair to obscure the mark left by a kiss. The publicity department inquired, "President, the official account has already posted the initial group photo. May we include this newly captured image as well?" "Yes," he replied. "Fantastic." The members of the publicity team leapt with excitement upon receiving Ximen Lichen's approval. It was a rare occasion for him to personally endorse promotional efforts, a feat that would undoubtedly stir unprecedented engagement for the entire production. Suddenly, the editor responsible for the promotional copy found his smile frozen in place. Jiang Wanzhi inquired, "What's wrong?" The young man turned his laptop towards her. "Sister, it appears we've been criticized by Yan Ruoruo's fans and have trended on social media." As they delved into the trending topics on social media, the phrase bullying in Yan Ruoruo's production team glaringly occupied the top spot, its heat marked by a deep crimson, explosive tag. The comments section of the official account had been overtaken by Yan Ruoruo's fans, with the most prominent remarks condemning the production team and defending Yan Ruoruo. "Disgraceful production team, come forth. How did our Ruoruo's leg get injured? The filming hasn't even commenced, and the artist is already battered and bruised. Apologize." For the first time, the crew's opening ceremony photo did not include the second female lead, a glaring instance of workplace bullying. What were the staff doing? The crew is truly disappointing. Apologies are in order. Chen Shuihan is left speechless. Was it not her own fault that she injured her leg? Indeed, who claims that not including her in the group photo is justified? Yan Ruo's actions have thoroughly disenchanted me regarding the socialite scene. What a person. Her series of maneuvers successfully stirred the ire of everyone in the crew. Jiang Wanzhi interjected, urging everyone to calm down. "Now that everyone is present, I have an announcement to make. After extensive discussions within the crew, we have decided to terminate our contract with Yan Ruo and will reevaluate the selection for the second female lead." Upon hearing this, the staff members gasped in astonishment. "Is this for real?" Jiang Wanzhi glanced at Ximen Lichen standing beside her and nodded confidently. "We will replace her." The exuberant director, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "This is wonderful. Our crew is saved." Chen Shuihan, still in shock, found it hard to believe the efficiency of Jiang Wanzhi. The decision seemed almost instantaneous. Jiang Wanzhi instructed the publicity team member, "There is no need to respond to trending topics. Just release the statement regarding the change and update the new group photo." In the brief minutes, Ximen Lichen stepped away with his phone. The official statement from the crew surged to the top of the trending list. The official statement read, "Due to Ms. Yan Ruo's severe impact on the crew's atmosphere and violation of the cooperation agreement, the crew has terminated its partnership with Ms. Yan Ruo." Once the statement was released, comments began to flood in rapidly. "Wow, this is the first time I've seen such a resolute crew. The disliked individual has finally been exposed. Little fiancé, are you planning to go about your days without concern? While I also disapprove of Yan Ruo, her connections are not to be trifled with. Will this jeopardize our production? Wow." Everyone hurried to check out the newly released group photo. Ximen Lichen even personally took charge of the publicity for our little fan Xia. "With such attention, I declare our little fan Xia the legitimate heir of the entertainment world." After addressing the public sentiment, Jiang Wanzhi turned to locate Ximen Lichen. They met on the outdoor balcony around the corner of the corridor, and upon seeing her approach, the man ended his phone call. Jiang Wanzhi realized that the swift rise of the statement on trending topics was undoubtedly orchestrated by Ximen Lichen behind the scenes. She could not deny that he had significantly aided her in her work. Before Jiang Wanzhi could express her gratitude, the man chuckled softly. "Are you here to thank me?" His prediction of her next move caught her off guard, and the word "thank you" became lodged in her throat. Ximen Lichen's words made a simple expression of gratitude feel insufficiently sincere. She asked, "If I merely thank you with words, would you appreciate it?" Ximen Lichen narrowed his eyes playfully, leaning closer, his voice deepening. "Which mouth are you referring to?" Chapter 37. He desires, he obtains. Jiang Wanzhi was momentarily stunned. Realizing where Ximen Lichen's thoughts were heading, her ears flushed with embarrassment. "Please be serious." Ximen Lichen's hand brushed against her warm, reddened cheek, reminding her of their previous actions, leaving her feeling bashful. He never believed that they needed to avoid discussions of a sensual nature. Jiang Wanzhi brushed his hand away, her expression tense. "Do not act recklessly in the crew. There had already been numerous rumors swirling in recent days. If anyone were to witness their recent physical interaction, it would undoubtedly solidify those speculations. Wouldn't that be no different from the unspoken rules of the workplace? Although, in truth, the facts were indistinguishable. Ximen Lichen rubbed his sore fingers, a playful glint in his deep-set eyes as he gazed at her. Gigi, you should know I am not a man easily satisfied by mere words. A simple thank you will not suffice. Jiang Wanzhi interjected, do not even think about other methods. The man chuckled, wondering why she perceived him in such a negative light. Jiang Wanzhi detected a strong flavor of tea in his words. Pretending again, Ximen Lichen remarked, if my dear is willing to append a sweet title after thank you, then brother would surely be pleased. In an instant, Jiang Wanzhi comprehended what sort of gratitude the man before her yearned to hear. A smile tugged at her lips as she tiptoed closer to his ear and whispered softly, thank you, brother, you have worked hard. A deep chuckle resonated above her, and the smile in Jiang Wanzhi's eyes grew ever brighter. It appeared her brother was quite pleased. An inexplicable sense of accomplishment washed over her. Ximen Lichen restrained the urge to take her hand. Let us go. The crew is having a dinner gathering tonight. How was I unaware of the dinner gathering? Jiang Wanzhi expressed her surprise. Ximen Lichen inquired, do you wish to dine alone with me? I do not. Oh. The man replied nonchalantly. Therefore, I arranged a gathering, and now we shall proceed together. Jiang Wanzhi exclaimed, the insidious power of capitalism. She would never bow to capitalists. She typically knelt directly. Ultimately, the entire cast was assembled in the same Hong Kong-style restaurant. To avoid suspicion, Jiang Wanzhi chose to sit in the far corner, while the director specifically invited Ximen Lichen to take the central seat. The man casually responded with a friendly remark, then disregarded everyone's gaze and promptly occupied the empty seat beside her. For Ximen Lichen, everything was quite simple. If he desired something, he would obtain it. Jiang Wanzhi, feigning interest in her phone, swiped the screen vigorously to avoid making eye contact with Ximen Lichen in front of so many people. As long as her facade of unfamiliarity remained strong, no one could ascertain their relationship. While scrolling, Jiang Wanzhi became captivated by comments under trending topics related to the crew. Wow, had I not known this was a behind-the-scenes photo, I would have thought it was an announcement of Jiang Wanzhi and Ximen Lichen's romance. I've never seen two such stunning faces in my life. Jiang, playing with your phone during dinner will earn you a penalty drink. Suddenly teased by the director. Jiang Wanzhi hastily swiped past that comment, completely unaware that in the moment she raised her eyes to close her phone, she had accidentally liked it. After the director spoke, others likewise put away their phones. Perhaps due to the resolution concerning Yen Ro, the atmosphere at the table was splendid. Come now. Having dinner with the president is a rare opportunity. We must toast to the president. Under the director's guidance, everyone prepared their glasses and rose. Seated in the corner, Jiang Wanzhi was about to reach for a can of soda on the glass table when a man's elegantly defined hand descended first. Ximen Lichen, holding the can with one hand, flicked the tab with his finger, causing the refreshing green grape soda to burst forth. The open drink was casually handed to her, and Jiang Wanzhi instinctively accepted it, joining the others in a toast. Little did she know how natural and intimate this moment appeared to onlookers. Amidst the laughter and merriment in the private room, only Jiang Wanzhi was quietly focused on her meal. Once she finished eating, the atmosphere remained lively, and she couldn't help but smile as she listened. Her gaze drifted to the right, where Ximen Lichen was animatedly conversing with the directors, appearing exceptionally approachable today. His sharply defined profile was both striking and alluring. The woman's gaze lingered a moment longer, only to be caught in the act. Before she could dissipate the awkwardness of the moment, her phone rang, displaying the caller ID. Jiang Xingqi caught off guard. Jiang Wanzhi answered the call almost immediately and stepped outside the room, oblivious to the sudden chill that washed over the man beside her. Moving to a quieter smoking area, she heard a husky male voice on the line. Gigi, where are you? I want to see you. Jiang Wanzhi frowned slightly. Have you been drinking? It sounds like you've had quite a bit. Jiang Xingqi disregarded her question and continued. Gigi, I was really happy celebrating my birthday with you a few days ago. There is so much more I want to say to you. Can we meet? He had contemplated these words for far too long. The sense of urgency stemming from that night gnawing at his confidence, leaving him unable to remain composed. Thus, he drank heavily, seeking courage. Jiang Wanzhi's frown deepened. Ever since attending Jiang Xingqi's birthday party, they had not been in touch, and his sudden request to meet while intoxicated raised her suspicions. I can't step away right now. Let us discuss it over the phone. Aware of what was to come, Jiang Wanzhi didn't intend to evade the conversation, believing clarity would be beneficial for both. No, I don't want to discuss this over the phone. Jiang Xingqi's tone was insistent. Ji, will you come to see me? I'll wait for you, no matter how long it takes. Hearing silence on the line, he pressed on. Or I can come to find you. Just tell me where you are. I want to see you, can we meet? He feared rejection. Yet nothing was more disheartening than Jiang Wanzhi's reluctance to meet him. If only he were granted the opportunity to express himself sincerely. He was convinced he stood a chance. Jiang Wanzhi stood at the railing, her brows tightly knit, when suddenly a shadow loomed before her, prompting her to instinctively look up. In the next moment, her hand holding the phone felt empty as it was effortlessly snatched away by a force behind her. Chapter 38. Good girls deserve rewards. The startled woman quickly turned, colliding with a warm, solid embrace. Jiang Wanzhi's uncontrollable gasp reached the other end of the line. Even without speakerphone, Jiang Xingqi's worried voice was unmistakably clear. Ji, what's wrong? Jiang Wanzhi lifted her face, the man's warm palm gently caressing her forehead where it had collided with the button of her clothing. His strikingly handsome features, however, bore an air of cold unfamiliarity. The voice of Jiang Xingqi echoed persistently from the phone, while Ximen Lichen held her device, silent and watchful. Jiang Wanzhi gazed at the call interface, noting how the man's fingertips turned a pale pink from the pressure he applied at the edges of the phone. His deep, dark eyes fixated on her, seemingly awaiting her decision. Jiang Wanzhi spoke quickly into the phone. I'm sorry, Jiang Xingqi. Let us discuss this another day. The call continued, with Jiang Xingqi incessantly speaking. Yet Jiang Wanzhi found herself devoid of any desire to listen further. Meeting the man's intense gaze, she stated, "You can hang up now." The red button for ending the call lay before her, and in that moment, the power shifted into Ximen Lichen's hands. Without hesitation, he terminated the conversation. As she reached to reclaim her phone, her wrist was suddenly captured within the man's grasp, followed by a fervent kiss. Ximen Lichen pressed forward, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. His other hand wrapped around her back, his broad palm resting between her waist and the cold, hard railing. The passionate kiss lingered, infused with the taste of green grapes. Jiang Wanzhi clutched the accessible lapel of his suit, her anxiety gradually dissipating in the warmth of his tenderness. She responded cautiously, igniting a fire within him. Immersed in each other's softness, it seemed as though nothing else mattered. Gradually, they came to a halt. Jiang Wanzhi, nestled in the man's embrace, closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering. This scene cleared the gloom from Ximen Lichen's eyes. She knew precisely how to soothe him, deliberately granting him the authority to end the call. He acknowledged that this was far more effective than any explanation could be. Jiang Wanzhi lowered her head, biting her lip as she retrieved her phone from his grasp. Ximen Lichen, looking down, could only see her bowed head, his expression softening. Why are you so obedient today? Having composed herself, Jiang Wanzhi raised her head, attempting to push him away slightly. Could you refrain from kissing me in public so easily? Though she too had succumbed to the moment, the thought of their earlier kiss left her feeling a bit apprehensive. After all, they were in a public place, and there was a chance someone might pass by. If seen, there would be no way to explain. Ximen Lichen's lips curved into a slight smile, his voice laced with allure. A good girl deserves rewards. Jiang Wanzhi opened her mouth, finding his words rather unsettling. The corners of his eyes crinkled with amusement as he teased. Darling, how does it feel to kiss me? Just average, she replied. Then why didn't you reject me? Jiang Wanzhi found herself at a loss for words. She had never contemplated that question. As silence enveloped them, the answer slowly surfaced in her mind. Rising onto her tiptoes, she whispered in his ear, a reward. His eyebrows arched slightly. What reward? Jiang Wanzhi offered no reply, instead suggesting, let us return to the booth quickly. The director is still waiting. As she stepped away from his embrace, Ximen Lichen's finger brushed against his still tingling lips. A reward? Though he was unsure of what had pleased his wife, he was certain he had performed admirably. As Jiang Wanzhi listened to the steady footsteps trailing behind her, a sense of calm enveloped her. She pondered that her inability to refuse that kiss moments earlier might have stemmed from the unexpected demeanor exhibited by Ximen Lichen today. When he had snatched her phone away, she had anticipated that his jealousy would manifest in a manner akin to past occurrences, where he would dismiss her feelings entirely by hanging up or confronting Jiang Xingqi, thereby putting her in an awkward position. Such an encounter would invariably lead to a fierce argument, and their already delicate relationship would swiftly turn to ice. However, this time, Ximen Lichen had tempered his sharpness, curbing his possessiveness, and bestowed upon her the respect of choice. As he had stated, a well-behaved child deserves a reward. She found herself unable to refuse. Upon returning to the private room, the moment she opened the door, all eyes converged upon her. Jiang Wanzhi felt a surge of unease under their scrutinizing gazes. What was their reason for staring at them so intently? In a flurry, she retracted her words, eager to distance herself from the man behind her. Yet, the gravity of their gazes remained unyielding, leaving Jiang Wanzhi in a state of uncertainty. Had they witnessed her kiss with Ximen Lichen? Not to mention, they had just returned together from outside. Jiang, do you realize what you've done? The director half covered his face, displaying a look of helplessness. What? Chen Shuihan handed her the phone. Sister Ji, you're trending. A wave of shock washed over Jiang Wanzhi, her mind racing with images of her flirtation with Ximen Lichen. It was over. She was surely caught on camera. Hurriedly, she clicked on the trending topic bearing her name and stared in disbelief. Jiang Wanzhi's likes and comments flooded in, and among them was a remark claiming she and Ximen Lichen were a perfect match. A comment she had seen not long ago, now inexplicably marked as liked by her. Soon, the matter spiraled rapidly across the internet, met with a torrent of ridicule. Jiang Wanzhi's antics had become a source of amusement. The notion that she might secure a photo with Ximen Lichen and assume she was on the brink of marrying into wealth was laughable. Everyone knew Ximen Lichen despised scandals. Yin Ruo had already received a warning. What was she to him? After skimming through the multitude of harsh critiques and discerning the specifics of the trending topic, Jiang Wanzhi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, it was not as she had feared. Observing her reaction, Chen Shuihan's eyes widened in surprise, and she offered clumsy reassurances. It's all right, don't worry. Let us sit down and figure out how to manage this. The director turned to Ximen Lichen, President. This matter concerns your reputation. The public relations department will need your input. Follow Jiang Wanzhi's lead, Ximen Lichen replied succinctly. If Jiang Wanzhi was willing to make their relationship transparent, he would not oppose it. Jiang Wanzhi accessed her account, crafting a public relations statement while chuckling at herself. Surfing the internet had indeed made her a momentary victim of her own slip. Moments later, her response was published. Everyone presumed she had crossed Ximen Lichen's boundaries. Anticipating an impending debacle, upon opening the final public relations statement, only 2 words and a character emoji appeared. Jiang Wanzhi, oops. Was this sufficient? The straightforward and blunt public relations maneuver left the director and others present utterly astonished. Upon reflection, however, this approach seemed rather astute. An unexpectedly candid response, with emoticons subtly revealing an extraordinary sense of ease, has successfully shattered the defenses of netizens who sought to disparage Jiang Wanzhi. Alas, Jiang Wanzhi is indeed too much. Is there no one to rein her in? Strangely enough, I can't help but feel that Jiang Wanzhi and Ximen Lichen have a certain chemistry that is quite delightful. Upon returning to her seat, Jiang Wanzhi spotted this comment and, with a slip of her finger, liked it. She is committed to a no-turning-back attitude. Whether perceived as a deliberate retort or mere publicity, she welcomes it. In a moment of heightened emotion, Jiang Wanzhi realized her impulsive act was rather audacious. Having failed to consult Ximen Lichen beforehand, as she glanced at the man beside her, she discovered that her every move had already been under Ximen Lichen's watchful gaze. Chapter 39. Quite tiresome, she instinctively unliked the post. Ximen Lichen lowered his gaze slightly. Why did you unlike it? I thought it was quite accurate. No one is more suited to each other than he and Jiang Wanzhi. Jiang Wanzhi pursed her lips, suddenly at a loss on how to face Ximen Lichen. As the gathering came to an end, many had indulged in drinks, and the restaurant staff had prepared a vehicle parked in the underground garage. After ensuring everyone was on their way, Jiang Wanzhi prepared to leave. Just as she opened the back door of a car, a sharp honk from a sports car pierced the cavernous garage. The Bugatti parked nearby flashed its blinding high beams. It was Ximen Lichen's car. Jiang Wanzhi hesitated before nodding to the driver. No need for the car. My friend will take me home. Once the driver departed, she entered Ximen Lichen's vehicle. Buckling her seatbelt, she remarked, You really didn't have to wait for me. It feels like we are having an affair. The man observed her with an air of calm amusement. Isn't that the case? Jiang Wanzhi found herself at a loss for words. Ximen Lichen added, Darling. There's a question you haven't answered. Why did you unlike the post? Jiang Wanzhi fell silent for 2 seconds, recalling her recent impulsive action, feeling as if she barely recognized herself. Impulsive, reckless. Is this truly who she is? The woman who has been struggling to survive in the north of the capital for 3 years since her family's downfall. Gradually, under Ximen Lichen's indulgence, she had become so willful and fearless. Jiang Wanzhi locked her gaze with his and asked, "Don't you find my actions rather annoying and excessive?" They have not yet reconciled, yet she continuously exploits his power to fulfill her desires. She is indeed unrepentant, a reckless woman. Ximen Lichen's lips curved into a slight smile. "Gigi, you cannot imagine how much I yearn for you to depend on me. I adore your untamed spirit. For the man behind you is me. I will help you sort everything out." Jiang Wanzhi swallowed hard, a sudden pang of emotion filling her eyes. In that moment, being loved felt like having a solid support behind her. She can be sharp, wild, willful, and truly become Jiang Wanzhi. Such a version of herself had long vanished after her family's downfall, yet now she is slowly rediscovering it beside Ximen Lichen. Ximen Lichen observed the subtle shift in her demeanor, chuckling softly as he gently pinched her cheek. "Jiang Wanzhi, it turns out you can be moved. I thought your heart was made of stone." Jiang Wanzhi playfully swatted his hand away, questioning, "Am I truly that frightening?" Ximen Lichen chuckled softly, "You can be quite vexing." The unpredictable warmth and coldness had him ensnared. Jiang Wanzhi averted her gaze, her voice barely a whisper, "I don't wish for this either." Ximen Lichen turned her face towards him, speaking earnestly, "Gigi, I am aware that you have been evading the matter of reconciliation. I assure you, no one shall interfere with our affections again. You only need to contemplate whether you desire to be with me, and how deeply you wish for it. This time, I refuse to remain clandestine. Therefore, when you decide to reunite, we shall make it public." Jiang Wanzhi's emotions swirled within her, rendering her hesitant to meet his soulful gaze. Each word from his lips stirred her heart. The remnants of her rationality desperately pulled at her. As Ximen Lichen started the car, he ultimately lowered his defenses. His voice husky and deep, "I can accept an underground relationship. As long as we are together, I am willing." Hearing Ximen Lichen's repeated concessions pierced Jiang Wanzhi's heart, sending a wave of pain throughout her being. He was a man of high stature, yet consistently bent for her sake. Upon exiting the vehicle, Jiang Wanzhi paused momentarily while closing the door, deliberately lightening her tone. "When did Mr. She become so lacking in boundaries?" The man's gaze followed her as he replied, "You are far more important than any boundaries." Jiang Wanzhi struggled to suppress the emotions swelling within her as she turned to ascend the stairs. Once inside the elevator, she was met with the lingering scent of smoke and alcohol. At her doorstep loomed a dark figure, a man slumped against the apartment door, his head bowed. The hood of his black sweatshirt obscuring his blue hair, rendering his face unrecognizable. Upon hearing her approach, he squinted, lifting his head, his voice hoarse from inebriation. "Gigi, you're back." Jiang Wanzhi frowned slightly. "What brings you here alone?" Jiang Xingqi leaned against the wall, struggling to rise. "I have something to discuss with you." "I do not wish to listen right now. Where's your assistant?" "You've drunk too much. Let him take you home." Jiang Xingqi shook his head. "I will not return. I want to speak with you privately." As Jiang Wanzhi dialed Qi Xiao, she told him, "Speak plainly. I'll have Qi Xiao come for you." The phone rang unanswered, and Jiang Xingqi stepped closer. "Gigi, don't be afraid of me. I'm not drunk, and I won't harm you." Jiang Wanzhi, head throbbing, stared at the unreachable phone and the inebriated man before her, unsure of how to proceed. Jiang Xingqi reached out to embrace her, startling Jiang Wanzhi, who hurriedly sidestepped. "Don't act recklessly." Jiang Xingqi slapped his heavy head, feeling awkward about his earlier indiscretion. I'm sorry. I won't hurt you." His bloodshot eyes gazed at her. "Jiang Wanzhi, I like you. I like you so much. Ever since college, I've secretly harbored feelings for you, but you seemed oblivious. I regretted not having the chance to confess on your birthday. So today, I wish to seize the opportunity. Gigi, my wish for my 25th birthday is to be with you. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" As he spoke, Jiang Xingqi produced a dazzling diamond ring from his pocket and knelt on one knee. "You mustn't." Jiang Wanzhi hurriedly grasped him, preventing his descent, her response unequivocal. "Jiang Xingqi, I do not harbor feelings for you. There is no possibility between us." Her rejection was resolute, leaving the emotionally ensnared man momentarily speechless. Jiang Xingqi gazed at her in disbelief. While he anticipated rejection, the reality was far more ruthless than he had imagined. His voice trembled as he asked, "Why?" Jiang Wanzhi took a deep breath, replying, "I have someone I like." Jiang Xingqi's mouth opened in disbelief, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Is it Ximen Lichen? Jiang Wanzhi offered no reply, proceeding to press the elevator button. Allow me to escort you downstairs to hail a cab. It's late, and you should rest. Jiang Xingqi stepped forward, his emotions destabilized by alcohol, grasping Jiang Wanzhi's arm. Is it him? Calm down. Jiang Wanzhi forcefully shook off his grip, her voice sharp. Yet the man before her seemed impervious to her plea, advancing relentlessly. Gigi, clarify your words. Is it because of him? Is it? The stark physical difference between them instilled an overwhelming fear in Jiang Wanzhi, prompting her to retreat anxiously until her back collided painfully against the wall. Wincing in pain, she struggled to articulate her distress. Suddenly, the shadow looming over her was forcefully displaced. From the partially opened elevator doors emerged a figure, like a brooding sword unleashed. Chapter 40. So obedient, baby. Ximen Lichen seized Jiang Xingqi by the nape, thrusting him against the wall, his solid, unyielding fist crashing down. The man pinned Jiang Xingqi to the ground, repeatedly raising his fist in a blind fury. You dare to touch her? Jiang Wanzhi, now able to see clearly, recognized the man who had appeared, while Jiang Xingqi lay on the ground, blood streaming from his mouth. Stop! Stop it! Jiang Wanzhi rushed forward, grasping the man's clothing in the chaos. Ximen Lichen, the man, momentarily regaining his senses, halted his fist midair, his gaze now stained with bloodlust. Jiang Wanzhi clutched his tensed wrist, imploring, Please, listen to me. He hasn't harmed me. The nearing chaos in Ximen Lichen's eyes was laced with crimson, his fist hovering perilously close to Jiang Xingqi's nose. A moment's delay would yield dire consequences. All that remained in Ximen Lichen's ears were Jiang Wanzhi's soft, coaxing words. Jiang Xingqi, drenched in cold sweat, collapsed to the ground, his nearly closed eyes blurring the vision of the two before him, a faint, grim smile gracing his swollen, bloodied lips. It was indeed as he had suspected. Ximen Lichen withdrew his hand, yet the malice in his gaze remained unabated. His longing to embrace her hung suspended in the air as he irritably tore off his tie to wipe the blood from his hand. With his other hand, he took Jiang Wanzhi's, leading her away. Before she could voice her concerns, Ximen Lichen coldly uttered, He won't die. Jiang Wanzhi fell silent, allowing him to guide her into the car. The atmosphere between them remained tense throughout the journey as she accompanied him home. Upon entering the villa's grand hall, the youth seated on the sofa, engrossed in a mobile game, raised his gaze to behold a man and a woman appearing simultaneously, his eyes flickering momentarily. As he halted his actions, the vibrant colors of the game faded to monochrome, and he carelessly tossed the phone aside. Brother, sister Gigi, how did you both return together? Weren't you not reconciled? The oppressive silence enveloped the space, and it soon dawned on him that something was amiss. Ximen Lichen, holding his suit jacket, had his shirt collar undone, and the once pressed fabric now bore chaotic creases, with dried bloodstains evident on his knuckles. The woman beside him stood in silence, maintaining a deliberate distance, as if neither had the inclination to engage in conversation with him. The peculiar atmosphere felt less like an argument and more akin to a silent standoff. Awkwardly, Ximen Xingqi rose. Am I unnecessary here? It became apparent that even this inquiry was superfluous. No one responded, no one cared. The vast villa was shrouded in a silence that felt all-consuming. Brother, I shall return to my room first. You two take your time to chat, Ximen Xingqi announced, grabbing his phone and discreetly slipping away, drenched in perspiration. Jiang Wanzhi followed Ximen Lichen to the master bedroom on the second floor, as he was accustomed to offering her the main suite. Accepting this gesture, she awkwardly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your help. Rest early. At the threshold of the bedroom, Ximen Lichen seized her hand to prevent the door from closing. His voice low. Darling, are you upset with me? Despite his desire to refrain from displaying a ferocious demeanor before Jiang Wanzhi, he found it impossible to contain his simmering anger in that moment. He felt no guilt for his actions, yet if Jiang Wanzhi were indeed upset, he would apologize. Jiang Wanzhi, with a hint of resignation, tugged at her lips. I'm not angry. I just don't know what to say. She shuddered to think of what might have happened had she not intervened in time, fearing the potential wrath of Ximen Lichen. She vividly recalled how he had protected her from Jiang Xingqi's drunken outburst, and she felt she should not blame the one who stood up for her. Even if Ximen Lichen's actions had been excessive, Ximen Lichen caressed her delicate wrist, his fingertips brushing against her pulse. Were you frightened? It's all right now. Jiang Wanzhi gently shook her head, and after a few exchanged words, The awkward tension between them began to dissipate. The man lowered his gaze slightly and inquired in a deep voice, "Did he confess to you?" "Yes, but I rejected him." A glimmer of relief shone in Ximen Liching's eyes as he gazed at her with his dark, intense stare. "Such a good girl. It's not because of you that I declined. I simply do not like him," Jiang Wanzhi insisted, her stubbornness bringing a sense of satisfaction to Ximen Liching. The more she tried to cover it up, the more conspicuous it became. She bit her lip in frustration, suddenly recalling the moment when the man had rushed out of the elevator, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at Ximen Liching. "How did you appear here?" During the clash with Jiang Xingqi, she had assumed Ximen Liching had already left in his car and had not considered that someone might come to her aid. Ximen Liching replied slowly, "I was downstairs having a cigarette, and when I noticed your house wasn't lit, I grew a bit worried and decided to check on you." "Your concerns were not unfounded," Jiang Wanzhi affirmed vehemently. She was unaware that behind Ximen Liching's nonchalant explanations lay the habit of waiting until her home was illuminated before departing after each of her visits. Hence, this evening, he was able to detect the anomaly at once and appeared by her side. Reluctantly, Ximen Lichun released her hand, leading Jiang Wanzhi to mistakenly believe he was returning to his guest room, prompting her to instinctively take half a step forward. The man raised his deeply affectionate brows, exhibiting a playful demeanor before her. "Do you wish to sleep with your brother?" "Not at all." Jiang Wanzhi's cheeks flushed crimson, her expression turning serious as she interjected, "I haven't finished speaking yet." Ximen Lichun, seeing through her thoughts, initiated, "The person has been sent to the hospital. There's nothing serious." "So consider it." "Not like you," she remarked. He lazily replied, "Of course, one must handle the aftermath to prevent Miss Jiang from fretting over the fate of that rogue before slumber." Jiang Wanzhi could only marvel at how accurately he discerned her concerns. "You've beaten him to such an extent. How could I not worry?" Ximen Lichun smirked slightly. "Are you concerned for me or for him?" Jiang Wanzhi gritted her teeth. "I am worried about being implicated." The man chuckled softly. "You're quite stubborn, my dear. You certainly weren't like this when you kissed me." Undoubtedly, Jiang Wanzhi was concerned for him. She was momentarily speechless, having never encountered a man so adept at self-flattery. He then stated plainly, "If not for you, I wouldn't have acted this way." Jiang Wanzhi glanced at his injured hand. "Should I reward you then? You've beaten someone and still offer aftercare." Ximen Lichen's lips curled into a slight smirk as he leaned closer to her. "How about rewarding your brother with a goodnight kiss?" Jiang Wanzhi swiftly shut the door, delivering him a figurative cold shoulder. The man outside chuckled softly and turned to freshen up in his guest room. Dressed in a black velvet bathrobe, Ximen Lichun approached the circular bar, took a brilliantly polished glass, placed an ice ball within, and poured himself a glass of whiskey. Just as Cheng Xing exited the room, he spotted him retrieving a bottle of ice water from the fridge and casually inquired, "Did you get kicked out?" Ximen Lichun leisurely sipped his drink and replied, "A lovely siyuan has been prepared in the second ring. Do not let me see you here tomorrow." Cheng Xing paused momentarily as he closed the fridge door, contemplating for half a second. This indeed implied he was to move out. Is brother planning to cohabit with sister Gigi? Ximen Lichun swirled the whiskey in his glass, the ice ball creating a melodious clink against the glass. Preparation is key, Cheng Xing mused. Ultimately, he is the unnecessary one. "Brother, I do not wish to live alone." "Then return to the old residence and stay with those old foxes. The old man hasn't seen you today and is sulking. You ought to keep him company." Leaning against the bar, Cheng Xing half-joked, "That's not impossible. Would you like me to gauge the waters for you?" Ximen Lichun's gaze shifted to the boy's face, his inscrutable eyes holding a hint of inquiry. "Do you wish for Jiang Wanzhi and me to be together?" Chapter 41. The allure of Pink. The boy, under such scrutiny, smiled, "Of course. I hope for your happiness." Ximen Lichen's gaze remained fixed on him, seemingly pondering something, his tone still calm. "Do you believe we will be happy?" The youth furrowed his brows in a moment of perplexity. "Brother, why do you ask that? You only need to answer me. From the beginning to the end." Ximen Lichen's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon him, the calm demeanor of the man making it difficult to discern the true thoughts that lurked within his heart at that moment. Cheng Xing repressed the smile that graced his face and replied earnestly, "I certainly will." Ximen Lichen's penetrating gaze lingered on him, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. The man raised his hand to drain the remaining wine in his glass, casually fastening the silk sash at his waist before returning to his room. "I want to let you down." As he watched the figure vanish at the end of the corridor, The youth tightened his grip around the glass of water, a shadow passing over his eyes. Was his brother testing him? Suddenly, an unexpected smile broke forth from his lowered gaze. Was the situation finally about to become interesting? Jiang Wanzhi received a return call from Qi Xiao the following morning, and the three at the dining table listened attentively as he explained over the phone. I'm sorry, Jiang Schoolflower. I was too drunk yesterday to answer your call. It's all right. I wanted you to come and take him away. Qi Xiao rubbed his aching head in frustration. I heard Ximen Lichen sent him to the hospital. I honestly didn't expect Jiang Xingqi would come looking for you when he was drunk. Had I known that rascal would create such a ruckus, I would have made sure he was closely watched at the hotel, preventing him from wandering about. Qi Xiao felt as if the sky was falling when he learned someone had ended up in the hospital. His reputation in the capital was already precarious, and now, having accompanied Jiang Xingqi in such a debacle, it was only a matter of time before his elders sought him out for an explanation. Oh, so it was you who drank with him? Jiang Wanzhi elongated her tone meaningfully, glancing at Ximen Lichen. Qi Xiao, sensing the impending disaster, asked. Ximen isn't listening in, is he? The silence on the other end of the line was deafening. Taking a deep breath, Qi Xiao confessed, Ximen, I'll be honest with you, I only drank with him because I sensed something was off. I merely wanted to dissuade him. There were no ulterior motives. Jiang Wanzhi passed the phone to Ximen Lichen, who, with the faintest hint of a smile, spoke in a leisurely tone, uttering words that were both cutting and insightful. What? Does his unrequited love resonate with you? Qi Xiao feigned bravado. Oh, come on. I'm not facing a death sentence yet. Don't take pleasure in my misfortune. He would never admit to sharing a kinship in suffering with Jiang Xingqi. Ximen Lichen calmly stated, let me remind you, the word is circulating that Jiang Xingqi was injured and hospitalized due to intoxication. As for how to explain this to your elders, that is your own concern. Qi Xiao exclaimed, what? You expect me to bear the brunt of this all on my own? The man remained unfazed. He was drinking with you. Naturally, you bear primary responsibility for what transpired. Did you think Jiang Xingqi would willingly divulge the reasons behind his beating last night? All of them hailed from illustrious families in the capital, and pursuing women was hardly a noble endeavor, especially when unsuccessful. If Jiang Xingqi were wise, he would keep his mouth shut. Damn it. Qi Xiao's vision darkened, and he cautiously proposed, could you at least help me explain to Qin Shu? She has a long-standing collaboration with old Jiang. If she believes I am causing her trouble, that woman, Qin Shu, who values money above all else, would not hesitate to eliminate me. Ximen Lichen remarked, don't you have a mouth? Qi Xiao lamented, she must believe what I say. But she does not trust me. His head throbbed with frustration, and the call abruptly ended amid his emotional turmoil. Throughout the meal, Sheng Xing, who had remained silent, sighed. Brother Xiao still fears sister Qin Shu. Jiang Wanzhi smiled and casually replied, perhaps it is due to the generational hierarchy. In the shadows, a fleeting glimmer sparkled in the young man's eyes. In the blink of an eye, Sheng Xing composed himself, picked up a napkin to wipe his lips, and rose. Brother, if I move out, don't think of me. Ximen Lichen replied nonchalantly, I hardly think that will be the case. Sheng Xing chuckled and instructed the butler to prepare a vehicle for his new residence. As the young man stepped out of the villa's grand hall, his deep brown eyes bore an inscrutable depth, hinting at a wisdom beyond his 18 years. In the presence of his profoundly astute brother, he had to maintain an impeccable faade. Failure to do so would lead him to an abyss of despair. As he sat in the car, gazing out the window at the villa's final silhouette, he listened to the echoes in his mind, a spark of joy evident in his departing gaze. No one could discern the source of the young man's elation. Once Sheng Xing had left, Jiang Wanzhi inquired, is it because I constantly reside here that you urged Sheng Xing to move out? The man gently tousled her long hair at the nape of her neck, his expression unwavering as he replied, of course not. He simply wishes to live alone. Jiang Wanzhi remained skeptical, sensing a hint of disbelief. After all, this was indeed something Ximen Lichen would do. With a playful squint and a smile in his eyes, he added, it's because I want you to move in. Is this the answer Miss Jiang desired? Jiang Wanzhi's ears flushed with warmth, suddenly feeling as if she had fallen into a pit of her own making. That is not what I meant. I have to go to the film set. Ximen Lichen, still seated at the table, effortlessly pulled the woman trying to escape back into his embrace. Jiang Wanzhi lowered her gaze, perplexed by the man before her, who had shifted from a teasing demeanor to one of earnestness. Will you be back tonight? He wished to share a space with her, even if nothing transpired. Jiang Wanzhi momentarily froze, her slender arms encircling his neck as she leaned in closer, her breath gentle. Just bear with it a little longer. Ximen Lichen's gaze fixated on her delicate, fair neck, lowered to the creamy neckline of her blouse, revealing an alluring collarbone. He knew that a bite would surely leave a mark, so enchanting in its pink hue. The man's throat moved slowly, his overall composure reflecting a struggle against overwhelming desire. Ji, if you come this close, I may not be able to resist. Understood, Jiang Wanzhi replied, her crimson lips curving into a smile, knowing when to retreat. The man's hand at her lower back pressed her closer, his voice a soft instruction. Darling, if you wish to flirt with me, you might as well be bolder. Sit on my lap, come even closer, press against me, tease me. Until I have your permission, I will endure, until you take the initiative. Each word that flowed from his lips was gentle, as if unlocking infinite possibilities for her, wrapped in a deadly allure. Enveloped in her own imaginings, Jiang Wanzhi found herself ensnared by his allure, her actions unwittingly guided by his influence. Chapter 42. Why not be a bit bolder? His prominent nose brushed against her ear, eliciting a tremor within her, and he chuckled softly. My dear, mastering your body is far simpler than mastering you. Abruptly jolted back to reality, Jiang Wanzhi recognized the absurdity of the moment. He seemed to know her intimately. The exposed skin of her body had already flushed a delicate pink, and the timely chime of the alarm clock was akin to a lifeline. Desperate to escape, Jiang Wanzhi pushed him away, barely glancing at her phone, mistakenly answering the alarm as if it were a call, and hurriedly made her exit. Hello? Ximen Lichen chuckled, amused by how adorable his darling was. Hearing the laughter, Jiang Wanzhi did not turn back as she entered the car. After a futile attempt to greet someone on the phone, she realized the screen displayed the alarm page. Amused by her own foolishness, Jiang Wanzhi smiled. This smile caused the chauffeur, who was driving, to become overly excited. It appeared that the lady, who usually feigned aloofness in front of her husband, secretly harbored a whimsical side. How delightful! It was a mutual affection, and her husband was saved. However, the smile on her face faded as a message arrived on her phone. Miss Jiang, you will honor the promise made 3 years ago. One to you? She stared at the text from an unfamiliar number, her brow furrowing slightly. This statement served as both a reminder and a warning, like a cold splash of water attempting to extinguish the fire of her soul. With an impassive expression, Jiang Wanzhi deleted the message, her fingers gripping the phone tightly, ambition flickering in her eyes. Just as he had said, why not be a bit bolder? Ximen Lichen, I shall exert every effort to return to your side. At the filming location, the first scene was set in the alleyways outside the university town. Following yesterday's intentional hype, the popularity of the drama Feng Xia surged to the forefront, with crowds gathered outside the makeshift barriers at the shooting site. Jiang Wanzhi and Chen Xuehan stood nearby, supervising the shoot. She quietly inquired, have you found an actress to replace Yin Ruo? Yes, the girl who performed well during the audition. However, we are still in discussions. Her agency needs to negotiate, and we should have an answer before the end of today. Jiang Wanzhi nodded, and once filming commenced, she fell silent. Watching the actors effortlessly immerse themselves in their roles, a smile crept upon her lips. Just as the first take was nearing completion, a chorus of voices erupted from the onlookers perched in a nearby building. Trash crew, get out. Jiang Wanzhi, the ultimate green tea. The commotion escalated, creating a cacophony that rendered the audio recording chaotic. Cut, cut, cut. Director Yu was compelled to halt the filming, leaving the actors, who had just found their rhythm, exchanging helpless glances. Get down. No one is allowed to stand in the residential building. The security team swiftly ascended to restore order. Standing at the base of the building, Jiang Wanzhi inadvertently glanced upward, her pupils narrowing in shock. She quickly tugged Chen Xuehan towards the studio. Hurry. In the next instant, a bucket of red paint was poured from a second-floor window, landing squarely where they had just stood. A metal bucket fell with a resounding crash, striking the front of a parked Maybach and bouncing onto the ground. The vehicle was splattered with red paint. Chen Xuehan gazed wide-eyed, her heart racing as she looked at the bloodied car. Jiang Wanzhi furrowed her dark eyes, reflecting the crimson hue. Had she not reacted swiftly to evade, she would have been the one injured. The street descended into chaos, with various situations arising. The police swiftly arrived at the scene and apprehended the unruly group. Approaching Jiang Wanzhi, an officer inquired, Miss Jiang, are you unharmed? Upon her slight shake of the head, The police continued to inform her of the situation. The culprits had been apprehended. It was determined that the disorderly group primarily consisted of extreme fans of Yen Ruo, most of whom were quite young. They had been sternly admonished and expressed willingness to pay compensation and apologize. What do you think? Confronted with this proposal, Jiang Wanzhi cast a glance at the group huddled in the corner, their demeanor still relaxed, showing no sign of remorse. As the police escorted her over, a few of them feigned contrition, saying, "Miss Jiang, we are truly sorry." We won to shout recklessly again. Jiang Wanzhi scoffed, her expression sharp as she pierced through their evasive rhetoric. "Do not trivialize attempted murder." A defiant young man with yellow hair retorted, "You are exaggerating. We were merely watching and had no idea there was a bucket of paint on the windowsill, causing it to fall. Is my apology not enough?" A companion immediately chimed in, "Exactly, we apologized. Besides, you seem fine." The yellow-haired youth shook his leg defiantly. Regardless, they would only face a few days in confinement. Their benefactor would surely cover any fines and reward them handsomely. Accompanying her, Chen Shuhan fumed, "You are clearly grasping at straws. Who would leave a bucket of red paint on a corridor windowsill? I see you are wearing thermal pants under your trousers. There must be a reason." Jiang Wanzhi firmly expressed her stance to the police. Reconciliation was out of the question. Furthermore, she believed they were not only organized, but likely involved in monetary transactions behind the scenes. Her demand was simple: investigate thoroughly and punish them severely. Whoever was plotting against her, even if she couldn't destroy them, she would ensure they suffered consequences. Upon hearing this, the apprehended group lost their bravado. Hastily explaining to the police, "It's not as she says. We truly understand our mistakes and will never repeat them." The leading officer's expression turned grave as he issued a command. "Take them away." This commotion severely delayed the filming schedule. In front of the damaged Maybach, two prop masters lamented their predicament. "Oh my goodness, my brain feels like a jujube. The car is ruined. How are we supposed to film the main scenes today? Forget about the filming. How do we explain this to the car owner?" This globally limited edition Maybach had been lent by a top-tier luxury car club in Jingbei. Initially, they had not charged for the vehicle upon learning it was for a film crew, but within 2 hours, it was rendered unusable. The prop masters exchanged glances, pushing the responsibility onto one another. "You go negotiate." "I'm not going, you go?" "I have heard that the club owner is quite the handsome gentleman. However, I have also been informed that those who are passionate about cars tend to possess rather fiery tempers, which is quite daunting." As I gazed upon the battle-scarred luxury vehicle, the entire crew was enveloped in an atmosphere of distress. Upon returning from assisting the police, Jiang Wanzhi was met with a scene of profound silence. She broke the tension, saying, "Let's not remain stiff. Please provide me with the owner's contact information. I shall attempt to communicate with him." The prop master's eyes instantly lit up with hope. She hurriedly handed over the contact details to Jiang Wanzhi, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Sister Ji, you are my only sister." Director Yu, with a commanding presence, waved his walkie-talkie and declared, "All right, I will take the crew to film the remaining scenes. You all must not be idle. Quickly arrange for another vehicle. Today's filming must be completed." The prop master's sister lamented, "What? Is it that urgent?" The luxury car, valued in the millions, typically incurs charges by the minute, making the production costs astronomical. Securing a suitable vehicle that aligns with both the script and the budget within such a tight time frame posed an immense challenge. The prop team felt as if the sky were collapsing. Following the incident with the splattered Maybach, the prop team exclaimed, "Damn it, we have been utterly defeated." Jiang Wanzhi settled into a chair and dialed the contact number sent by her colleague. The youthful voice on the other end caught her by surprise. "Is that you?" Chapter 43. Enticement. Ximen Lichen recognized her voice, causing his pen to slip from his fingers and clatter onto the desk. "Gigi?" Suddenly being addressed by his name left Jiang Wanzhi feeling somewhat unaccustomed. "It's me," she responded with a delighted laugh. "Xichen, are you the owner of this club?" The young man replied modestly, "I suppose so. It's merely a pastime for me." "What is the matter?" Jiang Wanzhi recalled the damaged Maybach and cleared her throat awkwardly. "Well, there was a minor incident with the Maybach that our crew borrowed from your club. It's practically unrecognizable now." He chuckled softly on the other end. "It seems to be more than just a minor issue, doesn't it? You are aware?" "It's hard not to be." Jiang Wanzhi, now sweating, placed her hand on her forehead. "I'm here to discuss the compensation related to this matter." Having previously collided with Ximen Lichen's Rolls-Royce, she was acutely aware that the expenses would not be trivial. Xichen responded with a light-hearted laugh. Sister, let us refrain from discussing money between us. It sounds quite formal. Jiang Wanzhi considered this, realizing that the compensation seemed to revolve around the Ximen family's finances. Yet, we cannot simply disregard this incident, can we? Xingxing appeared unfazed, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Of course, we can. Honestly, I have no particular fondness for the cars rented out by the club. If you truly feel remorseful, I would be willing to accept a gift from you as a belated celebration of my 18th birthday. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanzhi felt an immediate sense of relief. No problem. She preferred not to be indebted to anyone, and this seemed the most amicable resolution. The young man smiled slightly. I will need to think carefully about this gift. All right, Jiang Wanzhi replied. Feel free to let me know anytime what you desire. Very well, the young man responded lightly. Have you resumed filming on your end? If you urgently require a vehicle, I can arrange for another one to be sent over. You may use it freely, without any rental fees. Jiang Wanzhi was taken aback by his generosity. I understand that you are helping me out of consideration for your brother, but I must insist on paying the rental fee. Uncertain of what had triggered it, the youth's bright voice took on a deeper tone. It was of no concern to him. Should any assistance be required in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me at any time. Caught up in her elation, Jiang Wanzhi did not ponder much and her eyes sparkled with delight. Is that truly the case? If so, I must represent the entire crew and treat you to a sumptuous feast of land and sea. When shall we meet? Xingxing readily accepted. Glancing at her schedule, she added, if it is convenient for you, tonight would be perfect. Xingxing pressed the edges of his phone, containing his emotions. Very well, Jiang Wanzhi replied. Let us leave it at that for now. I will contact you later. There are many matters to attend to with the crew, but thank you nonetheless. You're welcome, came the youth's gentle voice. Wanzhi, let us not miss our appointment tonight. Distracted by the crew's summons, Jiang Wanzhi barely caught the words before the call ended. Xingxing gazed at the screen where the call had been terminated, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. What sort of gift would be appropriate? Before Jiang Wanzhi could put her phone away, she was pulled aside by a prop master. Sister Ji, is this the car you borrowed? She looked at the extravagant Bentley before her, astonished at how efficiently Ximen Xingxing had acted. But didn't he mention something grander over the phone? Had he swapped vehicles? Jiang Wanzhi intended to call Xingxing for confirmation while saying, I just spoke with the club owner. The new vehicle for the crew must not encounter any further mishaps. The prop master excitedly grasped her arm, exclaiming, Wow, Sister Ji, what kind of power do you wield? Not only did you resolve the accident, but you also secured us a magnificent Bentley. Instantly, Jiang Wanzhi became the object of admiration for everyone in the props department. Just as she was about to make the call, she caught sight of a well-dressed man approaching the director, halting her movements. Noticing her, Ximen Lichen strode over with concern etched in his features, his magnetic voice resonating even deeper. I'm relieved to see you are unharmed. A pang of discomfort welled within Jiang Wanzhi, as the past incident, which she thought was behind her, suddenly received attention. She managed a slight smile. I am fine. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Ximen. In the public setting, Ximen Liching's gaze held an added restraint. I have been informed of the situation, and a professional legal team will be handling the necessary proceedings. Furthermore, this vehicle is provided by me for the crew's shooting. Should you require further assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Jiang Wanzhi looked at him in astonishment, surprised to learn the car belonged to Ximen Lichen. Thank you, President. As the crew resumed operations, Jiang Wanzhi took a moment to text Xingxing. The car is no longer needed. Your brother just provided one for the crew. But still, thank you. I owe you dinner tonight. Not far from the filming block, a sleek black car came to a stop at the road's edge. Inside, the youth stared intently at his phone screen, the knuckles of his grip on the steering wheel crackling. A heavy stillness enveloped him. After a prolonged silence, he finally typed a simple response. Okay. When Jiang Wanzhi received the message, Ximen Lichen happened to be standing right behind her, the height difference allowing him to read the content effortlessly. Leaning slightly forward, his voice brushed softly against her ear. Why not invite your brother for a meal? The voice of Ximen Lichen was perfectly modulated, audible only to them, yet it made Jiang Wanzhi exceedingly anxious. Jiang Wanzhi turned off her phone. All right, let's have dinner together tonight. The more the merrier. It won't be too awkward. Ximen Lichen chuckled softly, but my brother prefers more extravagant dishes. What shall we do? Sensing the deeper meaning in his words, Jiang Wanzhi gritted her teeth. Rest assured, I will arrange everything from the skies above to the depths of the seas. An entire feast awaits you. The man's thin lips curled up. He desired only what was before him. Jiang Wanzhi reminded him, "You should not linger in the crew. The actors are already a bit nervous knowing you're here. It might affect their performance." A flicker of helplessness crossed Ximen Lichen's eyes. Such an ungrateful little wolf, trying to drive me away, he thought. Jiang Wanzhi, adopting a strategy of retreating to advance, spoke softly, "See you tonight." Her captivating words sounded enticing to the man. He replied softly, "Baby, see you tonight." Jiang Wanzhi felt a chill run down her neck and swallowed hard. After he left, the atmosphere in the crew was noticeably more relaxed. After successfully completing the day's shoot, Jiang Wanzhi was called over by Qin Shuahan. "Jiang, we received a response from the actress for the second female lead. But negotiations have stalled. They had contacted several actresses, but the process had been quite challenging. Either they were unavailable, or they were reluctant to support a newcomer like the female lead. The latest one was apprehensive about replacing Yen Ruo's role and feared retaliation. So she hesitated to take on our project. It was said that Yen Ruo had already made it known in the industry that anyone who dared to accept the role of the second female lead would be considered her enemy. In terms of experience in the entertainment industry, Yen Ruo was still a novice, but in terms of family background, she belonged to the upper echelon of this world, making her someone few would dare to provoke. Jiang Wanzhi furrowed her brow deeply. The casting issue was indeed quite troublesome. Without a confirmed supporting role, the filming schedule for the upcoming days would be difficult to manage. Upon returning home, Jiang Wanzhi found Su Qingsha furiously stomping on the cushions of the carpet, venting her frustrations. At first glance, the cushion bore the imprint of a blue-haired male singer. "Damn Jiang Xingqi, just because your family is wealthy, you think you can act all high and mighty. I flew for over 10 hours to Paris for a shoot, and he just decides not to show up. You can go to hell." Jiang Wanzhi was startled and approached her. "Qingsha, did your advertisement shoot fall through?" Su Qingsha, filled with indignation, replied, "Don't even mention it." Jiang Xingqi suddenly decided not to come. Hundreds of people were waiting for him at the shoot, and in the end, the brand was furious. And I got dragged into it too. I really could scream. Jiang Wanzhi recalled how he had drunkenly confessed to her that day, and now he was hospitalized because of Ximen Lichen. Su Qingsha, grinding her teeth in anger, remarked, "He deserves it," just as Jiang Wanzhi intended to console her. A sudden idea struck her as she observed Su Qingsha's fierce demeanor. "Qingsha, the role of the second female lead that was originally Yen Ruo's has opened up in my crew. It's a significant role, and if performed well, it could truly shine. Would you like to take on the challenge?" Su Qingsha was taken aback, pointing at her own gentle-looking face. "You really think I can play the role of a vicious female antagonist with this face?" Since her debut, Su Qingsha has predominantly portrayed delicate and innocent characters, often as the younger sister or sibling of the main protagonist, while no one has dared to cast her in a villainous role. "I have faith in you," Jiang Wanzhi declared emphatically, gesturing towards the cushion beneath Su Qingsha's feet. "Channel that earlier vigor, and you'll surely succeed." Su Qingsha glanced at the cushion that had just been blasted beneath her foot, biting her lip. "All right, I'm in," Jiang Wanzhi cautioned her. "There may be some difficulties with Yen Ruo, but I will do my utmost to manage it." Su Qingsha, seemingly unfazed, remarked, "Does she really believe she can dominate the entertainment industry? If she wants to act, why should she stop others from doing so? I'm committed to this role. The schedule is clear, and it's certainly better than sitting at home doing nothing." Jiang Wanzhi confirmed once more, "Are you truly resolute in this decision? You'll be joining the crew tomorrow." "Absolutely," Su Qingsha replied, delightfully outlining her plans. "Once I step in for Yen Ruo, I'm bound to attract a fair share of criticism from haters, but my popularity will surely soar. Plus, stepping in at the last minute should earn me some leniency from the drama's fans. After all, this role is outside my comfort zone. If I perform adequately, it will be just fine, and if I excel, that would be a tremendous leap. So, no matter how I look at it, I stand to gain." With her myriad of clever thoughts, even Jiang Wanzhi found herself convinced. "All right, I'll send you the script right away." Later that evening, while poring over the script in the living room, Su Qingsha looked up as a woman in a light purple mermaid dress passed through. Her makeup, curled hair, pearl earrings, necklace, and fragrance were all meticulously arranged. "Dressed so beautifully, are you off to a date?" Su Qingsha teased. Jiang Wanzhi tucked a strand of hair behind her ear as she bent down to slip into her high heels. "I'm off to a social engagement." Su Qingsha giggled behind her script, barely able to contain her amusement. Jiang Wanzhi swiftly exited, the sleek black car already waiting downstairs. with an air of mischief. She surveyed her surroundings before hastily taking the passenger seat. Just as she was fastening her seatbelt, a warm presence leaned in. Ximen Lichen bending down to inhale the scent of her exposed shoulder and neck, his breath brushing against her fair skin. "Darling, you smell divine." Jiang Wanzhi playfully pushed him away. "Stop it." The man, held at bay by her hand against his chest, gazed at her with deep, dark eyes. "Darling, you are stunning." A mere hint of flirtation from her was enough to ensnare him like a lovesick puppy, rendering him utterly captivated. Jiang Wanzhi almost succumbed to the sugary trap woven by the man, but she evaded his longing gaze and redirected the conversation. "What about Ximen Lichen?" Undeterred, started the engine. He couldn't make it due to some urgent matters. Oh, just then, Jiang Wanzhi received a message from Ximen Lichen. "Zaza, I have an urgent matter to attend to and cannot join you for dinner. I'm sorry." After a brief pause, Jiang Wanzhi contemplated whether Ximen Lichen had specifically called her to dress up for this meal because it had turned into a private date for them. The man glanced at her. "Are you that unwilling to treat your brother to dinner?" "I'm not that petty," Jiang Wanzhi retorted, tucking her phone away and offering a preemptive disclaimer. "But I'm sure you are aware of my current financial situation. Dining at an upscale restaurant may not be feasible for me." Ximen Lichen retrieved a black card from the car's compartment and handed it to her. Jiang Wanzhi stared in astonishment at the black card. Before she could contemplate, the man had already pressed the card into her hand, succinctly instructing her to spend it freely. With tears welling in her eyes, she accepted it, acknowledging that her ex-boyfriend was never lacking in wealth. In an instant, the handsome visage of the man in the driver's seat became increasingly pleasing to her. It was all due to that damned yet enchanting power of money. Ximen Lichen gently cautioned her not to let him discover that she was squandering his funds on a man of dubious character. Jiang Wanzhi curled her lip. She was not foolish enough to challenge Ximen Lichen's boundaries. With her delicate fingers clutching the black card, she raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain this is for me?" The man, focused on driving, replied nonchalantly, "It's merely a card. The properties, mines, and companies under my name can also be yours. Miss Jiang, accept them. But do not forget to take me along as well." Jiang Wanzhi licked her lips. This was difficult to resist. In the German restaurant, Jiang Wanzhi followed Ximen Lichen inside, greeted by the opulent decor reminiscent of a classic European palace. A grand piano graced the central island, where a professional musician played soft melodies. The attentive waitstaff guided them to a secluded glass room for dining, and within just a few steps, Jiang Wanzhi had attracted the gaze of nearly every patron. Whispers began to circulate throughout the restaurant. "Isn't that the former young lady of the Jiang family? Why is she with Mr. Ximen?" "The Jiang family? Just look at their current state. I heard Jiang Wanzhi is desperately trying to make a comeback, having failed to secure a marriage with young Master Fu. Now attempting to cling to Mr. Ximen. What is the difference between her and the entertainers in the industry now? Rest assured, she won to gain entry into the Ximen family." As the waiter led the way, Jiang Wanzhi walked alongside Ximen Lichen. Under the scrutiny of peculiar gazes, the woman suddenly loosened her grip on her handbag. The exquisite diamond-studded bag fell to the floor with a thud, the lipstick rolling to the feet of the man's expensive leather shoes. The murmurs from the crowd intensified as they focused intently on this scene. Clad in a mermaid skirt, Jiang Wanzhi remained unfazed, feigning an inability to bend down. The returning waiter, upon noticing, immediately offered to assist. But Ximen Lichen subtly raised his hand, signaling him to refrain from approaching. He bent down to retrieve the lipstick in the woman's bag, placing the lipstick back inside and zipping it up. He did not return the bag to Jiang Wanzhi, but continued to carry it as he walked toward their private room. His movements calm and practiced, as if it were second nature. Those witnessing this spectacle were filled with astonishment. Were they seeing things? Ximen Lichen had actually taken the initiative to help Jiang Wanzhi with her bag? The unfamiliar gazes were obscured by the one-way glass, allowing only those within the glass room to see the outside world. Jiang Wanzhi pressed her lips together, reveling in the satisfaction of knowing how flustered those who had just gossiped about her must feel at this moment. She took the bag back from the man's hands, softly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Ximen Lichen personally moved her chair aside, his deep eyes glimmering with a smile. "You're welcome," he replied, his words laden with meaning. Jiang Wanzhi understood that her little ruse had not escaped the keen eyes of this old fox. She complimented him. "You played along quite well just now. You saved my face and dealt a harsh blow to those onlookers." Ximen Lichen raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced by her assertion. "Cooperation? Perhaps Jiang Wanzhi had deliberately dropped her bag on the ground, but the moment he bent down to retrieve it, it was purely instinctual. Throughout their romantic entanglement, he had done everything, from picking up bags and lipstick to cooking and washing undergarments. After a moment's contemplation, Ximen Lichen remarked, "It matters not whether there is cooperation. Miss Jiang only needs to comprehend one thing. No matter the circumstance, your pleasure will invariably enhance my own." Jiang Wanzhi's reckless abandon merely attested to how well he had taken care of her. Lowering her gaze, she seemed to recall vividly certain scenes from 3 years prior. What if one day you discover that I have truly disappointed you? Would Ximen Lichen still show her such favoritism? The expansive space fell into a brief silence. The man discerned the earnest probing hidden within her words, his gaze fixed upon her, his deep voice carrying a hint of intensity. "Jiang Wanzhi, in the face of vengeance, I can forsake my moral compass. You would do well to abandon any delusions of betraying me." A tremor coursed through Jiang Wanzhi's heart as she forced a smile. "I was merely inquiring, no need to be so grave." Dishes were artfully arranged. The high-rise glass abode surrounded by the bustling city exuded romance and refinement. Jiang Wanzhi lifted her wine glass, gazing at the somber man before her. The sound of glasses clinking resonated in the air, crisp and melodious. Unbeknownst to her, her tone bore an undertone of soothing intent. "I shall refrain from asking those trivial questions in the future." Ximen Lichen drained his glass, his Adam's apple bobbing as his slightly reddened eyelids narrowed. "Ziji, do not underestimate my feelings for you. If they could never genuinely establish trust, even after reconciliation, numerous issues would persist. Had Jiang Wanzhi fully trusted him, she would not have hesitated to reveal the hidden truths behind their breakup." Her eyes met his, her lips moving, yet the response within her throat felt like a stubborn obstruction. "You too." After their meal, both had indulged in considerable wine. Jiang Wanzhi approached the floor-to-ceiling window, her slightly intoxicated, glistening eyes gazing downward, where the city lights began to twinkle, rendering the bustling traffic minuscule. The man stepped behind her, his broad arms encircling her waist. "What are you thinking?" She shivered slightly, but did not retreat. "Nothing much. Do not be anxious. I merely wish to embrace you." Through the transparent glass, she beheld him, his expression concealed beneath the tailored suit, his deep eyes inscrutable. Jiang Wanzhi clasped his large hand resting at her waist, tracing the distinct joints of his long fingers with her lightly gliding fingertips, guiding him. Ximen Lichen lowered his voice. "Jiang Wanzhi, how did I never notice your poor tolerance for alcohol before? A little wine, and you become unruly, even more so than myself." The woman huffed. "You could refuse." He replied, "I find no reason to decline." Enveloped in his embrace, Jiang Wanzhi still faced away, rendering their heartfelt emotions elusive to one another. All Ximen Lichen could hear was the yearning voice of the woman in his arms, softly murmuring, "Do not speak, do not speak." His rolling Adam's apple grew heavy, asserting dominance over her senses. The transparent surroundings compelled Jiang Wanzhi to focus solely on the view outside, fully aware that those beyond could not see her, yet unable to disregard the tension within her heart. She nestled beneath the open suit of Ximen Lichen, her fingertips leaving traces on the glass surface. Jiang Wanzhi squinted her eyes, reluctant to awaken. Gradually, after nearly an hour, she emerged from her intoxication. A light sheen of sweat graced her brow as she sat quietly on the sofa in the private room, observing the man who had just exited the restroom. Ximen Lichen leisurely wiped his still damp hands with a handkerchief, his long, fair fingers boasting neatly rounded nails that exuded an inexplicable allure. Both of them deliberately avoided discussing the earlier incident. She picked up her bag and remarked, "There's an upcoming film award ceremony in Hong Kong next week. I will likely be away on business for a few days." Ximen Lichen raised an eyebrow. "Is this a notification for me?" Jiang Wanzhi chuckled lightly. "Setting aside the identity of your ex-girlfriend, you are still my boss, after all. Will this boss place undue pressure on you? What if not? The marketing outlets are proclaiming your substantial investment in promoting me and my project. Should the return on investment falter, it would be difficult for me to justify." Beyond other considerations, the project's outcome was a pressing reality, and she felt compelled to validate her worth. She continued, "Please refrain from visiting the set for the next few days. There are rampant rumors circulating in the industry, and it's wise to avoid unnecessary complications." She did not wish for sensational gossip to overshadow the script's appeal. If anyone were to uncover the details of their former clandestine romance, it would only exacerbate their troubles. Ximen Lichen set down the handkerchief, a soft scoff escaping his lips. So that was the final tenderness before parting? Jiang Wanzhi gently brushed her hand across the right lapel of his suit, soothingly coaxing, "Do not be upset." Ximen Lichen's gaze darkened, silently cursing, "Vixen." Just then, an untimely phone call interrupted. Jiang Wanzhi, rather amused than angry, blew him a playful kiss before departing. "Ximen Lichen, we have ample time ahead." As she vanished from sight, Ximen Lichen furrowed his brow and answered the phone that had been ringing for quite some time. "Is there something amiss?" Upon hearing the tone from the other end, Qi Xiao sensed trouble. "Who has offended you this time?" In an instant, Qi Xiao conjured an answer in his mind. "Could it be that Jiang Wanzhi has ensnared you again?" Besides Jiang Wanzhi, no one else could stir Ximen Lichen's emotions. Ximen Lichen remained silent, intending to end the call. "If there's nothing, I am hanging up." All right, I shall refrain from mentioning it. I do have important matters to discuss." Qi Xiao quickly interjected. He got straight to the point. "Qin Shu is encountering issues with her funding in South America. I cannot assist her overtly and need to leverage your influence." Currently, the internal dynamics of the Qi family were tumultuous. As the adopted daughter of the matriarch, Qin Shu's capabilities and ambitions made her a formidable presence. She sought a share of the Qin family's assets, and obstacles were inevitable. Ximen Lichen suddenly chuckled. "Does Qin Shu know how much effort your nephew is putting in for her?" Chapter 46. Ji, come here, Qi Xiao self-deprecatingly remarked. "Even if she knows, she would feign ignorance. I know her too well. No matter how much I invest, Qin Shu will always keep her distance from me." It was evident that he was not the one at fault, yet he bore the entirety of the consequences alone. "Vixen." Ximen Lichen's mood lifted as he observed Qi Xiao's discomfort, which reassured him. "I can assist you, provided you withdraw from the bidding for that land in Nanqing." Qi Xiao clenched his teeth. "Why don't you go and seize it?" The man replied with a faint smile. "I assent that what I am doing, reaching out to you? Fine, I withdraw." Qi Xiao gritted his teeth in agreement, unable to suppress his sarcasm. "Ximen Lichen, we are both misfortunate brothers. Why must a man make things difficult for another man?" However, the other party refused to associate himself with Qi Xiao. "I am not like you." Ximen Lichen brushed his fingers over the smudge left by a woman on the floor-to-ceiling window, the lingering sensation still present. His Ji loves him deeply. Qi Xiao grew even more irritated, jealousy distorting his features. "When it comes to love, neither of us should mock the other. You merely excel at self-brainwashing. If Jiang Wanzhi truly cared for you, she would have clarified the reasons for your breakup long ago. Her silence indicates a lack of trust in you, clearly. You are not indispensable." Ximen Lichen gripped his phone tightly. "I don't need your reminders." Hearing the confidence in his tone, Qi Xiao chuckled. "You have a direction now?" Ximen Lichen gazed out at the cityscape, his deep eyes imbued with meaning. "Be patient, observe slowly. Without the ability to solve problems and break through obstacles, why return home?" To win back Jiang Wanzhi, he dissected their brief 3-month romance for 3 whole years, contemplating countless possibilities that could have led to their separation, until a phone call revealed a blind spot. Now, he was validating each hypothesis. Qi Xiao's curiosity was piqued. "Who is it? Someone worth your elaborate scheming?" "Quite capable, indeed." The man smiled, remaining silent. Those little mice lurking in the shadows, meddling, would inevitably ensnare themselves. He didn't mind toying with that little mouse before it happened. After Jiang Wanzhi emerged from the private room, the restaurant manager respectfully led her towards the exit. "Miss Jiang, Mr. Ximen has arranged a car for you. This way, please." "Thank you." The manager's demeanor was humble. "You should thank Mr. Ximen." Jiang Wanzhi responded with a smile, appreciating the manager's emotional intelligence and caliber. As the elevator descended to the lobby, the two stepped into the restaurant and immediately recognized Jiang Wanzhi approaching from a distance. Sun Qian linked her arm with Fu Hongyu's, instinctively straightening her back, with her other hand deliberately resting on her still flat abdomen. After all, she was carrying the Fu family's first grandson. The man glanced at her in confusion, only to see Jiang Wanzhi appearing before him. Fu Hongyu attempted to shake off Sun Qian's grip, but her hold was too firm to break free. Were it not for familial pressure and his grandmother's expectations for the first grandson, he would never have maintained a relationship with Sun Qian. Sun Qian blocked Jiang Wanzhi's path, her eyes disdainfully assessing her outfit for the day. "Who might this be?" "Oh, it's Jiang. Is this restaurant now allowing anyone and everyone to enter?" Jiang Wanzhi raised an eyebrow, repeating her words while her gaze lingered on Sun Qian and Fu Hongyu's faces. "Anyone and everyone. It seems you two fit that description better. What are you staring at? I'm talking about you. I thought you were the prominent young lady of those years. Sun Qian shot her a fierce glare, then turned to sulkily cling to the man's arm, acting coy. Fu Xiao, Jiang Wanzhi has insulted us. Why do you not speak up for me? Noticing the escalating situation, the restaurant manager hastily leaned towards Fu Hongyue, cautioning him. Fu Xiao, this Miss Jiang is a distinguished guest of your uncle. Please ensure your companions behave appropriately. In simpler terms, it was a directive to control his dog. Fu Hongyue wore an expression of palpable annoyance, neither intervening nor defending. No one wished to see Jiang Wanzhi's humiliation more than he did. He wanted her to regret her decision to withdraw from their engagement, feeling emboldened by the support. Sun Qian's expression turned triumphantly disdainful as she cast a derisive glance at Jiang Wanzhi, her laughter rippling with mockery. Since you are dining with Mr. Ximen, why are you alone? I wonder, did you shamelessly approach him only to be sent away? Jiang Wanzhi swiftly raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Sun Qian's face. The sound echoed, and Sun Qian, caught off guard, tilted her head as half her face flushed red, her smile freezing in place. Jiang Wanzhi regarded her with amusement, her lips curving slightly, yet her eyes shimmered with a patronizing pity reserved for someone in a subordinate position. Cousin, it has been so long since I addressed you as such that I fear you have forgotten your station before me. In our childhood, you could only pilfer my discarded princess dresses, and now, you can only salvage the rotten cucumbers I cast aside. How pitiful. Sun Qian, struck at her vulnerable spot, raised her hand to retaliate. You wretched thing, who are you calling pitiful? Before her hand could descend, Jiang Wanzhi retaliated with another sharp slap, leaving both sides of their faces mirroring crimson. Sun Qian, nearly losing her balance, was hastily steadied by Fu Hongyue, who angrily shouted at Jiang Wanzhi. What are you doing? Feigning surprise, Jiang Wanzhi looked at him. Oh, so you're not mute after all? A coward, only now finding your voice. Fu Hongyue clenched his fists, bones crackling with tension. Jiang Wanzhi, do you think I am being lenient with you? You dare strike my woman. No one in the capital would dare do such a thing. Sensing the rising threat, the manager hurriedly shielded Jiang Wanzhi, dispatching someone to summon security. Suddenly, a deep male voice resonated through the tense hall. Tsatsa, come here. Everyone turned towards the source, and Jiang Wanzhi's gaze momentarily faltered. As security personnel rushed in, a tall man clad in a dark patterned suit approached her, his cold black eyes piercing, each step deliberate. Behind Ximen Lichen, a top-tier bodyguard materialized, a presence formidable enough to instill dread. Jiang Wanzhi edged closer to Ximen Lichen, maintaining a safe distance from Fu Hongyue. Witnessing their proximity, Fu Hongyue's eyes blazed with fury. Jiang Wanzhi. In that instant, Fu Hongyue's brow furrowed, his pupils widening in terror. Ximen Lichen brandished a gun drawn from his bodyguard, the cold, hard barrel pressed against Fu Hongyue's temple. The hammer was cocked, poised to unleash chaos. Instantly, the hall fell into a profound silence. Ximen Lichen narrowed his eyes, disdainfully regarding the man who stood half a head shorter than him, his thin lips curling. What did you say? I did not hear you. Chapter 47. Do not bite. No, no. Fu Hongyue trembled, vigorously shaking his head, forcibly swallowing the words that nearly escaped his lips. Is that so? Ximen Lichen chuckled darkly. Fu Hongyue shook his head in a daze, struggling to swallow. He had never witnessed his uncle appear so cold and terrifying. In the moment he was about to insult Jiang Wanzhi, Ximen Lichen truly contemplated taking his life for that woman. Sun Qian, who had been so arrogant, was now too frightened to utter a word. No one could have anticipated that Ximen Lichen would aim a gun at his own nephew, though they were merely related by marriage. Fu Hongyue was the eldest grandson of the Fu family, holding a significant position within the clan. Yet, before Ximen Lichen, he felt like a mere ant, ready to be crushed at any moment. Jiang Wanzhi reached out, attempting to suppress Ximen Lichen's hand. Let us go, she urged. However, Ximen Lichen seemed unwilling to let Fu Hongyue off so easily, his left hand gripping the gun unwaveringly. To him, a loaded bullet was meant to be fired. Moreover, he sensed the unwillingness and defiance within Fu Hongyue's heart. Ximen Lichen's sharp gaze fell upon the trembling fist that Fu Hongyue half clenched. That very hand had nearly reached for his beloved. To incapacitate him would not be an unwise choice. Jiang Wanzhi discerned his intentions and tugged at the hem of his clothing, attempting to divert his attention. Ximen Lichen, my hand hurts. In the next moment, her vision was obscured by the broad palm of the man. Bang! A deafening sound echoed through the hall. Screams erupted. Jiang Wanzhi trembled, hearing Fu Hongyue's anguished cries. Throughout the ordeal, her eyes were shielded by Ximen Lichen. It was not until they halted by the car that she turned back to the now-sealed restaurant. Disbelief etched in her expression as she faced Ximen Lichen once more. "You," she began. Ximen Lichen gently took her hand and rubbed it. "Does it still hurt?" Jiang Wanzhi stared at him, feeling utterly absurd. The man who had just fired a weapon was now inquiring about her hand's pain. Ximen Lichen opened the back door of the car. "It's chilly outside tonight. Please, get in." Jiang Wanzhi stood frozen, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. Why did you shoot? She dared not dwell upon the scene in the hall, yet she felt the chilling weight of ultimate power. "Because he seeks revenge on you." Ximen Lichen replied simply and directly. Observing her lack of response, he softly elaborated. "Darling, if I don't teach him a lesson he will never forget today. What will happen the next time he treats you this way? Mercy towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself. I want him to fear, not just me, but you as well. The best approach is to nip Fu Hongyue's vengeful heart in the bud, making it abundantly clear that if he persists in his ways, he will truly vanish from this world." Jiang Wanzhi was hesitant to agree. "Are you not afraid that he will hate us to the core and wish for our demise?" Ximen Lichen listened intently to her words, a smile suddenly gracing his lips. "Us." He relished those two words. Jiang Wanzhi furrowed her brow. "What are you smiling about?" Ximen Lichen swept her into the car, and as she struggled, he pressed down on her flailing hands, saying, "Darling, trust me. If he dares, I won't show any mercy today. Some people, once terrified, are destined to be nothing but cowards." Jiang Wanzhi bit her lip, realizing for the first time that showing mercy could mean crippling one's opponent. Ximen Lichen pressed his thumb against her lips, urging her to part her mouth. "Don't bite." Jiang Wanzhi swatted his hand away, exclaiming, "Don't touch me, your hands are filthy." How could he dare to touch her with hands that had seen blood? Ximen Lichen presented the back of his tattooed hand before her, asserting, "My dear, not this hand." It took Jiang Wanzhi 2 seconds to recall that he wielded the gun with his left hand, yet she still felt apprehensive. "That hand is still off limits." Obediently, Ximen Lichen withdrew his hand, sitting closely beside her. The soft purple fabric of her dress entwined with his trousers, suggesting a subtle, unspoken connection. Gazing out the window, Jiang Wanzhi's dark eyes sparkled with the night's illumination. She was not angry. Rather, she felt an increasing sense of indebtedness to Ximen Lichen. At one point, she had believed that his approach upon returning to the country was motivated by revenge, but that was not the case. His love for her was fervent, grand, and uniquely intense, even creating the illusion that class differences were insignificant. The car halted beneath her apartment building, and this time, Ximen Lichen accompanied her upstairs. Jiang Wanzhi pressed her lips together and said, "Regardless of everything, thank you. You should head back and rest." Yet, the man showed no inclination to leave. Stopping her action of entering the password, she lifted her gaze to him. "Aren't you going? Do you not understand the concept of do not gaze upon that which is improper?" Ximen Lichen fixed his gaze upon her, his voice deep as he asked, "May I have a hug?" Since entering the car, their conversation had been minimal. The thought of the coming days, filled with both distance and the need for discretion, left him feeling utterly insecure. Meeting his longing eyes, Jiang Wanzhi found herself entranced. Their silent exchange stretching on as his restraint stirred something deep within her, igniting a yearning. What difference was there between this and the challenge of returning home without petting a dog? Resolved to embrace him quickly and depart. She never anticipated that as she dove into his arms, the apartment door beside them would suddenly swing open. "Oh my goodness!" Su Qingxiao exclaimed. Jiang Wanzhi met her gaze, feeling a wave of guilt wash over her as she lowered her head, hoping this was merely a figment of her imagination. Su Qingxiao hurriedly grabbed her bag and rushed out, declaring, "I didn't see anything. I have an urgent matter and I need to leave. You two handle things here." After all, she wouldn't be returning tonight. Ximen Lichen glanced down at the embarrassed woman in his arms and kindly reminded her, "My dear, she has left." Jiang Wanzhi shot him a glare. "Are you satisfied now?" Gently, Ximen Lichen's hand brushed against her flushed cheek. "Why are you so shy?" Escaping his hold, Jiang Wanzhi turned to close the door behind her. "There won't be a next time." Ximen Lichen looked at his empty hand, chuckling softly. "Will there not be?" As the night deepened, the Ximen ancestral residence remained brightly lit. Within the opulent main hall, an air of heaviness prevailed as the two elders sat in grim countenance upon sandalwood chairs. No matter what mistake Xiaoyu has made, Lichen should not have maimed his hand. Upon learning that her grandson was hospitalized, old Madame Fu wept inconsolably, nearly fainting, while her children anxiously supported her. The patriarch, Ximen Lichen, tightened his grip on his cane, casting a glance that rendered his eldest son, Ximen Yu, unable to lift his head. Father, the news has been contained. Of course it must be contained. Ximen Lichen shook the scepter in his hand, his voice sharp and piercing. The sight of family members turning against each other was nothing short of a grand farce. Did I not say that if Ximen Lichen did not return, neither should you? Ximen Yu furrowed his brow, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. The child had grown, beyond his control. The sound of a car engine echoed through the courtyard, shattering the tense silence. The man who appeared at the entrance exuded a cold aura, imbued with the chill of an autumn night. Faced with the gazes of the crowd upon him, Ximen Lichen appeared nonchalant. Are they all waiting for me? Chapter 48. The girlfriend who likes her brother. Seeing his demeanor, Ximen Lichen struck his scepter against the ground in anger, rebuking. So you do know how to come back. The elderly Madame Fu, filled with emotion, stood up from her seat, ready to charge at Ximen Lichen. Why did you treat my grandson this way? Why? Beside her, Mou quickly intervened, soothingly saying, Madame Fu, please calm down. Your health is paramount. Let us discuss this matter while seated. Madame Fu brushed away her well-meaning hand, exclaiming, if it were your son who had his hand severed today, would you still utter such words? Your son is a devil, a sinner. Mou was left speechless by the harsh retort and shot a glare at Ximen Lichen. Aren't you going to apologize? Under the pressure from his mother, Ximen Lichen showed no intention of backing down. If Fu Hongyu wishes to strike my woman, I believe it is only fitting to teach him a lesson that ensures he never does so again. Had Fu Hongyu not harbored any impulse to strike Jiang Wanzhi today, we would not have reached this point. Mou asked, are you with her again? Does it matter? Ximen Lichen casually leaned back against the sandalwood chair, adjusting his cuff. Ximen Lichen, furious, hurled the scepter at him, declaring, I see you have completely lost your senses. The man caught the scepter midair, playing with it effortlessly. Grandfather, I know my limits. What limits do you possess? Ximen Licheng's anger boiled over. Your limits entail pointing a gun at your own kin? It seems the years you spent in America have dulled your sense of family. The Fu family members seethed with rage, astonished that Ximen Lichen showed no inclination to apologize and instead remained so arrogant. Patriarch, will you allow Ximen Lichen to bully our Hongyu like this? Ximen Lichen stood, returning the scepter to his grandfather, and slowly explained. Do not be hasty. I have arranged for the world's leading medical team in Germany. If Fu Hongyu fully cooperates with the treatment, he will recover within a year. The condition is that he willingly disappears from Jingbei. Madame Fu, frantic, implored, quickly transfer Xiaoyu to Germany for treatment. Those around her cautioned, Madam. We cannot agree to that. The foundation of the Fu family is in Jingbei. If Hongyu does not return, who will inherit the family business? Ximen Lichen's thin lips curved into a smile. Then let your entire family leave Jingbei. I have spoken my piece. The decision to delay amputation or to swiftly fly to Germany for treatment lies in your hands. Madame Fu collapsed into her chair, looking at Ximen Lichen with pleading eyes. Please save Hongyu, save my grandson. He is still so young. He cannot lose his hand. As long as Hongyu can retain his hand, any condition will suffice. Ximen Lichen trembled with rage, striking the coffee table forcefully with his cane, reprimanding the impeccably dressed Changsun before him. Hurry and arrange for someone to take Xiaoyu to Germany for treatment. Having achieved his objective, Ximen Lichen glanced at the bodyguards by the side of the hall, who promptly escorted the Fu family members away, arranging for their journey to Germany. With more than half the people gone, the residents fell into an immediate silence. Ximen Lichen adjusted his suit. Since the matter was resolved, he would not be staying the night. Stop right there. Ximen Lichen bellowed. What exactly is going on between you and that woman? When asked about Jiang Wanzhi, Ximen Lichen's indifferent expression displayed a flicker of emotion, revealing an unprecedented patience. Her name is Jiang Wanzhi, and she is the beloved I intend to marry. Mou interjected. Marriage should consider social standing. You are not from the same class. Ximen Lichen's demeanor was exceptionally earnest, each word articulated with clarity. She is marrying me, not my social class. Before departing, Ximen Lichen addressed Mou one last time. Mother, pursuing a partner is not an easy task for your son. Rather than attempting to persuade me, it would be more beneficial to assist your son in convincing the elders at home. He feared not the family's opposition. His only concern was for Jiang Wanzhi's well-being. Ximen Lichen and Ximen Yu, the two elder patriarchs. Witnessing the hall doors close, Ximen Lichen seethed with anger, turning his gaze to his eldest son. Ximen Yu, we have already identified a suitable candidate for Liqing's wife. I will arrange for them to meet soon. I do not care what methods you employ. You must ensure that girl's surname Jiang is dealt with. In the courtyard, Ximen Lichen entered his car, lowering the window to instruct the butlers seeing him off. Keep a close watch. The autumn winds howled, and the largest night racing circuit in North Beijing resonated with the roar of racing cars and the cheers of the crowd. On the track, a fiery red Hennessy supercar stood out, leading the entire convoy. Beautiful models dressed in revealing attire lined the road, excitedly waving flags as the racing cars sped past them. The crimson vehicle crossed the finish line first, eliciting a chorus of screams. Wow! The red supercar came to a halt, and the young man inside, expressionless, removed his helmet, revealing tousled hair and a strikingly handsome face. Qi Xiao playfully slung an arm over Sheng Xing's shoulder, grinning. I knew bringing you here would be a good choice. $10 million, secured. Ximen Lichen tossed the helmet into the driver's seat, seemingly unaffected by the exhilarating race that captivated onlookers. Qi Xiao, perplexed, inquired, what's wrong with you today? Even winning hasn't put you in a good mood. Do you have something on your mind? Sheng Xing twisted open a bottle of mineral water, drinking silently. Qi Xiao was bewildered. No, this is too unusual. You can't possibly be heartbroken, can you? I haven't heard of you having a crush. Seeing Sheng Xing's silence, Qi Xiao's expression turned to shock. Wait, you really do have someone you like? Who is it? Ximen Lichen chuckled softly, turning to toss the empty bottle into a trash bin. His gaze lowered, shrouded in a hazy melancholy, his voice nearly blending into the night. I am fond of my brother's girlfriend. Chapter 49. Captivating charisma, the resounding sounds of fireworks and cannon fire drowned out the youth's response. What? Qi Xiao leaned closer to Ximen Lichen, asking, who do you like? Ximen Lichen snorted lightly, dismissively replying, I like you. Whoa. Qi Xiao, startled, instinctively stepped back, exclaiming, don't scare me like that. Sheng Xing ignored him and exited directly from backstage. Qi Xiao gazed at the departing figure in bewilderment, shaking his head in disbelief. And sighed inwardly. It must be that today's youth are under too much pressure, driving them to madness. In the harbor city, at a prestigious hotel located by Victoria Harbor, Jiang Wanzhi was at the front desk attending to her check-in. Suddenly, someone behind her patted her shoulder, and a man looked at her with surprise. Hey, Jiang Wanzhi, what are you doing here? Jiang Wanzhi furrowed her brows slightly before a professional smile graced her lips. Long time no see. It had been so long that recalling his name required considerable mental effort. Following Chun Yi was a girl who linked her arm through his, playfully asking, honey, who is she? Chun Yi smiled as he made the introductions. Jiang Wanzhi is my high school classmate, and this is my fiancé, Zhou Zixin. Zhou Zixin stared at Jiang Wanzhi's pure and fair face, suddenly exclaiming in realization, ah, I've seen you in entertainment news. Aren't you that well-known socialite from the capital? As soon as she spoke, several people at the hotel front desk turned their gazes towards them. Chun Yi grasped her arm, realizing that Zhou Zixin had misspoken, and she pouted, looking wronged. I'm sorry, I read it in the news, she said. Chun Yi turned to Jiang Wanzhi, apologizing, I apologize. Zixin is young and doesn't he understand? Jiang Wanzhi chuckled softly, you ought to be sorry. If I recall correctly, when the Jiang family fell from grace, your families were not unhelpful. I've kept that in mind. Chun Yi's smile gradually faded, and he shifted the topic. If you have time now, Miss Jiang, I would like to treat you to a meal. I'm not available. Jiang Wanzhi coldly declined. Zhou Zixin pulled out her bank card from her bag, handing it to the front desk staff. Let us do this, since fate has brought us together. We'll cover Miss Jiang's accommodation expenses during her stay in the harbor city. After all, it's not easy for her to visit here, and expenses can be quite high. The front desk attendant smiled politely. Miss Jiang has already settled the payment. As she spoke, she returned the identification and card to Jiang Wanzhi with both hands. The embossed black card glimmered under the light, catching Zhou Zixin's eye. She immediately recognized it as an unlimited black card, something not easily obtained even with wealth. Feeling awkward, she retracted her own bank card, her expression stiffening. Why would someone like Jiang Wanzhi possess a black card? Chun Yi also felt curious. Could it be true that Jiang Wanzhi had indeed attached herself to the heir of the Ximen family, as rumored in the circles? Jiang Wanzhi collected her identification, saying, "Ladies, I shall take my leave now." At that moment, a clear female voice rang out nearby. Zatsa, Qin Shu, clad in a sharp white suit and wearing high heels, approached, linking her arm with Jiang Wanzhi's, reproaching gently, "Why didn't you let me know you arrived? I have prepared a sea view room for you, so there's no need for you to spend." Jiang Wanzhi chuckled lightly. "It's nothing. I didn't want to disturb your meeting." The hotel behind her was one of Qin Shu's properties in the port city. "What does that matter?" Qin Shu glanced at the two individuals nearby and inquired, "Are they your friends?" Chun Yi felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He had not anticipated encountering Qin Shu here. His purpose for visiting the port city was to negotiate a project from her portfolio. Just as he was about to initiate a conversation to build rapport, Jiang Wanzhi swiftly changed the subject. "No." Qin Shu linked her arm with hers. "I'll take you to the room." Chun Yi abandoned Zhou Zixin and hurriedly followed, offering his business card to Qin Shu while introducing himself. "Hello, Miss Qin. I'm sorry, I prefer not to discuss work during personal time." Qin Shu interrupted him with a professional smile. The bodyguards promptly intervened, leaving Chun Yi to watch as the two vanished into the exclusive elevator. Zhou Zixin approached him, biting her lip. "What exactly is Jiang Wanzhi's status now?" Jiang Wanzhi was escorted to a luxurious suite on the top floor, where the facilities and the view were exceptional, offering a panoramic vista of Victoria Harbor through the floor-to-ceiling glass. She expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Qin, for your trouble." "Not at all," Qin Shu replied, regarding her as a younger sister. "You always treat me with such formality. You wouldn't think I am kind to you merely for the sake of Ximen Lichen, would you?" Qin Shu couldn't help but laugh. "I barely know him. My admiration for you is purely genuine." A hint of shyness washed over Jiang Wanzhi as she remarked, "Sister Qin, has anyone ever told you that you attract both men and women?" "Really?" Qin Shu blinked. "I hope you don't find it amusing. But few dare to harbor affections for me." Throughout her life, due to her assertive personality, it had always been difficult for her to bond with other girls, and boys were often too intimidated to approach her. The only boy who had the courage to stick close to her had also become the sole man bold enough to pursue her. Jiang Wanzhi nodded affirmatively. "Of course it's true. Mutual affection is all that matters." Qin Shu, half amused and half exasperated, informed her, "We've broken up." Jiang Wanzhi was taken aback. Their last meeting had suggested a flourishing relationship, even with plans for marriage. How could they have suddenly parted ways? Qin Shu sighed. "My family disapproves." Speaking of this matter, Qin Shu found it rather ludicrous. The family she referred to was not her parents, but her nephew, who was 2 years her junior. Jiang Wanzhi felt a pang of empathy. Qin Shu's phone rang, and upon answering, her brow furrowed at the content of the conversation. Why is he here instead of staying in Jingbei? Then, the phone was taken from the front desk by a man with a languid voice. "Of course. I came to see you, Aunt." Qin Shu offered Jiang Wanzhi an apologetic smile. "Zatsa, I have some matters to attend to. Please take care of yourself." In the next moment, Qi Xiao heard a starkly different tone from the woman on the phone. Qin Shu covered the mouthpiece and walked outside, her tone serious. "Stop with the useless chatter. Your goal has been achieved, so refrain from contacting me unnecessarily." "Aunt, you're being quite fierce with me," he replied. "How can I keep you informed if we don't stay in touch? Don't you want to know about the latest developments regarding the Qin family's will?" Qin Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. "What do you know?" The man suddenly smiled, lazily saying, "I don't know." "Qi Xiao?" Qin Shu, feeling mocked, snapped back. "Are you going to say it or not? Speak up." Qi Xiao narrowed his eyes, softly coaxing. "Aunt, would you like to come to my room tonight? We could have a deep conversation. In your dreams." The woman decisively hung up the phone. Jiang Wanzhi emerged from her bath as the sun set over Victoria Harbor, casting a warm glow throughout the panoramic room. She captured the sunset and instinctively thought of sending it to Ximen Lichen. Just in time. She stopped herself and collapsed onto the soft bed. After much contemplation, she finally posted a moment on her social media, visible only to him. Her boyfriend liked it instantly, and shortly after, a video call came through. Jiang Wanzhi nearly dropped her phone, but when she picked it up from the bed, the video feed was already active. "Baby." The man's soothing voice beckoned. Jiang Wanzhi felt her vision darken. "Why did you answer?" "I clicked the wrong button." Ximen Lichen sat in his office, his dark eyes fixated on the innocent figure on the screen, her white silk nightgown clinging to her form, creating a striking contrast. He was captivated. "Did you just finish your bath?" MHM. Jiang Wanzhi averted her gaze, puzzled. Why did you suddenly video call me? To prolong the call. Ximen Lichen struggled to find an excuse. I wanted to see the sunset. Without hesitation, Jiang Wanzhi flipped the camera to the floor-to-ceiling window. Look. Amused by her lack of romantic understanding, he candidly replied, Baby, I wanted to see you. When Jiang Wanzhi turned the camera back, their eyes met through the screen, intensifying her nervousness exponentially. Just for a minute. Ximen Lichen's gaze, like a vortex, ensnared her deep eyes, his voice low and husky as he spoke Cantonese. Reminiscent of an old film, rich in charm and texture. I miss you so much. Jiang Wanzhi momentarily froze, her heartbeat audible. He admitted he missed her. Her beautiful eyes fixated on his lips. When did you learn Cantonese? It sounds quite charming. I've always known, he replied. But back when you liked me. I didn't need to employ any seductive tactics. Flattered by the compliment, Ximen Lichen's eyes narrowed in satisfaction. Does it feel good? Just looking at you feels good. He continued in Cantonese, though Jiang Wanzhi struggled to fully grasp his words. Observing the man's smoldering desire, she surmised it likely was not something innocuous. Until he softly repeated, Baby, just looking at you feels wonderful. Jiang Wanzhi quickly covered the camera, her ears flushed. A minute had passed. MHM, Ximen Lichen acknowledged, finally reminding her, Baby, remember to wear your underwear next time. It's hard for me not to feel anything when you look like this. Jiang Wanzhi suddenly glanced down, quickly covering the neckline of her nightgown. Rogue. After ending the call, she rolled around on the bed in frustration. She admitted to herself that she was beginning to desire a romantic relationship. What should she do? The subsequent phone call extinguished her fluttering heart. Gigi, I heard you've come to the harbor city? The voice of her father, Jiang Yuan, resonated through the receiver, revealing an unmistakable joy. He eagerly inquired, When will you come home for a meal? Don't stay in a hotel while in the harbor city. I'll pick you up. Your mother and I miss you dearly. Jiang Wanzhi's voice was frigid. I told you not to contact me anymore. Since that incident, we have completely severed ties. Gigi, I know you resent me. But regardless of everything, I am still your father. Father? Jiang Wanzhi found it utterly ridiculous. Did you ever regard me as your daughter when you traded me for your own gain? Did you ever consider my feelings? Her father fervently explained, Gigi, I acknowledge my mistakes. I deserve punishment. However, the consequences of my past misdeeds are spiraling out of control. Tell me, what should I do to make things right? I have caused considerable trouble for the family, including businesses where you are the legal representative. If I refuse the Fu family's terms, are we to watch our entire family be imprisoned? Listening to her father's lengthy discourse, Jiang Wanzhi recalled the events of 3 years prior, her eyes instantly reddening. Her lips trembled, pale as she spoke. Did I not say I would find a way? Did I not ask for a little more time? You have always perceived me from a lofty height, thinking that what I lost was merely an unrealistic love. Yet you never considered how deeply I trusted you, my so-called father. To resolve the troubles you caused, I sought a glimmer of hope, kneeling in the torrential rain outside the Ximen family courtyard for an entire night. They were about to agree, but you turned around and betrayed me. How can I not detest you? She had chosen familial interests, only to be betrayed by her own kin. This incident altered the perception of the entire Ximen family, condemning her relationship with Ximen Lichen to death. How was she to accept all of this? Ultimately, under immense pressure from various parties, Jiang Wanzhi ended the relationship. Thereafter, the Jiang family maintained a facade of prosperity for a year before succumbing to bankruptcy. She entered into a marriage with Fu Hengyue as initially agreed. From that day forth, that bond of kinship was irrevocably severed. Jiang Yuan was utterly astonished. Gigi, why have you never shared any of this with me? Wiping away her tears, Jiang Wanzhi took a deep breath. It no longer matters. I am doing well now. Can you let me go? Jiang Yuan wished to say more, but the call ended with a dull thud. He sat in the empty villa, his gaze wandering to the surroundings. All acquired at the cost of his daughter's sacrifice. If they had accepted assistance from Ximen Lichen back, then instead of opting for the Fu family, would the course of events have changed drastically? Jiang Yuan clutched his phone tightly, unable to comprehend where things had gone awry. In truth, prior to his daughter's revelations, the elderly Madame Fu had casually mentioned Jiang Wanzhi seeking help from Ximen Lichen, yet he never anticipated the severity of the situation. It was said that even the young master Ximen Lichen, who had inadvertently heard the news, had attempted to help, but ultimately, things still went awry. Thus, Jiang Yuan acquiesced to the Fu family's demands. However, Gigi expressed that Ximen Lichen had indeed agreed. Given the sequence of information he received, could it be that someone from the Ximen family had a change of heart midway? What underlying secrets lurked within this situation that they had yet to perceive? Jiang Wanzhi, after a deep slumber, awoke to find her eyes slightly swollen. Qin Shu, who had arranged to accompany her to the award ceremony, arrived to pick her up. Upon opening the door and seeing her condition, Qin Shu was taken aback. "My heavens, darling, how did your eyes become so puffy?" Jiang Wanzhi rubbed her eyes and replied, "Perhaps I was not accustomed to the bed and did not sleep well." Qin Shu, with a hint of skepticism, scrutinized her. "Is that true? You wouldn't have encountered some trouble and cried under the covers last night, would you?" Although Qin Shu lacked experience in weeping herself, she had witnessed Qi Zhao's tears. The aftermath of his crying mirrored Jiang Wanzhi's current state perfectly. Jiang Wanzhi broke into a cold sweat, her secret exposed. She stubbornly shifted the topic. "I genuinely did not sleep well. Please stop with the wild guesses. The time is late. We must hurry to the ceremony venue and still need time for makeup." Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Qin Shu refrained from probing further. Once they boarded the van, Qin Shu couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. She promptly took out her phone and messaged Ximen Lichen. "Your wife secretly cried last night. Do you understand?" Chapter 51. Concern breeds chaos at the ceremony venue. Jiang Wanzhi and Qin Shu, as invited guests, were assigned to different dressing rooms. The staff leading the way remarked, "Jiang, you will be sharing the lounge with 2 members of the girl group. Later, you will be the one to present them with the Best Newcomer Girl Group Award." After meeting, the teachers can also discuss the interactive elements for the award presentation to enhance the ceremony's engagement. "All right," Jiang Wanzhi responded as she entered the dressing room, where 2 guests were already engaged in animated conversation while having their makeup done. "What bad luck. Why are we sharing a lounge with Jiang Wanzhi? She is currently the favored one beside Mr. Ximen, and it's said that Yin Ruo's downfall was orchestrated by her. If Jiang Wanzhi weren't so insufferable, would Yin Ruo resort to hiring fans for revenge? I can't fathom why the film award ceremony would invite her to present our award. It simply diminishes our prestige." Instantly, Jiang Wanzhi's earlier good mood vanished upon hearing their remarks. She walked in, her brows furrowing in annoyance. "What barking is this?" Upon catching sight of the woman entering, the duo abruptly fell silent. The staff member following Jiang Wanzhi broke into a cold sweat, filled with trepidation. Jiang Wanzhi regarded the 2 unrecognizable girl group members with a smile. "Why the silence?" Miko, the short-haired girl, exchanged an innocent glance with the long-haired member, Lina. "We do not comprehend what you are saying." Jiang Wanzhi chuckled softly. "That is fair. Not every dog possesses understanding." Unable to contain herself, Lina retorted in frustration. "Jiang Wanzhi, do not take this too far. We speak nothing but the truth." Jiang Wanzhi found amusement in her words. "I too am speaking the truth." As the situation turned against them, Miko feigned an intention to rise and confront her. "How dare you insult us as dogs?" The agent, Mei Jia, rushed in and promptly intercepted the 2 individuals, sternly admonishing them. "What are you doing? The award ceremony is about to commence, and you still have time to quarrel? If the media catches wind of this, our reputation will be tarnished." After being scolded, the 2 individuals lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak, though their hearts remained defiant. Mei Jia turned to Jiang Wanzhi, attempting to mediate. "I apologize, Jiang. These 2 newcomers from our agency are inexperienced and rather outspoken. They've caused you trouble, but if you could overlook their transgressions, it would be greatly appreciated." Listening to such insipid remarks, Jiang Wanzhi's expression remained frigid. What a fine example of moral coercion. Ironically, she too was adept at such tactics. So what? Since they were newcomers, it could be argued that she was their senior in the entertainment industry. Was this how they spoke to their elders when they were uncertain? The agent, momentarily taken aback, hastily pulled her artists upright. "You two, hurry up and apologize." With reluctance etched on their faces, Mika and Lina, under the pressure of their agent's gaze, mumbled a half-hearted apology. "I'm sorry." "What?" Jiang Wanzhi squinted, unable to hear clearly. "I'm sorry." Jiang Wanzhi smiled enigmatically and took her seat at the designated makeup station, choosing to disregard them. Having delivered their apologies without receiving forgiveness, Mika, aflame with shame and indignation, stormed out, followed closely by Lina and their agent. Outside the corridor, the agent intercepted Mika. "The ceremony is about to begin. Where do you think you're going?" Mika's voice trembled with grievance. "Mei Jia, She is bullying us. Indeed, Lina chimed in. Jiang Wanzhi is merely a plaything for the young master. She won't last long. I truly don't understand why we should fear her. The agent pulled them aside. She is currently in the spotlight. A mere whisper from her could ensure your obscurity forever. Do you truly wish to jeopardize your careers? Frustration simmered within Mika, and exchanging glances with Lina. They gritted their teeth. Jiang Wanzhi had support, but so did they. They ought to remember whose territory they were in. Upon returning to the resting room, tranquility reigned. The makeup artists diligently attended to their tasks. Jiang Wanzhi, eyes closed and resting while her hair was styled, sensed a gaze fixed upon her. Aside from those two, it was unlikely anyone else would cast such scrutiny. Lina, observing the relaxed demeanor of the woman, harbored a sinister calculation. Jiang Wanzhi, are you not fond of climbing into men's beds? Allow me to facilitate that. At the award ceremony, Jiang Wanzhi was seated in the second row, alongside numerous esteemed directors and screenwriters. In contrast, the two from the resting room found themselves seated far away, nearly blending into the audience. As the ceremony commenced, Jiang Wanzhi silenced her phone and placed it into her bag, focusing intently on the stage. Unbeknownst to her, the instant she closed her bag, a message had already popped up on her phone, remaining unnoticed. Meanwhile, at the top of the financial center tower in Jingbei, the assistant was reporting project progress to the two individuals in the president's office when suddenly, Ximen Lichen noticed a message from Qin Shu, his composed demeanor momentarily faltering. Wanzhi is crying. He raised his hand, signaling the assistant to pause, and immediately picked up his phone to call Jiang Wanzhi. No one answered. All the messages sent have seemingly vanished into thin air. Leaning against the sofa, Qi Xiao, on the verge of slumber, was abruptly jolted awake, his gaze flitting between them. Have there been any updates? Why is it so silent? There stood Ximen Lichen, furrowing his brow as he stared at his phone. Having switched the screen from project details to a live broadcast of some award ceremony, the camera was focused on the stage where celebrities stood. Yet not a single familiar face could be discerned. Qi Xiao was left dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, the director's camera panned over the audience, and a woman's delicate visage flickered past. Ximen Lichen shot a glance at his assistant and promptly changed the camera angle. The assistant immediately contacted the organizers. Qi Xiao, feeling utterly bewildered, exclaimed, "Hey, Ximen Lichen, are you being perverse? We were in the midst of a meeting, and you've diverted to spy on your ex-girlfriend?" Ximen Lichen rubbed his temples, stating, Qin Shu mentioned that Gigi might have been upset last night and cried. I can't reach her now. Remembering their video call from yesterday when everything seemed fine, he couldn't shake off his concern upon receiving such news. Qi Xiao fell silent for a moment before emphasizing. All she said was might. The assistant chimed in, Mr. Ximen, the organizers have informed us that the lady is already on the stage lift and will be appearing shortly. Qi Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. Ximen, I think your concern is causing you to act irrationally. Yet, regardless of Qi Xiao's protests, Ximen Lichen was clearly too preoccupied to listen, his focus unwavering on the screen. Moments later, Jiang Wanzhi's figure graced the large screen. Clad in a white embroidered qipao, she radiated an ethereal beauty under the spotlight, gracefully making her way to the microphone with high heels, holding the card announcing the award recipients. Jiang Wanzhi smiled at the camera, her eyes soft and gentle, her voice resonant as she declared, "Let us congratulate the best new female group." Amidst scattered applause, Mika and Lina ascended the stage with grim expressions to accept their award. Jiang Wanzhi accepted the crystal trophy presented by the staff, handing it over with both hands. As Lina reached for the trophy, she intentionally let go just as Jiang Wanzhi released it, causing the crystal trophy to plummet. Chapter 52, A Collaboration? As the trophy fell into the blind spot of the audience's view, Lina wore a triumphant smirk. Yet in an instant, her smile froze. Jiang Wanzhi had bent slightly, swiftly catching the trophy just before it could shatter. Gasps erupted from the audience, completely unprepared for the trophy's miraculous rescue. Lina's expression shifted. Her plan to humiliate Jiang Wanzhi thwarted. She could only watch as Jiang Wanzhi handed the trophy back, the latter winking with a smile. This time, do hold it steady. Thank you, Jiang. Lina gritted her teeth and reached for it with one hand. The moment her fingers brushed against the trophy, Jiang Wanzhi preemptively let go. Caught off guard, Lina's eyes widened in shock as the transparent crystal trophy crashed to the stage, shattering into uneven fragments. The audience collectively inhaled sharply. The live broadcast channel exploded with excitement. netizens flooding the screen with comments. Goodness, how could someone make such a colossal blunder? Lina is so foolish, even after being warned. She still failed to accept the award graciously. It was clearly Jiang Wanzhi who failed to secure the trophy first. How can we blame Nana? In my opinion, they should not have been the recipients of this award. The data was merely fabricated. The live broadcast incident escalated once more, prompting the director to swiftly switch the camera away. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, Qi Xiao looked at Ximen Lichen and hesitantly inquired, "Are you certain that the one wronged could be your precious?" No matter how one viewed it, Jiang Wanzhi did not strike one as someone who would easily be bullied. Ximen Lichen furrowed his brows, feeling no sense of relief, but rather an increased sense of concern. He admired Jiang Wanzhi's defiance on stage, yet simultaneously felt a deep pang of sympathy. If no one were to trouble her or inflict harm upon her, how could she end up so prickly? Ximen Lichen glanced at his assistant and instructed, "Postpone the upcoming meetings and arrange for a flight to the island." Qi Xiao sprang up from the sofa, exclaiming, "Hey, Ximen Lichen, what do you mean by this? You summoned me back from the harbor city at dawn for a meeting, and now I haven't even had a good night's sleep. Midway through the meeting, you decide to head back to the harbor city?" The man shot him a sidelong glance. "If you choose not to go, you may remain here to continue overseeing the project." "Who said I'm not going?" Qi Xiao immediately protested. "The more Qin Shu avoids me, the more determined I am to go." Ximen Lichen raised an eyebrow. Still not giving up? 9 years had passed. Yet Qi Xiao's vendetta against Qin Shu remained fresh on his lips, turning him into a mere pawn that could be summoned or dismissed at will. "Give up?" Qi Xiao lifted an eyebrow, resolutely responding, "I would rather endure this life alongside her than let go." Ximen Lichen reclined on the main sofa, delicately caressing the exquisite teacup in his hands, and reminded him, "Qin Shu has already shifted her focus on the collaborative chain to the enterprises under my name, seeking to extricate herself from the commercial ties between you two. Once you lose your value and are left with nothing but entanglements, she may not recognize you as her nephew." The ambition in Qi Xiao's eyes was evident as he chuckled softly. "Thank you for your concern. I am aware that you have tasted a bit of success recently, but fundamentally, you remain unacknowledged, just like me." Ximen Lichen curled his lips slightly. "Unfortunately, you have only tasted the sting of a slap." Qi Xiao suddenly felt a flush of heat on his face. "What slap?" That was clearly a gentle caress of love. "Ximen, dare you make a bet?" "A bet on what?" "Let us wager on who can secure a formal relationship first." Ximen Lichen succinctly replied, "You cannot win." Qi Xiao gritted his teeth. "Of course I can't pursue anyone with the terrible ideas you keep giving me. I followed your advice yesterday, attempting to seize the initiative with Qin Shu by exchanging benefits to meet her. In the end, she didn't care at all. This left him waiting in vain all night." Ximen Lichen lightly tapped the rim of the teacup with his fingertips. "The moment you hastily flew to the harbor city, the plan was already doomed to fail. Qin Shu knows that no matter how fierce your words may be, you will eventually relent and assist her." Qi Xiao irritably swept his bangs back, feeling a twinge of regret upon regaining his senses. He hadn't anticipated such outcomes. His dogged enthusiasm had surged uncontrollably, causing him to mismanage even the advantageous circumstances. Ximen Lichen's dark gaze deepened. "Recently, your aunt has grown quite close to Wanzhi, which does not bode well for either of us." Qi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you intend to do?" The man leisurely adjusted the cuff of his shirt, lost in thought before lifting his gaze. "How about we collaborate?" Chapter 53. I regard you as my girlfriend, while you see me as your superior. After descending from the podium, Jiang Wanzhi had no intention of returning to the guest seats, but chose instead to exit through the backstage corridor. To her surprise, she encountered Lina and Miko, who were currently engaged in an interview with the media. The two held shattered trophies, lamenting to the reporters. "We truly don't understand how it came to this." Jiang suddenly let go. "However, we don't blame her. After all, it was she who first helped us salvage the trophy." A reporter thrust a microphone towards Lina, pressing, during the initial award presentation, "Did you fail to secure the trophy properly? Or was there an issue with the physical communication between you and Jiang Wanzhi?" With a pitiful shake of her head, Lina replied, "I don't know. I can't remember. But during the second attempt, I hadn't steadied it yet when Jiang let go. Surely, she wouldn't intentionally do such a thing." Lina tried to elicit sympathy, redirecting the media's focus entirely onto Jiang Wanzhi, but unexpectedly, a woman's soft laughter echoed through the corridor. As Jiang Wanzhi approached, clapping her hands, she remarked, "You can't bear such a heavy burden, my dear sister." Upon seeing Jiang Wanzhi, the media immediately surged forward, microphones at the ready. What are your thoughts on the recent award mishap? Was it intentional or merely an accident? Ignoring the probing inquiries aimed to trap her, Jiang Wanzhi fixed her gaze on Lena and Miko. Under her intense scrutiny, Lena felt a surge of anxiety and stammered, "I didn't mean it that way. Didn't you?" Jiang Wanzhi chuckled softly, her eyes lingering on the shattered trophy in their hands. "It's fortunate if that's the case. Congratulations on your award. Although today was slightly imperfect, it's inconsequential now. As netizens have remarked, both of you receiving this trophy is indeed well-deserved." Beneath Jiang Wanzhi's gentle smile lurked a sharp edge, eliciting quiet murmurs from the surrounding media, who was unaware that the online narrative suggested that the Rookie Girl Group Award was merely a result of financial backing, and the trophy's destruction served as the most fitting retribution for Lena and Miko. Jiang Wanzhi was indeed laying it bare. Faced with the woman's seemingly tender yet comprehensive concern, Lena and Miko found themselves at a loss for words. Miko stepped forward, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Senior. This evening, the organizers are hosting a banquet at Victoria Harbor, and our company's boss will be present. I can introduce you to some resources in the Hong Kong circle. You must come." Jiang Wanzhi maintained an amiable smile, responding, "Then you must ensure that you introduce me. If one is to pretend, let it be in full measure. Otherwise, she would not hesitate to look down upon them." Despite the cordial exchanges, the tension in the air was palpable, and the attendees could not ignore the underlying animosity. Once back in the car heading to the hotel, Jiang Wanzhi opened her phone intending to inform Qin Shu of her early departure, only to discover multiple messages from Ximen Lichen, inquiring about her well-being and mood. A faint smile graced Jiang Wanzhi's lips as she began typing a response, but just then, a call came through. As she answered, she proactively explained, "I didn't check my phone during the ceremony." Ximen Lichen, seated in a car en route to the airport, casually rested his long legs, the melodious voice on the line causing him to slightly narrow his eyes. I know. You know?" Jiang Wanzhi was taken aback, surprised that Ximen Lichen remembered her schedule so distinctly. His gravelly voice on the phone complimented her, saying, "You look beautiful today." Jiang Wanzhi bit her lip, realizing that Ximen Lichen must have watched the award ceremony. Did he also witness her difficult side? She felt a twinge of guilt for potentially bringing negative attention to the company. Ximen Lichen seemed puzzled by her apology, a resigned smile dancing at the corners of his eyes. "Jiang Wanzhi, I consider you my girlfriend, yet you treat me as your boss?" He was speaking of their relationship, while she was discussing work. Jiang Wanzhi gritted her teeth, shedding her pretentious politeness and standing her ground. "Isn't it because of my association with you that I've been thrust into the limelight?" Initially, she was merely a moderately well-known behind-the-scenes producer in the entertainment industry, but a series of recent events had propelled her popularity to rival that of top female stars. Countless people were waiting to see her fail. Ximen Lichen gently suggested, "Darling, if we reconcile, all our problems will resolve effortlessly." "What?" Jiang Wanzhi feigned ignorance. "The signal here is poor. I really must get back to work. Bye." The man chuckled, "See you tonight." Jiang Wanzhi ended the call and let out a long sigh. See him? She had no intention of answering his peculiar video call again that evening. Upon returning to the hotel, a brightly dressed female manager approached her, bowing respectfully. "Ms. Jiang, Mr. Ximen has prepared an evening gown and jewelry for you, which are currently in the storage room. Would you like assistance in selecting and trying them on now?" Confused, Jiang Wanzhi followed her. The massive mechanical lock on the storage room opened, revealing a dazzling array of gowns, high heels, and jewelry displayed in glass cabinets. Each item showcased the extravagant wealth behind them, enhanced by the fragrant gardenias arranged throughout the display. After a considerable time, Jiang Wanzhi's racing heart finally calmed as she chose the gown she would wear that evening, aided by several female staff members. The manager escorted her back to her room. Hesitating before speaking, "Ms. Jiang, there's something I'm unsure whether to mention." Jiang Wanzhi turned to her. "Feel free to speak your mind." The manager, appearing troubled, said, "After your attendance at the ceremony, a Mr. Chun and his fiancé claimed to be your high school classmates and enjoyed preferential treatment at our hotel using your black card. I wanted to confirm this with you." Jiang Wanzhi furrowed her brow, immediately recognizing it was Chun Yi and Zhou Zixin. "I have no relation with them. If it happens again, feel free to refuse them directly." No sooner had she spoken than the scent of trouble wafted into the air. Zhou Zixin and Chun Yi emerged from the rooftop sunroom, hand in hand, looking inseparable as they approached. Zhou Zixin, with an air of familiarity, exclaimed, "Gigi, you're back from the ceremony." Jiang Wanzhi found their sudden change in demeanor bewildering. Their feigned intimacy made her feel uncomfortable. "Are we that close?" Zhou Zixin laughed. "Oh, come now, familiarity breeds comfort, especially since you and my husband are classmates. So let us not be strangers." "Indeed," Chun Yi promptly echoed, "we sincerely apologize for our previous offenses. Gigi, considering our camaraderie as classmates, let us not hold any grudges." Both Zhou Zixin and Chun Yi flattered Jiang Wanzhi, elevating her status, acutely aware that to secure the project in the harbor city, they must cultivate a closer relationship with her. Jiang Wanzhi chuckled softly, reflecting on her situation. Indeed, having a powerful ally makes all the difference. All manner of creatures seem to gravitate towards me. Chun Yi, somewhat perplexed, offered a forced smile and said, "Gigi, should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to approach me. Zixin and I will exert our utmost efforts." Jiang Wanzhi raised an eyebrow playfully. "Very well. Then, perhaps you could return the assets you appropriated from the Jiang family 3 years ago. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right?" At once, the smiles on Chun Yi and Zhou Zixin's faces froze. Jiang Wanzhi sneered, "Since you cannot comply, it would be best for you to distance yourselves." With that, she turned and retreated to her room. Zhou Zixin, left outside, fumed. What an attitude. Does she think she is something special just because she has the support of Ximen Lichen? She'll regret it one day. Chun Yi restrained her. "Enough? Let us consider other alternatives." The manager gestured. "Mr. Chun, Miss Zhou, please vacate the guest's private area unless permitted." Zhou Zixin retaliated with indiscriminate insults. "Lackey." The female manager's expression shifted, her sharp gaze glinting beneath her chic bob. Chun Yi quickly covered Zhou Zixin's mouth, apologizing profusely as he escorted her away. Once in the elevator, Zhou Zixin huffed indignantly. "Why are you pulling me? I didn't say anything wrong. She's just a mere waitress." Chun Yi replied, "Do you have any idea how much influence she wields to have reached that position in a top-tier hotel in the harbor city? I wish to survive." "Understood." Zhou Zixin bit her lip, speaking sarcastically. "Didn't you say Jiang Wanzhi had a secret crush on you in high school? Why won't she help us?" Chun Yi studied his reflection in the elevator mirror, his confidence evident as he raised an eyebrow. "Rest assured, I have devised a plan." Previously, he had dismissed Jiang Wanzhi as merely a bookworm, but after so long apart, he noticed her beauty had blossomed, igniting his curiosity about what it would be like to taste the fruits of her transformation. As the city lights began to twinkle, a grand and opulent cruise ship glided gracefully through Victoria Harbor, towering several stories high. Inside, a gathering of distinguished guests reveled in a world of extravagance. With a massive banquet hall at its center, encircled by an ambience that resembled a social paradise. A woman in a black high-slit cheaphouse sat in a corner, her long neck and cool demeanor accentuating her flawless, radiant beauty, rendering her exquisite imperial green jade jewelry almost inconspicuous. "Gigi, come, let us grab a drink over there," Qin Shu urged, pulling her from her seat. Jiang Wanzhi was led to the bar, where she idly inquired, "Sister Qin, when do you plan to return to Beijing?" She playfully twirled a strand of hair by her ear, laughing softly. "To be honest, I don't particularly enjoy staying in the north." Jiang Wanzhi, puzzled, noticed a fleeting hint of discomfort in Qin Shu's eyes. She explained, on one hand, that her frequent business trips often took her away, and on the other, she was perpetually harassed by a certain man upon her return. Harassed? Indeed. Qin Shu took a sip of the gin and tonic handed to her by the bartender. "I slept with him on his 18th birthday. He has been persistently demanding an explanation from me. He refused to listen when I declined, like a stubborn mule." Jiang Wanzhi chuckled softly. "It's quite understandable. After all, a pure-hearted young man has been led astray by you. How could he not resent you?" Qin Shu sighed. And before she could elaborate, a voice filled with righteous indignation came from behind. Jiang's words ring true. They turned to see Qi Xiao standing before them, hands tucked into the pockets of his trousers. Qin Shu's expression shifted slightly as the man looked at her and asked, "Aunt, don't you agree that Jiang's point is quite valid?" Qin Shu had no intention of replying. Hadn't she asked him not to come? Hadn't she made that clear last time? Qi Xiao smiled, leaning closer to her ear to whisper, "I miss you. I miss you to the point of heartache." Qin Shu shot him a warning glance. Observing their interaction, Jiang Wanzhi couldn't help but wonder if Ximen Lichen had arrived. yet she suppressed the thought. Qi Xiao deliberately remarked, Jiang, I find you quite lovely, but you should keep your distance from Qin Shu. She is not a virtuous woman. Jiang Wanzhi, ever protective, retorted, and what of it? Is it customary for you to speak ill of your own aunt? You speak as if the scorned boy were you. Qi Xiao felt as though he had been stabbed multiple times in the heart, and, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Shu, gritted his teeth. Even if it weren't me, Qin Shu's actions are still wrong. I can't just stand by and watch her go astray, can I? Qin Shu, unimpressed, smiled. That is still preferable to the moral decay of certain individuals. Jiang Wanzhi, perplexed by Qi Xiao's sudden fury, attempted to reassure her. Don't worry. She won't bring trouble to you. Your aunt will handle it well. Who doesn't know Qi Xiao's infamous reputation in the nightlife of Jingbei? A veritable harbinger of chaos? Qi Xiao was left speechless. Could it be possible that he was the pure-hearted young man who had been led astray? He had no faith that Qin Shu would resolve the issue. She would simply dispose of him. Qi Xiao turned to Qin Shu. Aunt, what are your thoughts on what we discussed last night? As Qi Xiao's gaze grew increasingly suggestive, Qin Shu promptly pulled him away. Ji, I need to discuss something with him. You go ahead and enjoy yourself. Jiang Wanzhi watched them depart, sensing an odd atmosphere between Qi Xiao and Qin Shu. Though she dismissed it as mere imagination, out of courtesy, she refrained from dwelling on it, taking a sip of her whiskey sour. What a coincidence, Jiang. I never expected to see you here. Lena approached, arm in arm with a middle-aged man, her face alight with surprise. Jiang Wanzhi smiled but said nothing, truly taken aback. The man beside her was most likely the head of the entertainment company from the harbor city that Lena had mentioned before. Lena scrutinized Jiang Wanzhi as Haislit Chong Sam, her lips curling in derision. Dressed like that, how could she still pretend to be virtuous? She disdainfully glanced at Jiang Wanzhi's imperial green jade jewelry, delicately covering her mouth to mock. Acquiring such high-quality replicas must not have been easy for you, huh? Chapter 55, Taming the Wild Dog. As Lena leaned against the middle-aged man, her laughter was a vibrant flutter, the sarcasm in her tone unmistakable. Who among them was unaware that this imperial green jade jewelry was worth over 100 million, securely housed within the jewelry exhibition in the harbor city? How could it possibly be adorned upon her? Jiang Wanzhi took a leisurely sip of her whiskey sour, her brow slightly furrowing as she uttered a single word, sour. To hesitate for even a second would be a disservice to the financial prowess of Ximen Lichen. Lena shook the arm of the man beside her, exclaiming, Mr. Chun, look at her, wearing fakes and still so brazen. Chun Xin regarded Jiang Wanzhi with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This girl truly was the daughter of the Jiang family from Jingbei, having lived in the harbor city for many years. He had previously encountered this set of imperial green jewelry at the exhibition and instantly recognized that she wore only the finest gems, priceless yet unavailable on the market. However, as far as he was aware, this set belonged to the young heir of Jingbei and was never lent out. Given the rumors circulating recently, Chun Xin had begun to formulate a plan. With keen interest, Mr. Chun turned his gaze towards Jiang Wanzhi, introducing himself. Miss Jiang, it is a pleasure to meet you. You are a friend of Mr. Ximen, thus you are my friend as well. Should you require any assistance in the harbor city, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. Jiang Wanzhi smiled gently. Mr. Chun, it has been a while. Lena, momentarily stunned by Chun Xin's unexpected shift in demeanor, opened her mouth to speak but was silenced by the intensity of his gaze. Have we met? Chun Xin inquired, feigning ignorance as he continued Jiang Wanzhi's line of thought. She replied with an unwavering calm. We have not met, but I am aware you are a friend of my father's. Chun Xin was the father of Chun Yi, her high school classmate. During the precarious period for the Jiang family, they had treacherously extracted company secrets, ensuring that even with the Fu family's support, the Jiang family could not weather the storm. Subsequently, Chun Xin conspired with others to divide the Jiang family's assets, earning a notorious reputation in Jingbei, thus forcing them to relocate their business to the harbor circle. Chun Xin expressed, so you are old Jiang's daughter. I thought you looked somewhat familiar. Jiang Wanzhi was disinclined to entangle herself further with such individuals and conveniently noticed that Qin Shu had left his phone on the bar. Seizing the opportunity, she excused herself. Pardon me, my friend has forgotten his phone. Once Jiang Wanzhi had departed, Lena, who had been holding her tongue for quite some time, pouted petulantly. Mr. Chun, you said you would help me teach her a lesson. Why did you speak in her favor just now? Chun Xin took a sip of his drink. You know nothing. She is the daughter of Jiang Yuan, who harbors a deep-seated hatred for me. now that she is relying on Ximen Lichen's rising influence. It would be unwise for me to provoke her further. He was not foolish enough to walk into a trap. Lena, still aggrieved, exclaimed, "Look at her. With that seductive appearance. I wonder what methods she used to ensnare young Master Ximen." She shot Ximen Lichen a meaningful glance. "Don't you feel tempted to try your luck? I have already devised a plan. Be silent." Ximen Lichen warned sharply. "Do not let me hear you mention this matter again." Did she truly believe that after so many years in the harbor circle, he was still the naive youth of his 20s? He was well aware of what women to pursue and which to avoid. When Ximen Lichen grew weary of her, he would have ample opportunity to make his move. Lena, filled with fury, clenched her teeth, nearly digging her manicured nails into her palm. That old fool. If he has no desire for Jiang Wanzhi, there are plenty of others who do. Even his own son is in line. Jiang Wanzhi searched high and low but could not find Qin Shu. A crew member on the cruise ship informed her, "Mr. Qin and young Master Qi should be in room 01. Thank you." Following the guidance, Jiang Wanzhi headed towards the cruise area when suddenly a door beside her swung open. A hand, emerging swiftly from the crack, covered her mouth with a cloth. Jiang Wanzhi was dragged inside, losing consciousness almost immediately. At the moment the door shut, Qin Shu's phone fell on the carpeted hallway, its sound drowned by the hurried closing of the door. In room 01, Qin Shu sat on the sofa, diving straight into the matter. "So, what do you know about the direction of the Qin family's will?" With the untimely passing of Grandfather Qin, all assets were under Grandmother Qin's control. Although Qin Shu was her particularly favored adopted daughter, the lack of blood relation posed significant obstacles to her inheritance. Lady Qi, being a close friend of Grandmother Qin, would naturally discuss matters with her, making it relatively easy for Qi Xiao, as the eldest grandson of the Qi family, to probe for information. Qi Xiao, observing her assertive demeanor, was too irritated to even sit. "Qin Shu, do you have nothing else to discuss with me?" The woman, teasing the tabby cat in her arms, looked up nonchalantly. What else could there be? Qi Xiao, feeling aggrieved and frustrated, retorted, "What do you take me for?" He stood defiantly before her, despite his high status, lacking any semblance of control in the situation. Qin Shu, unperturbed, lounged on the sofa, disdainfully eyeing him as she stroked the cat. "Don't frighten the little cat. Is there no one to care for his well-being?" Qi Xiao exclaimed, snatching the cat from her arms and tossing it aside, kneeling before her with reddened eyes fixed intently on her. "Qin Shu, I'm really going to get angry." She gazed innocently at the man kneeling between her legs, her polished black nails playfully tugging at the neat tie around his collar. "What is there to be angry about? Did you not say that I should come find you and give me a heads up? Now that I am here, where's the information?" Qi Xiao, looking down at the tie gripped in her hand, was both amused and vexed. "Are you scolding me like a dog?" Qin Shu's delicate fingers toyed with his tie carelessly. "Don't belittle yourself." Qi Xiao's clenched knuckles turned pale, feeling profoundly insulted. Yet, gazing at Qin Shu's cheerful countenance, he found himself unable to utter a harsh word. He too was akin to a wild dog long tamed by her. Reluctantly, he held his ground, his expression defiant. "This time I will not be so easily manipulated by you." Qin Shu narrowed her eyes, releasing his tie. "Then get lost." Qi Xiao was not one to succumb to pressure, and neither was she. Seeing him unmoved, Qin Shu coldly remarked, still hesitant to get up. Her gaze swept over him, pausing at a particular spot. "What is the matter? Has your primal instinct kicked in, and you no longer wish to be human?" Qi Xiao, harboring long-standing resentment, grasped her chin tightly, teeth clenched. "Do you think I wouldn't dare?" Chapter 56. A tearful encounter. Qi Xiao fixed his gaze on the nonchalant woman before him, and in Qin Shu's eyes, his threats seemed utterly ineffective. Observing his fierce demeanor, her reddened eyelids appeared to convey a profound sense of grievance, prompting a subtle smile to curl at the corners of Qin Shu's lips. How curious it was that, while he held her firmly in his grasp, it felt as though she were the one tormenting him. Qi Xiao squeezed his eyes shut, feeling as though he were striking a blow against cotton. Every time he attempted to intimidate or entice Qin Shu, she effortlessly countered with a few words, leading the situation astray from his desired outcome. "Qin Shu, can you not take this more seriously?" he implored. The accused woman looked at him with piercing clarity and asked, "If I take it seriously, will you then respect my thoughts? I told you to stop harboring feelings for me and maintain your distance. Can you manage that?" Their conversation yielded no resolution, and the prospect of a future together seemed utterly impossible. Qi Xiao regarded her assertiveness in silence. Qin Shu gently urged. So many years have passed. I implore you to grow up. Must we wait until this escalates into a spectacle, rendering our families the laughingstock of society? Qi Xiao, your journey ahead is still long. Qi Xiao's brow furrowed deeply, the words echoing in his ears, irritating his very nerves. In a tone of humility, he repeatedly murmured, I cannot do that. Qin Shu, could you cease dismissing me so readily? You were the one who approached me first, who stirred these feelings within me. He had heard such sentiments countless times, each one starkly contradicting his innermost thoughts. Noticing his eyes becoming increasingly red, Qin Shu sensed impending disaster. Oh no, I've made him cry again. She patiently explained. I am not dismissing you. I acknowledge my initial fault, but what we need now is to resolve the issue. Deep down, you understand that maintaining distance is the best course of action for both of us and for our families. Qi Xiao persistently shook his head in denial of her proposal. This is not about resolving the issue. You merely wish to resolve me. You have given no thought to my feelings. Each time this topic arose, Qin Shu felt a surge of anger, playfully poking at the area beneath his shirt where his heart lay. Then propose a comprehensive solution. Qi Xiao grasped her fingers, his gaze resolute. Be with me, even if we remain unannounced. Absolutely not. Qin Shu rejected him outright. You are compounding one mistake with another. Why is it not possible? As long as we keep our relationship discreet, no one would dare to criticize us. Qin Shu, I am already making concessions. Do you not always say that time will help me forget everything? Yet the reality is that I have been deceived by you for 9 long years. Now, all I desire is to be with you. I do not need a title, just you, even if this relationship remains in the shadows forever. Qin Shu pressed her aching temples and remarked, You must have repressed your desires for too long. She earnestly suggested. How about this? I can introduce you to a girlfriend of equal social standing and beauty, and you can experience the joys of dating. Her words struck a nerve for Qi Xiao. You would push me on to someone else. I am merely considering your best interests, for I do not harbor feelings for you. Qin Shu replied. In a fit of frustration, Qi Xiao fiercely captured her incessantly chattering lips, causing her to wince in pain. Not a single word she uttered was to his liking. As Qin Shu attempted to push him away, her wrists were firmly grasped by the man's large hands. Lifted above her head, his possession was fierce and domineering. Seizing a fleeting moment to catch her breath, Qin Shu erupted in a torrent of curses, mad dog. Yet, in the next instant, she was met with an even more violent kiss, laden with long-suppressed vengeance. Qi Xiao's eyelids were crimson, reminiscent of the vicious beast she had just named. They tangled, biting and tearing at each other, disheveling their clothing. With a free hand, Qi Xiao reached around her back, his cool fingers threading through her hair until they found the zipper of her gown. Don't. Qin Shu's spine quivered at his touch as she desperately wrested one hand free from his control, grasping at his accessible short hair and delivering a sharp slap to his ear. Instantly, the room fell into profound silence. The left side of the man's face bore the marks of her strike, visibly reddened, as he lowered his gaze without uttering a word. The tears rolling down Qin Shu's shoulders felt scalding. A fleeting hint of panic flashed across her expression as she pushed him away and sat up. Tugging at the slipping neckline of her gown, she looked at the silent Qi Xiao with amusement. I haven't cried yet, but you seem to be in tears? Qi Xiao remained with his head bowed, his clenched hands trembling slightly. The frustrations of their emotional entanglement left him feeling utterly estranged from himself. Yet he found himself powerless to change the situation. Noticing his indifference, Qin Shu forcibly lifted his chin and said, Go ahead and cry. I'll watch you. Qi Xiao was compelled to gaze up at her, and Qin Shu's fingertips brushed against the tear-stained corners of his eyes, eliciting a soft laugh from her. I prefer those who can make me cry, rather than those who err and require my consolation. As Qi Xiao looked at her, the turmoil within his eyes settled into calm. Who cried? He retorted, his stubbornness evident. Qin Shu, uninterested in exposing his bravado, continued to clutch the slipping strapless gown. Aren't you going to help me pull up the zipper? She demanded, half squatting beside him, her back turned. Qi Xiao gently swept aside the long strands of hair at her nape, his gaze falling upon the pale skin revealed before him. Having undone the dress himself, it was now his responsibility to fasten it. He grasped the pendant on the zipper and asked, What if I hadn't stopped earlier? Under the absolute dominance of his physique and strength, as long as he wished to continue, Qin Shu would have no opportunity to end it. With a nonchalant tone, she replied, That's simple. It's not like I've never done it before. Unaware that he had begun to zip her dress back up, She turned to meet his intense black gaze. The curve of her red lips was enticing. Once this is done, consider it settling the debt from 9 years ago. Then, we part ways, leaving no room for right or wrong, and our relationship will reach its conclusion. Qi Zhao's Adam's apple bobbed, realizing that the outcome had mirrored his expectations. A heartless woman. Silently, he pulled up the zipper of her gown. To him, that brief distance of the zipper felt as though it had been slowed to a crawl. At that moment, Qin Shu nestled beside him, her demeanor submissive and exceedingly gentle. As the zipper reached its apex, their brief tenderness dissipated. Qin Shu rose to adjust her gown, while Qi Xiao remained seated on the sofa, disheveled, lost in thought. Could you please get up for a moment? Where's my phone? Qi Xiao clenched his fist, deprived even of the time to wallow in his own sorrow. After a moment of stubbornness, he obediently began to help Qin Shu search for her phone. It seems you haven't brought your phone, he remarked. Suddenly, Qin Shu recalled. I must have left it at the cocktail bar. I'll go back and retrieve it from Gigi. With that, she turned to leave. At the door, she abruptly remembered something and said, by the way, I will give you one more day to consider the matter of the will. Will you tell me or not? In exchange, I assure you that you will not suffer any loss. Qi Xiao tugged at the corner of his mouth, but remained silent. Although he should have been the one in control, even his willingness to compromise was bound by a deadline. There were only 2 ways to maintain contact with Qin Shu. Either inform her today and continue their partnership, or struggle for a day within the time frame she provided, and then reveal the news to her tomorrow. Beyond that, he had no other options. Qin Shu left the room without looking back, entirely unaware of the confidence conveyed in her words. Her subconscious had already determined that Qi Xiao would undoubtedly assist her. He straightened his shirt and quietly followed. Qin Shu walked briskly down the cruise ship corridor, her high heels suddenly tripping over something. Qi Xiao timely steadied her waist, urging her to slow down. Qin Shu glanced down and discovered that what she had nearly stumbled over was, in fact, her phone that she had meant to leave at the bar. Picking it up, she exclaimed, "How did this end up here?" At the end of the corridor, a group of sharply dressed bodyguards hurried towards them. The man at the forefront bore a stern expression, his usually calm eyes now sharp with tension. Ximen Lichen regarded them and asked, "Where is Gigi? Isn't she with you?" A foreboding sense washed over Qin Shu, prompting her to glance up at the room number above. Chapter 57. Don't be afraid. Baby in a dimly lit room. The curtains were drawn tightly shut. Jiang Wanzhi moved her fingers, her head pounding, while her body burned with an alarming heat, as if countless ants were crawling over her. Unable to contain herself, she writhed on the bed in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort and itchiness. Lena observed the unconscious woman and scoffed at Miko beside her. Finding her a man would be a favor. Miko agreed. I think we should record her in this state of arousal, so everyone can see clearly. Exactly. After their discussion, they promptly took out their phones and began filming Jiang Wanzhi. She gripped her thigh tightly, shaking her head incessantly, trying to rise and snatch their phones away. No, please don't film. Under the influence of the drug, her body was now as limp as water, making it impossible for her to stand. Jiang Wanzhi lunged forward, crashing heavily to the floor, reaching out to grab Lena's skirt. Lena, holding the phone, laughed and stepped back while filming. Yes, just like that. Crawl over here. Miko moved closer, tearing at Jiang Wanzhi's qipao. Why wear anything when you're already like this? Get away, get away. In a haze, Jiang Wanzhi flailed at the hands reaching for her, but Miko managed to rip a large tear in her dress. In a desperate attempt, she seized Miko's hand and bit down with all her strength. Ah! Miko screamed in pain. How dare you bite me? Miko gazed at her bleeding arm and seized the whip, aiming a strike at her. A resounding crack echoed through the air, only to her astonishment, Jiang Wanzhi had managed to retreat beneath the bed. Come out this instant, Miko exclaimed, reaching to pull her out, only to narrowly avoid a bite. Enraged, Miko shouted, Lena, assist me in dragging her out. I shall teach her a lesson she won't forget. Emerging from the bathroom, Chen Yi, clad in a loosely draped bathrobe, questioned the commotion. What are you doing, scaring her into silence? You will be held accountable. Having finished recording, Lena tucked away her phone, grasped Miko's arm, and cast a glance at the array of instruments beside the whip. Let Chen Yi handle it. She will have her turn soon enough. Miko, gritting her teeth, kicked the corner of the bed in frustration. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside the door, causing the occupants to freeze, exchanging alarmed glances. Had they not staged Jiang Wanzhi's return to her room? How could someone have discovered their location? Chun-Yi pushed Lena forward. What are you afraid of? Go see who it is. Before Lena could shake off his grip, a loud bang resonated as the door lock shattered under gunfire. A dark horde surged through the entrance. And in an instant, the individuals within the room fell one after another, rendered speechless. The only sound that remained was the muted crack of gunfire. The subtle movement from beneath the bed caused Ximen Lichen's clenched fists to crack, his blood-red eyes momentarily softened by a flicker of mercy. Leave, he ordered. The bodyguards swiftly dragged away the three individuals on the floor, while Qin Shu and Qi Xiao, attempting to enter, were intercepted. Qi Xiao covered her eyes as they retreated from the room, leaving Qin Shu bewildered. Isn't Gigi inside? Inside the room, silence reigned. The woman crouched beneath the bed trembled, her sweat-soaked hair clinging to her forehead. She bit her lip, stifling any sound from escaping her mouth. With a mere 30 centimeters separating the bed from the floor, Jiang Wanzhi's gaze followed the approaching footsteps of the man, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ximen Lichen knelt on the carpet, his heart aching as he locked eyes with her. He extended his hand towards the bed, his voice a soothing whisper. Baby. Jiang Wanzhi's sobs intensified, her body shaking uncontrollably. Ximen Lichen observed her, striving to contain the ferocity threatening to engulf him, softly coaxing. Do not fear, it is I. Shall I carry you out? Jiang Wanzhi looked at him, her tear-soaked lashes continually releasing more tears, her throat choked with emotion, leaving her speechless. Ximen Lichen gingerly attempted to touch her, his pace deliberate and tender. Baby, be good. Do not fear, everything is all right. You are clever, and you have protected yourself well. I will carry you out, and we shall see a doctor, shall we? Sensing the man's touch, Jiang Wanzhi instinctively recoiled. Yet her body, increasingly dominated by the effects of the drugs, left her with no strength to resist. Ximen Lichen removed his suit jacket and lifted her into his arms, her feverish body quickly radiating warmth throughout him. He swiftly transported her to the medical room, where bodyguards adorned in sunglasses and armed weapons stood vigil in the secured area. Nestled in his embrace, the woman clutched the fabric of his shirt tightly, her flushed cheeks brushing gently against the contours of his neck and throat. Ximen Lichen's eyes were shrouded in ambiguity, his sharp Adam's apple moving restlessly, as if he could empathize with her torment. He quickened his pace, and at some point, a shirt button had come undone, allowing a pair of soft, warm hands to slip in. His heart raced violently, seemingly cradled in her palm. Jiang Wanzhi's curled body was unnaturally tense, the effects of the medication overwhelming her, leaving her no choice but to cling tightly to Ximen Lichen. She whimpered, tears brimming in her eyes, her delicate voice hauntingly captivating. Ximen Lichen's voice came out hoarse as he responded, I'm here, baby, I'm here. He endeavored to minimize any physical contact with Jiang Wanzhi, cautious to avert exacerbating the effects of the drug, gently soothing her, be good. We'll reach the medical room soon. Yet, just a few steps later, driven by desire, Jiang Wanzhi cried out in desperation. Ximen Lichen tightened his embrace, saying, Don't cry, baby. Jiang Wanzhi grasped his hand, her voice trembling with anguish. Please, touch me. Chapter 58, The Long. Deep night, Jiang Wanzhi had completely lost awareness of her actions, her hand delving into his shirt, incessantly seeking warmth. No matter what she did, the inner restlessness remained unquenched. Her increasingly reckless behavior was halted by Ximen Lichen, who seized her wrist and guided her into the medical room, his deep voice continually reassuring her, Baby, be a little more patient. It will be over soon, I promise. The private physician hurried forward. Ximen Lichen attempted to lay her on the examination bed, but Jiang Wanzhi clung to him fiercely, refusing to let go. No, don't leave me. I'm scared. Under the influence of the drug, her once fair skin seemed flushed, her consciousness waning. Ximen Lichen softly reassured her, Baby, I won't leave. I'll always be here. Don't be afraid. At that moment, Jiang Wanzhi could not comprehend anything, her tear-filled eyes streaming as she weakly grasped him, crying and blaming him. You're a bad person. Why won't you help me? Regardless of her pleas, Ximen Lichen remained impassive, allowing her to suffer under the drug's effects. He restrained the restless figure on the bed, glancing at the flustered female doctor nearby. Dr. Chu hurried over to examine her, quickly assessing, Mr. Shi. Miss Jiang is fully under the drug's influence and is showing signs of a high fever. Medication and injections will only serve as auxiliary measures. Human intervention is necessary to alleviate her condition, otherwise, it could severely harm her body. Upon receiving Ximen Lichen's consent, the doctor swiftly administered an injection to Jiang Wanzhi, placing the prepared medication on the bedside table. Before departing, Dr. Chu cautioned, "Just provide some relief. Excessive fever is inadvisable." The door to the medical room closed once more, leaving only the involuntary sounds of the woman within. The air thickened with an indescribable tension. Ximen Lichen stood by the bed, and Jiang Wanzhi instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, her hazy eyes lifting slightly, her cheek brushing against him. Perhaps feeling a semblance of comfort, she mumbled indistinctly, lost in her own world. A subtle attempt to possess him. Ximen Lichen's gaze was profound, his dark pupils reflecting the woman's every action with clarity. His darling exhibited an overwhelming enthusiasm, a fervor that bordered on obsession. Ximen Lichen's fingers brushed lightly against her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Darling, who am I?" Jiang Wanzhi was too lost in the moment to fully comprehend his words, only feeling the warmth of his hand on her face. She instinctively leaned into him, her cheek rubbing against his palm. Ximen Lichen looked down at her, the contours of his large hand revealing the delicate network of his veins. His dark eyes were intense, his expression taut. "Such a lovely darling, how I long for you." The corners of her eyes reddened, dissatisfaction brewing within her at his indifference, her fingers wandering aimlessly. The warm, soft contact seemed to possess a potency greater than any medicine. "Do not neglect her." Ximen Lichen grasped her chin, applying gentle pressure to lift her face and part her lips. Her eyes, clouded yet searching, locked onto his. Ximen Lichen swallowed hard. "Darling, who am I?" At that moment, did Jiang Wanzhi even know what she was saying or doing? Who was she facing? Tears welled up in her eyes as she called out his name in a soft, broken voice. "Ximen Lichen." She weakly tugged at his shirt, tears streaming down her face as she lamented. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Even you are bullying me. I hate you." Ximen Lichen clasped her hand, his eyes igniting with fervor, hinting that the night ahead would be filled with indulgence. He poured the fever-reducing medicine into his palm and brought it to Jiang Wanzhi's lips. "Darling, take your medicine first." Upon seeing the pills, Jiang Wanzhi instinctively resisted. Memories of being force-fed by Lena flashing before her. "Be good, darling. This is medicine for your fever. You are burning up." Noticing her reluctance, Ximen Lichen tilted his head, swallowing the pill himself, lifting her limp form, and kissed her deeply. This premeditated strategy left Jiang Wanzhi with no choice but to swallow the medicine. The long-suppressed fire ignited between their lips. Ximen Lichen pressed his soft lips against hers, his voice husky. "Gigi, say you love me." Her misty eyes, filled with sincerity, replied, "I love you." "Ximen Lichen, I love you." His eyelids reddened, his voice dripping with temptation. "I love you too." The long night lay heavy and deep. The party outside on the cruise ship remained lively, as if no malevolent events had ever transpired. Seated in the booth, Qin Shu had entirely abandoned any desire for social interaction, her mind consumed with worry for Jiang Wanzhi. Qi Xiao, noting her silence, attempted to break the tension. "Do not worry. The doctor has assured us that with Ximen Lichen present, nothing will go wrong. If the medicine's effects become uncontrollable, we can always reconsider. We are familiar enough with each other." Qin Shu's face turned cold. "Is this how you men approach problems? What if Gigi is unwilling? Must she submit to the influence of the medicine, doing what she does not wish to do?" Qi Xiao inhaled sharply, hastily clarifying, "That is not what I meant." Seeing that Qin Shu was still fuming, he quickly raised 3 fingers in a vow. "I am merely offering an objective analysis. I assure you, there are no ulterior motives. Please do not be angry. It is all your fault." Qin Shu gritted her teeth and declared, "If it weren't for your incessant antics, Gigi and I would not have parted ways. She would not have sought me out in such an unfamiliar territory." Qi Xiao felt as though a heavy pot had been dropped upon him. Innocent yet utterly speechless, he attempted to articulate a rebuttal several times. But upon meeting Qin Shu's piercing gaze, he swallowed his words. "I was wrong." Qin Shu, uninterested in his apology, continued to gaze at the performance in the dance floor while holding her wine glass. Qi Xiao, driven to the brink by her cold demeanor, removed the drink from her hand, forcibly redirecting her attention back to himself. "Qin Shu, are you even listening to me?" She turned her head slightly towards him. "I've heard you, and then what? Then you should at least acknowledge me." Qi Xiao lamented, his voice laden with grievance. "Am I acting out because you've pushed me to this point? Do you have any idea how indifferent, how hurtful, and how heartless your words are towards me?" Qin Shu lightly pressed her finger to her lips. Shu, keep your voice down. Upon hearing her words, Qi Xiao nearly choked in exasperation. He was on the verge of breaking down. Qin Shu's lips curled into a slight smirk as she observed the beleaguered man before her. It became evident that when provoked, Qi Xiao would adopt a rather endearing demeanor. The moment Qin Shu expressed anger, Qi Xiao's bravado would dissipate in an instant. Their dynamic was rather straightforward. Moderation was key. Whenever Qin Shu was in the mood to placate him, if he failed to comply, within 3 seconds, her wrath would ignite. In the end, it was always Qi Xiao who found himself both upset and attempting to soothe her. Qi Xiao clenched his teeth in frustration. Qin Shu, do you truly see me as some sort of pet to be commanded? Chapter 59. Obey, let go. Qi Xiao felt dizzy with anger whenever he took things seriously. Qin Shu effortlessly dismantled his resolve with a single remark. He resembled a loyal dog. His emotions swayed entirely by her whims. Leaning back against the couch, Qin Shu rested her chin in her hand, raising an eyebrow lightly. I haven't said anything at all. Qi Xiao, gripping the wine glass he had taken from her, ground his molars. Indeed, how could his aunt utter such thoughtless words? She would rather leave no room for him to maneuver. The only reason he remained by Qin Shu's side was due to his tenacity. In response to the man's melancholic and sarcastic remarks, Qin Shu maintained her composure, merely smiling. Qi Xiao, I've come to realize you quite enjoy playing the devoted admirer. How else could you repeatedly approach her despite being rejected countless times over the span of 9 years? Actively seeking out your own misery. Qi Xiao was momentarily rendered speechless. This was the first time he pondered such a question, and he found himself laughing. It seemed Qin Shu's observation was not entirely unfounded. Though he had been hurt by her rejections or cold indifference in the past, he would often drown his sorrows in alcohol. Yet, as time went by and he endured more, he had not only grown desensitized but had also derived a peculiar sense of pleasure from it. Is this the reason you keep hurting me? Qin Shu furrowed her brow. Don't place all the blame on me. Keeping your distance is far more beneficial. She genuinely feared that Qi Xiao might find enjoyment in their exchanges and persistently seek her out for further scolding. Qi Xiao replied, then perhaps it is still ineffective. Qin Shu observed his compromising demeanor and uttered 4 words. Unchangeable disposition. Qi Xiao, however, paid no heed to her words. After all, 9 years had passed. How could one expect change? His life was in ruins, and he believed that unless he was with Qin Shu, he would never find peace in death. Thus, he resolved to cling to her like a ghost while he still had breath. Qin Shu found herself at a loss for words and opted for silence. Suddenly, a call came through on Qi Xiao's phone, and he casually answered, Hello, little brother? Without bothering with pleasantries, Ximen Lichen on the other end asked anxiously, Is Jiang Wanzhi with you? Realizing the awkwardness of his phrasing, he quickly added, Is my brother with Sister Ji? Qi Xiao, unsure whether to divulge the events that transpired on the cruise, chose to respond differently. What is up? Are you looking for them? Ximen Licheng's expression darkened. He understood that the only way to ascertain the truth was to speak candidly. I heard about what happened on the Victoria Harbor cruise. Is Ji all right? Qi Xiao was taken aback. Wasn't the news supposed to be contained? How did it reach you? Brother Xiao, that's not the point. Just answer my question. Oh, right. Qi Xiao quickly replied, Everything's fine. Your brother has already taken Jiang Wanzhi for medical attention. There shouldn't be any further complications. Don't worry. Their little couple's issues are easily resolved. That's good. Ximen Lichen sighed in relief, only to stiffen as he processed what Qi Xiao had said. Couple? Of course. Those two are destined to be together sooner or later, Qi Xiao remarked with a laugh. You really are their love guardian, aren't you? You're even spilling the beans to me. A profound silence enveloped the call on the other end. Hello? Little brother, are you still there, or is the signal bad? Ximen Lichen replied flatly, as long as everything is fine. Before Qi Xiao could respond, the call was abruptly ended. He shrugged, tossing the phone aside, muttering to himself. This kid is becoming increasingly peculiar. He has been so distracted lately one might think he is heartbroken. Suddenly, Qin Shu spotted someone at the banquet, a glimpse of her former foreign boyfriend, but she directed her words to Qi Xiao. Although I am unaware of the methods you employed to orchestrate our breakup, I can assure you, Qi Xiao, I will have another boyfriend. Over the past 9 years, Qi Xiao had inadvertently disrupted no fewer than 10 of her romantic entanglements. Nevertheless, Qin Shu never remained single for more than 3 months before finding a new partner, leaving him devoid of hope. Qi Xiao snapped back to reality, his gaze darkening as he regarded her with simmering anger. To push me away? Must you resort to such desperate measures and degrade yourself? Qin Shu lazily rubbed her brow. Spare me the dramatics. As a normal person, I possess normal physiological needs. What harm is there in dating? Besides, I'm 29 this year. In 6 months, I will be 30, an age filled with fervor. Be good, try to understand. Qi Zhao's silence was deafening. As the woman's voice faded completely, Qi Zhao's hand, which held the cocktail glass, trembled, producing a crisp sound as the glass shattered in his grip. In an instant, the sharp shards embedded themselves into his palm, blood seeping through his clenched fist. Qi Zhao seemed oblivious to the pain, tightly grasping the glass splinters. What are you doing? Qin Shu's heart was suddenly pierced with alarm. She rushed forward to pry open the man's hand that clutched the broken glass. Let go. Qi Zhao's eyes, now a fiery red, remained fixed on her, trembling with rage. He questioned her sharply. Why do you say such things to me? He had never sought to inquire about how Qin Shu interacted with other men or what they shared. He had no desire to know. Yet, when those words escaped her lips, it felt as though she was plunging a dagger into him. Over these 9 years, how many men had Qin Shu been with? How many times had she engaged in such acts? In how many pairs of eyes had the beauty he once experienced blossomed? Why? Why must she provoke him so? Why treat him in such a manner? The glass shards he held dug deeply into his flesh, blood flowing incessantly. Qin Shu, horrified, shook her head. I'm sorry, I won't say any more. Just let go of your hand. With her strength, she could not pry open Qi Zhao's grip, and her eyes gradually filled with crimson. Listen to me, let go. Qi Zhao's hollow black eyes remained fixed on her, as if he heard nothing at all, allowing blood to drip continuously onto the floor. The man, whom Qin Shu could usually soothe with ease, was now unresponsive even to her apologies. She had truly disappointed him. Qin Shu exerted herself to pry open his fingers, but instead, it only tightened his grip on the glass. It seemed that only this pain could bring him relief. Her hands became stained with his blood, the metallic scent overwhelming her senses. Qi Zhao watched as her hands tightly enveloped his, a painful, mocking smile crossing his reddened eyes. He even found himself relishing her touch in that moment. What was it about this wicked woman that he liked? Even he could not fathom it. Ignoring the bewildered stares of those around them, Qin Shu quickly summoned the bodyguards behind her. Find a way to make him let go. 2 professional bodyguards stepped forward, but before they could intervene, Qi Zhao, who had been seated on the sofa, stood up voluntarily. He slowly opened his palm, watching as the blood-soaked glass shards fell to the ground, the embedded pieces glimmering ominously. Qi Zhao's gaze remained fixed on the woman before him, who had wounded his heart, his expression chillingly calm. Qin Shu, you are truly despicable. Qin Shu stood frozen, her eyelashes trembling weakly, her lips devoid of color and slightly parted, taking in every word. Ultimately, she offered no explanation. Watching the man's resolute figure retreat, her fingertips nearly broke through her palm. Surely, she should have been satisfied now. The onlookers murmured in confusion. I had long heard of the discord between Qi Zhao and his aunt, but I never imagined it to be so severe. It is not merely a disagreement. They seem to argue every time they meet. Surely not. I observe that Master Qi has been quite supportive of young Master Qin in business matters. The relationship between relatives cannot be as dire as you suggest. Every family has its struggles. Who can truly know? Qin Shu let out a deep sigh, and a bodyguard handed her a handkerchief. President Qin, you should tend to this first, he advised. She wiped her hands and commanded, I am fine. You go keep an eye on him. Qi Zhao is easy to appease with just a word, yet at his extremes, he can act unpredictably, capable of doing anything outrageous. The bodyguard complied and went to execute her orders. On the outdoor observation deck of the cruise ship, a man emerged from the banquet hall and stood in the smoking area. Qi Zhao retrieved a cigarette from his suit pocket, the spark of the lighter illuminating the blood red of his palm. The blood had begun to dry, and shards of glass clung firmly like barbs. He stood at the edge, vacantly gazing at the nightscape of Victoria Harbor, exhaling smoke. No one dared approach. A girl who had been observing him for some time stepped forward cautiously, expressing her concern. Mr. Qi, how did you injure your hand? Qi Zhao furrowed his brow in irritation, inhaling deeply from the cigarette held between his lips. Why bring up such matters? Perhaps sensing the dark aura surrounding him, the girl timidly suggested, Mr. Qi, I am a medical staff member here. Shall I take you to tend to your wound? It could get infected. Her voice was gentle, yet it sounded like noise to Qi Zhao's ears, growing increasingly annoying. With a scowl, he prepared to dismiss her. Suddenly, he caught sight of the bodyguard watching him from a distance. He glanced back at the eager girl before responding with a flippant tone, "Shall we go to your room?" The girl, who had claimed to have medical training, paused momentarily before her heart raced, and she replied with a fervent smile, "Of course." Subsequently, they entered the same room, remaining inside all night. Also not emerging all night was Ximen Lichen. Jiang Wanzhi was roused from her slumber against her will. She found herself sprawled atop the man, her still sleepy voice soft and weak. "Don't." His voice was husky. "Awake?" Jiang Wanzhi squinted her eyes, filled with a lingering resentment. How could she not wake up? Ximen Lichen's deep gaze lingered on the woman before him, her fair and smooth swan-like neck adorned with the emerald pendant he had prepared for her. The vibrant green of the jade accentuated her luminous skin, which bore the marks he had left behind. Ximen Lichen was utterly enamored with her current appearance. Sensing his gaze upon her, the girl raised her head slightly, her utterly innocent visage stirring a wicked desire within him, to utterly ruin that innocence. Jiang Wanzhi bit her lip in restraint and attempted to get up. Ximen Lichen held her in place, his fingertips tracing over the delicate butterfly bones of her back, lost in his own world as he whispered into her ear, "Darling, you are so warm." Warm enough that he wished to perish within her embrace. Jiang Wanzhi struggled against his hold, her morning irritation prompting her to warn him. "Ximen Lichen." He loosened his grip on her arm, his deep-set eyes meeting hers. "Darling, say something sweet." Jiang Wanzhi feigned indifference, pretending to make her escape. "I spoke harshly, so I shall take my leave." Before she could rise, Ximen Lichen seized her and pressed her back to her original position. Jiang Wanzhi, feigning innocence, said, "Brother, I need to use the restroom." Little did she know, Ximen Lichen was entirely unmoved by her playful demeanor. "Speak words that I would delight in, and then you may go," he replied. Jiang Wanzhi's mind was a blank, utterly devoid of what to say. Ximen Lichen, exhibiting remarkable patience, guided her. "Repeat what you said last night." The events and words from the previous evening gradually crystallized in Jiang Wanzhi's mind. She clenched her teeth, thinking, those vulgarities were forced from me. How could she possibly utter such words? Ximen Lichen chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing with amusement. Then, "Dear one, do share how I compelled you to speak such obscenities." In an instant, all the details flooded back to Jiang Wanzhi's memory. Blushing fiercely, she glared at him, "Pervert." Seeing that she could only manage these two words after a long pause, the amusement in the man's eyes deepened. He pressed a gentle kiss upon her lips. "You silly girl." Jiang Wanzhi was infuriated. "What makes my mouth so foolish?" He scolded her yet still kissed her. That scoundrel had taken full advantage. Ximen Lichen lifted her effortlessly from the bed, carrying her toward the restroom while soothing her. Not foolish. Being adaptable at crucial moments is sufficient. In that moment, Jiang Wanzhi's previously sluggish mind seemed to ignite with understanding of the man's underlying meaning. Speechless, she could neither curse nor express her frustration, and in her annoyance, she bit his shoulder. "You're insufferable." In front of the half-length mirror in the restroom. After biting him, she lifted her face and beheld the handsome man in the reflection, his lips curving into a subtle smile. Again, he was enjoying this. Jiang Wanzhi, unwilling to confront the truth, closed her eyes. She seriously suspected that Ximen Lichen was the type of man who, upon receiving a middle finger, would propose, and upon a slap, would tenderly kiss her hand. Utterly hopeless, desperate to relieve herself, Jiang Wanzhi wriggled in his arms. "Please, let me down. I must go." The man, still holding her, was unwavering, his desire to hear her sweet words unquenched. Ximen Lichen positioned her to face the mirror, burying his head in the crook of her neck, coaxing softly, "Baby, I am quite urgent as well. Just say one sweet thing, one to you." If all that transpired last night was rooted in substances, now Ximen Lichen longed to hear those words from Jiang Wanzhi's lips while she was sober. To hear her profess her love for him, her voice, imbued with passion, was utterly enchanting. Ximen Lichen knew all too well that by the latter half of the night, the effects of the drug had waned for Jiang Wanzhi. Yet she remained fervent, repeating the words he adored. She allowed him to lead her, and he simply wished to hear them once more. Jiang Wanzhi clung to him, her arms instinctively tightening, fearful of slipping away. Yet, the more she longed to escape, the more determined Ximen Lichen was to thwart her efforts. Frustrated, Jiang Wanzhi pleaded, "Please, let me down. I truly do not recall what I said yesterday. Even if I did, how could I possibly utter such words in broad daylight?" None of it is worthy of being spoken. Jiang Wanzhi felt an urgent warning from her bladder, and she instinctively attempted to tighten her legs, only to realize she was still hanging onto Ximen Lichen. In a reflexive motion, she clutched the man's waist. Ximen Lichen gazed at the enchanting scene reflected in the mirror, his eyes darkening. "Don't move." Jiang Wanzhi immediately stiffened, nearly on the verge of tears. "Ximen Lichen, you are being utterly unreasonable. If you continue like this, I might just come to loathe you. I truly cannot articulate it. You are forcing me to say this." With her singular focus on the restroom, Jiang Wanzhi unceremoniously placed the blame squarely on Ximen Lichen's shoulders. After all, his current behavior was completely unjustifiable. He was nothing short of a tyrant. "Say you love me." The man stared intently into her eyes, filled with sincerity. "Darling, I only wish to hear those words." Perhaps there were other phrases from last night that could have provoked him, but none compared to that singular declaration of love. Ximen Lichen's expression was both obsessive and yearning. "Just say it once, please." Jiang Wanzhi bit her lip and whispered in his ear, "I love you." The woman's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in Ximen Lichen's ears. Once spoken, Jiang Wanzhi found herself swiftly placed upon the cushioned toilet. Before she could shoo the smiling man away, she had already succumbed to her bodily needs. Jiang Wanzhi's face flushed crimson. With her head bowed, her skin gradually warmed with embarrassment. How humiliating. She wished she could find a crevice in the earth to hide in, declaring to the world that she was setting sail far away. Ximen Lichen's eyes twinkled with amusement as he reached to lift her chin, only to have her shyly evade his touch. "Are you embarrassed?" Jiang Wanzhi did not lift her gaze, glaring at the man whose legs were the only part of him she could see. "Hurry up and leave. If you don't, I swear I will lose my mind." Were they truly so close that such moments were permissible? She wondered. Ximen Lichen, with a hint of exasperation, coaxed her, "Darling, there is no need for you to feel embarrassed in front of me. This is merely a mundane aspect of life." In his world, this merely affirmed the intimacy of their relationship. He desired to share even more such vivid and dramatic experiences with Jiang Wanzhi. Jiang Wanzhi covered her ears, refusing to be swayed by Ximen Lichen's words. "I'm not listening. I'm not listening. I'm not listening." This insufferable man had a knack for self-justification. Capable of spinning the darkest narratives into something acceptable, she could not allow herself to be influenced. Ximen Lichen gently ruffled her hair, trying to appease her. "Don't be angry. How about I let you watch something in return?" He had always been so casual in front of his beloved. Jiang Wanzhi indignantly swatted his hand away. "Pervert. If you don't leave now, I will truly start to despise you." In truth, Jiang Wanzhi had already mentally noted her grievances. 10,000 points deducted. Ximen Lichen chuckled softly, feeling elated. So it seemed, his darling did not truly despise him at this moment. After confirming this in his mind, Ximen Lichen cheerfully exited the restroom. Jiang Wanzhi was taken aback by his self-awareness and huffed in response. The threat had indeed proven effective. She intended to take a quick shower before heading out, but was startled by the marks on her body reflected in the mirror. Silently, she condemned the actions of a certain insufferable man, lamenting that they had rendered her unable to wear beautiful clothes. After Jiang Wanzhi finished her shower, she emerged to find Ximen Lichen standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, casually draped in a black bathrobe, while engaged in a phone conversation. Upon noticing her presence, his gaze shifted towards her. He promptly informed the person on the other end and ended the call. Ximen Lichen approached her, leaning in to inhale her scent. "You smell delightful," he remarked. Jiang Wanzhi instinctively took a half-step back, mentally branding him as a pervert. Such a descriptor seemed most fitting. If he was a pervert, then Ximen Lichen was akin to a master of martial arts. The chastised man chuckled, pinching her cheek gently. "Your clothes are on the sofa. Change and wait for me. I'll take you out for dinner." After giving his instructions, he retreated to the bathroom. Jiang Wanzhi glanced at the clothes on the sofa, planning to change and then make her escape. Waiting was out of the question. However, as she donned her outfit, she realized something crucial was missing. She hurriedly searched around the sofa, but to no avail. She then heard the man's voice emanating from the bathroom. "Darling, it seems I forgot where I placed your underwear. Wait for me to help you find it." Jiang Wanzhi's eyes widened in shock. She nearly ground her teeth in frustration. This was intentional. That wretched man was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. By hiding the most essential piece of clothing, he was ensuring her inability to leave prematurely. Ultimately, Jiang Wanzhi resigned herself to her fate, compelled to dine with Ximen Lichen. At the dinner table, surrounded by familiar faces, she noticed the conversation was painfully sparse. Qin Shu, appearing somewhat unwell, ate with a stoic expression as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Qi Xiao sat across from her, visibly frustrated. Jiang Wanzhi, puzzled, turned her gaze towards Ximen Lichen. Were the two of them in a silent standoff? Why was not a single word exchanged? Suddenly, Jiang Wanzhi noticed Qi Xiao's hand wrapped in bandages and inquired, "How did you injure your hand? It can't be from fighting to save me yesterday, can it?" As this thought crossed her mind, a pang of guilt struck her. "It's nothing," Qi Xiao replied gruffly, unwilling to elaborate. Jiang Wanzhi pointed to herself, seeking reassurance. "It's not because of me, is it?" Qin Shu interjected, "Ji, don't overthink it. He brought this upon himself. It has nothing to do with you." Instantly, Qi Xiao halted his movements, a surge of anger rising within him. What did she mean, he brought it upon himself? Noticing his sudden loss of appetite, Qin Shu quickly adopted a concerned smile, asking, "I heard young Master Qi spent the entire night tending to that wound. It should be healing well by now, right?" Chapter 62. Is she jealous? Qin Shu's unexpected concern, both gentle and appropriate, appeared to others as a senior caring for a junior. When she mentioned the entire night, her tone carried an unintentional weight. Qi Xiao clenched his bandaged hand. While others might not detect it, he immediately sensed the underlying sarcasm in her words. The phrase "smiling with a dagger hidden" was precisely what described Qin Shu. Qi Xiao's gaze fell upon her, lips curling into a smirk. "Thank you for your concern, Aunt. I'm perfectly fine." Since he had chosen to push him away and inflict harm, where he spent the previous night was of no concern to her. He did not require feigned sympathy. Jiang Wanzhi has truly realized that a problem has arisen. The tension in the air was palpable, as if it could erupt at any moment. One ill-chosen remark could very well upend the dining table. What was happening? Jiang Wanzhi attempted to project a sense of ease as she glanced at them. Striving to alleviate the atmosphere, "I never expected the Cantonese restaurant on the cruise to be quite authentic." Qi Xiao remained silent, while Qin Shu merely forced a smile and nodded. Jiang Wanzhi pressed her lips together, seemingly subjected to a form of silent oppression. Was no one going to intervene on her behalf? At that moment, Ximen Lichen, who had been gently tousling her hair, exuded a softness that was almost divine. The man softly reassured her, "Let us eat first, let them be." Although he showed her kindness, Jiang Wanzhi was reluctant to engage with him. After all, this cunning man had deliberately concealed her underwear in the bedside drawer. He had effectively trapped her in the room, leaving her with no means of escape. How infuriating! Were it not for Ximen Lichen saving her the previous night, she would have outright refused to join for dinner. Observing the two others at the table, whose relationship had grown even more strained, Jiang Wanzhi rubbed her forehead in exasperation. She leaned toward Ximen Lichen and whispered, "Are they truly all right?" In her memory, Qi Xiao and Qin Shu could bicker, yet their bond was unmistakably strong. The stark contrast between their previous camaraderie and their current coldness felt catastrophic. Ximen Lichen chuckled softly and replied, "You'll grow accustomed to it. Every time these two meet, there's bound to be a minor quarrel daily, and a major one every 3 days. It's been 9 years. Their expectation for one another to change has resulted in neither altering, culminating in two stubborn individuals. This time, however, the situation is indeed more severe, though Ximen Lichen believed it was still manageable. He even possessed the means to alter Qi Xiao's attitude with a mere word." Jiang Wanzhi nodded, albeit with skepticism. The next moment, the sound of metal clashing against porcelain echoed from the dining table. Midway through the meal, Qin Shu set down her cutlery and stood up. "Wanzhi, I'm full. You take your time, I'll head back to my room to rest." Noticing something amiss with her demeanor, Jiang Wanzhi hurriedly followed, briefly informing Ximen Lichen, "I'm going to check on Sister Qin Shu." After Qin Shu departed, Qi Xiao lost all appetite, thrusting his fork into the pineapple bun before rising to leave. The scraping of the chair was jarring. Ximen Lichen furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. "Sit down." Qi Xiao, brimming with frustration, could no longer contain his grievances. "Ximen, you saw her attitude toward me, didn't you? Am I not the one who has been hurt? Why am I the one being met with disdain? Am I truly that easy to bully?" He had anticipated that a simple dinner would at least prevent any further deterioration in their relationship. He thought that after a few days of cool-headedness, this incident would be entirely resolved. Yet here they were, confronting one another directly at the dining table. Those unaware of the situation might think they harbored deep-seated animosities. Ximen Lichen, agitated, pinched the bridge of his nose, his brow furrowed. Are you the only one feeling wronged? He had finally made progress in his relationship with Jiang Wanzhi, hoping to cultivate their bond further over this meal. As a result of the antics of Bai Qishao and Qin Shu, he had barely exchanged a few words with Jiang Wanzhi, had not enjoyed his meal, and was now obliged to assist in cleaning up the mess left by the two. Qishao, filled with indignation, leaned on the dining table, arguing his case. Of course I feel wronged. Qin Shu has gone too far. Having hurt me yesterday, she now seeks to provoke me today. She never intended to reconcile. He lamented. Who can I turn to for reason? Ximen Lichen inquired. Is this the first day you realized she wanted to sever ties with you? Qishao reflected quietly, arriving at the conclusion that it was indeed on the 197th day. Had he not known from the very beginning that Qin Shu was a troublesome woman? While a sense of gloom lingered within him, he acknowledged that her behavior this time was excessively outrageous. She had not even attempted to placate him. Qishao felt that from any standpoint, he was never cherished by Qin Shu. Ximen Lichen reiterated, Is this truly your first day knowing her? Frustrated, Qishao redirected his ire towards his good friend. Ximen, it's easy for you to speak when you're not the one in pain. Jiang Wanzhi merely got engaged domestically, and you act as if the world is ending. Let us be honest, no one is superior to anyone else here. Ximen Lichen responded with calmness, I apologize, but first, I am sitting, not standing. Second, I admit I am indeed anxious. Third, objectively speaking, I am, in fact, slightly better off than you. Qishao retorted, in short, your words are futile. The statements he had uttered returned to him like boomerangs, piercing his already fragile heart. After venting his frustrations, his anger began to dissipate, leading him to concede. All right, I take your point to mean that my resolve is wavering? I happen to agree. You might as well help me regain my clarity. Ximen Lichen questioned, Do you harbor some misunderstanding about me? Qishao, reclining with his legs crossed, replied, Forget about misunderstandings. It seems you have consoled yourself quite well. It's time to extend some comfort to your brother. As he spoke, he couldn't help but mutter softly. Yet I still find Qin Shu's behavior peculiar this time. In the past, their arguments would typically conclude without lingering resentment until their next encounter. However, just moments ago, Qin Shu had openly mocked him in front of everyone. Ximen Lichen smirked slightly. This simply indicates you are accustomed to unresolved disputes, while Qin Shu cannot swallow her pride. Qishao's eyes widened in surprise. She is angry? Why is she angry? Am I not the one feeling most aggrieved? Ximen Lichen advised. I suggest you reflect on Qin Shu's initial concern for you at the dining table. What more could she say? Qishao recalled. She had brought up his stay in another woman's room last night, insinuating something. Surely, he could not admit that he had done so merely to provoke her. Leaving shortly thereafter, where would his pride be left? Ximen Lichen regarded him with a knowing glance and continued his meal leisurely. Think it over. Qishao suddenly paused, realization dawning upon him. You mean to say she was jealous? Chapter 63. The madman Qishao was struck with clarity, as if awakened from a slumber. He stood frozen, hesitant to believe his own surmise. Upon seeing the bodyguard beside Qin Shu earlier, he instinctively sought to act out in defiance. Rather than asserting that his actions were meant to impress Qin Shu, it would be more accurate to say he was merely seeking an escape for himself. He believed that by doing so, he could alleviate the discomfort of knowing that Qin Shu had been with numerous men. However, in truth, he was incapable of casually engaging with another woman and had never considered that this could genuinely provoke Qin Shu. Unexpectedly, his intentions backfired, ensnaring him instead. Excitement bubbled within Qishao, and his tone grew increasingly resolute. Surely, she must be jealous. Why else would she subtly mock me for tending to my wound all night? Qin Shu must think I slept with someone else. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of his intuition, as he could not conceive of another explanation. Ximen Lichen remarked, It's not entirely foolish. Before you chose to act, wasn't this the outcome you desired? Now that you've succeeded, what is there to be upset about? Qishao weakly replied, I've never succeeded before. In the past, no matter how much I stirred up trouble. Qin Shu remained indifferent, her demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze. This time, she played by her own rules, leaving me without any experience to draw upon. His first instinct was, of course, that he was doomed. Yet the more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. She was actually jealous of me. In an instant, Qishao envisioned the rest of his life with Qin Shu mapped out in his mind. But soon, Ximen Lichen doused him with cold water. It's not necessarily jealousy. Upon hearing Ximen Lichen's words, Qishao lost his composure. Ximen, what do you mean? The man explained blandly, It could also be anger stemming from a psychological disparity. After all, you wouldn't intentionally provoke her in the past. I see you simply cannot stand to see me excel. Qi Xiao gritted his teeth, repeatedly affirming his belief. Qin Shu is indeed jealous. Ximen Lichen observed him quietly, questioning whether he truly needed to enlighten Qi Xiao. Suddenly, Qi Xiao felt a wave of clarity wash over him. Snapping his fingers with delight, I've got this figured out. I must now appear effortlessly nonchalant, inadvertently revealing to Qin Shu that I have remained faithful to her all these years. This will surely move her to tears. Ximen Lichen remarked, crude yet insightful. But who will take responsibility for the disrupted date? Qi Xiao's frustration found a new target in Ximen Lichen. He had painstakingly arranged for Jiang Wanzhi to share a meal with him, only for it to be abruptly cut short. With a playful grin, Qi Xiao patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, do try to lighten your expression. You've helped me, and once I achieve my goal, I shall reward you handsomely. You will sit at the head table at my wedding. Get lost." Ximen Lichen replied coldly. Nothing is more disheartening than the notion that a brother's success is overshadowed by such sentiments. Qi Xiao, filled with pride, finally felt he had made progress. Get lost then. I'm off to explain things to my wife. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanzhi and Qin Shu sat by the window in a CAF, with Qin Shu feeling a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, Ji, for intruding on your date. Not at all, Jiang Wanzhi chuckled lightly. It was I who suggested we share a meal. I intended to discuss last night's events, but I didn't even notice the conflict between you and Qi Xiao. Qin Shu took a deep breath, candidly admitting, it's my fault. She was utterly unaware of the implications behind her words. Jiang Wanzhi objectively suggested, since you've come to a realization, why not clarify things with Qi Xiao? You are his aunt, and given his penchant for being close to you, he surely won't hold a grudge indefinitely. Qin Shu smiled faintly as she regarded her. It is precisely because I am his aunt that he cannot harbor feelings for me. Ah. Jiang Wanzhi was momentarily taken aback. Surely, she hadn't misinterpreted? Was Qi Xiao's affection for Qin Shu not the kind typically shared among relatives? Qin Shu continued. I have refrained from discussing this matter with you until now, but the time has come. Qi Xiao and I share no blood ties, and our household registrations are entirely separate. However, the entanglements between our families are far too complex to yield any resolution. My impulsiveness today may have exacerbated the conflict. Yet it serves to bring closure to these 9 years of absurdity. After this incident, he should no longer pursue me. No sooner had Qin Shu spoken than a male voice drifted from behind, relaxed and self-assured. In just a brief moment of absence, Aunt has already turned her attention to me. Qin Shu's brow twitched slightly as she beheld Qi Xiao approaching with his hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Considering that you just admitted your fault, I shall forgive you, he declared. Qin Shu retorted. Has he truly managed to console himself so swiftly? Can you not possess a modicum of dignity? She felt exasperated at his lack of resolve. Having reached this point, it seemed absurd that Qi Xiao could so easily offer forgiveness within mere minutes. No, the man replied, his tone unwavering. There is nothing in this world that I cannot attain. If I cannot have it, I will devise a method to acquire it. If it remains elusive, I will resort to any means necessary to obtain it. Qin Shu, you have tamed me well. I now have no boundaries. He leaned closer, whispering into her ear with a tone laced with mischief. Even if you were to engage with another man right before my eyes, I would merely commend how lovely you sound. After all, as long as the first and last are mine, that suffices. Qin Shu lifted her gaze to meet his, her lips trembling with indignation. You lunatic. Qi Xiao chuckled lightly, quite melodious indeed. Although Jiang Wanzhi could not discern their conversation, the scene evoked a sense of reflection within her. No wonder Qi Xiao and Ximen Lichen could bond so well. Neither were virtuous characters. Qi Xiao turned to stand beside Qin Shu, his demeanor animated as he addressed Jiang Wanzhi. Jiang, what are your thoughts? Called upon, Jiang Wanzhi's lips twitched slightly. Respectful, yet incomprehensible. Incomprehensible is precisely correct. If everyone could understand, Qin Shu would not have rejected me. Recalling the gruesome scene she had witnessed the night prior, Qi Xiao raised an eyebrow. In any case, I do not grasp your connection with Ximen Lichen. That fellow, while appearing impeccably refined, can be quite ruthless beneath the surface. Ruthless? Ximen Lichen's deep voice resounded as he appeared at the door, catching his ungrateful companion off guard. Qi Xiao replied nonchalantly. I am merely preparing Jiang Wanzhi with a precautionary warning. Never mind. You fail to comprehend my good intentions. I do not hold it against you. Observing Qi Zhao's demeanor, Ximen Lichen casually uttered, "A petty person achieving success." Qi Zhao instantly bristled. "Wow, your insult is rather harsh." Qi Zhao immediately thought to seek sympathy from Qin Shu, only to be met with a piercing glare from her, rendering him speechless. He had no choice but to redirect his attention to Jiang Wanzhi. "Jiang Wanzhi, look at him. Aren't you going to do something about this?" Jiang Wanzhi mimicked his tone, exclaiming, "Wow, I can't do anything about it." What authority did she have to intervene with Ximen Lichen? Little did she realize that her words were misconstrued by the man, taking on a different meaning in his ears. Encouraged and supported by his wife, Ximen Lichen felt a surge of contentment. It appeared that his efforts last night had not been in vain. Suddenly, Jiang Wanzhi recalled the footage on Lina and Miko's phones, and panic surged within her. She quickly pulled Ximen Lichen aside. "You all continue your conversation. I need to speak with him about something." Qi Zhao watched with amusement as Ximen Lichen was whisked away, smugly concluding that Ximen Lichen would soon face a stern lesson for his sharp tongue. In a secluded corner, Jiang Wanzhi anxiously inquired, "Where's the footage?" "What footage?" Ximen Lichen's response only heightened Jiang Wanzhi's alarm. Hesitantly, she revealed, "Yesterday, they pulled at my clothes and recorded the whole thing. I don't know if the footage has been leaked." Ximen Lichen's expression darkened as he gently stroked her hand. "Do not fear. Your concerns will not come to fruition." Jiang Wanzhi, gazing into his eyes, pressed, "Where are they now?" To this, Ximen Lichen had no answer. "I will have someone handle it." Jiang Wanzhi felt a surge of urgency. "Can I come along?" Ximen Lichen firmly declined her request. "My dear, please trust me." Sensing something amiss, Jiang Wanzhi probed, "What have you done to them?" Ximen Lichen replied, "One must bear the consequences of their actions. The nature of the price is not of utmost importance. The port city is rife with chaos, and some individuals merely encountered an unfortunate turn of events while engaging in criminal activities. The police have already initiated an investigation, preliminarily attributing it to foreign forces." At this moment, Jiang Wanzhi comprehended the gravity of the situation. During their university days, Ximen Lichen had once told her that if power could not be wielded, there would be no distinction of classes in the world, nor any necessity to control authority. Ximen Lichen had always been acutely aware of his social standing, a privileged figure of immense power, unyielding when necessary. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wanzhi refrained from further questioning. "Let us find that footage first." Before long, Ximen Lichen's associates delivered Lina and Miko's phones. Ximen Lichen's gaze was fixed upon the laptop before him. His slender fingers danced across the keyboard, striking the final key. The footage from the phone materialized on the computer screen. The video showcased a woman kneeling on a cashmere carpet, her black high-slit cheongsam revealing her fair and shapely legs, nearly indecent. Her skin glowed with a rosy hue, and the billion-dollar jade jewelry adorning her dulled in comparison to her inherent allure, exuding an indescribable, captivating charm. She endeavored to approach the videographer with the last vestiges of her strength, oblivious to how captivating her movements upon the carpet were. Her waist-length ebony hair cascaded down, partially concealing her innocent visage, while her tear-filled, reddened eyes evoked both sympathy and enchantment. The words of resistance shattered Ximen Lichen's heart. "No." Startled by the scene displayed on the computer screen, Jiang Wanzhi instinctively covered Ximen Lichen's eyes. "Don't look." Despite her efforts, the recording continued to play, and in the absence of sight, every subtle sound became increasingly pronounced. The man's Adam's apple gently rolled as Ximen Lichen's hand brushed against the woman's, attempting to remove her hand. "Darling, I want to look. But with you covering my eyes, listening will still evoke sensations." Though he could see nothing, it felt as if everything vividly unfolded in his mind. His imagination relentlessly stimulated his nerves, igniting a fervent excitement within him. Jiang Wanzhi hurriedly paused the video, clicking to minimize and close it. Merely gazing at the original cover of the video had already flushed her cheeks a deep crimson, reminiscent of the beginning of an adult film. She lowered her hand that obscured Ximen Lichen's view, stating, "I asked you to help check if the video was leaked, not to watch it." Ximen Lichen feigned innocence. "Darling, it just popped up on its own." "Then why were you so absorbed in watching?" Jiang Wanzhi retorted through clenched teeth, adding, "You claim to feel something, yet your sensations are founded upon my suffering." Though the incident had passed, the man's twisted thoughts were utterly deplorable. It was indeed imperative to correct him. Ximen Lichen wrapped an arm around her waist, turning her to face him as he embraced her upon his lap. his deep-set eyes fixated on her slightly irate countenance. "Darling, have you finished? May I explain now?" Jiang Wanzhi chose silence, ignoring him. The man, gazing at her earnestly, declared, "Ji, I truly had no intention of watching. My sensations stem from you depriving me of my sight. It was your touch that dominated me, granting me a thrill within. This is my inclination, independent of the video." Jiang Wanzhi mused. Had her mere act of covering Ximen Lichen's eyes escalated to such a degree in his mind? She scrutinized the man's superior yet frigid features, deeming him a refined rogue. Ximen Lichen, having feigned composure and gentlemanly grace before the world for years, must find it exhausting to suppress his true nature. It is often said that the wealthy are inherently flawed. When wealth and power fail to enrich their spirits, they seek more exhilarating pursuits for satisfaction. Ximen Lichen was, by nature, one who craved excitement. While he appeared to submit to her, he was, in reality, firmly in control. Ximen Lichen chuckled indulgently. "Darling, that's why I need you." He was never a paragon of virtue, revealing only his base side before Jiang Wanzhi, unreservedly. As long as she could comprehend and tolerate his flaws, he cared little for the opinions of others. Jiang Wanzhi inwardly cursed. "You're utterly twisted." Each time he coaxed her to retreat when she was at her peak, lowering her standards. He would then possess her in the most deplorable manner, teaching her and corrupting her all at once. Ximen Lichen gently threaded his fingers through her soft hair. "Darling, are you truly intent on instilling this notion of perversion within me? Initially, I did not perceive myself as particularly flawed, yet after hearing your incessant comments, it is inevitable that I begin to introspect." Jiang Wanzhi forced a laugh. "Mr. Ximen, have you never considered that it might be your own perception of your psychological state that is flawed?" Ximen Lichen regarded her with keen interest, his dark eyes gradually dimming as he spoke. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Darling, if I were indeed a pervert, I would presently have you pinned against the desk, making you watch that video from earlier, and then." Chapter 65, Mischievous and Vicious. Jiang Wanzhi swiftly covered the man's mouth, gritting her teeth. "You are the true pervert. Where else could your bizarre thoughts originate?" Ximen Lichen ceased to deny it, his warm lips brushing against her fingers, his gaze filled with longing. "Since you have already labeled me, may I now act upon those thoughts with you?" If acknowledging this would grant him free rein with Jiang Wanzhi, he would gladly accept. Jiang Wanzhi's bright eyes widened in protest. "No, you cannot. Be serious and check if the video has leaked." With that, she attempted to rise from his grasp, but he held her firmly. Ximen Lichen enveloped her between his chest and the desk, his strong arms effortlessly managing the computer. Observing his earnest demeanor, Jiang Wanzhi couldn't suppress the smile that threatened to break. In critical moments, this man proved to be quite dependable. Ximen Lichen inquired, "The video has not been disseminated. Are you certain you wish to delete it?" "Of course," Jiang Wanzhi replied incredulously. "What else would I do? Keep it as a memento?" His expression clearly indicated his approval. Jiang Wanzhi promptly quashed his thoughts. "I advise you to act like a civilized person and refrain from hoarding everything." Suddenly, she found herself turned by Ximen Lichen to face the computer screen, which displayed content from her phone. He opened a document saved in the corner, leaning close to her ear to ask in a low, haunting tone, "Darling, could you elucidate what this is?" The unlocked document revealed an array of videos and photographs that instantly filled her vision, debauched and extravagant. All of this was from Jiang Wanzhi's phone, and the protagonists were currently watching it on the computer. Jiang Wanzhi swallowed hard, realizing that the secret she had concealed on her phone for 3 years had been unearthed by Ximen Lichen. These indecent contents, each frame worthy of a heavy mosaic, were remnants of their clandestine romance during university. Ximen Lichen's deep gaze fixed upon her, a slow smile creeping across his lips. "Is this what you keep for nightly review?" After their breakup, Jiang Wanzhi had insisted he examine all his devices to prevent any potential issues, spending over half an hour deleting photos and videos from them. As a result, he diligently deleted everything, while Jiang Wanzhi secretly retained it for all these years. Jiang Wanzhi, who was subjected to immediate punishment, felt her ears flush crimson as she lowered her gaze, unable to bear the sight. It turned out that the true perversion lay within her. Even after years of separation, she could not bring herself to erase the evidence of their once tender affection, often retrieving it during the stillness of the night. Sensing Ximen Lichen's unwavering scrutiny, she shut her eyes and bit her lip with all her might. "Stay silent. Quickly defend yourself." Ximen Lichen grasped her chin. lifting it gently to force a confrontation of gazes. The man remained deliberately silent, his intense stare capturing her anxiety, embarrassment, and frustration. How shameless and wicked. Jiang Wanzhi feigned calmness and attempted to argue. I had long forgotten about these things. It's all your fault for not reminding me to delete them back then. He let out a soft laugh, unexpectedly refraining from rebuttal. Yes, it is all my fault. While he conversed with her, his hands continued to maneuver over the computer. Jiang Wanzhi's eyes brimmed with confusion. What are you doing? Backing up. Ximen Lichen replied earnestly, as the male protagonist of the video. It is essential for me to preserve a copy. Moreover, these are irrefutable tokens of their past love. The irreplaceable phase of first love holds immense value for him. In a flurry, she pressed down on Ximen Lichen's hand as he operated the computer. No, the mere thought of him reliving those moments sent her into despair. The hand she pressed down happened to coincide with the system's confirmation step, and the progress bar rapidly began to copy. Jiang Wanzhi. Ximen Lichen's gaze fell on her offending hand, his eyes filled with affectionate mirth. Darling, you consented to this yourself. Jiang Wanzhi pinched her palm, attempting to negotiate. Let us delete them together. This statement only delighted Ximen Lichen in its initial 4 words, hence he declined. I do not wish to delete them. Left with no choice, Jiang Wanzhi resorted to moral coercion. I do not agree with your decision to retain these items. I find it deeply disrespectful to my wishes. They must be deleted. Coincidentally, Ximen Lichen had no qualms about discarding moral considerations. His gaze was calm and relaxed. Darling, you kept the videos for 3 years without seeking my opinion. To take it a step further, I, too, have only preserved them for 3 years. What of it? Feeling cornered, Jiang Wanzhi nearly bit her lip in frustration. Of course, it is unacceptable. She took a deep breath, internally reassuring herself. It's fine, it's fine. It's fine, it's not as if I'm being perverse with my ex-boyfriend. Maintain your composure. Then, facing him, Jiang Wanzhi forced a smile through gritted teeth. Very well. Mr. Ximen, it's good for you to keep revisiting them. After all, judging by your performance last night, your skills seem to have notably declined. Indeed, as soon as the words left her lips, they struck at the man's pride. Ximen Lichen narrowed his deep-set eyes. Is that so? She scoffed. In the next moment, her pouting lips, raised in defiance, were captured by the man's kiss. Jiang Wanzhi barely had time to breathe. What are you doing? He uttered 2 words in a low voice. In an instant, Jiang Wanzhi found her power of speech utterly stripped away. Within the confines of the office, the atmosphere grew heated, enacting the content displayed on the computer screen. Jiang Wanzhi spent 2 disorienting days and nights aboard the cruise ship. Upon disembarking, she felt an overwhelming discomfort in her waist, legs, and stomach. Her experience at the banquet had been far from enjoyable. In the car back to the hotel, she sat rigidly on the far left of the back seat, wishing for an expanse of a galaxy to separate her from the man beside her. Yet, she overlooked one crucial detail. Ximen Lichen's insatiable audacity was sufficient to bridge any cosmic divide. Without hesitation, he settled right next to her, close enough to invade her personal space. He wrapped his arm around her lower back, supporting the gap between her and the seat, and inquired gently, Is your waist sore? Why not lean against me? Jiang Wanzhi managed to squeeze out a response through clenched teeth. Ask, good. How could Mr. Ximen not have been more considerate earlier, only to feign gallantry now? If some men talk more than they act, Ximen Lichen was the epitome of action over words. His concern was merely a fade, a wolf in sheep's clothing. The man rubbed her aching back, whispering an apology. Darling, I was wrong. I'll be more careful next time. Jiang Wanzhi scoffed. Having thoroughly grasped Ximen Lichen's flaws, his tendency to admit faults while steadfastly refusing to amend them. There won't be a next time. I wouldn't trust a single punctuation mark of what you say. Ximen Lichen chuckled softly, seemingly delighted by her awareness. That's good. My darling truly understands me. They were undeniably in sync, a perfect match. Turning her face away, Jiang Wanzhi's gaze fell upon a pharmacy passing by outside. A thought struck her, and she quickly spoke up. Stop the car. Chapter 66. My baby is so well-behaved. The driver promptly halted the vehicle, and Ximen Lichen turned to her. What's the matter? I need to buy medicine. Her attempt to exit the car was thwarted by his arm. I've already taken my medication, he stated. Jiang Wanzhi was taken aback. What do you mean? Ximen Lichen patiently elucidated. Ever since our last encounter, I have been regularly taking medication to reduce potency. In simpler terms, it's a long-term contraceptive designed for men, so you need not worry about pregnancy. His words left Jiang Wanzhi momentarily stunned, grappling with the unfamiliarity of his language. Was this the world of the affluent, where resources surpassed ordinary comprehension? She tightened her grip on the door handle. Are you certain there is no issue? What if an accident occurs? Ximen Licheng's expression turned serious as he pondered her concern. Studies indicate that there have been no failures reported thus far. Should an accident occur, if you wish to keep it, you may. If not, I will ensure that those responsible for the medication pay the price for their transgressions. Someone must bear the consequences. After all, Jiang Wanzhi withdrew her hand. Abandoning the thought of purchasing medicine, she chose to trust Ximen Licheng. After all, this man had, during his university days, insisted on undergoing a vasectomy, demonstrating his unwavering resolve concerning himself. Ximen Licheng would never stoop to using such tactics to manipulate her or force a bond. He preferred to conquer her openly, always maintaining the respect due to a woman throughout their interactions. He was both carefree and candid. Let us have the driver continue. Ximen Lichen, having earned the trust of his beloved wife, could not conceal his delight. Jiang Wanzhi brushed aside his hand resting on her waist, displaying a hint of defiance. Ximen Lichen, undeterred, wrapped his arms around her once more. After being pushed away, he was noticeably more subdued. Fatigued from lack of rest, Jiang Wanzhi chose to ignore him entirely, simply closing her eyes. With a man's arm supporting her waist, she found slumber much more comfortable. Ximen Lichen gazed upon the woman in his embrace, who was gradually relaxing, a deep smile gracing his eyes. How wonderfully obedient his darling was. He found her utterly charming, though the absence of a formal title felt a tad mischievous. Yet, he relished the mischief. In a state of drowsiness, Jiang Wanzhi's eyelashes fluttered gently. Even with her eyes closed, she could sense a searing gaze fixed upon her. She murmured softly, "Stop looking at me. It's hindering my sleep." Ximen Lichen's fingers brushed against her cheek tenderly. Feeling shy? He teased. The overwhelming tide of drowsiness swept over Jiang Wanzhi, leaving her too weary to engage in banter with Ximen Lichen. Her last coherent thought before drifting into oblivion was that with such an astoundingly self-assured mindset, Ximen Lichen was bound to succeed in whatever he pursued. At the prestigious Victoria Harbor Hotel, Jiang Wanzhi slept until evening. As she began to regain her senses, her eyes still shut, she instinctively reached for her phone. As her hand fumbled across the bed, it suddenly encountered something. She paused, taking a moment to feel it out. It was somewhat hard, yet also a bit soft. Intrigued, she continued to explore. Suddenly, a firm grip seized her wrist, and a slight sting jolted Jiang Wanzhi into consciousness. As she opened her eyes, she finally recognized the object of her earlier curiosity. Ximen Lichen's gaze was intense, holding her hand firmly, as if preserving evidence of her boldness. In a low voice, he chuckled, "Darling, how does it feel?" Jiang Wanzhi swallowed nervously, unable to meet his gaze, her eyes drawn instead to the very hand that had been exploring. It had landed quite perfectly on the man's sculpted abs. She had certainly made the most of her situation. "It wasn't intentional," she protested. Ximen Lichen smiled. "Miss Jiang, you certainly know where to lay your hands. Perhaps next time, you could be a bit bolder." Feigning ignorance, she replied with an air of innocence. "I'm still half asleep. What mischief could a little girl like me possibly commit?" The man, silhouetted against the light from the window, maintained his gaze on her, his handsome features becoming even more enchanting as he smiled, leaving Jiang Wanzhi momentarily entranced. She quickly averted her eyes, attempting to calm her racing heart. That was close. She almost fell for him again. After all, he was her ex-boyfriend, and indeed, he still possessed a certain charm. The thought brought her a strange sense of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to her, her fleeting thoughts had already been laid bare in the keen depths of his eyes. When she lifted her gaze, she found herself locked in Ximen Lichen's penetrating stare, feeling a twinge of guilt. Had she, perhaps, been discovered? It seemed there was an unspoken understanding between them. Ximen Lichen chose not to shatter the moment of her vulnerability. Knowing better than to rush into proving certain things and risk scaring off the feelings Jiang Wanzhi had finally begun to nurture towards him. Such a loss would be regrettable. Jiang Wanzhi shifted the conversation, asking, "What are you still doing here?" Could it be that he has become infatuated with her? As expected, a profound melancholy flickered in Ximen Lichen's gaze. "Jiang Wanzhi, am I merely a lowly tool, to be used and discarded?" Jiang Wanzhi innocently rose to prepare for dressing. "I never said that," she replied. He voiced his grievance, yet you did not express any sense of responsibility. However, the woman offered no response, absorbed in donning her undergarments. Sensing his unwavering stare, Jiang Wanzhi frowned slightly. Turn your face away. Yet, Ximen Lichen, still brooding, silently rejected her request and rose to dress alongside her. Consequently, Jiang Wanzhi found herself struggling with the hidden clasps of her attire, which stubbornly refused to align. Whether due to her tired hands or some other reason, she pressed on, resolutely contending with herself. Within moments, her hands were gently clasped by the man behind her. With lingering frustration, Ximen Lichen took the two ends of the clasps from her grasp and quietly secured her garments. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Jiang Wanzhi softly eased the tension. Thank you. The mere utterance of those two words dispelled the gloom in Ximen Lichen's eyes. A smile graced his lips as he brushed his thumb against her wrist, inquiring gently, "Are you hungry?" Just as Jiang Wanzhi contemplated whether to frequently dine with Ximen Lichen, her stomach, quite synchronously, let out a resounding growl. Hastily, she sought a plausible excuse. "I have plans to dine alone with Sister Qin Shu." Ximen Lichen, seeing through her clumsy yet endearing fabrication, smiled knowingly. "Are you certain that Qin Shu is free to join you for a meal?" Confused, Jiang Wanzhi raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Is something wrong with her?" Chapter 67. Comparison in the president's office. After Qin Shu finished her work and stepped out, the man leaning casually against the door immediately straightened up and followed her. Qin Shu furrowed her brow at the energetically sprightly Qi Xiao. "What exactly do you want?" It was perplexing that he had trailed her all day, following her wherever she went, and had been confined outside her office for an entire afternoon without leaving. Qi Xiao replied, "I just want to have a meal with my aunt and reminisce a bit. I'm not hungry." Before she could finish her sentence, her stomach betrayed her with a loud grumble. Qin Shu maintained her composure as she sought an excuse, insisting she didn't want to eat with him. "I am going to find Wanzhi." Qi Xiao, eyes twinkling with mirth, replied, "Perfect. You go find your friend, and I shall seek out my good buddy." "Then why are you following me?" Qi Xiao grinned mischievously. "Shall we make a wager? I bet they are currently dining together. If I win, you must grant me a small request." "What do you say?" He was exceptionally confident. If Ximen Lichen could not manage a simple meal with Jiang Wanzhi, then their superficial brotherhood would be rendered moot. "Childish," Qin Shu retorted. "Since you won't bet with me, I suppose I must accompany you then. Being a bodyguard for little President Qin isn't so bad. Is your injury to your hand or your brain?" Qin Shu shot him a sidelong glance. Ever since returning from the banquet, Qi Xiao had been acting increasingly strangely, often looking at her with a silly grin that made her uneasy. "My heart is the one that's hurt," Qi Xiao replied earnestly. Qin Shu pursed her lips and stepped into the elevator, circumventing him. Qi Xiao followed her in with an air of leisurely confidence, his gaze never straying from the woman before him. With her delicate oval face, voluminous hair, crisp white shirt, figure-hugging skirt, and striking red-soled black high heels, she epitomized professional elegance, poised and full of charm. Regardless of Qin Shu's current attitude towards him, Qi Xiao found himself increasingly enchanted. The mere thought of Qin Shu's jealousy from 2 days prior filled his heart with uncontrollable excitement. This marked a significant breakthrough in the 9 years he had known her. He felt immensely gratified that Qin Shu had not insisted on dismissing him. Before long, Jiang Wanzhi successfully joined Qin Shu for a meal. However, each of them was accompanied by a personal companion. At the square table, Jiang Wanzhi and Ximen Lichen sat on one side. The man beside her, donning gloves, methodically peeled shrimp for her. Jiang Wanzhi resolved to accept her situation without resistance, gratefully accepting the shrimp offered by Ximen Lichen. Qi Xiao, witnessing this, cast a longing glance at Qin Shu. "Qin Shu, could you please pass me a piece of fish? I wish to eat some," he implored. "Don't you have hands?" She retorted, as Qi Xiao revealed his right hand, which was encased in thick bandages, his tone laced with grievance. "My hand hurts." With a swift motion, Qin Shu dropped a piece of fish into his bowl, her voice cold. "It won't kill you. You brought this upon yourself." Qi Xiao gazed at the delicate, boneless morsel of fish in his bowl, astonished by the unexpected delight. He silently adjusted his breathing, nearly overwhelmed by happiness. It seemed that an injury could yield such treatment. Qin Shu, maintaining her composure, grew increasingly annoyed at his pitiable demeanor. She found it pointless to argue with the patient. Since discovering Qi Xiao's affection for Qin Shu, Jiang Wanzhi could no longer view their interactions through a lens of normalcy. She even found herself pondering the peculiar notion of their compatibility. It reminded her of the online discussions about the intriguing dynamics of strong women and weaker men. Ximen Lichen observed the woman before him, completely absorbed in the spirited exchange between the two across the table, oblivious to his role as the diligent shrimp peeler. Feeling a pang of discontent, he quietly reminded her, "The food will get cold, darling." Jiang Wanzhi snapped back to reality, quickly redirecting her focus to her meal, eager to bring this farce to an end. On the surface, Qi Xiao appeared engrossed in his dining, yet he secretly exerted pressure with his chopsticks, his brow knitting slightly as he noted the bloodstains seeping through the bandages on his palm. He cast a pleading glance at Qin Shu. "Could you help me change the dressing later?" he asked, deliberately revealing the bloodied bandages. Qin Shu saw through his feigned misery, initially reluctant to engage. She couldn't resist commenting after being scrutinized for too long. "With your charm, I'm sure countless girls would line up to assist you with your dressing. If all else fails, why not seek that nurse from last time? She's quite skilled, unlike me, who only seems to cause you harm." Listening to her teasing remarks, Qi Xiao could no longer suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Jealousy. Qin Shu was undoubtedly feeling jealous. His heart fluttered at the thought. Especially in the presence of Ximen Lichen, it felt like a triumph. His proud demeanor seemed to declare, "See, Qin Shu is indeed jealous for me." Ximen Lichen lifted the corners of his lips, completely dismissing the ostentatious display of pride that lingered in the air. The mere presence of Jiang Wanzhi beside him sufficed to fill him with happiness. There was no need for comparison. Qi Xiao, having endured a long silence, could no longer restrain himself and quietly inquired in Qin Shu's ear, "Are you still feeling jealous?" During their time aboard the cruise ship, he had indeed orchestrated an elaborate promotion, allowing the whispers and gossip of outsiders to convey the most authentic news of that evening to Qin Shu's ears. Was there a misstep in the process? Reacting somewhat defensively, Qin Shu retorted in a hushed tone, "Who on earth told you that I was jealous? How could she possibly feel such envy?" Noticing the shift in her emotions, Qi Xiao obediently fell silent. "Don't be upset. If it's not there, it's not there," he reassured her. At that moment, Ximen Lichen, seated across from them, subtly curled his lips in a smirk, perfectly exemplifying the flawed example of impatience. He was truly a counterexample. Fortunately, he had not applied this flawed approach to Jiang Wanzhi. Qi Xiao shot him a glare. "Ximen, what are you laughing about?" The man's lips continued to curl into an enigmatic smile. Qi Xiao, feeling threatened, declared, "I can pick up fish. Can you?" Jiang Wanzhi, subtly hinted at, paused with her spoon in hand, then resumed sipping her soup. Ximen Lichen nonchalantly placed the peeled shrimp into Jiang Wanzhi's plate, his demeanor seemingly conveying an unspoken message. "My wife will eat the shrimp I peel. Will Qin Shu eat the food you serve her?" Qi Xiao clenched his teeth, swallowing his frustration. It would be wise for him to avoid provoking Qin Shu further, otherwise, the pain in his hand would have been for naught. Jiang Wanzhi and Qin Shu exchanged a knowing glance, both wearing resigned smiles. The competition among men truly had nothing to do with them. The crucial question remained, who had granted them such identities? Engrossed in their meal, Jiang Wanzhi and Qin Shu soon found their plates nearly empty. They exchanged a glance and promptly rose to leave. "We are full." Qi Xiao had yet to lower his chopsticks when the two had already slipped out of sight. Turning his attention to Ximen Lichen, who was still peeling shrimp, Qi Xiao mocked, "The people have left, and you're still peeling?" He extended his plate towards Ximen Lichen. "You've peeled enough, let me taste it. I adore shrimp and fish." Alas, his hand was injured today, and he couldn't expect Qin Shu to peel shrimp for him. Ximen Lichen raised his face, leisurely finishing the last unclaimed shrimp. Qi Xiao exclaimed, "Damn it. If you're not going to eat, just say so." Ximen Lichen removed his gloves, dabbed his lips with a napkin, and prepared to leave. The only one still unsatisfied, Qi Xiao, asked in astonishment, "Where are you going?" "To find my wife." Qi Xiao fell silent. Suddenly recalling something important, he glanced at the time and called out to him, "Wait." Chapter 68. Reporting to my wife, seeing Ximen Lichen come to a halt, Qi Xiao quickly inquired, "Ximen, you haven't forgotten that we need to fly back to the capital soon, have you?" Ximen Lichen raised his eyebrows. "So what?" "So we need to head to the airport," Qi Xiao remarked. "If the company continues to neglect matters, those old fellows will surely start chattering again. What am I to do if you leave now?" Of course, Ximen Lichen had not forgotten. "Why the rush?" Qi Xiao's eyes widened. "Don't you see what time it is? You still wish to run off to woo Jiang Wanzhi. If you continue this way, the plane will take off without you." Standing by the dining table, Ximen Lichen adjusted the cuffs of his suit, then casually turned to leave. I merely need to inform my wife, he stated, as though striking a hammer upon Qi Zhao's head. The prior sense of competition evaporated in an instant. Ximen Lichen's words were akin to a rebuke, a subtle mockery that was palpable. Suddenly, Qi Zhao found the meal before him utterly unappetizing. He glanced at the dwindling time and pondered whether he should inform Qin Shu as well, though it was highly likely that no one would care. Why should he emulate Ximen Lichen? After 30 seconds of mental deliberation, Qi Zhao decisively set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and departed. Whatever. Pursuing my wife is of utmost importance. Jiang Wanzhi entered Qin Shu's office, where they discussed the wardrobe arrangements for the crew's post-production. Qin Shu handed her the design portfolio, stating, "Most of it is here. You may review it at your leisure." She accepted it, perusing the pages while listening to Qin Shu's commentary. "Gigi, it's a rare occasion for you to visit Hong City. I know a few prominent figures in the film industry here. I could introduce you to them shortly. It would be wise to build some connections. You may find them beneficial in the future." "That sounds great," Jiang Wanzhi replied with a smile. She understood that the assistance offered by Ximen Lichen was merely an embellishment at this juncture. She needed to proceed with caution rather than forget her origins and relinquish her responsibilities. Suddenly, her phone on the table chimed with a notification. Jiang Wanzhi unlocked it to find a message. "Qian Nanyu, baby, step outside for a moment. I need to talk to you." She glanced toward the closed office door, puzzled. Is Ximen Lichen waiting outside? Hesitating, she contemplated whether to set aside the design portfolio and interrupt her work to meet him. Just then, another message arrived. "I'm outside. I'll leave after we talk." Jiang Wanzhi was taken aback. Did this man have a listening device planted in her heart? He seemed to anticipate her thoughts with uncanny precision. She excused herself to Qin Shu, saying, "Sister Qin Shu, I'll be out for a few minutes." As she opened the office door, Jiang Wanzhi was startled. Ximen Lichen and Qi Zhao were blocking the entrance. Upon seeing her emerge, their expressions were noticeably different. Qi Zhao cast a sideways glance through the door crack into the office, his disappointment palpable. He would never dare to intrude upon Qin Shu's office without permission, otherwise he would certainly face a severe reprimand. Ximen Lichen took Jiang Wanzhi's hand, leading her to a quiet corner. "What is it that has you so urgent?" she inquired. Ximen Lichen enveloped her in his arms, burying his head in the crook of her neck, savoring her warmth and fragrance. "Baby, I may need to return to Beijing first. There are many matters awaiting my attention. I cannot accompany you back." Jiang Wanzhi found herself momentarily stunned, almost doubting whether her ears had deceived her. Just moments ago, witnessing Ximen Lichen's demeanor had sent her heart racing, leading one to believe they were on the brink of a heart-wrenching farewell. Yet, what transpired was merely this. Clearing her throat, Jiang Wanzhi remarked, "It's quite all right. You have your work to attend to. No need to wait for me." She added, "Besides, I shall return tomorrow." Immediately regretting her words, she chastised herself for that last statement, which made it sound as though they were an old couple dutifully reporting their itineraries to one another. A slow smile crept across Ximen Lichen's face as he tenderly cradled her cheeks, gently asking, "Will you think of me tonight?" Jiang Wanzhi removed his hand, replying defiantly, "No." Stubborn, he retorted, "I simply want to think of you." Before she could finish her protest, Ximen Lichen's heavy kiss descended upon her, deep and insistent. Beneath the tailored black suit, his robust arms enveloped her petite frame, tightly securing her back and waist as if he intended to meld her into his very being. The kiss, laden with reluctance, seemed to silently contest her earlier words. Startled by a sudden nip, Jiang Wanzhi winced, a melodious sound escaping her lips. "That hurts," she exclaimed. Reluctantly, Ximen Lichen released her, his gaze lingering on her glistening, crimson lips, his eyes narrowing slightly in satisfaction. "Now you seem softened," he observed. Jiang Wanzhi touched her sore lower lip, exclaiming, "Are you a dog? You kiss and then bite." Ximen Lichen smiled gently, "Indeed, my dear." Jiang Wanzhi fell into a profound silence. The man possessed an alarming clarity of self-perception. To liken Ximen Lichen to a dog was, to his ears, a compliment. Emerging from his embrace, Jiang Wanzhi bit her lip, attempting to conceal her emotions. "Since we've said all that needs to be said, let us leave." She escorted Ximen Lichen to the elevator, accompanied by the taciturn Qi Zhao, who seemed to have missed Qin Shu. Just as the elevator doors began to close, Jiang Wanzhi kindly informed Qi Zhao, "I will mention you to Sister Qin Shu." Qi Zhao's eyes brightened instantly, expressing his gratitude with fervor. "Thank you. You are a true gem," Jiang Wanzhi replied. Repaying kindness with enmity is hardly a novel concept. As she planned to visit the restroom before returning to her office, Jiang Wanzhi passed through the corridor, overhearing casual conversations among the senior staff in the public area. "Is Mr. Ximen returning to Jingbei now? I was hoping to take the opportunity to have President Qin introduce us tonight." "What a pity," another replied. "It seems there are issues arising from the capital. It appears someone is applying pressure. Rumor has it that the choice for the young mistress of the Ximen family has been finalized. The young lady is expected to return this evening." Standing at the corner, Jiang Wanzhi's expression faltered momentarily. Chapter 69, An Argument Brews. The two hotel shareholders continued their discussion. "That friend of President Qin, named Jiang, seems to have a good relationship with Mr. Ximen. It is said that during the days of the Victoria Harbor Cruise banquet, they were inseparable." "Ah, those in the know understand. In this day and age, who doesn't seek a thrill while out and about? Moreover, being in the harbor city, news doesn't reach Jingbei. They can indulge as they please. I shall have the chance to meet Miss Jiang at the upcoming banquet." As they conversed, upon reaching the corner, the two shareholders unexpectedly lifted their heads, taken aback by the sudden appearance of a figure before them. Instantly, they stowed away their previous gossiping inclinations. "Jiang, what a coincidence. We didn't expect to encounter you here. We were just about to head to the evening gathering," one of them remarked. "It seems we have crossed paths ahead of time." Jiang Wanzhi responded with a smile. "Good evening. What were you two discussing just now?" The shareholders were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating her direct inquiry. Given her current expression, they could not ascertain how much Jiang Wanzhi had overheard and could only maintain their composure. "Oh, it was nothing. Just some casual conversation," they replied. Jiang Wanzhi nodded thoughtfully, her tone laden with significance. "Oh, I see. I thought you might have been speaking ill of me. However, considering how substantial your business is in the harbor city, your perspectives must be equally expansive. You surely wouldn't engage in idle gossip. It seems I underestimated your character." Faced with Jiang Wanzhi's flattery, the two could only manage awkward laughter. "Indeed, we gentlemen never indulge in such behavior." Jiang Wanzhi chuckled lightly, bidding them a brief farewell. "Then I shall take my leave for now. I look forward to seeing you at the gathering later." Upon returning to her office, she recalled the promise made to Qi Xiao. "Sister Qin, Qi Xiao and Ximen have returned to Jingbei. I just wanted to let you know." Qin Shu, seated on the sofa engrossed in a contract, barely blinked but responded with a soft immediately redirecting her focus to Jiang Wanzhi. "Come here, Wanzhi. Didn't you mention wanting to start your own studio? What do you think of this proposal? We could invest together." Initially, Jiang Wanzhi had been contemplating the marriage alliance between Ximen and Lichun, but upon hearing about the studio, she decisively cast Ximen Lichen from her mind. Men would only impede her financial pursuits. After discussing their collaboration for half an hour, she gazed out through the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the darkening sky, as torrential rain poured down over Victoria Harbor. Fortunately, the evening gathering was arranged at the underground wine cellar on the basement level. A phone call interrupted her thoughts. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Jiang Wanzhi promptly hung up. Yet, the caller persisted, repeatedly dialing. Jiang Wanzhi stepped to a corner by the window and answered the call. She remained silent, listening to the middle-aged man's voice on the other end. "Wanzhi, your father is downstairs at the hotel where you're staying. Before you head back to Jingbei, would you come out to meet him?" The sound of her father, Jiang Yuan, mingled with the torrential rain. Jiang Wanzhi replied candidly, "I am busy. I do not wish to meet." Jiang Yuan hesitated, standing at the hotel entrance, peering inside. Immediately, another girl's voice came through the phone. "Wanzhi, the assistant says everyone is almost here. We should head over." Qin Shu emerged from the lounge, adjusting her freshly changed casual attire while casually reminding her. "All right," Jiang Wanzhi responded, quickly addressing her father on the other end. "You should go back. I must attend to my matters now." On this stormy night, Jiang Yuan gazed at the dimming screen of his phone, uncertain how long he had stood beneath the eaves of the hotel. He could never have imagined that years ago, on a night just like this, his daughter Jiang Wanzhi had knelt in the rain, pleading with the Ximen family for assistance. Jiang Yuan tucked his phone away and departed, braving the unrelenting downpour. At the intersection, an ordinary black car was parked haphazardly before him. Yet, the individual who emerged from the vehicle was anything but ordinary. Two impeccably dressed bodyguards shielded the man as he alighted, meticulously holding an umbrella for him. The man, who was the focus of such care, merely raised his hand slightly. prompting a bodyguard to present him with another unused black umbrella. He personally held an umbrella over Jiang Yuan and spoke in a deep voice. "Mr. Jiang, I can offer you an opportunity for a resurgence. It is merely a matter of whether you are willing to grasp it." As he spoke, the man slowly extended the umbrella's handle towards Jiang Yuan, seemingly signifying a choice. In the underground wine cellar, the atmosphere diverged significantly from the raucous bar scene. The music played was soothing and the walls adorned with prestigious wines awaited tasting. The esteemed figures from the film industry present were exceedingly considerate of Jiang Wanzhi. Yet she found herself gradually losing her smile. The respect and goodwill directed towards her from nearly everyone were tinged with a desire to appease Ximen Lichen. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the focus of conversation swiftly shifted to the absent man. It is said that Miss Jiang's new film is fully sponsored by Mr. Ximen. For those of us who built our fortunes from the ground up, such generous backing is unprecedented. This is the first time I've heard of Mr. Ximen holding such admiration for a woman. Jiang is truly fortunate to encounter such a benefactor. Her future is limitless. The more Qin Shu listened, the more disconcerted he became. Redirecting the conversation, Ji is an exceptionally talented producer. I firmly believe her future endeavors will not be confined to television dramas. Her production capabilities deserve a grander stage, and I kindly ask everyone to offer her guidance in the industry moving forward. A director chuckled. "What do you mean, President Qin? Perhaps we shall find ourselves relying on Miss Jiang in the future." Qin Shu's expression darkened, clearly unwilling to pursue the topic any further. Jiang Wanzhi exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Shu and whispered, "It's all right. Perhaps they are right. If not for the constraints of reality, I would have indeed taken that shortcut through my ex-boyfriend." Qin Shu felt a surge of anger on her behalf. "You're still smiling. These old fools have completely missed the point." Jiang Wanzhi suppressed her frustrations, maintaining her smile. "Let them speak, regardless of whose favor they seek. As long as the outcome benefits me, that is all that matters." She did not wish for Qin Shu to be reproached, as the unfolding events were beyond anyone's anticipation. After the gathering concluded and she returned to her room, Jiang Wanzhi completed her evening routine and collapsed onto her bed, unable to find solace in sleep. Her mind was a tumultuous whirl. As she tossed and turned, a call from Ximen Lichen came through. It appeared he had already arrived in Kyoto. Jiang Wanzhi silenced her phone, attempting to feign sleep. Yet, after a mere 2 seconds, she changed her mind. "Hello." Just as Ximen Lichen was about to enter his car after disembarking from the plane, he sensed a discrepancy in the woman's voice on the line. The man halted at the open rear door of the car. "What's wrong, darling? What's wrong?" Jiang Wanzhi replied nonchalantly, completely oblivious to how unusual her tone was at that moment. But how could Ximen Lichen fail to notice? Based on their previous romantic experiences, when Jiang Wanzhi began to speak in such a manner, it was highly probable that she was gearing up for an argument. Chapter 70. Gentle guidance for reasons unbeknownst to him. Ximen Lichen pressed his brow and promptly entered the car. The man seated in the back, with one hand unbuttoning his suit jacket and the other clutching his phone, inquired, "Darling, has the collaboration been progressing smoothly?" Jiang Wanzhi bit her lip, feigning nonchalance. "Of course, it's been smooth. With Mr. Ximen supporting me from behind, how could anything possibly go awry?" Engrossed in her emotions, Jiang Wanzhi remained blissfully unaware of the melancholy and frustration permeating her tone, resembling a spoiled little cat that had been wronged, scratching at anyone who came near, yearning for her master to uncover the vulnerability concealed beneath her facade. Ximen Lichen discerned her sarcasm, which only served to highlight the depth of her discontent. He refrained from probing further, choosing instead to engage her in conversation. "Who else is present tonight, since I couldn't accompany you?" Jiang Wanzhi pouted. "You wouldn't recognize them even if I told you." No sooner had she spoken than she regretted her words, realizing her irritation was rather transparent. Ximen Lichen chuckled softly, his voice filled with warmth. "Have you been wronged?" Jiang Wanzhi felt a tightness in her chest, though exposed. She chose not to conceal her feelings, indulging in a rare display of petulance. "Under Mr. Ximen's protection, how could I possibly feel wronged? They are the ones who should be trying to please me." In just a few exchanges, Ximen Lichen had nearly pieced together the events that had transpired. He spoke slowly, each word meticulously chosen. "So, my dear, you feel a sense of imbalance due to their insincere flattery, believing you are not receiving true respect?" Reluctant to concede her true feelings, Jiang Wanzhi retorted, "Not at all. As long as they respect you, isn't that sufficient?" Ximen Lichen gently guided her thoughts. Darling, let us consider this matter from another perspective. You believe their respect for you stems from me, which leads you to feel disrespected. This very notion is, in itself, a paradox. Jiang Wanzhi's sense of grievance deepened as she listened. What paradox? I refuse to entertain your reasoning. No matter how many perspectives you shift, you'll never grasp my feelings. She was angered with herself for relying on Ximen Lichen to gain respect and acknowledgement. Where, then, lay the value she sought to embody? The thought of continuing in this manner was utterly unacceptable to her. After allowing her to vent her emotions, Ximen Lichen set aside the earlier discourse, soothing her gently. My dear, trust me, I truly understand your feelings. You are remarkable, exceptional, never doubt yourself. I will investigate the list of everyone present today, ensuring they shall no longer have the chance to affect your emotions. His final words struck like a potent tonic, calming Jiang Wanzhi to some extent. What do you intend to do to them? The man's deep-set eyes narrowed, revealing that sometimes, resolving an issue necessitates creating a far larger one. It was evident that as Jiang Wanzhi initiated her inquiry, the problem had diminished significantly. When she noticed Ximen Lichen's silence, a sense of unease crept into her heart. Please, don't do anything rash. Ximen Lichen gradually returned to his initial approach of guidance. All right, I shall heed your words. Now, would you kindly share your reasons with your brother? Jiang Wanzhi fell into silence for a moment, utterly uncertain of where to begin. In truth, everything that needed to be said had already been articulated by Ximen Lichen. She took a deep breath, as if resolutely making up her mind. Very well, I concede. I am indeed feeling a sense of imbalance. Although her family has fallen from grace, Jiang Wanzhi was, after all, raised as a pampered young lady from a tender age, and her inherent pride cannot be easily extinguished. The frequent insinuations that she is merely clinging to the powerful only serve to exacerbate her feelings of inadequacy. With a heavy heart, Jiang Wanzhi exclaimed, Perhaps I should never have accepted your investment offer in the first place. It has led to doubts even in my areas of expertise, which is quite unbearable for me. I once thrived without relying on you. I was capable of achieving success on my own. While a few comments may not have bothered her, when those around her began to share the same sentiment, it became increasingly difficult for her to maintain her initial composure. Moreover, she found herself unable to refute their claims. Ximen Lichen, gathering his thoughts, spoke into the phone with a rich, magnetic voice, patiently clarifying, Miss Jiang, your acceptance of my investment was merely a means to address a challenge. Furthermore, we have established a return agreement. This is business, not personal. Have I made that clear? Jiang Wanzhi murmured an acknowledgement, though her heart remained heavy. Shortly thereafter, Ximen Lichen's voice resonated once again, though his tone had shifted. Secondly, darling, I understand your desire to achieve success independently, and I wholeheartedly support your aspirations. However, to attain true independence and strength, one need not solely rely on self-imposed pressure. Employing the resources around you with a calm mindset, everything can be at your disposal. Is that not wisdom in itself? My willingness to submit to you is merely one manifestation of your charm. Therefore, there is no need for you to exhaust yourself over this. Darling, have I expressed myself clearly? Throughout their conversation, Ximen Lichen was not inquiring whether she understood, but rather if he had conveyed his thoughts effectively. Jiang Wanzhi found herself pressing her lips together, the sound of the man's voice enveloping her and noticeably calming her emotions. Sensing her vulnerability, Ximen Lichen chuckled softly, guiding her gently. Darling, step outside the confines of societal norms, and you will discover a world filled with intrigue. Listening to his laughter, Jiang Wanzhi felt a pang of emotion in her eyes. Indeed, even prestigious families continuously leverage the resources at their disposal to create greater wealth. Why should she not do the same? Ximen Lichen informed her over the phone. From now on, I shall be your resource. Let us see how Miss Jiang wishes to utilize it. Jiang Wanzhi sniffled, suddenly enlightened. Boldly, she inquired, will you acquiesce to any request I make? Ximen Lichen's voice, husky and teasing, responded, with such a serious tone, one might wonder if you are seeking my very life. In an instant, Jiang Wanzhi's previously stern expression faltered, revealing a mixture of exasperation and playful reproach. Please be serious. I am not jesting. Ximen Lichen chuckled softly. Oh, I would even offer you my life. His deep voice lingered, causing Jiang Wanzhi to blush, rendering her speech halting. Who said anything about taking your life? As her spirits lifted, Ximen Lichen could not help but smile. As long as it is a request from my wife, I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Jiang Wanzhi inquired further, what if it cannot be done? Sensing the little girl's earnest concern regarding this matter, Ximen Lichen pondered deeply. Clearly, within the realm of his capabilities, there were few things he could not achieve. Yet, life is fraught with unpredictability. Jiang Wanzhi anxiously gripped her phone, awaiting his carefully considered response. Then, his familiar and enchanting voice caressed her ears. If it cannot be done, I shall give you my life. Jiang Wanzhi felt the world dim around her, nearly tumbling off the bed. Who would want your life? Ximen Lichen chuckled helplessly. My dear, what request could possibly warrant such extensive preamble? Jiang Wanzhi wrestled with her thoughts, uncertain whether to voice her concerns. Chapter 71. Learning from brother. Jiang Wanzhi lowered her gaze, recalling the arranged marriages spoken of by others. Ximen Lichen hurried back that night. Who could possibly be in Jingbei? Her thoughts were a tangled mess, biting her lip in anxiety. Just ask already. Before she could speak, she heard the sound of an engine shutting off on the other end of the line. Soon, the butler arrived to open the car door, bowing respectfully. Mr. Ximen, the head of the family, and Director Ku are waiting inside. Ximen Lichen merely glanced at him, signaling his awareness, yet he did not exit the vehicle immediately. He remained seated, his long fingers still gripping the phone, patiently awaiting her words. Jiang Wanzhi felt a surge of hesitation. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. It's no trouble, he replied in a deep voice. Jiang Wanzhi had entirely lost her earlier courage and wished to avoid further delay. Let us discuss it another day. You should focus on your tasks. Ximen Lichen leaned back casually in the car, his expression tender. My dear, I am not busy. Jiang Wanzhi gritted her teeth. No, you are busy. The man chuckled softly, seemingly unperturbed. Miss Jiang, you are quite domineering. Jiang Wanzhi felt her ears heat up. The more she rushed to end the call, the more he stubbornly clung to her. I truly haven't thought of what to ask. The woman's voice dwindled, tinged with guilt, yet surprisingly, it garnered Ximen Lichen's understanding. He exited the car and casually retrieved a black obsidian ear clip from his suit jacket, affixing the wireless communication device to his right ear. Well then, let us do it this way, my dear. We shall keep the call open, and whenever you are ready to ask, I shall be listening. Jiang Wanzhi thought. No one informed her of this arrangement. Was Ximen Lichen intending to remain on the phone while meeting his match for the arranged marriage? Through his actions, he conveyed his utmost sincerity. Jiang Wanzhi had no opportunity to refuse. Ximen Lichen had already entered the ancestral home. The sophisticated wireless ear clip had exceptional sound quality, allowing her to hear the conversations of others within the house, as if she were present. Trendy. You must not only indulge in frivolities with those rascals. Make sure you learn from your brother. A golden-haired youth, seated cross-legged on a sandalwood chair engrossed in a mobile game, did not even lift his head as he casually replied, I am learning. Ximen Qiankuan glared at his attitude, his frustration mounting. Do not always dismiss your elders, for it is you who will ultimately regret it. The fingertips, accustomed to the screen, paused momentarily, accompanied by a derisive laugh. Dismissal? In this regard, I certainly do not dare to be dismissive, having learned from my elder brother. As Ximen Qiankuan contemplated offering further guidance, his gaze was drawn to the man entering through the door. Li Chun, you've returned. Within the elegantly traditional main hall, Ximen Lichen unfastened his suit jacket and sat down with a composed demeanor, his long legs casually crossed beneath his trousers. He glanced at the clock above the fireplace and chuckled softly. It's already the early hours. Grandfather seems to be brimming with energy of late. Do not burden me with your concerns. Your parents and I are not losing sleep over this. Ximen Qiankuan instructed. Mr. Ku and his daughter have temporarily gone to your father's new energy laboratory for a tour. They will arrive shortly. Please be mindful of your words. Refrain from mentioning anything inappropriate. As he finished speaking, footsteps echoed from the elevator at the side of the hall, and several elders of similar age emerged together, followed by a young girl. Ku Tong peered into the living room and noticed two unfamiliar men. They exuded an air of nobility, yet their presence was distinctly different. The man nearest to the main seat appeared nonchalant, though it was evident that he possessed profound wisdom. The other, a blonde youth, was engrossed in his game, oblivious to the world around him, almost lifeless. Both seemed to share her reluctance in being there. Ximen Qiankuan personally arranged their seating. Tong Tong, why not sit beside Li Chun? He gestured with his cane, tapping the engrossed Sheng Xing, signaling him to vacate the seat beside his brother. disrupted in his gameplay. Shengxing furrowed his brow at the dark screen of his phone, irritably closing his eyes. Old man, you owe me a pentakill. Ximen Lichen, flustered, retorted. Do I look like I achieved a pentakill? At this moment, you show no maturity whatsoever. Get up promptly. Shengxing glanced down at his crossed legs on the chair, the tips of his shoes resting against the armrest. There are plenty of other spots. I've already claimed this one. How can you still speak so brazenly? Ximen Lichen glared at him, exasperated by his lack of decorum. With a deep sigh, seeing no available seats on this side, he reluctantly allowed the guests to be seated across from them. He apologized to the guests. I apologize. This child has been spoiled since childhood. Mr. Ke chuckled. Children at home tend to relax. There's no need for such strict expectations. Returning to the main subject, Ximen Lichen stated, Today, I primarily wish to introduce your esteemed daughter to Li Chun. My eldest grandson's character and upbringing are beyond reproach. Ximen Lichen, amused by his grandfather's self-promotion, regretted not having propped his legs up on the coffee table earlier. Thus, he promptly stretched his long legs out comfortably. A subtle shift occurred in the expressions of everyone present. Ximen Lichen forced a smile, nearly cracking his porcelain dentures in the process. This was a blatant challenge to him. With legs extended so far, why not simply place them into the guests' mouths? Mr. Ku Zhongtian observed these two unruly descendants with a hidden sense of amusement. Before his arrival, he had repeatedly advised his daughter to maintain the image of a refined lady while out in public. To ensure this, he spared no expense, even going so far as to spend 10 million on her disguise for a single day. Now, witnessing the unruly behavior of other children, he felt a sense of relief. Ximen Lichen, unable to provide an explanation, simply stated that he usually did not behave in such a manner. Ku Zhongtian reassured Ximen Lichen, remarking that youthful exuberance is not necessarily a flaw, as his own daughter, Tong Tong, often proves difficult to manage. With a smile, Ximen Lichen turned to Miss Ku Tong and suggested, Since we are all here, it would be advantageous for the young people to make acquaintances and exchange contact information. In the future, should any business matters arise, they can support one another. As for the nature of their relationship, that can develop over time. At that moment, far away in the harbor city, Jiang Wanzhi was wide awake. She suddenly heard the man's languid voice say, That sounds good. In an instant, a chill ran down Jiang Wanzhi's spine as she lay in bed. Clenching her fists, she rolled over to grab her phone, contemplating hanging up. All right, Ximen Lichen. Feel free to pursue this friendship. Just as she was about to press the red hang-up button, Ximen Lichen's voice echoed once more. However, it would be more suitable to make friends with those of a similar age. I believe Ximen Lichen is a good match. Chapter 72. The sacrificial lamb, Ximen Lichen, having been named, was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond as the game screen had already gone black. He had not anticipated his brother would suddenly recommend him to a potential match. The room fell into silence as everyone exchanged glances. Ku Zhongtian observed his daughter sitting quietly beside him, her dark hair streaked with several strands of green, revealing a hint of wildness. A single additional comment could risk exposing her disguise. Ku Zhongtian scrutinized Xingxing, weighing his options. Although Ximen Lichen was indeed closer in age to his daughter, their personalities seemed equally reckless. Having only one beloved daughter, he feared that if these two young scions were to associate, his legacy might face ruin. Absolutely not. This young man was not suitable. Before Ku Zhongtian could voice his dissent, Ximen Lichen tapped his cane on the carpet. Nonsense. Ximen Lichen, reclining nonchalantly, remarked, Grandfather. Xingxing hasn't he even spoken yet? Why the urgency? His casual words shifted the focus of the gathering entirely onto Ximen Lichen. Under the scrutiny of the elders, Ximen Lichen remained engrossed in his game, fervently engaged in virtual battles. The distracted youth casually remarked, I don't need friends. An awkward silence ensued, with only Ximen Lichen, the architect of this discomfort, appearing utterly at ease. Mother Mo hastily intervened to ease the tension. Lichen, do say something. She continuously signaled to her son, urging him to provide an escape for everyone. Although the union was a matter to be negotiated between families, the unpredictable nature of these young individuals made the situation precarious. Fortunately, the young lady was calm and composed. Had she been more sensitive, it could have led to tears, leaving them all in an awkward position. Mo offered an apology. I apologize. These two children may have been affected by something they ate abroad. I will speak to them properly. The girl sitting opposite the two brothers idly fiddled with her nails, her previously composed demeanor gradually unraveling. How splendid it was. This splendid era was precisely as she had wished. She glanced at her father and reminded him, "Father, it is already past 12. The million he had spent to purchase time had expired, and every additional minute would come at a different price." Noticing that his side was about to falter, Ku Zhongtian whispered to his daughter, "Just hold on a bit longer. I will increase your allowance." Ku Tong flashed a satisfied smile and maintained her poise. Neither family anticipated that this arranged matchmaking was a mutual endeavor solely for the benefit of their elders. The offspring of both families had been coerced into attending. Ximen Lichen firmly declared, "Li Chun, let me make this clear to you. Following my consensus with your uncle Ku, the esteemed daughter of the Ku family, Ku Tong, will henceforth be your fiancée." These words resonated distinctly in Jiang Wanzhi's ears, causing her heart to race with anxiety. It turned out that Ximen Lichen had indeed returned for the purpose of a union. But why let her overhear this? Just hearing the certainty in Ximen Lichen's tone left her breathless. Jiang Wanzhi could scarcely continue listening, her finger hovering above the hang-up button, uncertain of when she might press it. Ximen Lichen frowned at his resolute grandfather, his tattooed right hand lifted, tapping the phone resting on the table, illuminating the screen to reveal an ongoing call. He angled the phone towards Ximen Lichen, giving it a gentle shake. The label wife boldly displayed before everyone. The man raised a finger to signal silence. "Shoo, don't speak out of turn, my wife is listening." It's hard to appease her when she's upset. On the other end of the call, concealed from view, Jiang Wanzhi bit her lip forcefully, her subtle expressions betraying her, a racing heart, trembling hands, and a secret thrill. The onlookers were taken aback. No one had anticipated that Ximen Lichen had joined the conversation via phone. Did this mean that their previous discussion had inadvertently been exposed? Ku Zhongtian turned to Ximen Lichen. "So, Lichen has a partner?" His expression darkened noticeably. He had not cared much about the children's reluctance towards the union. Yet, knowing that Ximen Lichen had a girlfriend and still proceeding in this manner, what did he consider his daughter to be? Ximen Lichen rubbed his temples, unsure how to explain. Given Ximen Lichen's temperament, uttering even a single word he disliked could lead to chaos. It was one thing for family to quarrel behind closed doors, but they had guests present. With a troubled expression, Ximen Lichen expressed his sincere apologies. "I just learned of this matter myself." Ku Zhongtian stood up, striving to maintain his dignity. "I believe we should conclude for today. We can discuss the union once your family matters are settled. What do you think, Master Ximen?" Ximen Lichen had no choice but to acquiesce. "Very well. We shall converse another day." As Ku Zhongtian took his daughter to leave, he noticed her feet felt as heavy as lead, unwilling to move. Her gaze was fixed intently on the young man with disheveled hair, who was still engrossed in his game. He sensed trouble brewing and softly urged, "Shall we go, my dear?" Unexpectedly, the daughter suddenly walked towards the golden-haired boy. Ku Tong fixed her gaze on Ximen Lichen and inquired, "May I add you on WeChat? I also play games, and I see you are quite skilled." Her words rendered the already tense atmosphere even more delicate. Countless eyes in the main hall turned towards the two, who, at that moment, embodied the sentiments of both families. Witnessing this scene, Mou, as the head matriarch, felt her heart racing. She could hardly fathom the implications if the children continued to disregard the Ku family. It seemed both families might drift into estrangement. Mou leaned in and whispered to Shengxing, "Xiao Sheng, she is speaking to you. I earnestly beseech you, grant the young lady some courtesy and add her, or else she may be at a loss for how to conclude today's events." Ximen Lichen paused his game and turned to her. A smile flickered across his face, sending shivers down spines. Was he inscribed with the words "sacrificial victim"? Observing the expectant gazes of the elders, the youth chuckled softly. "All right, let us add her." Ku Tong, unable to decipher their silent exchange, found it somewhat odd but dismissed it. After quickly adding Ximen Licheng's contact information, she departed with her father. Ximen Lichen also stood to greet the elders politely before leaving. "I'll go to the restroom," Ximen Lichen said, suppressing his irritation as he watched him go, intending to have a serious talk with Ximen Lichen upon his return. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss in the direction Ximen Lichen had taken, and bellowed, "You fool! Is the restroom that way?" The man had already vanished through the main hall doors. The roar of the car engine proclaimed the end of this farce. Meanwhile, after getting into the car, Ku Tong opened her chat with Ximen Lichen and sent him her name. The next moment, An exceedingly conspicuous red exclamation mark appeared after her message. After finishing his game, Shengxing followed suit and discovered that his car had been taken by his brother. Remembering the items left in the car's secret compartment, he furrowed his brow. As he was about to instruct the butler to prepare another vehicle, Ximen Lichen emerged, leaning on his cane, and immediately ordered the butler. "Let us see who dares to send him off," Shengxing replied, as Ximen Lichen pulled him back. "You little rascal. Will you perish if you stay at home for just one day? Others return home once a year to pay respects. And how many times have you been home in recent years?" The family members standing behind him were drenched in sweat. His words were rather crude. They wouldn't dare utter such things. The head of the family was truly risking everything to keep the young master close. Realizing escape was futile, Shengxing leaned on Ximen Lichen's shoulder, teasing, "Grandfather, with your eloquence, are you trying to hasten your own demise? In my heart, you will forever be immortal." Onlookers murmured, surprised by the unexpected prowess displayed. The young master, at 18, was indeed at the age of adventure. Ximen Yin reminded his son, "Is that how you speak to your grandfather?" However, Ximen Lichen shot him a glare. "What did my dear grandson say wrong? You wish for my early demise, don't you? Enough of your prattle." "Ximen Yin, was it me who spoke out of turn?" On the bustling city avenue, the Aston Martin 77 raced through the night, its pearlescent silver body resembling the aurora breaking through the darkness. The man at the wheel possessed a strikingly composed demeanor. Yet upon hearing the voice beside him, Ximen Lichen's expression shifted. "Ximen," Jiang Wanzhi called out. Are you all right?" His eyes arched slightly, curious about her sudden inquiry. Jiang Wanzhi reflected on the conversation she had just had over the phone, regaining her composure as she replied, "You really needn't argue with your family because of me. They already harbor a poor impression of me. Does this not make me seem even more like a femme fatale?" Although she admitted to feeling a thrill, she recognized it was not a sustainable situation. Suddenly, a gentle laugh emanated from the receiver. Ximen Lichen, still smiling, teased, "So you care so much about my family's opinion of you? Does this mean, darling, that you are ready to marry me?" Jiang Wanzhi's face flushed. "Stop joking." The next words she uttered carried an unmistakable hint of denial. "I merely wanted to remind you out of goodwill. I meant nothing else." Ximen Lichen's deep gaze shimmered with amusement. "Then, Miss Jiang, why not be a good person to the end and be with me?" At that moment, two words sprang to Jiang Wanzhi's mind: single-minded. She sighed, realizing there was no saving him. "Mr. Ximen, taking advantage of me like this is rather inappropriate." "Isn't it? Of course it is inappropriate. It is simply a perfect match." Jiang Wanzhi found herself bested by his twisted logic, huffing in resignation. "Fine. Whatever you say, arguing with family won't kill me. But if your family brings misfortune upon me, you will be in deep trouble." She had no desire to become collateral damage. Ximen Lichen chuckled softly, explaining earnestly, "Darling, I am not arguing with them. Those stubborn old men simply need someone to desensitize them. If I endure the family's opposition without guiding and mediating, it is my beloved who will ultimately suffer. Only by standing in front can I allow you to focus on our relationship." Compared to the last time he returned to the ancestral home, today felt significantly more tranquil. Yet these were insights Jiang Wanzhi remained unaware of. She could not quite agree. "You speak of brainwashing in such an eloquent manner. Not content with your own, you wish to indoctrinate the whole family." The car halted in the villa's courtyard, and Ximen Lichen tossed the car keys to the butler. As their gazes met, he glanced at the Aston Martin beside him, which was not registered in his name. The butler accepted the keys with a knowing nod. Ximen Lichen casually removed his earpiece and switched to a phone call, striding confidently toward the house. "Can I finally sleep soundly now, darling?" Jiang Wanzhi glanced at the call duration, incredulous that they had spoken for so long. "Who says I can't sleep? I am going to sleep right now." Upon returning to his room, Ximen Lichen slightly tilted his head, wedging the phone between his shoulder and ear, swiftly shedding his suit jacket, his well-defined hands deftly removing his tie and beginning to unbutton his shirt. "Good night, darling." Jiang Wanzhi paused, her hand faltering as she hung up, unable to believe what she had just heard. While she had anticipated such an answer, the speed of his agreement was rather astonishing. She lightly scoffed. So eager to end the call? Ximen Lichen cast aside the tie in his hand and stepped into the bathroom, leisurely operating the display screen mounted on the wall. In an instant, the glass walls of the entire space transformed into a grand projection screen. the swirling starry sky vanishing to reveal a multitude of videos and photos connected to the device. Darling, if you don't hang up now, you'll miss your chance later. I'm planning to take a shower and review the previously backed up recordings. If Miss Jiang doesn't mind, we could share a video call. Watching you and hearing your breath would bring me immense joy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanzhi abruptly ended the call. Pervert. Enjoy yourself. Ximen Lichen, listening to the busy tone that followed, narrowed his deep, smiling eyes as he gazed at the playing recordings, his sharp Adam's apple rolling with anticipation. The thought of what was to unfold before him sent a thrill of excitement through him. Wasn't being a pervert simply exhilarating? The next day, just before noon, Jiang Wanzhi checked out of the hotel, preparing to fly back to Jingbei. Qin Shu came to see her off, accompanied by a man who towered over her. Take him with you. The moment she laid eyes on him, Jiang Wanzhi was taken aback. Had he flown back to the harbor city so early in the morning? Qi Xiao, looking sullen, protested, I'm not leaving. She just got off the plane. Why are you sending me away? He had only just managed to wrap up his work. In reality, he had merely signed a few contracts. Qin Shu looked at him. You refuse to discuss your will. What use is it for you to stay here? I said that's not acceptable, the woman replied tersely. Qi Xiao bowed his head, sincerely whispering the information he had learned into her ear. After listening, Qin Shu smiled and nodded. All right, you can leave now. This time, he was utterly useless. Qi Xiao was dumbfounded. Jiang Wanzhi couldn't help but laugh. The car is here, shall we go? Qi Xiao remained rooted to the spot, staring at Qin Shu. I'm not leaving. Qin Shu softly urged, if you don't leave, who will help me stabilize the situation in Jingbei? Qi Xiao gritted his teeth in frustration. Qin Shu, you're still trying to use me. The woman looked at him with utmost seriousness. Besides you, no one else will assist me. Of course, you also have the option to withdraw your support. That is your freedom. Qi Xiao clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot from several days without rest, wrestling with his inner turmoil. As time slipped away and the chance to catch the flight dwindled, Jiang Wanzhi hesitantly asked, Mr. Qi, are we leaving? Chapter 74. Undermining in the car heading to the airport, an additional person had joined. Qi Xiao rested his head against the window of the back seat, growing increasingly agitated as he turned his gaze toward Jiang Wanzhi. Jiang Wanzhi, tell me, is this fair? Is what Qin Shu is doing right? Is it truly justifiable? Not accepting me while still using me. She is simply toying with me. Jiang Wanzhi cleared her throat, contemplating whether to offer some words of encouragement. Before she could speak, she heard Qi Xiao mumbling to himself. Then why doesn't she toy with someone else? For a moment, Jiang Wanzhi almost doubted her hearing. Was he already convincing himself without her having uttered a word? Xiao gazed at her with eager anticipation. So, does QNSH still have feelings for me? Jiang Wanzhi's eyes twitched involuntarily. Had she said something? In mere seconds, Xiao had convinced himself. Love is a reckless abandon. A few hours later, the two arrived in JNGBI. Before parting ways at the airport, Jiang Wanzhi could not restrain herself from asking Xiao, have you ever considered the troubles that might arise if you were with QNSH? Xiao, squinting with sleepy eyes, lazily replied, isn't everything that should be worried about already taken care of by QNSH? What more should I fret about? If I were to be as anxious and contemplative as her, then there would be nothing to discuss. He yawned nonchalantly. In love, someone must charge forth for the sake of affection. He felt no need to weigh gains and losses, but rather to focus on how to win over QNSH. As for everything else, if it led to ruin, so be it. It would be a noble demise. Jiang Wanzhi froze momentarily, for she too was someone who often pondered the future. Realizing her sudden silence, Xiao hurriedly clarified, I didn't mean to imply you. Given Jiang Wanzhi's current relationship with QNSH, a few disparaging remarks would indeed lead to dire consequences for him. He secretly wished Jiang Wanzhi would ensnare Ximen. After all, that fellow seemed to relish mocking him endlessly. Jiang Wanzhi chuckled. You make a valid point. Seeing her agreement sent a shiver down Xiao's spine. I was merely rambling. Please, show no mercy to Ximen. That would be far more painful than killing him. Jiang Wanzhi smiled gently. Ximen is fortunate to have a brother like you. Xiao proudly lifted his chin. Indeed. After bidding farewell, Jiang Wanzhi headed straight to the film set. Upon her arrival, XQanxi, who was on standby, brightened at the sight of her. Zho, you're back from your trip. Jiang Wanzhi sighed deeply as she sat beside her. Yes, I'm utterly exhausted. It wasn't particularly taxing work-wise. Rather, my body struggled to cope. It felt as if I had returned to 3 years ago when I was dating Ximen Lichen in college. Endless. Jiang Wanzhi inquired. How are you adapting to your role? Ximen blinked excitedly. I must seize the moment. Let me share my exuberance. Why did no one tell me sooner how exhilarating it is to play a wicked supporting character? It ignites my true nature. A slap from a woman, and 2 from a man. Though I know I'll face the dragon subduing 18 palms later, I'll revel in the moment. Jiang Wanzhi laughed, as long as you're prepared mentally. The two were engrossed in their conversation when a discordant voice floated over. Just a connection. What's there to boast about in the crew? Passing by was Toyn, the third female lead, who served as Ximen's subordinate in the show, often at the receiving end of her reprimands. Clearly, Toyn was bringing the emotions of the script into reality. Jiang Wanzhi smiled sweetly at her, playfully chiming in, Darling, are you referring to me? In terms of connections, am I not the biggest stakeholder in this entire crew? Taken aback by Jiang Wanzhi's support, Toyn seemed unable to express her anger, caught between surprise and indignation. If it were not for Jiang Wanzhi's arrangement for Su Qingxia to join the crew, she might have secured the role of the second female lead. Jiang Wanzhi could easily discern her thoughts and boldly stated, Yin, this role suits you perfectly. Even if Qingxia doesn't join the production, your scenes will remain unchanged. There's no need for women to complicate matters for one another. Just enjoy yourself. Tao Yin bit her lip, her face filled with reluctance as she turned to leave. How dare they all look down on her? Once she obtains evidence of Jiang Wanzhi seducing the crown prince, she will make it known to everyone, revealing Jiang Wanzhi's true nature. Jiang Wanzhi accompanied Su Qingxia until the end of their shoot, feeling quite pleased with her performance. The two engaged in casual conversation as they traveled to their favorite restaurant. Upon arrival, the driver glanced at the rearview mirror, uncertainly advising them that it seemed someone was following. Jiang Wanzhi looked back to see a middle-aged man in a suit exiting the vehicle behind them, who then knocked on their car window. The driver lowered the window, and the man introduced himself. Hello, I am Wang Ming, a senior executive from Ejia Entertainment. He waited for them to exit the car and approached Jiang Wanzhi, elaborating, Miss Jiang, I understand that your contract with the entertainment company is about to expire. Our company is interested in collaborating with you. Perhaps we could find a time to discuss this? Although Ejia is just starting out, we are backed by a domestic financial conglomerate. We will spare no effort to secure exceptional benefits and resources for you, assisting you in reaching greater heights in the film industry. Jiang Wanzhi smiled, realizing he was attempting to poach from Ximen Lichen's territory. Seeing his sincerity, she politely accepted the business card. All right, I will consider it once my contract has fully concluded. In truth, rather than switching companies or renewing her contract, Jiang Wanzhi aspired to establish her own company after completing this project. However, as the plans were still in their infancy, there was no need to hasten the process. Wang Ming glanced at Su Qingxia, studying her thoughtfully, and inquired, Is this Miss Su your friend? Yes, Su Qingxia replied, her complexion paling upon being recognized. Wang Ming once again produced a business card from his suit and handed it to Su Qingxia with both hands. Miss Su, I've heard you have yet to sign with a management company. If you're interested, you might consider us. We can discuss resources and benefits in detail. Jiang Wanzhi couldn't help but chuckle. This executive was indeed dedicated, attempting to recruit talent at every opportunity. In response to Wang Ming's offer, Su Qingxia remained silent, merely shaking her head and stepping back. Jiang Wanzhi sensed something amiss and quickly interjected, I apologize, my friend is quite shy. Wang Ming nodded with a smile, expressing understanding. No worries. If either of you have any thoughts, feel free to contact me at any time. I won't take up your dining time any longer. Goodbye. Once he departed, Jiang Wanzhi looked at Su Qingxia with concern. Xia, what's wrong? Su Qingxia, visibly troubled, replied, That man is nothing but a pimp. There have been rumors in the industry that the financial tycoon backing Ejia is seeking suitable women to bear his children, offering them substantial sums to raise the offspring. You might very well be in his sights. Jiang Wanzhi furrowed her brow, asserting, regardless of the invitation or any other matter, we have the right to refuse. You need not be so fearful of him. Su Qingxia found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. He was a project manager I had previously encountered. It seemed there might have been a connection between us. In Chapter 75, I implore him to reconcile. Jiang Wanzhi slightly raised her gaze, seemingly pondering. Su Qingxia bit her lip, recalling a distant past that had become hazy. She only remembered that he had taken her out for project discussions, during which a group of older colleagues had conspired to ply her with drinks. Xia, Jiang Wanzhi interrupted her, raising a hand to her lips, signaling her to cease. Jiang Wanzhi gazed earnestly at Su Qingxia and stated clearly, "It appears that there is nothing." Noticing that she seemed to lack full understanding of the underlying implications, Jiang Wanzhi gradually elucidated, "Let us not speak of today's events to anyone else. I shall pretend I never heard about it. The broken window effect is alarming. Do not allow others the opportunity to harm you. If no one knows, it is as if it never occurred. Protect yourself." Su Qingxia nodded, and thus the two concluded this topic. Upon entering the restaurant and taking their seats, Jiang Wanzhi had yet to set down her bag when a server approached to inform them, "Ladies, we must urgently clear the third floor. Kindly relocate to the elegant seating on the second floor. We sincerely apologize. The restaurant will waive all expenses for you this evening." Jiang Wanzhi raised an eyebrow, feeling displeased at being forcibly relocated, and could not help but roll her eyes in quiet annoyance. It was unclear who had such grand arrangements for a mere meal, more extravagant than Ximen Lichen's affairs. The nearby server cleared his throat nervously as the transparent elevator doors at the third-floor entrance opened, revealing a group of imposing bodyguards orderly escorting their employer into the hall. Two tall men at the forefront walked side by side, exuding an air of superiority, engaged in light-hearted conversation as if they were long-lost friends. One man, clad in a deep brown suit with slicked-back hair, embodied the quintessential British gentleman. The other appeared more casual, with a slightly open collar on his white shirt, one hand casually tucked into his slacks, a black blazer draped over his arm. Moving with languid grace, Jiang Wanzhi felt a flutter in her heart. How splendid! It was Ximen Lichen. They were saved. However, it was evident that other patrons were present in the hall, and Jiang Wanzhi wished to avoid drawing any animosity in a public setting. As she contemplated a discreet exit, the man's heavy gaze met hers, as if challenging her to flee. Jiang Wanzhi hesitated, caught between the decision to stay or leave. Other tables, similarly alerted to vacate, began to depart, and she overheard murmurs questioning her reluctance to leave. How can Jiang Wanzhi be so brazen as to linger? Is she waiting for Mr. Ximen to personally escort her out? Her reputation for cunning was well known, and the whispers buzzed around her like a swarm. With a fierce glare directed at Ximen Lichen, she took Su Qingxia's hand and declared, "We're leaving. Let's south go to another place." They moved toward the elevator, but the transparent cabin was already filled with other guests. As they approached, those inside intentionally pressed the close button, denying them entry. Jiang Wanzhi raised her leg to press the button to open the door when suddenly a firm grip clasped her wrist, and a deep, alluring voice resonated from behind her. "Baby, don't go." The elevator doors closed completely before her. Through the glass of the elevator, the faces of those who had just succeeded in their schemes were still vividly visible. In the next moment, their triumphant expressions shifted dramatically. It was unbelievable. Through the elevator glass, they witnessed an extraordinary scene unfold. Surely, they could not have heard correctly? Ximen Lichen had actually taken the initiative to stop Jiang Wanzhi, even calling her baby? At that moment, the crowd wished fervently to halt the elevator, yet they could only watch the scene flash before their eyes. Jiang Wanzhi turned around, glancing at the hand the man held publicly, and warned him in a low voice, "Mr. Ximen, could you please keep your hands to yourself in public?" With that, she hurriedly attempted to shake him off. However, the man's long fingers seized the opportunity to slip into her palm, prying apart her fingers, forcefully entwining them. "I'll leave this in your care." Jiang Wanzhi was left speechless, panic-stricken, unable to rid herself of his entanglement. Who exactly was supposed to manage this situation? Su Qingxia quietly turned her head away, feeling it perhaps inappropriate to be present, wishing instead to be beneath the car. As she turned, her gaze fortuitously met that of the man standing beside Ximen Lichen, who smiled politely at her. There was a sense of mutual understanding shared between them, like kindred spirits amidst the awkwardness. Jiang Wanzhi was led to a dining spot with a splendid view, grinding her back teeth as she inquired, "Why bring me along to dine with others?" Ximen Lichen replied as if it were the most natural thing, "He's not just anyone, he's a friend. Of course, I must introduce my wife to my friends." Jiang Wanzhi felt a jolt of confusion. How had she become Ximen Lichen's wife without her knowledge? The man moved her chair aside, and as she sat down, he leaned in close to whisper in her ear. Every time you call me husband in bed, it counts. In an instant, Jiang Wanzhi's heart raced, wishing to immediately silence Ximen Lichen's unfiltered mouth. She was seriously contemplating calling the police. Suppressing her voice, she emphasized each word. What is said in bed cannot be taken seriously. Besides, it was that scoundrel who pressured me into it. Ximen Lichen chuckled softly. Baby, do you want to enjoy yourself and then pretend you don't know me? Well, let us discuss when you can return the favor. Jiang Wanzhi. Was this even appropriate? Sitting across from them, Su Qingxia and Lu Peiwen remained silent, merely observing. They couldn't help but wonder if they were somehow entangled in the drama between Ximen Lichen and Jiang Wanzhi. Jiang Wanzhi was reluctant to raise her gaze, feeling an inexplicable sense of meeting the parents, wishing only to finish her meal and escape. Unfortunately, the pace of the French cuisine was slow, and the waiter poured them red wine. Lu Peiwen lifted his glass. Miss Jiang. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Allow me to toast to you. Hello, Mr. Lu, Jiang Wanzhi replied with a smile. Clinking glasses and taking a small sip, Lu Peiwen then toasted Su Qingxia before setting his glass down, observing Jiang Wanzhi with a sense of intrigue. As if he were finally seeing a living person, he leisurely dissected the appetizer on the plate, saying, when I was in America, Ximen mentioned you. Oh, Jiang Wanzhi couldn't help but feel curious. What did he say about me? Just then, Ximen Lichen shot a sharp glare at Lu Peiwen, clearly warning him with his eyes to refrain from speaking carelessly. Jiang Wanzhi's tone was tinged with melancholy, suggesting that she might have been the subject of unflattering remarks. Lu Peiwen interjected with a smile, clarifying, not at all. Ximen cares deeply for you, so much so that before returning home, he mentioned wanting to make you regret your decision and beg for reconciliation. Lu Peiwen's skepticism was palpable, leading the two to engage in a spontaneous wager, the stakes being a securities company valued in the billions. As it stands, Ximen Lichen faced utter defeat. Lu Peiwen cast a meaningful glance at Ximen, reminding him not to forget their prior bet. Upon hearing Lu's words, Jiang Wanzhi chuckled lightly, her alluring eyes fixed intriguingly on Ximen Lichen. Is that truly the case? Chapter 76. The goodnight kiss in the face of Jiang Wanzhi's penetrating gaze, Ximen Lichen remained unfazed. Darling, he said, you may disregard most of what Lu Peiwen said, but that particular statement should be taken seriously. Regardless of his past thoughts, his concern for Jiang Wanzhi remained unwavering. Jiang Wanzhi replied coolly, to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me if you did seek revenge. For someone like Ximen Lichen, who intrinsically resides at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy, being inexplicably cast aside by me could very well be one of the most damaging blows to his pride. In his quest to reclaim that pride, it wouldn't be beyond the realm of possibility for him to attempt to win me back and then retaliate. Ximen Lichen responded with calm assurance. Do I strike you as a man devoid of integrity? Jiang Wanzhi silently scoffed, setting aside his character. His prowess in bed was certainly reckless. Lu Peiwen couldn't help but laugh, realizing he had witnessed the art of speaking differently depending on the audience. Was this truly the same Ximen Lichen who had, before returning home, vowed to take revenge on his ex-girlfriend? After a brief separation, he had once again become subservient. Ximen Lichen remained indifferent. To him, a gentleman discusses actions rather than intentions, and there was no need to judge his words, only to observe his deeds. After their meal, Jiang Wanzhi and Su Qingxia each took their respective vehicles home. As she watched Lu Peiwen's car drive away, Jiang Wanzhi glanced at the man beside her in the driver's seat. Given that Xiaxia and I live together, why must we take separate cars? Ximen Lichen leaned over to fasten her seatbelt, and as he lifted his gaze, the light in the car accentuated the depth of his features. Have you considered moving out? Jiang Wanzhi replied candidly, I haven't thought about it. I'm quite comfortable living with Xiaxia. She wasn't foolish. If she lived alone, Ximen Lichen would undoubtedly visit her every night. Ximen Lichen chuckled lightly. Are you wary of your brother? Jiang Wanzhi's delicate fingertips grazed his impeccable face, playfully tapping the tip of his finely sculpted nose. Incorrigible, she teased. Ximen Lichen's gaze lowered, resting on her slender, soft fingers. I want to taste. As his eyes lifted slightly, they landed on her alabaster neck, her collarbone. I wish to bite. He tilted his head back, playfully nipping at the finger she had placed against his nose, his voice husky and indistinct. Shall we go to my place tonight? Jiang Wanzhi covered his yearning expression with her hand. No, I think you've indulged too much these past few days. He insisted. I won't do that. I don't believe you, Jiang Wanzhi replied. Ximen Lichen released her hand, remarking, You are a heartless woman. Jiang Wanzhi chuckled. After several years of separation, I have not forgotten the mannerisms of Mr. Ximen. He speaks one way and acts in an entirely different manner. Staying at his place is akin to walking into a trap. Ximen Liching's phoenix eyes narrowed with a smile. My dear, you finally admit that you have been unable to forget me all these years. A large question mark appeared above Jiang Wanzhi's head. What did she just say? She could see the dimness in Ximen Liching's eyes, which had been overshadowed by rejection, dissipate, replaced by a surging tide of emotions. Jiang Wanzhi, too weary to delve deeper, leaned against the car window and closed her eyes for a moment of respite. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from traveling back and forth these past few days, she unknowingly drifted off to sleep in the car. When the vehicle halted beneath her apartment building, Ximen Liching did not immediately awaken her. Instead, he quietly gazed at the slumbering figure, so pure and beautiful. Yet, the more obedient his Gigi appeared, the more he felt compelled to misbehave. He wanted to rouse her, to hear her playful protests. As he contemplated this, he acted on his thoughts. In her dreams, Jiang Wanzhi felt a heavy force pressing down on her, causing her lips to tingle with pain and prompting an involuntary sound to escape her. With her eyes still half closed, she instinctively raised her hand to push away, but her unrestrained strength transformed into a slap that landed squarely on the man's face. Ximen Liching released her lips, a low chuckle escaping him. Awake now? Jiang Wanzhi, instantly wide awake, seethed with fury. Pervert. Scoundrel. Good for nothing. Degenerate. She wished to hurl every derogatory term she could think of at Ximen Liching. How could anyone be so vile? Could he not choose a more conventional method to wake her? Listening to her barrage of insults, Ximen Liching offered his praises without reservation. You've learned some new words. Splendid. However, your voice is not quite suitable for cursing, though even cursing sounds pleasant coming from you. Enraged, Jiang Wanzhi pushed him away, hastily unbuckled her seatbelt, and exited the vehicle. Fleeing from the pervert was an urgent matter. Goodbye. With a resounding farewell, she slammed the car door shut. Ximen Liching watched her enter the apartment building, casually leaning against the car, his gaze drifting to the white handbag left behind in the passenger seat. Suddenly, the phone inside the bag rang. He glanced at the handbag, not curious about the caller, nor did he intend to seize the opportunity to look at Jiang Wanzhi's phone. Even though he knew the password, the phone continued to ring incessantly, and Ximen Liching furrowed his brow. Who would dare disturb his wife at this late hour? He still did not check or touch it. Lighting a cigarette, he relaxed against the car, exhaling clouds of smoke while waiting for Jiang Wanzhi to return for her bag. Before long, the figure he had been anticipating emerged from the apartment building. Jiang Wanzhi jogged up to him, extending her hand. Where's my bag? Ximen Liching, cigarette in mouth, reached through the car window to retrieve the handbag from the seat. The phone continued to ring. Just as Jiang Wanzhi was about to take the bag, the man raised his hand slightly, casually removing the half-burned cigarette from his lips, leaning closer to her, seeking a request. My dear, a goodnight kiss. Jiang Wanzhi caught a whiff of his faint scent of smoke mingled with gardenia, not unpleasant, yet sufficient enough to serve as her reason for refusal. No, you've been smoking. Jiang Wanzhi rose on tiptoe, eager to retrieve her bag from him. The man observed her, resembling a little rabbit bouncing beneath his gaze. Yet, with a mere lift of his arm, the advantage of his height, nearly 25 centimeters, rendered her efforts futile. He lowered his expectations, a kiss on the cheek. Just a simple peck. Jiang Wanzhi shut her eyes, pushed off the ground, and planted a solid kiss on the man's cheek, successfully reclaiming her bag from Ximen Liching. She fished out her incessantly ringing phone, glanced at it, and promptly hung up. Ximen Liching inquired, Why didn't you answer? After listening to the persistent ringtone in the car for so long, it was impossible for him not to be curious about the caller's identity. Jiang Wanzhi's action of hanging up only intensified his intrigue. Jiang Wanzhi bit her lip, uncertain how to respond. Ximen Liching extended his large palm towards her, demanding, Give me your phone. What do you want it for? Jiang Wanzhi clung to it. He extinguished the remaining half of his cigarette in the box, asserting, If it's something you can't handle, I will take care of it. Yet, she still refused to relinquish it. The man gently tousled her hair at the nape of her neck, saying, I know it's a call from my family. Be good, trust me, all right? In the end, the call was connected in Ximen Liching's hands. He remained silent, patiently waiting for the voice on the other end to speak first. Jiang Wanzhi stood anxiously beside him. The moment she handed over her phone, It undeniably signaled a declaration of war against the caller. He enveloped her in his embrace, the delicate fragrance of clear osmanthus wafting into her senses, providing solace. The voice on the line soon reached her ears. "Miss Jiang?" It was a middle-aged woman's voice, Mo, Ximen Liching's mother. Under the man's subtle cues, Jiang Wanzhi responded affirmatively. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Mrs. Mo?" Mo's tone was gentle. "I wonder if Miss Jiang has time to meet. I can send a driver to fetch you, or I could come to you. It's quite late. Perhaps it would be better to discuss this over the phone," Jiang Wanzhi suggested. Mo chuckled softly. "And he simply wishes to meet you." As the matriarch of the Ximen family, Mo acted with great caution, never overstepping in a potentially recorded conversation, always speaking succinctly. "Since it's inconvenient for you, I shall express myself here. Regarding the matters between you and Liching, it would be disingenuous for us as elders to claim ignorance. However, Auntie is not here to put you in a difficult position. I merely wish to discuss strategies with you." Mo's words were tightly woven, leaving no room for error. It was only upon belief that one realized it was a sugar-coated poison. Jiang Wanzhi fixed her gaze on the man holding the phone and responded to the voice on the other end. "Please, go ahead." Ximen Liching's eyes darkened, remaining silent as he sought to extract more information from the conversation. He needed to discern his family's genuine stance towards Jiang Wanzhi. Mo cut to the chase, stating, "To be frank, Liching's return should be a joyous occasion for the family. However, recent disputes have arisen due to certain issues, which inevitably relate to Miss Jiang. But Auntie is not here to blame you. I simply wish to discuss possible solutions. I am certain Miss Jiang would prefer not to be continually harassed by her ex-boyfriend." Jiang Wanzhi bit her lip, nearly bursting into laughter. It can only be said that Aunt Mo knows her son too well. The term harassment is particularly apt in this context. Thus, what does Aunt Mo wish for me to do? Mo smiled reassuringly, pleased that this child understands. As elders, what we dread most is witnessing our family members at odds with one another. It seems that for familial harmony to prevail, Miss Jiang must cooperate appropriately. As for your private interactions with Li Chun, we may choose to turn a blind eye, but only if you are willing to do so. Jiang Wanzhi felt utterly confounded by Mo's words, deeply appreciating the artistry of language. To put it bluntly, it was all a mere fade. "I apologize, Aunt Mo, but I did not quite grasp your meaning." Mo delicately clarified. "I merely hope you can be more lenient regarding the matter of your union with Li Chun." Jiang Wanzhi glanced at Ximen Lichen. "I have not dissuaded him from the union. Aunt knows this. Then could you perhaps persuade him a little? It is merely a formality. I do not require him to bring anyone home immediately. As long as he commits to the marriage, I assure you, I shall not interfere in your affairs further." Jiang Wanzhi bit her lip, finding the situation absurd. Just moments ago, she had entertained the fanciful notion that the Ximen family might concede slightly. It turns out that the so-called turning a blind eye meant transforming her from an ex-girlfriend into a mistress. A sharp glint flickered in Ximen Lichen's eyes as he raised the phone to his ear, his voice cold and composed. "Have you finished?" The sudden male voice startled Mo. "Lichen, how could you be there?" The man's brow was furrowed, his tone frigid. It was I who compelled her to answer. "Mother, if you have anything to say, now is the time to voice it without reservation." Mo quickly regained her composure, speaking earnestly. "Li Chun, your grandfather is aging. You cannot persist in your obstinate ways without heeding advice. He cannot withstand your defiance. For the sake of your union, the family head has been troubled for quite some time." Ximen Lichen chuckled. "Then you ought to advise him to worry less about trivial matters." Mo took a deep breath, exclaiming, "Why are you so stubborn? Just occasionally acquiesce to the family, cooperate with the superficialities of the marriage, and it will be settled. In reality, you can conduct yourself as you wish and associate with whichever young lady you desire. Is that not entirely up to you?" Ximen Lichen narrowed his eyes, repeating her words with precision. "Superficiality? Indeed." Mo sensed he was finally awakening to the truth and released a sigh of relief. "Just verbally agree to the family's demands. Paint a rosy picture for your grandfather and make him happy. Over time, he will surely understand the reality. As for your girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, as long as you communicate well, I believe Gigi will understand. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Why must we always create such awkwardness within the family?" Ximen Lichen scoffed, glancing down at the woman in his arms, and posed a counter-question to his mother on the phone. "What if Gigi perceives my relationship with her as merely a pretense?" Jiang Wanzhi, mentioned in passing, was momentarily startled. instinctively clutching the fabric of the man's shirt at his waist. Listening to his deep voice, she felt the evening breeze's coolness dissipate. If I cannot provide her with even the most basic sense of security, what right do I have to expect her to come to me? If you truly care for me, please refrain from causing harm to my beloved. I am only swayed by Jiang Wanzhi's gentleness. Have you lived your life with such a singular focus? Mou, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, your grandfather is about to draft his will and pass on his legacy. Can't you think more flexibly at a critical moment? As tensions mounted and an argument seemed imminent, Jiang Wanzhi's anxiety surged, her fingertips trembling. The man's hand caressed the back of hers, his large, warm palm enveloping her. It felt like a silent reassurance. Mou, wielding the card of inheritance, struck a chord with Ximen Lichen. He scoffed dismissively, Mother, do you really think I have worked tirelessly in America all these years for what? Wealth and power. You may distribute them as you wish. I have no need for them. Mou, at times, wished she could simply walk away from it all. Yet could she truly bear to witness that woman's child ascend to power? Gripping the phone tightly, she spoke with gravity. Ximen Lichen, ponder my words carefully. Do you believe your actions honor both me and your father? Zatsa, are you listening? You must help persuade him. The man furrowed his brow, distanced the phone slightly, and waited for her to finish before bringing it closer again. Ximen Lichen, with an air of resignation, replied, Mother, it's not easy for your son to play the role of a devoted partner. Please, don't complicate matters further. It's truly difficult to appease. With that, Ximen Lichen ended the call, leaving an air of silence. Jiang Wanzhi gazed up at him, her heart aching. That night, she profoundly realized that the pressure Ximen Lichen bore in their relationship was no less than her own. Ximen Lichen curled his fingers around hers, chuckling softly at her hesitant demeanor. Have you retreated? Chapter 78. A new identity. Jiang Wanzhi pursed her lips. Had I not already retreated? From the day she lost the capacity to bear pressure, retreat became her only option. Ximen Lichen gently caressed her cheek, earnestly assuring her, it's all right. Even if you've stepped back, you can muster the courage to try again. Her delicate lashes fluttered slowly, perhaps the evening breeze brushing against her eyes, causing a thin veil of moisture to gather. She quickly averted her gaze, retrieving her phone and hastily stowing it in her bag. In her fluster, a white business card unexpectedly tumbled out. Just as Jiang Wanzhi bent to pick it up, Ximen Lichen had already stooped to retrieve it. His deep gaze fixed upon the card. It read, Wang Ming, agent of Ejia Entertainment. With his long, even fingers grasping the card, he looked at her and inquired, Darling, are you preparing a fallback plan? Jiang Wanzhi snatched the card from his grasp, explaining that she had been cornered during lunch today and needed to maintain appearances. Besides, I must consider my career development. Who knows if they might offer me a better deal? With 3 months remaining until her contract with Ximen Lichen's agency expired, she would likely finish filming her current project just in time. No one could predict what would unfold thereafter. Is that so, darling? Ximen Lichen chuckled lightly. Jiang Wanzhi felt a pang of guilt under his gaze. Indeed, how could one discern which company suits her best without comparison? With a lazy smile in his eyes, Ximen Lichen tilted her chin upward. My dear, which company is most suited for you might be open to debate. However, I am quite certain which company owner is most suited for you. Jiang Wanzhi's petite face turned a shade of yellow as she withdrew her hand from his grasp. Stop rambling. Hurry back. With that, Jiang Wanzhi made her escape. Just as she took a step forward, the man behind her pulled her back into his embrace. Jiang Wanzhi stared at him, bewildered. What are you doing? Suddenly recalling something, she raised her hand to cover her mouth, reminding him of their earlier kiss. Ximen Lichen chuckled softly, finding his wife irresistibly charming. Jiang Wanzhi continued to cover her lips, surveying him as if he were a potential threat. Stop laughing. Do you have something to say? If not, I'm leaving. Ximen Lichen gently caressed her wrist, inquiring, what exactly do we consider our relationship at this point? Jiang Wanzhi lowered her hand, recognizing the simplicity of the question. Just as she was about to respond, the man interjected, aside from exes and superior subordinate relations. Jiang Wanzhi paused. What other relations could there be? Once ambiguity is clarified, it no longer remains ambiguous. Ximen Lichen gazed at her, seemingly contemplating a suitable title for their connection. An apt description suddenly surfaced in Jiang Wanzhi's mind. With a playful glint in her eyes, she leisurely traced her finger over the man's prominent Adam's apple. Are you certain you wish to know? Under her gentle pressure, Ximen Lichen's Adam's apple moved, producing a deep, resonant sound. Yes. Jiang Wanzhi stood on her tiptoes, her crimson lips brushing against his ear as she whispered 2 words, friends. His deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of amusement sparkling within them. Very well. At least it grants us a title. After all, during their university days, he had transitioned to a formal position due to his exceptional skills. Now, he had seemingly reclaimed the title of friend. Though Ximen Lichen could accept this status at the moment, it did not imply that he was content. Watching the relaxed, carefree smile on the man's lips, Jiang Wanzhi felt a dryness in her throat. She had to admit, this devilishly handsome man had a smile that was simply captivating. His lips appeared softer than hers and utterly kissable. Jiang Wanzhi pinched her palm, forcibly suppressing her burgeoning desires. Ximen Lichen's eyes darkened as he perceived her unusual thoughts. He suppressed his smile and suggested, "It's cold outside. Let us head upstairs. Good night." Jiang Wanzhi raised an eyebrow, her mouth running ahead of her brain. "Are you trying to send me away?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt a twinge of guilt and promptly turned to leave. "If I must go, then so be it." The man extended his arm, effortlessly pulling her back against the car door, his warm lips descending upon hers with a sense of possession. Jiang Wanzhi's mind went blank in an instant. She had gotten her wish. After their kiss, she felt like melted ice cream, languishing in his embrace. As she took a half-step away from him, it seemed she had expended all her strength, whispering a soft farewell before ascending the stairs. "Good night." Watching her flustered retreat, Ximen Lichen smirked. It was now imperative for him to consider how to elevate their relationship beyond mere friendship. Upon Jiang Wanzhi's return home, Ximen Lichen settled into his car and started the engine. Just then, a call from Lu Peiwen came through. While driving, Ximen Lichen activated the hands-free option and spoke first. "I was just about to look for you." "Look for me?" Lu Peiwen chuckled. "I thought you were so engrossed in your ex-girlfriend that you could hardly extricate yourself. I never imagined you would have time to answer a call. It seems progress is not going smoothly." Ximen Lichen, with a contented glimmer in his eyes, replied, "I am now a person of status, quite different from you, a bachelor." "What status?" Lu Peiwen inquired, probing further. Ximen Lichen narrowed his eyes slightly. Less prying. Unable to contain his laughter, Lu Peiwen mused, what legitimate status could it possibly be? He then asked, "What do you need from me?" Ximen Lichen stated plainly, "Lu Peiwen, keep your employees in check. They are trying to poach my wife." "What?" Lu Peiwen was taken aback. "Your subordinates are attempting to lure my wife away. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Are you getting tense?" Lu Peiwen smiled. "It's just business. You should allow that young lady the freedom to choose." Ximen Lichen scoffed lightly. "Indeed, thus I choose to revoke your right to meddle. What do you say, President Lu?" Lu Peiwen, suspecting that one more word would lead Ximen Lichen to view him as a rival, replied, "Fine, I'll have a word about it. Everything can be negotiated. However, Ximen, do not forget to honor our previous wager. You lost." The word lost was always hard for Ximen Lichen to accept. Yet, at that moment, he accepted his defeat without a ripple of emotion. Ximen Lichen remarked, "Before long, Mr. Lu will discover who the true loser is. Compared to the assets lost, I shall gain a lifetime." Meanwhile, a meticulous egoist like Lu Peiwen would likely remain single amid boundless wealth until the age of 99. Lu Peiwen discerned the underlying sarcasm and replied leisurely, "Ximen, you must understand. Setting aside Miss Zhang's exquisite beauty, her current status is vastly different from yours." Ximen Lichen responded with 3 words, "Cannot be separated." Lu Peiwen cleared his throat twice, saying, "Forgive me for not understanding why you are fond of her. It seems rather superficial, doesn't it?" Ximen Lichen scoffed coldly. "If you understood, wouldn't she be the one you cherish?" Chapter 79. Cowardice. Ximen Lichen's words left Lu Peiwen speechless. The merits of Jiang Wanzhi required no justification to anyone. The feelings he harbored for her could not be succinctly articulated. During university, Ximen Lichen seemed to dabble in various pursuits, commanding attention throughout the campus. Yet, he alone understood the tedium and weariness of a life devoid of challenge. Nothing could ignite his desire anymore. He felt listless and hollow. The wealthy young men surrounding him, unable to manage their baser instincts, indulged in women, hosted private parties, and sought thrills in every conceivable manner. Each time he received an invitation, the thought of the little duckling waiting for him at the swimming pool to learn how to swim dissuaded him from indulging. He was no fool. He recognized that Jiang Wanzhi harbored feelings for him. Every time he approached her, she would blush profusely. Once, when he was late for an experiment, He found Jiang Wanzhi sitting on the bank, clad in a delicate cream swimsuit, her head drooping drowsily, completely unaware that she had a fever. Upon seeing him arrive, she rose in surprise, her eyes sparkling as she apologized. "I'm so sorry, I almost fell asleep." The girl, her body heavy and numb, struggled to stand. Yet her gaze was solely fixed on him, a contradiction that evoked a smile. Ximen Lichen steadied her and immediately sensed her temperature was unusually high. He pressed the back of his hand against Jiang Wanzhi's forehead, but before he could speak, she leaned into his embrace. This marked the second occasion he had carried someone from the swimming pool to the school infirmary, and he remained there for several hours. At that time, the young master was not one to care for others. Upon seeing her awaken, he merely placed medicine and water in front of her. "This one is 2 packets. This one is 2 pills at a time, 3 times a day. Just take it." Jiang Wanzhi complied silently. He chuckled softly. "You trust me so much?" Jiang Wanzhi licked her lips, still tasting the bitterness of the medicine, and somewhat dazedly remarked, "I heard many people are attending parties tonight since we have a holiday. I thought you wouldn't come. Thank you for returning." "Returning?" Ximen Lichen scoffed. "Did I ever say I would go?" He had sent her a message at 6 in the evening stating he was conducting an experiment and advised her not to wait for him. "Miss Jiang, you might as well discard your phone if you don't respond to messages." Jiang Wanzhi, seated on the hospital bed, momentarily froze before hastily checking her phone. There was absolutely no signal. She bit her lip nervously, realizing it was out of service. Ximen Lichen let out a soft laugh, saying nothing further. He lowered his gaze to retrieve his phone from his jacket, only to have his wrist unexpectedly grasped by her delicate hands. Ximen Lichen stared at her audacious touch, his eyelids lifting slightly. Upon meeting his gaze, Jiang Wanzhi timidly withdrew her hand, softly inquiring, "Are you angry?" Ximen Lichen chuckled, finding it amusing as it had been quite a while since he encountered something that made him smile so much. The girl before him had an uncanny ability to elicit laughter from him time and again. "What makes you think I'm angry?" Her dark, shimmering eyes drifted away, unable to meet his. "If you don't speak," he said, pulling out his phone from his coat, "how can I help you recharge your phone bill?" Jiang Wanzhi clenched her hand. Merely grabbing his wrist made her ears flush crimson. Everything was undoubtedly apparent in the man's eyes. Regarding this girl, 2 years his junior, Ximen Lichen's initial impression was, she looked pure, yet her thoughts might not be. Moreover, she was still quite timid. In the past, Ximen Lichen would never have imagined that his relationship with Jiang Wanzhi would take such a drastic turn, transforming him into someone who catered to the girl he initially had a crush on. He certainly did not harbor carnal intentions towards Jiang Wanzhi. While he acknowledged her beauty and alluring figure, he was not a man who easily succumbed to desire. Otherwise, he had ample opportunities to deceive Jiang Wanzhi into his bed. Perhaps it was due to observing her clumsy attempts at concealment, her true self suppressed before others while exuding charm in his presence. This contradiction intrigued Ximen Lichen, stirring excitement within him and compelling him to tease her. Little did he know, this very thought marked the beginning of his downfall. Whenever he sought amusement, he had yet to encounter a situation where he did not succeed. Thus, this time too, he found himself ensnared. Liu Pei-wen, with nothing better to do, inquired, "Have you met the eldest daughter of the Ku family?" As Ximen Lichen drove, he coldly remarked, "If there is nothing to discuss, we need not converse." Liu Pei-wen chuckled softly, "Do not be so hasty. This is a matter you shall inevitably confront. The Ku family's enterprises span Southeast Asia, and a union could yield substantial long-term benefits. It is no wonder your father is tempted. I merely wish to assist you in strategizing." Ximen Lichen replied indifferently, "If that is the case, why not engage in some heartfelt exchanges with Miss Ku?" At 30, still without a suitor, it seems Liu's charm may not quite align with his age. Liu Pei-wen, undeterred, responded with a smile, "You certainly have a knack for arranging matters. Am I merely a pawn to be moved at your convenience? Ximen, do you not fear your own venomous tongue?" With such sharp words, it is indeed a marvel if you can attract a woman. Entering the courtyard, Ximen Lichen parked the car, unfastened his seatbelt, and stepped out. "No need for your concerns. Should you genuinely wish to aid me, you could directly pursue a union with Miss Ku. Given your stature, I am certain Ku Zhongtian would be quite pleased with you as a son-in-law." "Very well. I was indeed contemplating that," Liu Pei-wen replied casually. "However, I suggest you think this through. For each day you linger with your ex-girlfriend, the business across the ocean could potentially lose billions. Such a trade is hardly worthwhile." Ximen Lichen handed his discarded suit jacket to the butler and ascended the stairs with purpose, ending the call. I advise you to hold off on your suggestions. Upon returning home, Jiang Wanzhi found Su Qingsha already seated in the living room. She hurried over, exclaiming, Ji, do you know what Lu Peiwen said to me on the way back? What did he say? Su Qingsha pinched her skin. He asked if I would be interested in bearing him a child, offering me 500 billion in assets. What do you think? Jiang Wanzhi burst into laughter, setting down her bag. Who would have thought he could be so bold? Su Qingsha shook her head. I never imagined that a wealthy man would seek to have a child with a celebrity like me. How can he speak of parenthood as if it were as simple as drinking a glass of water? The crucial point is, his offer is far too generous. It makes it all too easy for me to waver. How many lifetimes would I need to labor just to earn 500 billion? In reality, this was merely a flippant remark from Lu Peiwen. Jiang Wanzhi asked, what are your thoughts on this? I'm not sure. I feel a bit frightened, Su Qingsha whispered. You see, individuals like Lu Peiwen and Ximen Lichen, despite their current wealth, can easily face bankruptcy if they are not cautious. Jiang Wanzhi wholeheartedly agreed. During her relationship with Ximen Lichen, he secretly engaged in stock trading, which was extremely volatile at the time. When Ximen Lichen discovered this, he promptly froze all of Ximen Lichen's assets. Jiang Wanzhi had to deplete her savings to support him for half a month. She even enabled him to pursue his passions, which is why it was Ximen Lichen who moved out of the apartment she had rented when they parted ways. It was later, in America, that he found himself unrestrained and truly liberated. Jiang Wanzhi advised, having a child is a significant life decision. You should consider it carefully. At the very least, take the time to understand who Lu Peiwen is before making a decision. Su Qingsha chuckled. He has been abroad for years, shrouded in secrecy. If there are any unspeakable secrets, it would be difficult for us to uncover them. Indeed, Jiang Wanzhi pondered for a moment. I shall seize an opportunity to subtly inquire with Ximen Lichen. The following day, Jiang Wanzhi drove her repaired car to the film set. Just as she accelerated after leaving her residential complex, a figure suddenly dashed out from the sidewalk. Jiang Wanzhi's pupils constricted as she slammed on the brakes. In that fleeting moment, her instinctive reaction eclipsed her rational thought, hardly allowing herself a moment to breathe. She hurriedly exited her vehicle to assess the situation and promptly dialed for an ambulance. Upon recognizing the individual, Jiang Wanzhi furrowed her brow. Sun Qian? The pregnant woman lay on the ground, clutching her belly in agony. Observing the distance between Sun Qian and her car, as well as her fallen position, Jiang Wanzhi immediately canceled the ambulance request. She yanked Sun Qian up from the ground. Stop pretending. This is not a place for a nap. Sun Qian shook off her grasp, indignantly retorting. You hit someone, and yet you act so righteous. Jiang Wanzhi couldn't help but laugh. Did I really hit a person? You. Sun Qian, at a loss for words, pointed at her. Are you implying that I am not human? Jiang Wanzhi scoffed. You know very well whether I actually hit you. If my car had truly made contact, your attitude would be entirely different. Thankfully, her quick reflexes had spared them both from a more serious incident. With that, Jiang Wanzhi had no intention of further engaging with her and turned to return to her car. Sun Qian stepped forward to block her path. You cannot leave. Jiang Wanzhi, visibly irritated, frowned. If you have nothing better to do, find a job. Others still have to work. No, you can't go. Sun Qian clung to her obstinately, feigning tears. What will happen to me and my child if you leave? Listening to her outrageous claims, Jiang Wanzhi nearly rolled her eyes heavenward. What will happen to the child? Surely, you should seek out the father of your child. It has nothing to do with me. Sun Qian, sobbing, lamented, Fu Hingyue and his entire family have gone abroad, and I cannot reach them. Cousin, for the sake of our past friendship, please help me. Jiang Wanzhi replied impatiently. First of all, I owe you nothing, and secondly, you are delaying me from my work. She shoved Sun Qian's hand away and entered her car, unwilling to vie for space with the Leshan giant Buddha. Reluctantly, Sun Qian attempted to block the car once more. Jiang Wanzhi glanced in the rearview mirror, turned the steering wheel sharply, and, propelled by the accelerator, sped past. At the film set, today's shoot was indoors, utilizing the company's financial headquarters as the location, a first for Jiang Wanzhi and Ximen Lichen's office building. Employees within the building moved briskly, exuding an air of elegance amidst their busyness. By the time Jiang Wanzhi arrived, the crew was nearly ready. Tao Yan, waiting nearby, murmured, being a hands-off manager is quite nice. One can afford to be late. Unlike us lowly actors, who must come early for makeup. Chen Xuehan, overhearing, felt compelled to cover her mouth. Didn't I tell you to keep quiet? and no one to stop? Tao Yin cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Wanzhi as she entered. Are we not allowed to speak the truth? Even a producer should adhere to the rules of the crew. Shouldn't they? Isn't it common sense to lead by example? S words immediately attracted the attention of a considerable number of people. Those around her softly urged her to refrain from speaking further, noting that Jiang had not been late in a long time. Indeed, there was no requirement for the producer to be present every day, and Sister Ji was already quite responsible given her heavy workload. Discontented, remarked, yesterday, I merely voiced a complaint about a well-connected individual, and today my scenes have been scattered, leaving me on standby for the entire day. Is this not an act of bullying? As she observed Jiang Wanzhi approaching, everyone on set held their breath, feigning ignorance, fearful of repercussions. Curious glances were exchanged among passing company employees, leading to whispers. It is often said that the finance sector is treacherous. Yet I believe the entertainment industry is far more perilous. Who would have thought Jiang Wanzhi could be such a person? My enthusiasm for the drama she produces has instantly diminished. Feeling bolstered by the support of others, raised her chin defiantly. In her view, as an actress, one should not fear a tarnished reputation, but rather the prospect of being overlooked. Even if this situation escalated, she felt justified and unperturbed by public opinion. Are you finished? Jiang Wanzhi fixed her gaze on. I acknowledge your acting skills are commendable, but I implore you, do not immerse yourself too deeply in your role. Developing a persecution complex is not a favorable condition. The recent scheduling chaos was not unique to her. Everyone was in the same predicament. Due to the headquarters being available for only 3 days, we must complete all recent office scenes within that time frame. Do you understand? Stubbornly retorted. The inability to schedule properly reflects your incompetence. Jiang Wanzhi felt as if she were speaking to a wall and signaled to Chen Xuehan to intervene. Chen Xuehan sighed. Recognizing that the individuals she had selected were headstrong, she had no choice but to deploy her ultimate tactic, warning, do you wish to become the next Yin Ruo? The fallout from her scandal reduced her career to ashes in a mere month. This incident had caused quite a stir within the industry, fueling discussions among insiders and altering perceptions of Jiang Wanzhi. Upon hearing this, S' expression shifted slightly. She scrutinized Chen Xuehan's face, questioning whether this insinuated that Jiang Wanzhi had indeed been involved with Mr. Ximen behind the scenes. Chen Xuehan clicked her tongue. People like you would have been reprimanded in ancient times. What I mean is, if you continue to behave this way, your downfall is inevitable. Consider the consequences carefully. After a brief discussion with the director, Jiang Wanzhi prepared to visit another filming area. Upon arrival, she found 2 employees organizing materials at their desks. Have you heard? Mr. Ku and Miss Ku are visiting our company today. Wow, they must be here to discuss marriage, right? Do you think the rumors about the president and Jiang are true? Surely, it's just a fling. It wouldn't interfere with his legitimate fiancé. As the 2 turned to leave with their documents, Jiang Wanzhi leaned casually against the doorframe, a smile playing on her lips as she raised an eyebrow. Finished chatting? The 2 individuals caught off guard immediately displayed expressions of embarrassment. Jiang Wanzhi, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, if you wish to inquire about something, why not pose your questions directly to me? Wouldn't that be swifter? The 2 employees exchanged glances, whispering, why should Miss Jiang subject herself to humiliation? Indeed. Do you think she would disclose anything if asked? Jiang Wanzhi chuckled softly. Merely hearing my account would lack interest and persuasive power. Instead, how about I call Ximen Lichen and let your president answer your earlier question personally? What do you think? The 2 before her wore expressions tinged with disdain. We, who work at headquarters, have not had the opportunity to converse with the president even once throughout the year. Miss Jiang speaks as if the president is at her beck and call. Is that not an extravagant claim? Exactly, if you have the ability. Why not call him right now? Jiang Wanzhi narrowed her eyes slightly, retrieving her phone and dialing Ximen Lichen right in front of them. The female employee beside her laughed provocatively. You truly dare to make that call. Everyone in the company knows the president is currently in a board meeting. How could he possibly attend to your trivial matter? At the moment the call connected, Jiang Wanzhi felt a sudden pang of uncertainty upon hearing those words. She had been completely unaware that Ximen Lichen was in a board meeting. If no one answered, it would be a significant embarrassment for her. The next moment, the call was answered. In the top-floor conference room, the board meeting that had been fervently ongoing was abruptly interrupted by the ringing phone. All present fell silent. A hush enveloping the room. The distinguished man seated at the head of the table answered the call, his fierce black eyes softening with warmth. The shareholders were taken aback, nearly believing they were hallucinating. What followed was a title from the president that left them utterly astonished. Ximen Lichen, holding the phone, gently spoke. "What is it? My dear wife?" Instantly, it felt as if something had exploded in the previously still air. Jiang Wanzhi glanced at the two employees awaiting her folly and couldn't help but smile. That flamboyant term of endearment the man used had indeed come to her aid at a critical moment. The female employee stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to believe her ears. Wife? Had the president and Jiang Wanzhi's relationship reached such intimacy? Jiang Wanzhi cast a sidelong glance at the two, casually asking into the phone, "Ximen, what am I to you?" The employees exchanged astonished looks, not anticipating that Jiang Wanzhi would dare to ask directly. Would the president truly not be angered? Her words reached the conference room like a bomb detonating in the deep sea. The shareholders held their breath, not daring to exhale. No one had informed them that there would be such a test during the meeting. Previously, they had never witnessed the president interrupt such an important meeting for a woman's call. Furthermore, he did not treat them as outsiders at all, inadvertently activating the speakerphone, ensuring that everyone present heard clearly. As Jiang Wanzhi's question hung in the air, a wave of anxiety washed over the attendees. Though they remained oblivious to the identity of the caller, the audacity of the question was undeniably inappropriate. Who is unaware that wealthy men, especially those hailing from illustrious families like Mr. Ximen, most detest being bound by any form of relationship? To receive a phone call demanding recognition of their status is nothing short of an inability to gauge one's own worth. Ximen Lichen initially slouched in a languid posture, straightened up and responded in a deep voice. "My beloved, my partner, my future wife. The nature of our relationship hinges upon you." His voice resonated with remarkable clarity across two disparate spaces. Jiang Wanzhi cast a glance at the two staff members whose faces had paled in astonishment, her expression betraying a hint of triumph. She blew a kiss into the phone, hanging up swiftly to utter, "I love you." The corners of Ximen Lichen's thin lips curled upwards, and the slight squint of his eyes could not conceal his delight. His Wanzhi had professed her love for him, and everyone had heard it. In an instant, the previously tranquil conference room was rife with unspoken tension, the shareholders bewildered by the shocking revelation. Their minds raced as they recalled the rumors they had heard, each grappling with their own thoughts. Is this truly something we were meant to overhear? Could Jiang Wanzhi genuinely be on the verge of becoming the young mistress of the Ximen family? The progress between the president and Miss Ku was astonishingly swift. He had even referred to her as his wife. Returning to the meeting, an elder shareholder took the lead, stating, "President, regarding the recent occurrence, we shall maintain utmost discretion and ensure confidentiality." Others echoed his sentiment. "Rest assured, President, we understand the decorum required and shall not disseminate a single word." Having navigated the elite circles of the capital for years, they were acutely aware of how scandal can tarnish the reputation of prominent families. Until matters were settled, it was most prudent to refrain from taking sides or speaking out of turn. Confidentiality? Ximen Lichen surveyed the self-satisfied assembly before him, amused by their naivety. Had he placed the call on speakerphone for them to pledge secrecy? This incident was one that the entire world ought to know. Jiang Wanzhi had declared her love for him. She had uttered those words herself. The shareholders were left to confront Ximen Lichen's frigid demeanor, anxiously continuing with the meeting, oblivious to where things had gone awry. Jiang Wanzhi stowed her phone away, and before she could utter a word, the two female employees hastily bowed their heads in apology. "We are truly sorry, Miss Jiang. It was our oversight not to recognize your stature. Please do not take it to heart." Indeed, they had been utterly unaware of her connection to Mr. Ximen. They assured her it would not be repeated. The two employees, now acutely aware of their precarious position, understood that given the president's current regard for Jiang Wanzhi, their dismissal could easily hinge on a mere word from her. Jiang Wanzhi regarded the two, who had shifted their attitudes with remarkable swiftness, and couldn't help but smirk. "So now, you have lost the game. I have but one request of you." "What is it?" the two asked timidly. "It is quite simple. From this day forth, should you hear anyone disparaging me within the company, you must do everything in your power to defend me until the day I and Ximen Lichen officially announce our relationship. Can you comply?" The two female employees were taken aback. How was this any different from forcibly converting detractors into supporters? Jiang Wanzhi winked and smiled. "Of course. If you do not value your current positions, you are free to decline my request. As for me, I have never been one to tolerate injustice. rest assured. I shall not hesitate to report any grievances. It is now up to you both to decide. The other party nodded resolutely. We promise you that. In the future, at the company, we will not only be cautious in our words and actions, but will also assist you in maintaining your reputation. Jiang Wanzhi smiled with satisfaction, pleased with the collaboration. The two of them exchanged a final glance with her before swiftly clutching their documents and departing with gritted teeth. May you, Jiang Wanzhi, endure until the announcement with Mr. Ximen. Just as they reached the entrance of the office area, the female supervisor appeared before them. Her gaze swept past Jiang Wanzhi, reprimanding the two employees under her supervision. Why are you two taking so long with the materials? Miss Ku has already arrived. Do you intend to make the future president's wife wait for you? Are you not concerned about your jobs? Chapter 81. Consumed by jealousy, the two employees lowered their heads, not expecting that just after agreeing to speak on Jiang Wanzhi's behalf, they would now be the ones under scrutiny. On one side was their immediate superior, and on the other, the acknowledged wife of the ultimate boss. Truly an overwhelming situation. They could only express timidly, the president and Miss Ku are not yet engaged. It might not be appropriate for us to spread rumors. Indeed, one should not speak carelessly. If the president were to find out, we would not fare well. Noticing the unusual demeanor of the two, the supervisor furrowed her brow, scrutinizing their relationship with Jiang Wanzhi. How much did Miss Jiang pay you to defend her? Supervisor Jiang. Why are you still scolding us? The woman named Zhang Yimo waved them away. Enough. Go back to work properly. I don't need you to educate me. Seeing that they were reluctant to leave, Zhang Yimo's gaze fell upon Jiang Wanzhi. Miss Jiang, our company has rented the venue to the production team for you to film properly, not for you to form factions and interfere with internal operations. Jiang Wanzhi looked at the three individuals before her and suddenly found it amusing, lightly bestowing upon her 5 words, mind your own business. As Jiang Wanzhi turned to leave, Zhang Yimo called out from behind, you don't think such underhanded tactics will catch the president's attention, do you? In an instant, the employees, who had been standing on either side, rushed forward to cover her mouth, effectively silencing her. Zhang Yimo was startled, her speech muffled by their hands. Who gave you the audacity? Once Jiang Wanzhi had walked far enough away, they finally released Zhang Yimo's mouth. Zhang Yimo fumed. Why did you cover my mouth? Employee Xiao Li quickly gestured for silence. Shoo, don't say another word. Be careful about your job. Zhang Yimo was puzzled. Weren't you all on the same side as me initially? Why are you so timid around Jiang Wanzhi? She's merely a producer in the entertainment industry. Why are you all so frightened? Xiao Li whispered in explanation. You don't know what just happened. The president actually paused the board meeting to take Jiang Wanzhi's call and called her his wife in front of all the shareholders. Who knows who the future lady of the company will be? Zhang Yimo appeared incredulous, chuckling. Did you accept money from Jiang Wanzhi and think I would be fooled? If you are going to lie, at least make it believable. I think what you should do now is uninstall that novel about tomatoes. Seeing her remain unconvinced, the two employees felt both wronged and powerless. Indeed, it was precisely as described above. Jiang Wanzhi returned to the filming location of the production, and from the second floor's aerial garden, she could gaze down at the entrance of the company's grand lobby. A magnificent reception area welcomed a throng of impeccably dressed gentlemen, among whom a father and daughter duo were being escorted. From a considerable distance, Jiang Wanzhi could not discern their facial features, yet the aura emanating from the youthful girl suggested she was indeed the renowned Miss Ku, Katong. Perhaps sensing her gaze or noticing the filming crew in the open area, the girl lifted her head and directed her attention towards Jiang. Their eyes locked for a moment. Jiang Wanzhi maintained her composure, not believing that the girl was necessarily looking at her. Perhaps she was even unaware of Jiang's identity. However, when that gaze lingered for a full 3 seconds, the meaning shifted. It was only when her father prompted her that the girl withdrew her gaze and continued inside. Jiang Wanzhi subtly raised an eyebrow. This could be troublesome. She was indeed focused on her. As Chun Shuahan approached, resting her hands on the railing, she remarked, "This Miss Ku comes from a remarkably affluent background, yet she remains merely a girl in her early 20s. Countless suitors are vying for her hand, and I doubt she and the president will find common ground." Jiang Wanzhi detected the underlying consolation in Chun Shuahan's words and smiled. Who knows? Let us prioritize work for now. Chun Shuahan watched her return to the work area with admiration, excitement bubbling within her. What a display of poise Jiang Wanzhi exhibited, truly embodying the essence of a rightful consort. How splendid! Her hopes were still alive. During lunchtime, The crew was expected to receive boxed meals on site, but unexpectedly, they received notice that the company had arranged for all personnel to dine at the employee cafeteria, complete with a temporary lounge. The team, having labored tirelessly for half the day, was elated. My goodness, it was the first time encountering a boss as considerate as Mr. Ximen. This was sheer bliss. Rumor had it that the generosity stemmed from the president's delightful conversation with Miss Ku, leading to a spontaneous decision to bestow benefits upon the crew. Chen Shuahan could not help but retort, "What kind of rumor is that? It sounds more like sewer gossip. How could benefits related to Miss Ku possibly come our way?" Observing her colleagues chattering excitedly as they made their way to the cafeteria, Jiang Wanzhi felt little appetite and decided to return to the lounge first. Upon opening the door to the lounge, she found it shrouded in dimness. As she reached out to find the nearby lamp, her hand brushed against something warm, and before she could react, a strong grip seized her wrist. The door behind her closed with a thud, and a heavy body pressed her against it, bestowing a fervent kiss upon her. The familiar scent of Qingji enveloped her senses, allowing her to recognize the man before her faster than her sight could. He kissed her with an insatiable fervor, repeatedly calling her name. "Baby, baby, how I adore you." Breathless, Jiang Wanzhi turned her face away, her heart racing. She stared at the unexpectedly present Ximen Lichen in the lounge, panting slightly. How did you end up here? Shouldn't he be dining with Katong at this hour?" Ximen Lichen gazed deeply into her eyes, tenderly caressing her cheek, expressing his longing to see her and wishing to hear her profess her love once more. Jiang Wanzhi pressed her lips together in refusal, feeling devoid of enthusiasm. Noticing her pale lips, the man expressed his concern, asking why she had returned so soon and if she had eaten. She replied with indifference, asserting that she was not hungry. Yet, he remarked that she appeared quite unwell. Unable to articulate her thoughts, Jiang Wanzhi attempted to push him away. "Why are you here instead of dining with the partners from Ku?" She realized she had inadvertently revealed her true feelings and hastily rephrased, but the man keenly sensed her underlying emotions. Ximen Lichen's penetrating gaze fixed upon her as he teased, "My dear, is it that your lack of appetite stems from being jealous?" Chapter 82. Mrs. Ximen Jiang Wanzhi's cheeks flushed under his scrutiny, her confidence wavering. "No, I truly am not hungry," she insisted. His warm palm rested on her slender waist as he leaned closer, inhaling the scent near her neck. "Whether you are hungry remains to be seen, but the jealousy is palpable." A shiver coursed through Jiang Wanzhi as his breath grazed her skin, prompting her to shrink away. She attempted to escape his embrace, but upon realizing her strength was no match for his, she feigned a kick. This time, Ximen Lichen swiftly captured her raised thigh with his large hand, effortlessly restraining her. The warmth of his palm seeped through her tight black jeans, his deep voice resonating in her ears. "Be good. What will you do if something breaks?" Jiang Wanzhi's ears burned crimson at his provocative words. She straightened her leg, warning him to maintain distance if he did not wish to face dire consequences. Ximen Lichen's lips curled into a sly smile. He believed that merely not entering was sufficient to maintain a safe distance. Jiang Wanzhi stared at his enigmatic grin, her teeth clenched as she urged him to leave, stop teasing, and go outside. Ximen Lichen observed the feigned fierceness in her demeanor, akin to a cat on the verge of pouncing, and he found himself unexpectedly exhilarated. Her most formidable trait was undoubtedly her sharp tongue, though it occasionally softened, especially during their kisses, so tender. Yet clearly, this was not the right moment to act on such impulses. Ximen Lichen swallowed hard, taking her hand. "Come on, let us dine together." As he opened the door, Jiang Wanzhi hurriedly pushed against him. "Don't be foolish." "My dear, I am quite serious," he replied, looking at her intently. "If we are to avoid suspicion, it is evident that we are only drawing more attention. Do you believe there are still few who are unaware of the depth of our relationship?" Jiang Wanzhi pressed her lips together, her gaze dimming as she took a step back. "You go ahead, I will dine alone." Ku Zhongtian had brought his daughter to the company specifically, and not only did Ximen Lichen refuse to entertain them, but he also intended to brazenly take her out for a meal. In the eyes of the Ku family, what difference was there between this and being openly affectionate? Ximen Lichen's eyes darkened. "My dear, do you truly believe that pushing me away will bring you peace of mind?" Jiang Wanzhi was momentarily taken aback as he lifted her chin, his voice low. "If I leave now to join them, do you honestly think you will find rest?" She gazed at him, seemingly at a loss for words. Ximen Lichen gazed at her beautiful eyes with a smile, as if admiring a precious work of art. "My dear, before you push me away next time. Conceal the dimness in your gaze. Otherwise, I can only conclude that you are utterly infatuated with me." Jiang Wanzhi's eyes flickered, instinctively lowering her gaze to evade his penetrating stare that seemed to delve into her soul. She felt somewhat pretentious, yet was repeatedly seen through by Ximen Lichen, who resolutely made his choice. Ximen Lichen gently caressed her cheek with his fingertip, his voice rich with depth as he said, "Jiang Wanzhi, if your heart is truly unencumbered by possessiveness towards me, then let us nurture this slowly from this moment forth." Jiang Wanzhi looked at him, only half comprehending his intent. Ximen Lichen offered no further explanation. Today's events had made him acutely aware of the latent issues between them. Undoubtedly, Jiang Wanzhi loved him, but her affection was profound and subtle, often leading her to feel aggrieved. He could fiercely protect her when he was aware. But what of the times she faced challenges alone? Would she be brave for him, or resort to rationality for the sake of harmony? He yearned for Jiang Wanzhi's love to surge like a tidal wave, fierce as a thunderstorm, wild and unwavering. Before instilling the concept of possessiveness within her, he first needed to amend his indulgent ways. If he continued to relent without principle, how was he different from that foolish youth? Qi Xiao? Jiang Wanzhi, unaware of his thoughts, ultimately succumbed to the hunger gnawing at her, and turned to Ximen Lichen with a suggestion. "How about we each take a step back and have our lunch sent to the lounge?" Seeing him silent, she unconsciously tugged at the hem of his shirt, her soft tone unwittingly coy. "Ximen, I'm really a bit tired and don't want to run around anymore." As he tilted his head, his Adam's apple moved as he took a deep breath. "All right." Her unintentional display of affection effortlessly unraveled the plans Ximen Lichen had meticulously devised. After their discussion, Jiang Wanzhi extricated herself from his embrace. "I'll lie down for a bit. Call me when lunch arrives." Ximen Lichen watched her flop onto the sofa, reluctantly dialing his assistant to arrange for lunch. After hanging up, he chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing that the root of their issues lay within himself. Jiang Wanzhi reclined in the corner of the sofa, distractedly scrolling through her phone. The screen displayed gossip news reporting on Ximen Lichen's impending engagement to Kutong. In the comments section, most voices expressed certainty that the union would come to pass, and in the few dissenting opinions, Jiang Wanzhi's name was often mentioned. Surely, those claiming Mr. Ximen would agree to an engagement must be newcomers. Have they not heard of the illustrious Mrs. Ximen, Jiang Wanzhi? Laughable. Even my sister Xi never dared to assert she would marry Ximen Lichen. Those who graduated from Jing University 3 years ago would surely understand my meaning. If you are uncertain about who Mr. Ximen's first love was, consider who was by his side upon his return to the country. Jiang Wanzhi's gaze lingered on these comments, which, while only tangentially related to her, garnered numerous likes and heated responses. The analytical prowess of netizens left her astonished. She had not anticipated that the subtle hints of her past clandestine romance with Ximen Lichen would surface due to their recent frequent interactions. Jiang Wanzhi's grip on her phone tightened gradually, pondering how much longer she could remain by Ximen Lichen's side if she continued to overreach. As Animo had mentioned during their phone conversation, as long as she did not seek acknowledgement of their relationship, everyone could conveniently turn a blind eye. However, her persistent influence on the Ximen family's plans was bound to culminate in significant complications. Habitually, she pushed Ximen Lichen away, perhaps not wishing to experience a complete defeat as she had 3 years prior. It was an addiction she could not shake off. Suddenly jolted back to reality by the unexpected presence beside her, Jiang Wanzhi fumbled her phone, which fell to the ground. "When did you sit down?" she stammered. Ximen Lichen retrieved the phone and returned it to her, a teasing smile gracing his lips, while the young mistress of the Ximen family was perusing comments. Jiang Wanzhi snatched her phone back, her cheeks flushed as she pushed him away. "You can leave. I no longer wish to dine with you. Go eat with whoever you please." Ximen Lichen, pressed against her hand on his chest, confined her to the corner of the sofa. As he leaned closer, his phoenix eyes narrowed, teeth gritted. "Jiang Wanzhi, you admit you're jealous. Is it so unbearable to let your brother enjoy a moment?" In Chapter 83, A Hidden Beauty, observing Ximen Lichen's anxious demeanor, Jiang Wanzhi playfully tugged at his black tie, whispering near his ear, "I fear you might die from pleasure." Ximen Lichen chuckled softly, "That's hardly the case. Do I seem like a man easily satisfied by mere words?" Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Wanzhi replied languidly, "If that is not the case, then I shall deny it." Instantly, the fire in Ximen Lichen's demeanor dissipated akin to a petulant dog being teased. As he leaned down to capture her lips, frowning, Jiang Wanzhi glared at him. Stop. Upon hearing her authoritative tone, Ximen Lichen squinted, finding her demeanor oddly familiar. Wasn't this the same command he often issued during their earlier encounters? Had Jiang Wanzhi begun treating him like a trained husky? His fingers slipped beneath the delicate silk of her blouse, teasingly grazing her waist. The sudden tickle caught Jiang Wanzhi off guard, eliciting a startled reaction. It tickles. She quickly grasped his hand to halt his mischief, yet he showed no intention of relenting, his fingers dancing near her soft skin. Stop, he murmured softly. Ah. Jiang Wanzhi curled into herself, unable to contain her laughter as she turned in his embrace. Please stop, it tickles so much. With watery eyes, she clutched his fingers through the smooth fabric, pleading for mercy. I was wrong. Please let it be. With his sharp gaze fixed on her, Ximen Lichen inquired. Are you jealous? Speak it aloud for your brother. As he spoke, his mischievous hand stirred, prompting Jiang Wanzhi to concede reluctantly. Just a little. Realizing his hand was sliding lower, Jiang Wanzhi stiffened, bracing herself as she closed her eyes in resignation. Yes, I am jealous. At the moment when Jiang Wanzhi openly acknowledged her feelings in front of Ximen Lichen, it was as if a valve within her heart had suddenly opened, releasing a torrent of emotions. She spoke with a hint of bitterness. Why does Mr. Ximen have a different fiancé today and another one tomorrow, while still clinging to an ex-girlfriend like me? After delivering her words in one breath, she felt her heart racing and, realizing her emotions were too intense, she lowered her gaze in guilt. Were these the words one should utter as an ex-girlfriend? Once spoken, words are as irrevocable as spilled water, Jiang Wanzhi thought, silently gritting her teeth. But it was out there now. What was done was done. Besides, as Ximen Lichen would say, a former boyfriend is still a boyfriend. Why should a former girlfriend not count as a girlfriend? What was wrong with feeling a twinge of jealousy? Ximen Lichen observed her internal struggle, his dark eyes growing even more profound. Jiang Wanzhi raised her hand to cradle his handsome face, commanding, no smiling. The man's fair complexion, with the corners of his eyes and brows lifting slightly, revealed a teasing smile that was both alluring and enchanting. Darling, speak more. I love to hear it. Tell me you're jealous. Tell me you care for me. Such sweet nothings were utterly delightful to her ears. Jiang Wanzhi tugged at the man's tie, bringing his striking visage closer, and earnestly declared, Ximen Lichen, remember this. Even if we are to flirt, it must be one-on-one. If you cannot uphold this, we can sever ties right now. She detested the jealous side of herself, feeling much like a wronged woman. The mere thought of the temptations Ximen Lichen would face in the future filled her with unease. Yet, she recognized that she needed time to grow. There were past messes she could not discuss with him. Should she fail to keep her word and provoke the Ximen family, she would undoubtedly find herself repeating past mistakes. The key to resolving this situation seemed to hinge on when Ximen Lichen would ascend to the position of family patriarch. She could not jeopardize the larger picture. Ximen Lichen's Adam's apple bobbed slowly as he asked, Gigi, am I truly so unworthy of your trust? Jiang Wanzhi pressed her lips together, replying, what I just said is merely a prerequisite for us to maintain our connection. To be more straightforward, I wish to develop a long-term relationship with you. Please do not let me down. And she would strive with all her might. A smile blossomed in the depths of Ximen Lichen's originally profound eyes, clearly understanding her intent. Had his darling finally begun to entertain thoughts of reconciliation? He pressed his lips against hers repeatedly, whispering, Jiang Wanzhi, following your brother, you cannot lose. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Wanzhi found herself reclining completely on the sofa, the gentle kisses cascading from him, leaving her somewhat dazed. Suddenly, the rhythmic knocking at the door jolted her back to reality. Jiang Wanzhi quickly pushed the man who was leaning over her away, her face slightly flushed. Someone's at the door. Ximen Lichen, who had just moments ago gazed at her with tenderness, now wore a dark expression that seemed capable of spilling ink. He straightened his upper body, still kneeling between her legs. Without a moment to fix his loosened tie, Ximen Lichen reached out to adjust her collar out of respect, asking, shall I open the door? Or will you? Jiang Wanzhi swiftly stood up. I'll go. You stay and remain quiet. She lowered her gaze to check her attire, ensuring everything was in order before walking to the entrance to open the door. The instant she turned the handle, her heart raced. At the entrance stood not only the assistant of Ximen Lichen, but also the film producer Chen Xuehan. Both held lunch boxes, though the assistant carried two, while Chen Xuehan had but one. Confused, Chen Shuahan glanced at the man in a suit delivering the food, and then at Jiang Wanzhi, uncertainly inquiring, "Did you order lunch, Sister Ji? And 2 portions at that?" Jiang Wanzhi inhaled sharply, hesitant to open the door any wider, and forced a calm laugh, saying, "Yes. I wasn't aware you were bringing me lunch. Thank you." Chen Shuahan looked bewildered at the 3 lunch boxes before her. Then this. Jiang Wanzhi quickly collected all 3 meals, offering a grandiose explanation. "I was quite hungry at that time, so I ordered 2 portions." Concerned that she might not finish, Chen Shuahan suggested, "I feel a bit peckish myself. Shall I join you for lunch and help share the load?" "Absolutely not." Jiang Wanzhi hastily blocked her. Chen Shuahan was taken aback. When had Jiang Wanzhi ever exhibited such dramatic emotional fluctuations? Jiang Wanzhi stood at the threshold, racking her brain for a suitable excuse. I plan to save it for dinner." "Yes," she concluded, affirming herself even though the excuse sounded utterly ridiculous. Chen Shuahan's eyes darted around, and she couldn't help but whisper, "Sister Ji, you aren't hiding a secret lover, are you?" As she spoke, Chen Shuahan glanced at the man who had accompanied her to deliver the food, feeling he looked somewhat familiar. Coughing, Jiang Wanzhi choked slightly, her gaze meeting Chen Shuahan's, laced with guilt. What reckless speculation. A secret lover? More like a ferocious beast. As she spoke, she pushed Chen Shuahan away, adding jokingly, "Keep talking nonsense, and I might just call the police. Thank you for the delightful offering, love you." With that, the door to the lounge closed before Chen Shuahan. She turned her attention to the other delivery man, who departed with a neutral expression, exhibiting remarkable emotional control. As she observed his retreating figure, Chen Shuahan suddenly recalled, "Wait, isn't that the president's assistant?" In disbelief, she glanced back at the closed door, her mind racing with dread and excitement. Could it be that Sister Ji's hidden treasure was none other than Mr. Ximen? Chen Shuahan gasped, nearly swooning with glee. "I've hit the jackpot." Jiang Wanzhi, clutching the 3 lunch boxes, turned back toward her room, where the man, freshly washed, took the paper bag from her hands, his cool fingertips gently pinching her despondent face. "Cheer up. Soon enough, everyone will know." Avoiding the amused gaze of Ximen Lichen, Jiang Wanzhi retreated to wash her hands, muttering in frustration, "How infuriating. This blabbermouth is enjoying himself way too much." Upon exiting the washroom, she found Ximen Lichen had already arranged the meal on the table. They sat across from one another, and unable to contain her curiosity, Jiang Wanzhi asked, "Are you really not busy?" At the very moment she spoke, Ximen Lichen had already anticipated the true question hidden beneath her words. Yet, he chose not to address it directly, instead opting to engage her in conversation. Even amidst a busy schedule, there is always time for a meal. Jiang Wanzhi paused momentarily, her hand gripping the chopsticks before she let out a soft sound and lowered her head to resume her meal in silence. Ximen Lichen observed the woman who appeared to be diligently eating, yet her chopsticks nearly engaged in a skirmish with the rice. As though she were embroiled in a fierce internal struggle, a smile involuntarily crept upon the man's lips. He was genuinely curious to see how long his beloved could endure this silence. While he could easily dispel Jiang Wanzhi's concerns as he had in the past, he discerned that encouraging her to express herself and communicate was vital for nurturing their relationship in the long run. At that moment, Jiang Wanzhi was holding back just as he was. Time passed, and without uttering a single word, Jiang Wanzhi was nearly finished with her meal. Ximen Lichen gazed at her, letting out a quiet sigh, just as he was about to initiate an explanation. The woman before him abruptly plunged her chopsticks into a leafy green vegetable in the container and looked up at him with a resolute gaze, as if she had made a significant decision. "What is your current situation with the Ku family?" A glimmer of amusement spread across Ximen Lichen's eyes. "My dear, I almost thought your lips were meant solely for kissing me and eating." It turned out she could still communicate. Jiang Wanzhi felt a sudden jolt in her heart, as if she had fallen into a trap he had meticulously set. She tightened her grip on the chopsticks. "Are you toying with me?" Ximen Lichen chuckled lightly. "How could that be? I've merely been awaiting your words, my dear." He relished being questioned by Jiang Wanzhi, as it allowed him to experience a profound sense of possessiveness and love. Jiang Wanzhi gritted her teeth. The vegetable pierced by her chopsticks symbolized the man's impending fate. "Ximen Lichen, if you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, you shall find yourself in dire straits." Ximen Lichen propped his chin on his hand, gazing at her. "I have stated that my wife is none other than Jiang Wanzhi. Ku Zhongtian came to the company today to discuss a partnership. I did not anticipate he would bring his daughter along. The likely intention was to facilitate a better understanding of the financial industry. Therefore, I have no obligation to dine with his daughter, Jiang Wanzhi inquired. But isn't Ku Zhongtian present as well? To her knowledge, the projects initiated by the Ku family in Southeast Asia had significantly benefited the Ximen family. Otherwise, Ximen Lichen would not have gone to such lengths to arrange this union. If a partnership could be established, Ximen Lichen's position of authority would become even more secure. She could not afford to be selfish and disregard his interests. Ximen Lichen picked up his phone, which displayed 19 missed calls from a contact labeled Liu Peiwen. He replied nonchalantly, so I asked Liu Peiwen to assist in hosting. He is also one of the primary partners in this project. Jiang Wanzhi's heart fluttered, and she felt a sense of relief wash over her. You certainly know how to arrange things. Suddenly recalling Su Qingxia, she tentatively asked, Are you on good terms with Liu Peiwen? Ordinary, came Ximen Lichen's ambiguous response. Infused with a strong desire for self-preservation, fearful of any potential repercussions in the future. Jiang Wanzhi scoffed. She did not believe him. It seemed clear that Ximen Lichen was aware of Liu Peiwen's involvement with Su Qingxia. What do you think of Liu Peiwen as a person? Ordinary, Jiang Wanzhi pressed. What does ordinary really mean? Just how ordinary is he? She threatened. Stop being evasive and speak plainly. Ximen Lichen, with a resigned smile, said, Darling, I truly am not well acquainted with him. Should I take the liberty to inquire with Qi Xiao on your behalf? They are rather familiar. Jiang Wanzhi regarded him with a hint of skepticism, questioning whether he was merely shifting the responsibility onto Qi Xiao to bolster the credibility of his words. Ximen Lichen objectively continued, However, based on my understanding of Liu Peiwen, he certainly has the means to procure 5 billion. Furthermore, his intention to have children is not a whimsical notion inspired by your acquaintance, but rather a long-standing desire. As it stands, the origins of his wealth appear relatively clean. Yet I cannot vouch for him, as I am not he. Jiang Wanzhi inquired, Is he a clean person? The man chuckled softly, My dear. How could I possibly know such things? Moreover, with the advancements in modern medicine, conceiving does not necessarily require a physical relationship between a man and a woman. Jiang Wanzhi pondered this, pressing her lips together as she acknowledged the validity of his statement. She rose to rest, saying, All right, once you've cleared the table, you may take your leave. Watching the woman depart with an indifferent demeanor, Ximen Lichen pressed his brow and closed his eyes, smiling faintly. What difference does it make from pulling up one's trousers and denying acquaintance? As he tidied the remnants of their meal, he glanced at the large bed in the resting room, where the woman, nestled in the blankets, had succumbed to slumber. Before his departure, Ximen Lichen approached the bedside, carefully arranging the covers that obscured her face. His distinctly defined hands, unable to resist, gently brushed against her smooth cheek. Sensing the touch, Jiang Wanzhi furrowed her brow in dissatisfaction. Ximen Lichen intended to retract his hand, yet she grasped it with both hands. In her dreams, Jiang Wanzhi murmured softly, her words indistinct, though the grip on his hand tightened. Leaning closer, Ximen Lichen softly asked, What troubles you, my dear? Unbeknownst to him, she appeared to be ensnared in a dream, her palm growing clammy as she whispered, Please. Chapter 85. My precious heart. Ximen Lichen focused intently, but no further sounds reached his ears. The strength in her grasp gradually diminished as she drifted back into a deep sleep. In the tranquil space, only Ximen Lichen remained. Lost in contemplation, he quietly exited the room, noticing that his phone displayed an alarming 25 missed calls, all from Liu Peiwen. Realizing the time was drawing near, Ximen Lichen took the elevator back to the executive office, returning Liu Peiwen's call en route. In a rare display of irritation, the typically composed Liu Peiwen called him by his full name. Ximen Lichen, why did you not wait until I was dead to return my call? The man, met with his brother's reproach, chuckled softly. Should I have waited a bit longer? Do you hear yourself? Liu Peiwen exclaimed, his eyes darkened with frustration. You summoned me to your company early this morning to discuss a project, yet when it came time to partake in the meal, you vanished. You even had your assistant corner me to host the Ku family. Is this your company or mine? I see clearly now, you truly are a brother in heart. Yet when there's a matter, your phone is unreachable. I was occupied having lunch with my girlfriend and had no time to check my phone, Ximen Lichen replied nonchalantly. As for the luncheon, we are both project partners. Your presence as a representative suffices. Moreover, is it not also an intention to intertwine the fates of Mr. Liu? After all, the last time Mr. Liu explicitly mentioned he was contemplating a union with Miss Ku. So, Has the deal been struck? Lu Peiwen was utterly amused and exasperated. He observed the man entering the office, disconnecting the extraneous call in his hand. What deal? With a hint of wine still lingering in his system, Lu Peiwen reclined on the sofa, pressing his temples, exclaiming, "The notion of a union was merely a tentative suggestion on my part." Yet, Ke Zhongtian stuttered, clearly indicating his family's disdain for my age. "What crime have I, Lu Peiwen, committed at the age of 30? Ximen Lichen, loosening his suit jacket, settled before the tea table with a leisurely demeanor, remarked, "In comparison, Mr. Lu does indeed appear somewhat older." Lu Peiwen felt as if he had grasped the essence of the adage that a single act of courage could yield a lifetime of reticence. He propped his chin on his hand and lifted his gaze, admonishing, "Refrain from your sardonic remarks before me. In my view, Ke Zhongtian seems quite pleased with you and is determined to marry his daughter into your Ximen family. Just wait and see how you will explain this to your beloved." Ximen Lichen idly twirled the ceramic cup between his fingers, smiling slightly. "Our household does not consist solely of me as the unmarried male." "Are you referring to Xingxing?" Lu Peiwen pondered. "At 18 or 19, he is merely a child. However, Kutong is only 20 as well. It seems fitting for two young souls to engage in romance and betrothal." Ximen Lichen sipped his tea and said slowly, "Since Mr. Lu also finds it suitable, why not go with the flow? Why should I concern myself with Xingxing's marriage?" Lu Peiwen queried, soon realizing something was amiss. He raised his eyes to meet Ximen Licheng's profound gaze, seemingly discerning the thoughts within. Lu Peiwen let out a light chuckle, incredulous. "Do you harbor doubts about him?" Ximen Licheng raised the hand holding the teacup to his lips, his slender finger making a gesture for silence. A slight smirk played on his thin lips. Lu Peiwen suddenly felt a surge of excitement, straightening his back away from the sofa's embrace. "You must consider this carefully. Plainly speaking, no matter how much Xingxing heeds your counsel, he remains merely your cousin, even if he has no desire to vie for family fortune. His parents may not share the same sentiment. Sometimes, it is preferable for a familial union to fail utterly than to hand over advantages to a rival. Are you certain you wish to foster his relationship with Katong? Should Ximen Xingxing accept the union, his father's business empire would strongly align with the Ku family, potentially jeopardizing your position as the family patriarch in the future. Though you may currently disregard familial assets, one must be wary of raising a tiger at one's door." Ximen Licheng replied, "You need not worry about that. Once the upcoming project commences, you will frequently engage with both families. All I require is for you to create an impression of their compatibility at opportune moments. As long as those old men are not focused on him, this marriage will not involve him." Lu Peiwen, intrigued, inquired, "Pray tell, what benefits do I gain from assisting you?" After a moment of serious contemplation, Ximen Licheng concluded, "When I wed Jiang Wanzhi in the future, you shall be permitted to occupy the main table. Aside from that, you will receive no additional advantages." Lu Peiwen scoffed, raising his hand. "The allure of the main table? Stop right there. I shan't fall for your grand schemes. Ximen, if you are truly sincere, find a way to persuade Miss Su to accept my pregnancy plan." Ximen Lichen furrowed his brows. "I cannot assist you with this matter." He had already told his wife that he was not familiar with Lu Peiwen. He was even less inclined to hear the names of other men on Jiang Wanzhi's lips. "Lu Peiwen, why is it unacceptable when it comes to you?" "It is not impossible," Ximen Lichen explained in a deep voice. "Maintaining a sense of boundary with female friends while in a romantic relationship is the most fundamental principle. Moreover, I have no authority over any woman's womb, nor do I have the right to interfere." Lu Peiwen chuckled profoundly. "Ximen, I hope you remain a gentleman forever. Thank you for the compliment." Ximen Lichen smiled gently. "Do not forget the favors you owe me. I will keep a tab on that. However, I am curious about one thing. The choices that 500 billion can bring are simply overwhelming. Please do not tell me it is love at first sight." Lu Peiwen's enigmatic smile. "Not quite. She is not my type." Ximen Lichen sipped his hot tea, the corners of his eyes narrowing comfortably. Oh, how familiar those words sound. It seems he had uttered something similar back in the day, inadvertently overheard by Jiang Wanzhi. She had ignored him for 3 whole days. At that time, they were not yet dating, and he had no idea what was bothering Jiang Wanzhi, only knowing that he had been stood up that weekend. The swimming pool was empty. Ironically, during those days, Ximen Lichen was somewhat agitated, yearning to see her. The sudden neglect truly piqued his curiosity. However, back then, Ximen Lichen was far more rebellious than he is now. He found it hard to believe that being stood up could happen to him, especially by a girl who had long harbored feelings for him. He endured an entire weekend without contacting Jiang Wanzhi, uncertain whether they were in a cold war or had become strangers. For the first time, Ximen Lichen encountered a situation he could not comprehend, unable to find a reasonable explanation. It was utterly inexplicable and perplexing. He pondered over it endlessly during those 3 days and nights, ultimately arriving at a bitterly ironic conclusion. Jiang Wanzhi had grown tired of him and lost interest. Perhaps she had her sights set on another target. Finally, on Monday morning, Ximen Lichen revved the engine and sped to the foot of the teaching building where Jiang Wanzhi was located. During the break, the area around the teaching building was filled with people. Whether it was the multi-million-dollar Bugatti supercar or the distinguished young master seated within, both attracted considerable attention and discussion. Normally, not even a regular electric bike could enter the campus, yet a flamboyant black supercar was parked there with audacity. In Jing University, the car's owner was even more famous than the vehicle itself. Even the security personnel responsible for coordination did not dare to approach and drive the car away directly. They could only make phone calls for higher authorities capable of dealing with this audacious young master. The onlookers were utterly curious about Ximen Lichen's motives. Wherever there were people, discussions flourished. What is wrong with young Master Ximen? Is he here to pick up a friend? It seems more like he has come to settle a score. One could sense the young master's seething anger from a distance. Who has provoked him? Who dares to provoke him? The cacophony of voices enveloped Jiang Wanzhi, making her acutely aware of how irksome the matter concerning Ximen Lichen had become. Clutching her textbook, she hastily navigated through the crowded corridor, eager to reach her next class. Suddenly, her arm was seized by a peer, who enthusiastically pulled her to the railing. Wanzhi, there's still plenty of time before the next class. Why are you rushing? Look down there. Ximen Lichen is being utterly brazen, flaunting his sports car right in front of the school authorities. Reluctantly dragged along, Jiang Wanzhi cast a glance at the open space in front of the teaching building, which had clearly transformed into Ximen Lichen's domain, with no one daring to approach. A man clad in a black windbreaker lounged against the hood of his sports car, his head slightly lowered, his excessively long legs accentuating an aura of unrestrained elegance that was difficult to ignore. Numerous onlookers discreetly captured the scene on their phones, and Jiang Wanzhi found her gaze lingering for a fleeting moment. In an instant, she was met with a piercing stare that she could not retract in time. The man, who had just a moment ago been looking down, lifted his head, his sharp, cold eyes swiftly honing in on her amidst the throng of people at the railing. Jiang Wanzhi felt a tightening in her palms. He had spotted her. He was indeed looking at her, despite the 2-story height and distance separating them. Ximen Lichen's obsidian gaze bore into her, heavy with an unspoken inquiry. However, Jiang Wanzhi did not wish to indulge in any self-important assumptions. After all, during the 3 days of their silence, he had not sought her out. Today might not necessarily be an occasion for him to do so. Just as she contemplated turning away, her phone vibrated within her jacket pocket. Below, the man gestured with the phone in his hand, mouthing the words, "Answer the call." Jiang Wanzhi hesitated, her hand resting on her phone without making a move. Soon enough, others began to notice where Ximen Lichen's gaze lingered, their curious eyes turning towards her. Instantly, she felt a wave of anxiety, attributing the attention of the onlookers to herself. She quickly distanced herself from the edge of the corridor, simultaneously evading Ximen Lichen's scrutiny. The phone continued to ring. Without hesitation, Jiang Wanzhi ended the call, hastily departing from the scene of the commotion. Within moments, a text message from the man appeared on her screen. "Jiang Wanzhi, answer the call. I do not wish to intimidate you." As she read the message, she could almost envision Ximen Lichen's temperament as he typed those words, reminiscent of his casual banter with Qi Xiao at the billiards hall, relaxed yet defiant. Jiang Wanzhi, she is not my type. She felt an indescribable sensation upon hearing this, akin to awakening from a dream. Now, gazing at the unsolicited message from Ximen Lichen, which professed a lack of intent to threaten her, she perceived an unmistakable undertone of menace in every word. As the crowd of gossipers swelled and school authorities arrived in quick succession, Jiang Wanzhi found herself increasingly flustered. She hurried into a relatively secluded safety passage beside the elevator to answer the incessantly ringing phone. "Hello? Where are you?" Ximen Lichen's tone was succinct. "You're looking for me? Where are you?" Jiang Wanzhi inhaled deeply, attempting to communicate with him calmly. "Could you please move your car? It's causing a disturbance. I will come to see you tonight." The voice of the man on the phone gradually lost its patience, struggling to maintain his final composure, each word laden with gravity. Jiang Wanzhi, tell me where you are. I want to see you. Right now? Ximen Lichen continued on the line, his other hand resting on the car hood, veins protruding, revealing the man's suppressed frustration. He could not wait until evening. He needed to see Jiang Wanzhi immediately. It had already been 3 long days since he last laid eyes on her. Hearing the unwavering determination in his voice, Jiang Wanzhi bit her lip and replied, I'm in the 2nd floor emergency exit. I'll be waiting. No sooner had the words left her lips than Ximen Lichen hung up the phone. In the suddenly quiet space, Jiang Wanzhi leaned against the wall, her heartbeat audibly echoing in the narrow corridor. Outside, she was unaware that the crowd had been dispersed and the entrance had been sealed. All she could hear were heavy footsteps reverberating in the hallway. Growing closer and more imposing, Jiang Wanzhi watched as the man approached her, illuminated by the sunlight filtering through the ventilation shaft, as if he were a demon wandering through a white night. Ximen Lichen stood before her, and Jiang Wanzhi, her mind blank, clutched her books tightly in confusion. Ximen Lichen, witnessing her innocent demeanor, couldn't he help but chuckle. Don't you have anything to say to me? Jiang Wanzhi instinctively responded, What should I say? What should I say? Suddenly, Ximen Lichen grasped her wrist, his expression stern, demanding, Of course, you should explain why you ghosted me last weekend. Why you inexplicably went silent and played the cold shoulder. Come on, let us hear it. Startled by his agitated demeanor, Jiang Wanzhi's trembling hand lost its strength, and the books she had been holding slipped to the floor. I've been on my period these past few days, and I haven't been feeling well. This was the best excuse Jiang Wanzhi could muster in that moment. Yet, Ximen Lichen immediately saw through it. Didn't your period start at the beginning of the month? Feeling unwell? Did your phone break too? Or did you not realize I was waiting for you at the swimming pool every day? Jiang Wanzhi, do you take me for a fool? Seeing her lower her head in silence, Ximen Lichen lifted her chin. Speak honestly. He did not believe that Jiang Wanzhi would behave so peculiarly without reason. There had to be an explanation. Jiang Wanzhi averted his hand and said, You really don't need to dwell on the reasons. After all, to you, I'm merely one of your many admirers. You have no interest in me, and I only had a fleeting crush on you. Everyone simply returns to normalcy. Ximen Lichen chuckled softly, lifting his gaze to her eyes, which held a hint of obscurity. What are you talking about, Jiang Wanzhi? Didn't you say you wanted me to teach you how to swim? Now you're admitting it. You had ulterior motives from the very beginning? Jiang Wanzhi's lips quivered, yet she spoke fearlessly. So what? The laughter in Ximen Lichen's eyes deepened. He had not expected the timid girl who usually cowered before him to possess such audacity today. She had confessed to liking him. He gently caressed her wrist, feeling her pulse, his voice low and enticing. Jiang Wanzhi, while your brother diligently teaches you to swim, you're secretly hoping to ensnare me. During this time, I haven't done anything to betray your trust, have I? Yet, you are the one who has taken the initiative? Jiang Wanzhi attempted to withdraw her hand, but his grip tightened around her wrist. The man's fingertips pressed against her pulse, seemingly controlling her very breath. She gasped softly, struggling to find her voice. What if she delayed Sir Ximen in finding his preferred type? That would be rather embarrassing, wouldn't it? Ximen Lichen regarded her with amusement. What? Do you know my preferences better than I do? After speaking, he realized that something was amiss in her words. His deep-set eyes narrowed, and a sudden smile crossed his face. Did you hear what I just said? Jiang Wanzhi remained silent. He tilted her delicate chin upward, applying slight pressure with his hand to compel her to meet his gaze. Are you angry? I have no right to be angry, Jiang Wanzhi replied softly, unaware of the coy tone that laced her words. I grant you that right now, if you will. Ximen Lichen fixed his gaze upon her sparkling eyes and whispered, Be my girlfriend. In that instant, every word he uttered detonated like a bomb in Jiang Wanzhi's mind, creating a tempest of emotions. She could hardly believe that such words had escaped Ximen Lichen's lips. Be his girlfriend? Jiang Wanzhi blinked slowly, her fair visage appearing composed, yet internally, her thoughts were a chaotic whirlpool, a longing to seize the moment while it was still warm. Meeting Ximen Lichen's fervent gaze, she anxiously shook her head. I refuse. Upon hearing her fearful yet resolute response, Ximen Lichen responded not with anger, but with laughter. He could scarcely recall the last time he had faced rejection, let alone the fact that this was his first attempt at being forward with a girl, resulting in an unexpected turn of events. This sensation was indeed refreshing. Jiang Wanzhi, perplexed by his thoughts, felt a tinge of fear but resolved to muster the courage to speak plainly. Ximen Lichen. You cannot accept being cast aside or losing my admiration so abruptly. You seek to reclaim your allure through this connection with me. You wish to toy with my emotions. You desire to possess me. As she spoke, Ximen Lichen observed her timid retreat into the corner, wary of him while secretly gauging his reaction, torn between fleeing and lingering. He chuckled. Your little mind is quite imaginative. Jiang Wanzhi bit her lip and raised her eyes. You admit it? Chapter 87. Invited to his home, leaning against the corner. Jiang Wanzhi's hands clenched tightly against the wall, her eyes betraying a mixture of pride and stubbornness beneath an uncontrollable nervousness. Admit what? Ximen Lichen's piercing gaze narrowed, holding her stare without evasion, methodically probing. Do you admit that I said you are not my type, or that I need to reclaim my pride? Or perhaps that I want you? Jiang Wanzhi's lips paled slightly. What difference did it make if it was a veiled admission? Since you are well aware of the reasons, there is no need for us to linger on this matter. I will not comply with your wishes. She relished the feelings that Ximen Lichen evoked within her, rebellious and untamed, even at times wildly extravagant. Yet, she felt powerless to control it. After finishing her thoughts, Jiang Wanzhi attempted to turn away, but Ximen Lichen anticipated her move, his long, powerful hand pressing firmly against her slender waist, pinning her against the dimly lit corner. Where do you think you're going? You've spoken, now it's my turn. The light source before Jiang Wanzhi was seized by the man, Ximen Lichen, whose tall and imposing figure loomed like an impenetrable wall, leaving her in a state of indecision. The proximity was overwhelming, close enough for her to distinctly perceive the fresh scent of his shirt and the unmistakable essence of youthful masculinity that enveloped him, akin to an aphrodisiac. Jiang Wanzhi pressed her hand against the wall behind her, her legs feeling slightly weak. After a moment of contemplation, Ximen Lichen, rather than attempting to justify his earlier words, gazed at her and said, Jiang Wanzhi, I have given it considerable thought, and your earlier points do possess some merit. After all, the words originated from my lips, and I must take responsibility for what I have said. However, I have come to realize that whether or not you fit my ideal type does not conflict with my feelings for you. All along, I believed I would be drawn to bold and avant-garde women, yet I have never truly liked anyone nor been in a relationship. You embody qualities that I admire, and my feelings for you are undeniable. Thus, Jiang Wanzhi, my heart is unconditionally stirred. You are the sole truth. Jiang Wanzhi listened, stunned, as he concluded his thoughts. Swallowing hard, did Ximen Lichen just confess his affection for her? She hesitated to accept it. Upon hearing those words, her anger dissipated. She mumbled, So what you mean, Mr. Ximen, is that you were merely putting on a brave face while chatting with Qi Xiao? The man chuckled softly, applying a firmer pressure on her waist. You certainly have a sharp tongue. Jiang Wanzhi's lips pressed together, her ears flushing with warmth. Why did that sound like flirtation? She shifted slightly to the side, attempting to escape his grasp. What a man without boundaries. Ximen Lichen lowered his gaze, watching as his palm met empty air. The girl's waist remained tantalizingly close, delicate and soft, as if it could break with the slightest touch. Unable to withstand his unabashed gaze, Jiang Wanzhi spoke up, Step aside. I have class soon. Ximen Lichen did not budge, effectively blocking her path. He murmured, You still haven't answered my question. Would you be willing to be my girlfriend? Jiang Wanzhi's spine stiffened. She had thought that his earlier words were merely a momentary impulse, but he had brought it up again, his expression earnest. Jiang Wanzhi, I find myself quite taken with you. The moment I realized my feelings for you, I knew I could no longer view our relationship as I once did. I wish to be with you, to be a legitimate couple. Jiang Wanzhi, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Faced with this sudden declaration, Jiang Wanzhi felt a whirlwind of confusion within her. The man she had been trying so hard to win over during their 3 days of cold war had seemingly fallen for her so easily. The crucial part was that it was not at all what she had anticipated. After hearing those sweet words, she had prepared herself to play the role of the willing catch, only to discover that he was genuinely pursuing a pure love. There must be a catch. There was definitely a catch. Jiang Wanzhi struggled internally, feeling as restless as an ant on a hot pan. She raised her gaze, sincerely addressing the man. I can see that you are truly hungry. Through their time together, Jiang Wanzhi had gained a certain understanding of Ximen Lichen. In a circle where young gentlemen have encountered numerous women, his private life remains impeccably pristine, yet this does not signify a lack of primal desire. It is precisely this that is most alarming. Observing her solemn demeanor, Ximen Lichen couldn't help but chuckle, his voice a raspy, yet playful murmur. Are you afraid your brother might take advantage of you? Jiang Wanzhi subtly averted her gaze. Her skin instantly flushed a vibrant hue. The mere utterance of such words in Ximen Lichen's voice, spilling from his lips, carried an unmistakable sensuality, as if they had indeed shared intimate moments. It's only natural for me to be concerned. How can I know if you are that kind of person? Ximen Lichen gently lifted her chin, his deep-set eyes narrowing thoughtfully as he spoke. If I truly wished to be with you, during those times you found it impossible to resist embracing me while swimming. Drawing close enough to provoke a reaction, I could have easily pinned you down in the pool, hitting a home run. I am also curious, Jiang Wanzhi. If I had acted on that impulse, would you have truly been able to refuse me? Caught off guard, and with nowhere to hide, Jiang Wanzhi bit her lip. Eyes shut tight, unable to face him. Was it so obvious to Ximen Lichen that her subtle thoughts were laid bare? The embarrassment was overwhelming. She longed to lower her head in evasion, yet under Ximen Lichen's assertive grasp, she was compelled to tilt her neck back, her eyes meeting the depths of his dark gaze. Ximen Lichen leaned in closer, his lips brushing against her flushed ear, teasingly near, yet tantalizingly distant. Gigi, you have hit the nail on the head. I am indeed that kind of person. I can assure you, once we confirm our romantic relationship, everything you can imagine will unfold. Embraces, kisses, and intimacy will become our daily norm. Jiang Wanzhi's eyelashes fluttered nervously, her breath becoming labored. Her heart raced like never before. Rather than feeling fear, she found herself inexplicably stirred, even anticipating what lay ahead. She pushed against him, nearly gasping for air. You are too close. Ximen Lichen lowered his gaze, admiring the delicate blush of her neck, his lips curving into a subtle smile. Is this close? What shall we do in the future? He stepped back slightly, allowing Jiang Wanzhi to breathe anew, and she inhaled deeply, regaining her remaining composure. In a soft voice, she replied, I don't know. I cannot agree to you right now. He smiled faintly. That's all right. Take your time to consider it, but do not take too long. Desperate to escape, Jiang Wanzhi nodded hurriedly, seizing the opportunity to slip from his embrace. Yet, before she could take 2 steps, Ximen Lichen pulled her back. He bent down to retrieve the book she had dropped, his long, graceful fingers brushing off the dust from its cover before handing it back to her. Are you abandoning your book? Jiang Wanzhi accepted the textbook with a grateful nod. Thank you. His demeanor was charmingly polite as he replied, You're welcome. See you tonight. Jiang Wanzhi was momentarily taken aback. He continued, You mentioned on the phone that you would come to see me tonight. Are you now trying to back out? Jiang Wanzhi's eyes widened. When I said that, I meant to discuss matters. Isn't that already clear? Ximen Lichen paid no heed, swiftly taking out his phone to send her a message. I've sent you the address. What address? My home address. Jiang Wanzhi. Has she ever mentioned wanting to go? It seems rather inappropriate. She has never visited a male friend's house and finds this invitation rather strange. Ximen Lichen, what is inappropriate about it? What is wrong with it? Observing her inner turmoil, the man slowly enumerates. The environment is pleasant, the facilities are excellent, and privacy is well ensured. The villa is conveniently located near the school, and I am the sole resident, making it quite accessible. The more Jiang Wanzhi listens, the more uneasy she feels, her thoughts drifting. What is the convenience? Can't we meet at the school swimming pool? Moreover, today isn't even the weekend. It's rather unconventional to meet at this time. Ximen Lichen smiles gently. Well, as long as you don't mind our scandal spreading throughout the school, I am more than willing. Imagine if you saw 2 unfamiliar individuals frequently entering and exiting the secluded number 3 hall of the swimming pool at the same time. What would your thoughts be? Jiang Wanzhi is taken aback, suddenly enlightened. No wonder her classmates have been looking at her strangely these past few days. It appears the issue lies here. Should she decline? If she does, she would inevitably face more scrutiny and gossip when encountering Ximen Lichen in the future. Once the rumor spreads, it would become even more troublesome. After half a minute, Jiang Wanzhi is successfully persuaded by Ximen Lichen. Very well. From that day forth, their meeting place shifts from the school swimming pool to Ximen Lichen's private villa. The times they meet are no longer limited to weekends. The atmosphere of their interactions subtly transforms, and Ximen Lichen had originally assumed that during this period, they would naturally establish a romantic relationship. He waits confidently for Jiang Wanzhi's response, until, after Jiang Wanzhi spends her first night at his home. After her afternoon nap, Jiang Wanzhi returns to the film set, where the afternoon scenes have been moved to the office area for shooting. She and Chun Shuahan sit in front of the monitor, supervising the scenes. Observing the visuals before them, Chen Xuehan cannot help but exclaim, "The quality produced by a large company is truly unmatched." I've heard that the Ximen Group has allowed the team to shoot publicly for the first time. The resources provided are abundant. Aren't we fortunate? Jiang Wanzhi flips through her script and raises her gaze to her. Did Ximen Lichen give you money? How could that be? Chen Xuehan clears her throat twice. The president has always been generous to our crew. No one else receives such treatment. Jiang Wanzhi jokes, just wait until the drama flops. Then he'll behave himself. Chen Xuehan hurriedly waves her hands. Don't say that. It frightens me. Currently, the entire company has invested heavily in Fanxia, this urban workplace drama. The momentum is tremendous, drawing attention from both inside and outside the industry. And if the final broadcast results are unsatisfactory, the reputation of the production team will plummet, which could be disastrous. The filming and production of the drama must not only be of high quality, but also free from any scandals before and after the release. Every step is crucial. Jiang Wanzhi's expression grows serious. Let us do our best. Chen Xuehan expresses her concern. I feel like you're under a lot of pressure. Jiang Wanzhi smiles without replying, fully aware that the more she accepts, the more she must endure. Many within the industry are aware of how much Ximen Lichen values her and her drama, especially those from the Ximen family, who are eagerly watching to see what she can bring to Ximen Lichen. In the sweltering summer, should the drama become a sensation, she would have undoubtedly demonstrated her worth before the Ximen family, potentially opening doors to further opportunities. Conversely, if the show were to premiere without distinction, individuals like Ximen Lichen would likely remain indifferent to her. Enough of these musings. Trust in yourself. Chen Xuehan gently patted her shoulder, stating, I will check on the director's situation. Jiang Wanzhi nodded, resolute in her determination. Just then, a female staff member hurriedly approached. It was Tao Yan's assistant. Jiang, have you seen Sister Yan? She inquired anxiously. What is the matter? Jiang asked. The next scene is about to shoot, and the leading lady is looking for her regarding the script. Sister Yan seems to have disappeared, and I can't reach her. The assistant, still an intern, was overwhelmed with worry over the unexpected situation. If she couldn't locate Sister Yan before filming commenced, the director would surely scold her. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Wanzhi noticed that the current scene was nearing completion, and it would soon be Tao Yan's turn. She stood and said, I'll help you search. Remember to check with the front desk and nearby security. The assistant nodded vigorously and continued her search. Jiang Wanzhi informed the crew and exited the shooting area. Faced with the imposing financial building, she had no inkling where Tao Yan might be and decided to check the front desk to see if they could review the surveillance footage. Upon seeing her, the front desk staff, who had previously appeared weary, instantly transformed their expressions into warm smiles. Of course, Miss Jiang, please hold on for a moment. The two front desk ladies worked diligently to access the surveillance while soothing her. Don't worry, Miss Jiang. We will ensure you locate her as swiftly as possible. Jiang Wanzhi felt somewhat overwhelmed by their enthusiastic attention, unable to withstand their fervor. The front desk staff, with glowing expressions, seemed to view this not merely as assisting the crew in finding someone, but rather as a golden opportunity to serve the future president's wife, potentially earning them a raise. Since the filming commenced within the corporation, they had been at the forefront of the gossip mill. In just 2 hours of break time, they had gathered considerable intel. In any case, Jiang Wanzhi was not someone to be trifled with. The staff arranged for Jiang Wanzhi to sit on a nearby sofa while they brought her tea. The two front desk ladies, having distanced themselves, whispered to each other while awaiting a response from the monitoring room. You were overly ingratiating just now, weren't you? Is it really necessary? One teased. Are you questioning my judgment? Should I expect a raise for that? Another replied. I still believe Miss Kutong is a stronger candidate for the position of the president's wife. I'm rooting for Jiang Wanzhi. Seated at the reception, Jiang Wanzhi could not hear their specific conversation, merely assuming they were discussing work while patiently sipping her tea. Suddenly, a flash of vibrant color caught her eye. A girl emerged from the elevator, exuding elegance and grace, with striking green highlighted hair that drew attention. The girl noticed her as well and approached with a smile. Chapter 88. Uncertainty calls for further observation. At that moment, the front desk staff were taken aback, their gazes fixated on Jiang Wanzhi's vicinity. The two rumored contenders for the title of the president's wife had unexpectedly crossed paths. What a tumultuous scene this century has presented. Jiang Wanzhi gazed at the approaching girl, and it was evident that even without a formal introduction, they were well aware of each other's identities. Kutong stepped before her, her expression brimming with delight as she exclaimed, "It's truly you, Jiang. This morning I thought I had mistaken you for someone else, but here we are now." Jiang Wanzhi, uncertain of her intentions, offered a standard professional smile and politely greeted her, "Hello. The crew is filming nearby, so I came along." Yes. I know. It's fiancé, right? I've been eagerly anticipating it." Kutong replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she nodded vigorously. Without hesitation, she quickly sat across from Jiang Wanzhi and pulled out photos she had meticulously prepared in her bag to share. "Sister Gigi, I have been your fan for 7 years. I followed your account since you were filming those amateur short dramas in college. Look, here's an early signed photo of yours. I've grown up watching your shows." In that instant, Jiang Wanzhi was taken aback. What? You've grown up watching my shows?" At merely 25 years of age, she was astonished to learn that she had a 7-year-long fan. Jiang Wanzhi stared in disbelief at the signed photo Kutong handed her. It was indeed from her earlier days of doing video advertisements, a rarity that had now become nearly obsolete. Looking back at Kutong, who appeared to be just in her early 20s, Jiang Wanzhi incredulously asked, "May I ask, how old are you now?" Kutong held up her hands to indicate 21. Jiang Wanzhi bit her lip, inhaling deeply as her mind swirled in confusion. The notion that a candidate for the role of the young mistress of Ximen had a 7-year fan was utterly bewildering. Kutong excitedly retrieved a marker from her bag, pushing the signed photo towards Jiang Wanzhi once more. "Sister Gigi, could you sign it for me again? If I hadn't known you were filming in the company, I wouldn't have come to this place that reeks of flavor. I specifically came to see you." Of course. Jiang Wanzhi accepted the pen and gracefully added a fresh signature to the empty space on the photo. The girl, now holding the signed photograph, radiated joy, completely devoid of the aloofness one might expect from her polished appearance. She carefully placed the signed photo into a transparent protective bag and tucked it securely into her bag, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Sister Gigi, my name is Kutong. Will you remember me?" Jiang Wanzhi smiled and jested. "It would be quite difficult for me to forget you." Nearby, the reception staff exchanged bewildered glances at the sight of the two engaged in laughter. One asked, "What sort of protocol is this?" The other shook her head, "I have no idea." Soon after, they snapped back to reality, uncertain, and stole another glance. As Kutong was about to say more, Jiang Wanzhi was summoned by the staff. "Jiang, we've found Miss Tao." Kutong could only watch as she departed, her gaze lingering on the pen that Jiang Wanzhi had held, turning it thoughtfully in her fingers. Why didn't Sister Gigi inquire about the marriage-related matters? When Tao Yin was located, she was busy taking photos in the company's upper-level lounge, returning to the crew with a face full of reluctance. "I told you. Just one last shot. Look how anxious you all are." The little assistant whispered to her, "Sister Yin, everyone is waiting for you." Tao Yin glanced at Jiang Wanzhi, who had just returned to the set, and remarked, "I doubt it. Someone seems to be slacking off." Jiang Wanzhi, already irritable about being at work, felt her temper flare upon hearing this. She snatched Tao Yan's script and slammed it onto the table before her, sharply reprimanding, "If you can perform, do it. If not, then leave." In an instant, the script flew from her grasp and fell to the ground. Everyone around was so startled that they dared not move, and the set fell into an eerie silence. The crew members collectively bowed their heads, fearful of incurring her wrath. This was not the first time they had witnessed Jiang Wanzhi's outburst on set, but it was undoubtedly the most terrifying. Their hearts raced in trepidation. Tao Yin was clearly shaken as well. Before joining the team, she had heard of Jiang Wanzhi's high standards and volatile temper, but she never expected such blatant bullying. The little assistant, on the verge of tears, hurriedly picked up the script, feeling utterly at a loss. Tao Yin felt humiliated in front of everyone, biting her lip in distress. "If I'm not performing, then I'm simply not," she declared, tossing her words aside before leaving in a huff. The director, cursing under his breath, removed his earpiece. "Damn it, you should have said you weren't performing earlier. What kind of behavior is this from today's actors? Which crew doesn't reprimand their cast for mistakes that delay progress? Why does it seem that she is the only one who feels wronged?" Jiang Wanzhi, feeling ashamed, rubbed her forehead, acknowledging, "I acted impulsively. I lost my temper. Anyone in my position would have been frustrated." Director Yu, irritated, scratched his head. "Look at her. It's clear she hasn't spent time on the script. If we were to start filming, you wouldn't spare me from scolding," Jiang Wanzhi suggested. How about we concentrate on filming Tao Yan scenes as much as possible to wrap her up early? Director Yu pondered for a moment, realizing that it was far too late to change the cast at this stage, and they could not afford to delay the prime release window for the new year. Thus, they had no choice but to proceed as planned. As Jiang Wanzhi organized the upcoming shooting schedule, a prop master timidly approached her, blocking the light. "Is there something you need?" Jiang Wanzhi inquired with confusion. The prop master mustered the courage to say, "Jiang, there's something we need your assistance with. Our department simply can't come up with a solution." "Do tell," she replied. "Next week, we need to go into the mountains for shooting, but we still haven't secured a vehicle. We need to borrow a stylish SUV for filming." Jiang Wanzhi was puzzled. "Then just borrow one. Funding isn't an issue." The prop master looked at her with a forlorn expression. "We can't reach the original club, and the other clubs seem to be uncooperative. They all claim they have no compatible models. Isn't the club owner your friend? Could you possibly help us inquire?" Jiang Wanzhi frowned slightly. "I'll try to reach out, but there's no guarantee of success. You should still do your utmost to find one." She was reluctant to always be in a position of owing favors. Rather than calling the usual contacts, Jiang Wanzhi decided to dial the club's number directly. Before she could gather her thoughts, the call was unexpectedly answered at lightning speed. In the next moment, a youthful voice on the other end spoke first, "Gigi?" Upon hearing the familiar address, a fleeting discomfort washed over Jiang Wanzhi, too swift for her to fully grasp. "Yes, it's me," she replied, a bit surprised, and asked, "Have you been at the club all this time? Otherwise, why is it that every time she calls the club, it is Xingxing who answers?" Chapter 89, The Sullen Youth. Xingxing chuckled softly. "I am not at the club right now. This is merely my secondary card. Ever since the previous incident, the club's number had been transferred to his name. Only Jiang Wanzhi can reach him. Is my sister seeking my assistance?" "Oh, right." Jiang Wanzhi returned to the main topic, which was indeed about borrowing a vehicle. The props department seemed to be encountering difficulties, unable to find a suitable off-road vehicle. "Did you not mention previously that there was a large one available for the production team? However, they could not get in touch with your club. Hence they asked me to make an inquiry." Upon finishing, Jiang Wanzhi found the situation rather absurd. A decent off-road vehicle typically costs several million. Surely it would not be as challenging to acquire as the limited edition luxury cars worth tens of millions. Could it be that someone is deliberately targeting her? Currently, Jiang Wanzhi felt utterly perplexed and could only hope to borrow a vehicle for the time being. On the other end of the line, within a dimly lit esports room of a Sihyuan in the heart of Jingbei City, the only illumination emanated from the blue and purple glow of the equipment. A fair-haired youth sat in an esports chair, holding his mobile phone. White skin adorned his neck above a black t-shirt. Where gaming headphones rested, the microphone pushed aside. The game displayed on the screen had entered a state of self-sustaining chaos, unattended. Listening to the female voice in his ear, he replied, his tone deepening. "So that is how it is." Jiang Wanzhi tentatively inquired, "Is it too difficult?" If Xingxing found it burdensome, she would have to turn to Ximen Lichen for help. Xingxing smiled. "How could it be, sister? It is merely a vehicle. I have said that you may contact me whenever you require assistance. I will arrange for the vehicle immediately." Jiang Wanzhi exhaled in relief. "Thank you ever so much." The youth sighed lightly. "Sister Gigi, you really do not need to be so polite with me. Nevertheless, gratitude must be expressed." Jiang Wanzhi said warmly later, "I will speak well of you in front of your brother, so he gives you a bit more pocket money." Just then, the line went suddenly silent. Still in a jubilant mood, Jiang Wanzhi glanced at her phone in confusion. The call hasn't dropped. "Xingxing, are you still there?" In the tidy computer room, the game on the screen escalated into intense combat, the effects staining the screen red, reflecting the youth's crimson pupils. Xingxing furrowed his dark brows, struggling to conceal the heavy air of gloom surrounding him. The tone of his voice deepened. "I have long ceased to spend his money. Since the moment 3.5 years ago when he recognized his true feelings, he had not accepted a single penny from Ximen Lichen. He endeavored to become a man, but reality proved to be harsh, destined to lag behind at every turn. Yet now, unlike over 3 years ago, he was of age. In terms of capability and other aspects, he was worthy of the title of man." Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Wanzhi gasped in realization. "I thought you had hung up." "I did not," Xingxing replied, his mood subdued, striving for calmness and composure. Through the telephone, Jiang Wanzhi could not discern much, but feeling a sense of relief, she remarked, "It's wonderful that you're not relying on your brother's money. I never imagined that Xingxing has become so accomplished." During her past romantic involvement with Ximen Lichen, Sheng was merely a 15-year-old young master, extravagantly spending without restraint. Once the funds bestowed by their elders were depleted, he could only rely on his brother for support, Ximen Lichen, whenever he profited from research projects or venture capital, generously bestowed hundreds of thousands or even millions upon Sheng as pocket money. Consequently, the bond between the two brothers was remarkably strong. Sheng's previously furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he gently inquired, "Sister, are you praising me?" Jiang Wanzhi affirmed, "Indeed. Your sister has always believed in you since childhood." Sheng further asked, "No matter what I do, will you continue to support me, Gigi?" Jiang Wanzhi hesitated for a moment, assuming the young man was at a crossroads and in need of encouragement, and answered with utmost seriousness, "As long as you refrain from engaging in illegal activities, I will support you. Keep it up." She also reminded him, "Don't forget about the car." A smile finally illuminated the youth's previously gloomy countenance as he replied, "Sister, I will not disappoint your expectations." This time, he was unconcerned about being late. He cared only about the outcome. Jiang Wanzhi nodded in approval. "By the way, I estimate that the production team will need to collaborate with your club for vehicle rentals during post-production. The props master mentioned she couldn't reach you. I shall provide you with her department as contact information. Please make a note of it." With his gaze lowered, Sheng spoke softly. "It is the same if you contact me." Jiang Wanzhi chuckled awkwardly, "But this is not within my professional purview. Don't burden your sister with more troubles. I'm already nearly overwhelmed." As a producer, she had enough to worry about without taking on additional responsibilities. Sheng listened quietly, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. "All right." Jiang Wanzhi was pleased with his agreement, saying, "Then it's settled. I will send you the props department's number now." After hanging up, Jiang Wanzhi was immediately surrounded by two props masters, who expressed their admiration with the utmost enthusiasm. "Sister Ji," Jiang Wanzhi shook her head helplessly, "from now on, you will handle the coordination yourselves? No mistakes." The props masters nodded solemnly, but then added, "Sister Ji, I feel that someone is targeting our production team." Jiang Wanzhi raised an eyebrow. "Remove the word feel." The situation surrounding the vehicle rental clearly indicated that someone was working behind the scenes to sabotage the team's efforts to secure transportation. Who could it possibly be? Tao Yin stepped out of the corporate building, intending to hail a cab, when she suddenly noticed a familiar figure nearby. A woman, wearing a mask, sat on the steps, seemingly waiting for someone. Approaching with curiosity, Tao Yin scrutinized the other's features. "Sun Qian, what are you doing here? You've mistaken me for someone else." Sun Qian replied, obscuring her face with her hair, not wishing to be recognized as a former insider. Upon hearing her voice, Tao Yin became more certain and smiled as she asked, "I heard you were Jiang Wanzhi's cousin?" Sun Qian clenched her teeth, reluctant to engage, as it was evident that this person was there to witness her misfortune. Unexpectedly, Tao Yin took the initiative to help her up and, casting a glance at the towering buildings behind them, sarcastically remarked, "Your cousin is thriving inside. Why hasn't she brought you along? What business is it of yours?" Sun Qian arrogantly shook off her hand. As the esteemed young mistress of the Fu family, carrying the heir of the family within her, why would she require assistance from someone as insignificant as a mere producer? Tao Yin, observing her ungrateful demeanor, opened her mouth to retort but thought better of it and refrained. "Whether you need her help is unclear to me, but it is evident that you harbor disdain for Jiang Wanzhi. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps we should consider collaborating?" Sun Qian hesitated, scrutinizing her up and down, then scoffed. "Just you?" Stung by the mockery of her good intentions, Tao Yin gritted her teeth. "While I may not possess your fortitude, I have gathered quite a few secrets regarding Jiang Wanzhi. With your influence combined with my cunning, she won't just survive in the capital, she'll lose a piece of herself." Sun Qian's interest was piqued. "What secrets?" "In the president's office of the corporation." The assistant nodded to the stern-faced man seated in the luxurious leather chair. "Sir, your wife has just had a conversation with young Master Sheng." Chapter 90. Is someone hidden inside? As the assistant's words hung in the air, the elegantly minimalist office fell into silence. The impeccably dressed man shifted his gaze from the financial newspaper in his hands. Ximen Lichen's deep black eyes were calm, resembling a swamp concealing hidden dangers. "I wish to hear specific details. Why did they contact one another? How long did the call last? What was discussed?" The assistant responded clearly and succinctly. "Sir, the technical team was initially monitoring young Master Sheng's overseas phone number, But today, your wife dialed the contact number of her club. However, this number was recently transferred for private use by the young master. Therefore, we currently cannot intercept more specific details of the conversation. We can only confirm that the call was initiated by your wife, lasting 3 minutes and 9 seconds. Coupled with the investigation from the film crew, it appears your wife borrowed a vehicle from young Master Shung's club for the production. Their interactions seem to be strictly work-related. Seem to be? Ximen Lichen crumpled the newspaper in his hands, a cold scoff escaping him. Does it really take 3 minutes and 9 seconds to discuss such trivial matters? The assistant was drenched in sweat. To him, 3 minutes and 9 seconds sounded as lengthy as 3 hours when uttered by the sir. Frustrated, Ximen Lichen tossed the newspaper onto the coffee table and immediately instructed the technical team to link the number currently in use by Shung. The assistant nodded, but before departing, tentatively inquired, "What about Madam's number?" Anyone hailing from the upper echelons of a prominent family faces relentless cyber attacks on their devices daily, with dedicated personnel from their family enterprises ensuring their security. Achieving covert surveillance is a formidable challenge for technical staff. Both sides boast the world's top hacker teams. Should they reveal their cards, the resulting leverage could become a liability. However, monitoring Jiang Wanzhi's phone would undoubtedly be significantly easier. Ximen Lichen cast a cold glance in his direction, his voice icy. "Do not let me hear you propose such foolish ideas again." Monitoring Jiang Wanzhi's phone? He might as well be mad. If my wife discovers this, she would kick me straight into the crematorium. In the now quiet president's office, Ximen Lichen pressed his fingers against his temples, feeling a wave of agitation. At this stage, the primary vehicles utilized by the crew are provided by him. Why then? Did Gigi not borrow a car from him this time? After the day's filming concluded, Jiang Wanzhi invited Chen Shuahan to the lounge to discuss the play. Upon entering the room, Chen Shuahan appeared somewhat taken aback, as if the scene from earlier that day, which she had been unable to look at for long, was still vividly etched in her mind. It seemed that the situation back then was indeed quite complex. Jiang Wanzhi handed her a cup of warm water and settled down at the desk. Suddenly, Chen Shuahan's gaze fixated on something, her expression momentarily blank. "What are you looking at?" Jiang Wanzhi inquired, following her line of sight, puzzled. Their eyes eventually landed on the adjacent trash bin, which contained 3 empty takeout boxes. Starkly visible, Jiang Wanzhi's heart raced as she observed Chen Shuahan staring contemplatively at the bin, seemingly questioning her life choices. "Sister Ji, did you eat 3 substantial adult meals all by yourself at noon?" In an instant, Jiang Wanzhi's mind felt as if it were on fire. She had never anticipated that a boomerang would await her here. With the lie unraveling, Jiang Wanzhi offered Chen Shuahan a wry smile, her eyes gleaming mischievously. "Shua shua. Knowing too much is not always a blessing, you know?" Chen Shuahan slowly pressed her lips together, a smile tugging at the corners. The truth was evident. She must have coincided with the president's assistant during lunch delivery. The secret hidden in Sister Ji's room could only be Mr. Ximen. Yet again, she found herself in a delightful revelation. Chen Shuahan winked at her, whispering, "Good evening, Mrs. President." Jiang Wanzhi's face flushed crimson as she quickly covered her mouth. "What nonsense are you spouting?" She urgently corrected. No, it's not what you think." Chen Shuahan, forcibly silenced, was already grinning from ear to ear, tears of laughter glistening in her eyes. Of course, it was not as she envisioned. After all, Sister Ji's happiness was beyond her imagination. Once Jiang Wanzhi released her, Chen Shuahan immediately raised both hands in assurance, promising, "I swear I won't spread any rumors. I can keep a secret." Jiang Wanzhi rubbed her temples helplessly, feeling as though the situation was spiraling further out of control. She hastily redirected the conversation, urging, "Let us focus on work." Chen Shuahan, secretly delighted, felt a thrill of excitement. At last, having settled into a working rhythm, the two began discussing the upcoming shooting schedule on the computer. A knock interrupted them from the door. "It might be my dinner arriving," Chen Shuahan suggested. Rising from her seat, Jiang Wanzhi offered, "I'll go get it for you." As she opened the lounge door, her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before her. A tall man stood there, holding an exquisite dinner. Jiang Wanzhi quickly shut the door, swallowing nervously, her voice barely above a whisper. What are you doing here?" Ximen Lichen, noticing her flustered demeanor, narrowed his sharp gaze toward the door behind her. "You seem quite anxious. Is someone hiding inside?" As he spoke, Ximen Lichen moved to enter the room, prompting Jiang Wanzhi to block his path and swiftly closed the door behind her. Desperately, She explained, "My colleague is inside." With a frown, the man asked, Fearing that Ximen Lichen might not believe her, Jiang Wanzhi hastily provided details about her colleague. Chen Xuahan, female, the film supervisor in our crew. Seeing Ximen Lichen remain silent, Jiang Wanzhi felt anxious and at a loss for how to prove her point to him. In the next moment, a living witness arrived. Director Yu approached, holding a neatly packaged dinner, and upon spotting Ximen Lichen, surprise flickered across his eyes. "President, what brings you here?" Director Yu's gaze shifted between them, ultimately settling on the brown paper bag of food in Ximen Lichen's hand. Surely he wasn't mistaken? Was the president personally delivering dinner to Jiang? As the scene from noon repeated itself, Jiang Wanzhi felt a wave of dread wash over her. Was she destined for disaster today? The thought of the lies she would have to concoct made her want to laugh. She interjected before Ximen Lichen could speak, explaining to the director, "Director Yu, the president was just looking for you. He was concerned if you had eaten. Look, he even brought you a sumptuous meal." "Oh, really? President, you are too kind," Director Yu said, astonished, as he reached out to take the bag from Ximen Lichen. "I know this brand. It's from a Michelin-starred chef. I'll take it home for my little girl to try. It's not every day we get to enjoy such delicacies." Before he could finish his sentence, his outstretched hand found nothing. Ximen Lichen had shifted the bag away, smiling as he informed him, "I'm sorry, but this is for Jiang Wanzhi." Chapter 91. The Bad Woman. After hearing Ximen Lichen's indifferent reasoning, both Jiang Wanzhi and Director Yu were momentarily taken aback. Was this something one could say? Ximen Lichen, with a natural demeanor, continued, "Director Yu, if you're interested in this restaurant, feel free to bring your family along to enjoy it. Just put it on my tab." Director Yu nodded repeatedly, seemingly still processing Ximen Lichen's earlier words. Yes, thank you for treating us, President." He handed the packed dinner to Jiang Wanzhi, hastily making his exit. "Jiang, these 2 meals are for you and Sister Chen. I'll take my leave now." All signs indicated that his presence was utterly superfluous. Once the director had departed, only Jiang Wanzhi and Ximen Lichen remained in the corridor. The woman pressed her lips together, not smiling. She raised her gaze to the man before her, reproaching, "Why didn't you even pretend to act earlier?" Noticing her inadvertently pouting red lips, Ximen Lichen gently grasped her neck, leaning down to nibble on her supple lips. Jiang Wanzhi was taken aback by the sudden pain on her lips, her misty eyes looking at him in confusion. "What are you doing?" Ximen Lichen's cold eyes narrowed, his voice husky. "You ungrateful little thing. I go out of my way to bring you dinner, and you not only fail to appreciate it, but pass my goodwill on to someone else." Jiang Wanzhi covered her bitten lips, defending herself. "It's a special circumstance that requires special handling. You didn't inform me beforehand that you were coming." Ximen Lichen's gaze, filled with deep affection, fixed on her. "Darling, while I am aware that I hold a unique place in your heart, I dislike it when you share my kindness with others. What I give you is solely for you." Jiang Wanzhi paused, blinking in surprise. "What I meant by special has nothing to do with you." Was she not referring to the situation? Could it truly be interpreted that way? Ximen Lichen replied leisurely, "Then tell me something that concerns me." Jiang Wanzhi felt utterly bewildered. She resorted to her universal excuse, attempting to retreat to the lounge. "I still have work to attend to. You should head home now that your shift is over." Ximen Lichen handed her the dinner, his warm palm gently ruffling her hair. "I shall wait for you to return together." Jiang Wanzhi wrapped her arms around herself defiantly. "I'm not going to your place." Observing her heightened guard, the man chuckled softly. "What are you thinking, my dear?" Ximen Lichen regarded her with keen interest, his lips curving into a smirk. "I merely wish to escort you home. What makes the thought of returning to my abode so unforgettable for Miss Jiang?" Jiang Wanzhi felt her cheeks flush under his gaze, gritting her teeth. "I do not want you to accompany me." She feared that she might unwittingly end up in his bed. Such a cunning man, impossible to guard against. His fingertips grazed her heated ear as he whispered, "I must admit, I find it rather delightful. As a friend certified by Miss Jiang herself, my dear, when do you intend to allow me to fulfill my duties as a friend?" Jiang Wanzhi couldn't help but lick her dry lips. Seizing the man's hand that had been teasing her, gently scratching his palm with a raised eyebrow and a smile. "Be good, await my notification." She was genuinely overwhelmed with work. The myriad of tasks from the production team was exhausting. And soon she would be heading to the countryside after finishing here. There was no time for anything else. Just one undertaking was enough to wear her out. Ximen Lichen's gaze darkened. He was already displeased with their clandestine relationship, and now Jiang Wanzhi was painting an even grander picture. That wicked woman. just like in college, oblivious to her own flaws. As Jiang Wanzhi turned to open the door to her room, Ximen Lichen left her with one last remark. My dear, I'll be waiting for you in the underground garage after your shift. With the door ajar, not wanting his voice to be overheard, she forced herself to nod. Understood. Once the lounge door closed behind her, Jiang Wanzhi looked up, and Chen Xuahan came sprinting over to take the dinner from her hands. Sister Ji, hurry and wash your hands. I will set this on the dining table. Jiang Wanzhi complied and headed to the restroom. Chen Xuahan gazed at the bag in her hands, unable to suppress her grin. Indeed, 3 portions. Who would have thought that the cherished one hidden in a golden house would turn out to be herself? Jiang Wanzhi finally wrapped up her work around 9 in the evening. She had been racking her brain on how to divert Chen Xuahan and make her way to the underground garage to find Ximen Lichen. Before she could devise a suitable excuse, Chen Xuahan had already left early, claiming her husband was there to pick her up. After bidding her farewell, Jiang Wanzhi breathed a sigh of relief and discreetly descended to the underground garage. Sure enough, Ximen Lichen's car awaited her in the designated parking space. Quickly, she opened the nearest rear door and slid inside. Once in the car, she exhaled deeply. Let us go, let us go. The mirror revealed Ximen Lichen's dark, captivating eyes as he spoke in a low voice. My dear, come sit in the front. Jiang Wanzhi, barely settled, replied, this seat is just fine. Let us not keep switching in the garage. Your colleagues are still around. Ximen Lichen glanced back at her, his gaze tender. Do you truly see me as merely a chauffeur? Jiang Wanzhi swallowed nervously, observing the scenery outside the car window. Shortly after, she heard the man say, this parking level only has my car. Be a good girl and sit in the passenger seat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanzhi gasped inwardly, marveling at his extravagance. How impressive it was for one person to occupy an entire parking floor. She obediently moved to the passenger seat. After fastening her seatbelt, Ximen Lichen started the car. As they drove, the man behind the wheel engaged her in conversation. Was work smooth today? Jiang Wanzhi pouted. So many troubles. Ximen Lichen glanced at her, hoping she would share her car-related issues. Can you tell me about it? Though Jiang Wanzhi rarely complained, Ximen Lichen's inquiry opened the floodgates, and she couldn't help but vent about the unfortunate events of the day. When it came to borrowing a car, Ximen Lichen casually asked, Baby, why didn't you come to me first? Jiang Wanzhi was taken aback by the question. The prop master gave me the club's number. Of course. I contacted the partner first. But you didn't ask me later. Well, the issue got resolved. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the car seemed to shift subtly. Jiang Wanzhi felt a twinge of confusion and furrowed her brow. Had she said something wrong? She looked at the man driving, whose chiseled profile exuded an intimidating aura. What is wrong with you? She asked softly. Are you upset that I didn't tell you sooner? But I'm talking to you now, aren't I? Jiang Wanzhi was puzzled about which comment had gone astray. He responded in a low tone. In a short while, the car stopped at the base of her apartment complex. Ximen Lichen remained silent, and Jiang Wanzhi hesitated to exit. Leaning closer, she cupped his face with her hands, adjusting his gaze towards her. Ximen Lichen, are you playing the silent treatment with me? No, I'm not. You can't deny it. Jiang Wanzhi feigned fierceness, brandishing her fist and threatening. If you don't start talking like a normal person, I might just show you a thing or two. Ximen Lichen lifted her onto his lap. His eyelids slightly reddened as he looked at her. Jiang Wanzhi, are you made of wood? Chapter 92. Comforting him, Jiang Wanzhi stared blankly, realizing he was implying she was dense. Why are you insulting me? She retorted quietly. I don't understand what you're talking about. Who offended you? Ximen Lichen chuckled in frustration, tilting her chin up and enunciating each word. Jiang Wanzhi, I'm jealous. I was hoping for a little affection from you. And instead, you want to throw punches? What an effort to impress a fool. Only then did Jiang Wanzhi notice the lingering melancholy in his eyes, leaving her utterly perplexed. What on earth are you jealous about? I haven't done anything. Unbeknownst to her, Ximen Lichen was silently cursing the oblivious girl before him. Jiang Wanzhi, would it kill you to comfort me a little? Is this really the time for rational discussions? Can't you see I'm nearly drowning in jealousy? Jiang Wanzhi, feeling guilty, bit her lip, her mouth seemingly under some spell, rendering her unable to offer any comfort. Come on, hurry up and console me. Yet she remained unaware of the reasons behind his displeasure, unsure of how to soothe him. Observing Ximen Lichen's increasingly somber expression, Jiang Wanzhi tentatively spoke. Please do not be angry. His dark gaze flickered slightly, yet he remained silent. Sensing her words had some effect, she continued. Do not be jealous. You must have misunderstood me. After all, she had done nothing but work. The atmosphere fell into silence once more, and as he did not respond, Jiang Wanzhi began brainstorming ways to placate him, but could not devise an effective approach. The man's piercing eyes remained fixed upon her, his voice husky as he questioned, and what else? Was she really expecting to charm him with just a few words? Her methods of coaxing were reminiscent of 3 years prior. When he was angry, she would tell him not to be. When he was lost in thought, she would urge him not to overthink. Strangely enough, it had always worked on him. Ximen Lichen suppressed the urge to relent, each moment of stubbornness a torment. What could he do when his wife was so adorably inept with words? Seeing the man, who yearned for more sweet nothings, Jiang Wanzhi instinctively licked her lips, feeling somewhat at a loss. Suddenly, she leaned forward, her hands wrapping around his waist, and her moist lips pressed against his. Their bodies melded closely together. The unexpected kiss caused Ximen Lichen to stiffen entirely. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. He had never anticipated Jiang Wanzhi would take the initiative to kiss him, her soft lips against his. He could even feel her delicate frame trembling as she sat upon his lap. The kiss was clumsy yet sweetly tentative. Her warm breath brushed against his ear as she softly inquired, "Brother, does this count as soothing you?" In that instant, it felt as though Ximen Lichen's heart was ensnared by Jiang Wanzhi, racing wildly at her every word and action. He cast a shadowy gaze upon her, his palm cradling the back of her neck as he pressed a fervent kiss upon her lips. His fingers, strong and defined, wove through her silky hair, the kiss imbued with a fierce possessiveness. Jiang Wanzhi found herself instinctively wanting to retreat, yet she was held firmly in his embrace. Ximen Lichen's powerful arms enveloped her, one hand encircling her slender waist, while the other ascended, his broad palm cradling the back of her neck and head in an assertive manner, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. Though she seemed to hold the upper hand, she was entirely under Ximen Lichen's control. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until Jiang Wanzhi felt breathless, dazed, and weakly collapsed into his arms, gasping for air. Ximen Lichen's hand gently caressed her back, helping her regain her composure. "Are you feeling better?" he asked. "It seems my kissing skills have become rusty. I shall need more practice." Finally regaining her breath, Jiang Wanzhi patted her chest and exhaled deeply. "That was a close call. I nearly suffocated from the kiss." She lifted her face to confront Ximen Lichen, the architect of her predicament, casting him a fierce glare. "How can you even ask that? Could you not be a bit gentler?" Ximen Lichen, toying with a strand of her hair, smiled mischievously. "Darling, your method of soothing was quite effective for me." He was feeling much better, or rather, he was exhilarated. "Is that so?" Jiang Wanzhi, gritting her teeth, smiled and said, "If Mr. Ximen cannot articulate why he is angry, I possess ample means and strength." Ximen Lichen, with his brows relaxed and his gaze tender, at that moment realized that his beloved Jiji had yet to connect the matter with Shengxing, which implied something significant. It indicated that in her heart, there was no trace of Ximen Shengxing's presence. Was he to compete with an invisible man? With this thought, Ximen Lichen revealed a pleased smile. It mattered little. It was no longer important. He even hesitated to mention the names of other men in Jiang Wanzhi's presence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanzhi immediately exploded, pressing her hands against the man's face, threatening fiercely, "No, you must clarify. Otherwise, don't expect me to coax you in the future." Ximen Lichen's expression shifted, and he enveloped her delicate hand in his palm. "Here I shall speak." "Speak." Jiang Wanzhi had never felt such confidence before. Looking down at Ximen Lichen from her elevated position, the sensation was utterly exhilarating. Ximen Lichen began. "Because you borrowed a car without consulting me and failed to discern my disappointment, I felt saddened." After hearing this reason, Jiang Wanzhi was even more astounded. "Is that it? I have explained to you before. Who has seen a production team casually borrowing cars from the president? I cannot accept this reasoning." She sensed that this was certainly not the entirety of the matter. As she anticipated, Ximen Lichen continued, "The club you sought is under my family's banner. So what difference does it make to consult me?" Jiang Wanzhi retorted, "Of course, there is a difference. The club was opened by your brother, not you." The perceptions conveyed would naturally differ. The corners of the man's eyes subtly curved, and he privately savored Jiang Wanzhi's words. "You, brother? That title is quite fitting." Jiang Wanzhi looked at him, puzzled. "What are you laughing at?" Suddenly, she realized something. She met his gaze earnestly and tentatively asked, "You aren't jealous of Shengxing, are you?" Chapter 93. The devoted husband flourishes. Upon noticing a slight change in Ximen Lichen's expression, Jiang Wanzhi knew she had guessed correctly. She chuckled absurdly, saying, "Please, how many words have I exchanged with Xing? Are you made of vinegar that you can sulk over this?" Moreover, Xing had been a witness to their relationship, safeguarding their bond since childhood. Truly, what an irrational jealousy. Ximen Lichen earnestly replied, "Regardless, he is still a man to you." Jiang Wanzhi explained, "You know very well that I regard Xing as your brother. Besides, we hardly contact each other in private." Despite her extensive reasoning, Ximen Lichen simply stated, "Darling, could you refrain from mentioning his name? I dislike hearing it." He despised the notion of Jiang Wanzhi speaking of other men. In his ideal world, she would only have him in her heart, mind, and sight. Jiang Wanzhi rolled her eyes at him and remarked, "You are truly consumed by jealousy. If Xing were any younger, he would practically be someone we both watched grow up. How could he possibly develop any other sentiments towards me?" Ximen Lichen did not counter her statement, but instead sincerely inquired, "Would you be willing to distance yourself from him for my sake? He must be cautious about the prevailing situation, and naturally, he should also address his wife's concerns. Since there has been no opportunity to discuss sensitive topics, it is only fitting that an outcome emerges today." Although Jiang Wanzhi listened somewhat drowsily, she could sense that Ximen Lichen regarded this matter with utmost seriousness, as if he truly perceived his brother, Xing, as a rival in love. As she deftly unfastened the impeccably fitted collar button of the man's shirt, she inquired, "Why did you never exhibit such a sense of urgency before?" As the button slipped through her fingers, revealing the sharp, alluring Adam's apple, she finally felt satisfied. Ximen Lichen gazed at her, his voice steady as he replied, "That is precisely why we broke up." Had he been more considerate and proactive in addressing potential issues earlier, would he have avoided the confusion that led to their separation? In truth, Ximen Lichen had never anticipated the profound repercussions of parting ways with Jiang Wanzhi. He once believed that leaving the country and distancing himself from her would enable him to forget that chapter of his life. However, what awaited him was a belated realization and a daily pang of regret. He soon recognized that he had loved her deeply all along. Through the passage of time, Ximen Lichen came to understand that whether it was the trivial disputes in their relationship, familial influences, or emotional management, he could have handled things far better. Only by striving for improvement could he hope to reclaim Jiang Wanzhi with confidence. After absorbing Ximen Lichen's words, Jiang Wanzhi fell into a brief silence. Surprisingly, his reasoning did seem quite valid. They had been young, inexperienced in love, and ill-equipped to navigate problems or prevent their occurrence. Every time an issue arose, anger was the sole response. Yet their affection for one another prevented them from considering separation, even in moments of jealousy and resentment. It was a classic case of quarrels at the head of the bed and reconciliation at the foot, with the events in between being all too evident. This mode of communication persisted until the day they truly parted ways. All their unresolved issues erupted, and neither possessed the ability to address them, ultimately leading to a disintegration of their relationship. With only 3 months of intimacy, Jiang Wanzhi believed she could swiftly move on and forget, but reality delivered a harsh lesson. Those 3 months had left an indelible mark on her youth. Ximen Lichen awaited her response, reiterating his question, his deep voice softly coaxing her into surrender. "Darling, would you be willing to distance yourself from other men for me?" Jiang Wanzhi harbored serious doubts about whether Ximen Lichen had infused something into the air within the car. Otherwise, how could she have nodded in agreement? Upon regaining her senses, she found herself being kissed multiple times by him, as if rewarding her compliance. Such a good girl. Jiang Wanzhi pushed against his chest, awkwardly turning her face away. Memories of encountering Katong flooded her mind, but she was uncertain how to broach the subject. Should she tell Ximen Lichen that she had seen Katong, who was her fan for 7 years? She was unsure of Katong's stance on arranged marriages and could only trust that Ximen Lichen would handle it well. Noticing that the woman in his arms was not in a hurry to return home, Ximen Lichen easily surmised that she was harboring something in her heart. He gently traced the contours of the woman's brows and eyes, initiating a conversation. "I heard you met with someone from the Ku family today?" "Indeed." Jiang Wanzhi reflected on her encounter with Katong, responding softly, "I actually find Miss Ku to be quite amiable. She has been a devoted fan of mine for 7 years. Honestly, this is the first time I've encountered such a long-lasting fan. For a budding producer, it is nearly impossible to have a dedicated fan base. The vast majority of viewers hardly develop any affection for the actors in a production. typically forgetting them once the show concludes, reverting to a state of indifference. Yet, for Kutong to have discovered her 7 years ago, to appreciate her, and to continuously follow her journey is indeed a rare sentiment. Ximen Lichen felt a surge of joy for her, chuckling lightly. My dear, you truly deserve it. However, I hope you won't form a filter for anyone other than me. They may harm you at any moment. Jiang Wanzhi scoffed, playfully tugging at his tie. Ximen, are you increasingly forgetting your place? The man let out a low chuckle, his voice rich and captivating. If you wish, brother could even forget he is human. Having already crossed boundaries, what reason did he have to regard himself as an outsider? Jiang Wanzhi fell silent, contemplating the audacity of his words. Ximen Lichen smiled knowingly. Pondering whether to prioritize dignity or his beloved, a wise man would naturally choose the latter. As the saying goes, a loving husband thrives. Jiang Wanzhi removed his hand, declaring, I'm done with this conversation. I'm going home to sleep. Upon mentioning their separation, Ximen Lichen's expression turned melancholic, his yearning evident as he attempted to entice her. Miss Jiang, are you truly not considering sleeping with me? Jiang Wanzhi chuckled. Ximen, you should learn to sleep alone. Ximen Lichen felt a pang of frustration. It seemed time to devise a plan to persuade his beloved to willingly move in with him. Otherwise, permitting Jiang Wanzhi to continue cohabitating with her friends would hinder his ability to visit her, significantly restricting his efforts and speed in winning her heart. Unfazed by his thoughts, Jiang Wanzhi swiftly grabbed her bag and slipped out the door. Ximen Lichen remained stationed downstairs, awaiting the moment the lights illuminated in her apartment. He dialed his assistant, conveying his instructions succinctly. Purchase the apartment where Gigi resides and find a way to have them vacate. He could no longer wait. The assistant swiftly grasped the underlying implications of his words, cautioning, nevertheless, even if that is accomplished, your wife has a female actress friend with her. They may still choose to co-rent elsewhere. Ximen Lichen replied, just follow my directions. I will handle the rest. Understood. After finishing her shower, Jiang Wanzhi collapsed onto her bed, her mind still echoing the events that transpired downstairs. She couldn't help but recall the peculiar moment during her phone call with Sheng Xing earlier that day. Suddenly, her phone rang with 2 brief notification sounds. Upon opening it, she found a message from Qin Shu. Gigi, I'll be landing in Jingbei at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Let us have dinner together. Please don't tell Qi Xiao that I'm sneaking back. Just as Jiang Wanzhi prepared to type a response, Qin Shu sent another message. And it's best not to let Ximen Lichen know. They grew up in the same circle. With determination, Jiang Wanzhi replied, no problem. Tomorrow, the 2 sisters are clandestinely meeting, ensuring they will not be discovered. Recently, having been persistently pursued by Ximen Lichen, it is indeed time for the young ladies to indulge in some leisure. The following day, Jiang Wanzhi drives Xu Qingxia to the filming location. Midway, Xu Qingxia's phone rings, and upon answering, her voice inadvertently amplifies. Landlady, are you saying that you intend to sell the apartment we are currently residing in? In an instant, Jiang Wanzhi's attention is captivated. She glances at Xu Qingxia in the passenger seat, her brows slightly furrowed. Xu Qingxia puts the call on speaker, and the landlady's voice resonates from the phone. I truly apologize, dear. Our family has long resided abroad, and the house has become redundant. We plan to sell it for a sum to purchase a residence here and settle down. I understand that moving is not easy for you young ladies. The landlady delicately and awkwardly discloses, primarily because the offer we received is exceedingly generous. Rest assured, I will ensure you do not suffer any loss. The amount stipulated in the lease contract will be compensated to you threefold. Xu Qingxia and Jiang Wanzhi exchange glances. Evidently, the prospective buyers have indeed offered a substantial sum. All right then, landlady, please allow us a few days to find a new place and pack our belongings, Xu Qingxia responds. After hanging up, she helplessly looks at her dear friend. There's no choice. We must seek a new residence. Jiang Wanzhi smiles reassuringly. No worries. Our community likely has plenty of available apartments. I'll contact the agent. I'm sure we won't struggle to find a place. At the filming set, the first scene of the day features a confrontation between Xu Qingxia and Tio Yan. The storyline entails the two engaging in a fierce altercation in the company restroom, culminating in mutual slaps. As the crew prepares, the director gives the signal, and filming commences. As the assertive supporting character, Xu Qingxia strikes Tio Yan without hesitation. But this time, Tio Yan is required to retaliate. Her gaze sharpens, as if seizing the opportunity to vent her pent-up frustrations. She raises her hand and delivers a resounding slap across Xu Qingxia's face. The sharp crack of the slap reverberates throughout the restroom. Xu Qingxia, off balance, crashes to the ground, instantly sensing numbness on one side of her face. She raises her hand to cover her rapidly swelling cheek, oblivious to the tears streaming down her face. The atmosphere becomes eerily silent. Everyone, taken aback, stares in astonishment. Jiang Wanzhi's pupils constrict, and she hastily maneuvers past several staff members, pushing through to reach Xu Qingxia. Xia. Tio Yin, arms crossed, looks down condescendingly at the two on the floor, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Jiang, what are you doing? Can't you see we are in the midst of filming? The director hasn't called for a stop. It is one thing to be a negligent producer, but she also leads in breaking the rules. Jiang Wanzhi shoots her a glare, immediately signaling the crew, quickly, fetch a doctor. Filming is halted. And those who witnessed the earlier scene collectively gasp in shock. They have seen slap scenes before. But this is the first instance of such blatant disregard for the well-being of others. Tao Yin swung her arm with considerable force. How much personal animosity must she harbor? The doctor arrived promptly to examine Xu Qingxia's facial condition. Observing the extensive bruise, he furrowed his brow in alarm while treating the injury, exclaiming, "Why strike so hard during a film shoot? If you had exerted even a fraction more strength, this young lady might not just suffer a dislocation, but could very well endure facial paralysis." Everyone's gaze converged on Tao Yin. "What are you all staring at me for?" Tao Yin pouted, having previously declared that in pursuit of a more authentic performance, every slap during filming was genuine. How was I to know she couldn't withstand it? Who knows if she is not just pretending? Jiang Wanzhi looked at Xu Qingxia, who was in such pain she could hardly speak, her heart aching profoundly as she clenched her palms tightly. With a fierce glare directed at Tao Yin, she gritted her teeth, apologized to Xia. Tao Yin huffed defiantly. "I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Besides, when Xu Qingxia slapped me before, I didn't see you all feeling sorry for me. Am I meant to just accept being hit? It hurts just as much for me." Jiang Wanzhi's fury escalated, wishing she could strike Tao Yin back. Chen Xuahan quickly grasped her hand. "Sister Ji, don't act impulsively. Although Tao Yan's actions are problematic, she does have her reasons for justification. If you were to strike now, the ensuing scandal would undoubtedly create a considerable uproar." Xu Qingxia bore the pain, her swollen face making it difficult to speak. "Ji, I'm fine. I'll be all right soon." Under the collective persuasion of those around her, Jiang Wanzhi gritted her teeth and momentarily restrained herself. Her gaze towards Tao Yin rife with animosity. Tao Yin reveled in her discomfort, thinking, "Jiang Wanzhi, is this finally a moment where you cannot retaliate? The best is yet to come." The director waved his hand, exasperated. All right, everyone disperse. Let Xia rest. The rest of you, hurry and prepare for the next scene." The crew began to clear the area, and Jiang Wanzhi led Xu Qingxia to the lounge. Noticing her sullen demeanor, Xu Qingxia lay on the bed and said, "I truly don't feel pain anymore. Ji, don't worry, I will confront her." In her excitement, Xu Qingxia inadvertently tensed the muscles in her face, gasping in pain as she covered her cheek, weakly adding, "But it might not be too troublesome." After all, with her limited capabilities, Tao Yin would soon wrap up filming, and today marked their final scene together, leaving no opportunity to retaliate for the slap. Jiang Wanzhi applied the ice pack to her face, her eyes heavy with concern. "You stepped in last minute to help me. As a friend, I wouldn't allow you to suffer in vain." Listening to Jiang Wanzhi's determined tone, Xu Qingxia grasped her hand anxiously. "Please, don't act impulsively. A small lapse in patience can disrupt grand plans. We're counting on this drama to become a hit and elevate our careers." Moreover, she understood that Jiang Wanzhi had been striving for years to secure a prestigious award in mainstream circles. Only then could she realize her true worth and reclaim her rightful status. This was also Jiang Wanzhi's foundation for standing beside Ximen Lichen in the future. There could be no mistakes on account of her. Jiang Wanzhi smiled faintly. "I know my limits." Xu Qingxia gazed at her, her heart racing with a hint of disbelief. Jiang Wanzhi adjusted the blanket for her, saying, "Rest well, I have some matters to attend to." Watching her retreating figure, Xu Qingxia anxiously reminded her, "Please, don't act impulsively. If you can't help it, just think about our future promotions." Jiang Wanzhi smiled as she closed the door and returned to the studio. Most of the morning's scenes revolved around Tao Yin, leaving only the countryside wrap-up scene for later. During this time, the crew would be free from Tao Yan's presence for several days. Jiang Wanzhi narrowed her eyes, quietly awaiting the completion of Tao Yan's scenes. Around 3 in the afternoon, Tao Yan finished her work, her mood quite cheerful. Chen Xuehan rolled her eyes, unable to suppress her criticism. She seems happy, but because of her stubbornness. We had to rearrange the schedules of other actors to complete her scenes. At least we have to see her for the next few days. After speaking, Chen Xuehan noticed Jiang Wanzhi's gaze following Tao Yan, completely oblivious to her words. Jiang Wanzhi stood up and followed Tao Yan out. Where are you going, Sister Ji? Jiang Wanzhi replied nonchalantly without pausing, to the restroom. As Tao Yan exited the restroom and approached the sink, preparing to wash her hands, she suddenly caught sight of a peculiar face in the mirror. A woman with long black hair obscuring half her face, rolling her eyes, and a sinister smile with fiery red lips. Ah! Tao Yan screamed in fright, her legs going weak. Terrified, she turned around, bracing herself against the sink, only to find the face from the mirror now standing before her. Jiang Wanzhi flicked her hair back, a slight smile gracing her lips as she asked, "Did I scare you?" Once Tao Yan realized it was her, she clenched her fists. Jiang Wanzhi, how childish. Jiang Wanzhi blinked. Isn't this rather amusing? Gasping for breath, Tao Yan bit her lip and turned to leave. I won't stoop to your level. Wait, Jiang Wanzhi called after her, you've dropped something. What? In the moment Tao Yan turned around, Jiang Wanzhi swiftly stepped forward and slapped her across the face. The motion was clean, decisive, and fierce. Tao Yan, in her high heels, was knocked to the ground, twisting her ankle as a brief ringing filled her ears. Pain surged through her entire body. In the same place, under the same circumstances, the same forceful slap. Jiang Wanzhi's voice was deep as she smirked. Looks like you've lost a slap. Tao Yan covered her painfully numb face, her eyes wide with rage. You. As she attempted to rise and retaliate, Jiang Wanzhi promptly kicked her back into the corner, rubbing her aching hand. Jiang Wanzhi smiled with feigned concern. With no scenes to shoot in the coming days, you should rest just like Xia. No need to thank me. Jiang Wanzhi. Tao Yan screamed furiously, nearly digging her nails into her flesh. She never anticipated that Jiang Wanzhi would dare to retaliate for Su Qingsha with such force, her nails even leaving several bloody scratches on her face. Curiously, there were no cameras in the restroom at that moment. With her ankle twisted, Tao Yan found herself unable to rise and retaliate, left to helplessly witness the woman disregard her furious outcries, calmly washing her hands at the sink before strutting away in her stiletto heels. Frustration surged within Tao Yan as she pounded the floor and ground her teeth. Jiang Wanzhi, you may revel in your arrogance, but rest assured, someone will come to settle the score. Without hesitation, she retrieved her phone and dialed Sun Qian, squeezing out each word from between clenched teeth. I accept the collaboration you proposed. I want Jiang Wanzhi to be utterly disgraced. When Chen Xuehan encountered Jiang Wanzhi again, the woman hummed a cheerful tune as she returned to her workstation. The pallor that had been influenced by Tao Yan had now transformed into a radiant glow. Chen Xuehan couldn't help but ponder. Is the restroom truly so restorative? Her attention was soon captured by a figure returning from the entrance of the set to retrieve something. Tao Yan, covering her face, dashed to the storage rack, snatched her bag, and fled, as if trying to evade scrutiny. The young assistant chased after her, concerned, Sister Yan. Who hit your face? The assistant's voice was just loud enough for everyone present in the crew to overhear. Tao Yan shouted angrily, shut up. Once the coast was clear, Chen Xuehan silently glanced at Jiang Wanzhi, who had just returned from the restroom. The woman, engrossed in her script, looked up and smiled slightly, as if to say, what are you staring at? Do I seem like that kind of person? Chen Xuehan swallowed hard. Indeed, she did not. You most certainly do. Her sister Ji would repay any slight, often not waiting until the next day. With Tao Yan absent from the crew, Jiang Wanzhi felt as though the workday had accelerated significantly. After finishing work, she found Qiu Qingsha already home and lounging. Just then, Qin Shu's call came through. Ji, I've landed. Would you be able to pick me up from the airport? Afterwards, we can dine at that club where they say male models will perform with their abs on display. I'm curious to see what that's about. Jiang Wanzhi answered the call while making her way to the underground parking lot. Sure, I'll be there shortly. Responding to his words, Jiang Wanzhi pressed the accelerator, pursing her lips. She was definitely not eager to see the male models. Meanwhile, Ximen Lichen emerged from the president's office after finishing some paperwork. He intended to check on his wife, but was informed by his assistant that Jiang Wanzhi had already left in a hurry. The man furrowed his brow. Why the haste? She didn't even inform him of her departure. The assistant explained, our personnel spotted the lady's car on the road. It didn't head towards her apartment, but rather towards the airport. Upon further investigation, it was learned that Ms. Qin was returning to Beijing. It appeared that the lady was going to pick someone up at the airport. Ximen Lichen raised an eyebrow. Does Qi Xiao know? The assistant replied, most likely not. Ms. Qin returned secretly, and our personnel only detected it through the lady's movements. Should I inform young Master Qi? Ximen Lichen coolly uttered 2 words. No need. As he turned the corner, Qi Xiao happened to overhear the cold words spoken by Ximen Lichen. Enraged, he confronted him. You, Ximen Lichen, what do you mean by no need to tell me? Your brother keeps things to himself, yet you push him into a ditch? Ximen Lichen lifted his gaze. But you already know, don't you? He had no obligation to help Qi Xiao pursue anyone. Qi Xiao retorted, I found out on my own. How could I have thought of you in every situation, only to learn this news and come to inform you, and yet you treat me this way? Ultimately, my affections were misplaced. Ximen Lichen narrowed his eyes slightly. What news? Qi Xiao, brimming with arrogance, replied, I won't tell you. Your wife is currently reveling with Qin Shu. Perhaps she has even forgotten who you, Ximen Lichen, are. Ximen Lichen, what do you mean? How do you know? That is none of your concern. Qi Xiao scoffed lightly. Of course, it was because he had installed a tracking device on Qin Shu's phone. Whenever he wished, he could be constantly aware of her whereabouts. It was utterly impossible for Qin Shu to evade him. Ximen Lichen furrowed his brow. Speak clearly. Speak clearly? Qi Xiao laughed derisively. The two of them went to a club to order male models. Chapter 95. Caught red-handed, Jiang Wanzhi drove to the airport's exit. And before her car could come to a halt, a massive crowd surged onto the road ahead. The throng rushed forward like locusts descending upon a cornfield, brandishing their phones and cameras in a frenzied stampede, accompanied by excited screams. Ah, Xingqi, I'm here. Jiang Wanzhi hurriedly slammed on the brakes, nearly colliding with the chaos. She peered through the windshield at the crowd, which recklessly surged past the vehicles. Taking a deep breath, she was relieved that they were not there to obstruct her. Blocked by the throng, Jiang Wanzhi could not discern Qin Shu's figure, and it was only after making a phone call that she managed to get in touch. Qin Shu slid into the passenger seat, removing her sunglasses and lamenting, my heavens. The fans welcoming Jiang Xingqi are utterly insane. They completely blocked the exit. I could barely squeeze through. Jiang Wanzhi started the car, chuckling. My first thought was that I had done something wrong. Truly, Qin Shu teased her. If news of your relationship with Ximen Lichen were to break, it would be a spectacle far beyond this. I fear all of Beijing would be watching. Have you thought about how to handle it? Jiang Wanzhi gazed ahead, casually replying, that is not something I need to consider. Qin Shu raised her eyebrows in delight, expressing her surprise. Oh, for Jiang Wanzhi to utter such words indicates just how much confidence Ximen Lichen has instilled in her. The state Jiang Wanzhi now exhibits is evidently different from when they first met. She appears more mature and composed. It is said that nurturing a lover is akin to cultivating a flower, and Jiang Wanzhi must surely be that cherished bloom. Qin Shu mused. It seems you two have been getting along splendidly. Why not reconcile for my sake? Watching others in love is far more entertaining. Jiang Wanzhi fell silent, her grip on the steering wheel tightening. Noticing this, Qin Shu inquired, you haven't considered it yet, have you? Jiang Wanzhi smiled wryly, her tone devoid of emotion. In truth, as long as I disregard their family's scrutiny, it seems I could reconcile at any moment. But how long would it last this time? 3 months or 6? Many questions require time to settle. Such a reconciliation would hold little significance for Jiang Wanzhi and Ximen Lichen. Instead, it would merely deplete their emotions once more. To confront reality demands a balance of power. The more one cherishes, the more cautious one must be. Indeed, Qin Shu comprehended her thoughts, lost in contemplation. Having never experienced profound emotions, she found it difficult to conceive of such complexities. Suddenly, Qin Shu recalled something and inquired, oh, by the way, have you been in touch with Jiang Xingqi recently? No, why? I don't know how he heard about your plans to partner with me in a company, but he wants to invest money to assist you. It seems he harbors persistent intentions. Jiang Wanzhi felt a wave of sympathy for Jiang Xingqi. Just refuse him outright. I have no desire to be involved with him. As the car arrived at the entrance of an upscale dining establishment, the luxurious vehicles behind them honked incessantly, annoyed by the obstruction. When they refused to yield, The male driver of one car rolled down his window and shouted angrily, "What is that old junk doing in front? Do you not realize it's blocking the way?" Jiang Wanzhi furrowed her brow tightly and glimpsed the man's face protruding from the window. She recognized him as Han Deming, a producer who had been in competition with her during the airing of their respective dramas. His production had garnered significantly worse reviews, leading him to resort to discrediting her and her show for a time. Seeing the commotion, the security personnel quickly approached. "Sir, please hold on. We will arrange for someone to assist you with parking immediately." Han Deming shouted, "How can you allow just anyone in? A bottle of wine in this establishment costs exponentially more than what she can afford, and yet she dares to block my way." Qin Shu, her patience wearing thin, could no longer contain her anger. She exited the vehicle and swiftly removed one of her high heels, the slender 10-centimeter stiletto aimed directly at his face. "What do you think you are, flaunting your wealth?" The man's pupils widened in shock, his head protruding from the window, momentarily paralyzed by fear as the sharp heel hovered perilously close to his eye. Clearly taken aback, he had not anticipated that the occupant of the so-called old junk would be the esteemed Qin Shu. Han Deming quickly raised his hands in surrender. "Oh, it is Miss Qin. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I failed to recognize your vehicle. Please forgive me." Qin Shu did not lower her shoe, casting a glance at Jiang Wanzhi, who was equally astonished to see her there. In the eyes of men, Jiang Wanzhi had overshadowed him in their previous work, a thorn in his side. Jiang Wanzhi casually played with the car keys, sauntering over, viewing him as a mere buffoon. Han Deming's eyes glinted with malice. In his perspective, Jiang Wanzhi was nothing more than a fallen heiress, forever unable to rise again. As he opened his mouth to speak, Qin Shu's shoe seemed eager to find its way into his mouth. Jiang Wanzhi tossed the car keys to the parking attendant. She approached Qin Shu and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Let us go, Sister Qin Shu. We must focus on the male models." She had no intention of wasting time dealing with such trifles. Qin Shu smirked, and before slipping on her high heel, she raised her hand and struck Han Deming's car's side mirror. The pristine surface shattered instantly, leaving a gaping hole. Shards of glass flew, grazing Han Deming's face, leaving a mark as he clenched his teeth, swallowing his indignation. Qin Shu, with an unhurried grace, elegantly slipped on her high heels and took Jiang Wanzhi's hand as they entered the club. The Night Capital Club, a haven for the affluent of northern Beijing, boasted entertainment facilities that could be likened to a miniature city. Here, one could indulge in dining, shopping, and nightlife, along with a plethora of more discreet entertainment options. The restaurant Qin Shu led her to was a fusion of dining and a chic bar, where they settled into a spacious booth. Qin Shu took charge of ordering, while Jiang Wanzhi curiously surveyed her surroundings. One could not help but notice the abundance of striking male models in the vicinity. After skillfully placing their order with the waiter, Qin Shu cast a glance at a nearby male model and remarked, "I'll take a dozen." The server, unfazed by such requests, promptly departed. Jiang Wanzhi, incredulous, turned to Qin Shu. "Are you really ordering a dozen male models?" She did not even dare to order that many drinks. Qin Shu winked. "Well, one must indulge in a feast for the eyes. Cast a wide net and choose selectively." Jiang Wanzhi, unable to agree, shifted the conversation. "Will the sofa accommodate us?" Qin Shu chuckled. "If not, we can simply have two handsome ones sit on our laps." Jiang Wanzhi nearly choked on her juice, coughing as she admired Qin Shu's boldness. "Sister, you are quite fierce." Upon realizing she had amused her friend, Qin Shu's smile widened. "You brought me to see male models. Will Ximen be upset if he finds out?" "It won't cause you any trouble, will it?" Jiang Wanzhi, brimming with confidence, replied. "He has no say over me." "Are you certain?" Qin Shu suppressed her laughter. "Absolutely," Jiang Wanzhi asserted, determined to uphold her external reputation. She could not allow anyone to think that despite her recent reconciliation, she was still under Ximen Lichen's thumb. That would be quite embarrassing. With a cheerful demeanor, Jiang Wanzhi added, "Besides, I'm not here to see male models. I'm here to have dinner with you, Sister Qin Shu." Qin Shu wholeheartedly agreed. Enjoying good food is never a mistake. Just as the dishes had yet to arrive, Jiang Wanzhi stood up. "I need to use the restroom first. Would you like to accompany me?" At that moment, Qin Shu's phone rang. "Zatsa, you go ahead. I'll take this call," she replied. Jiang Wanzhi, therefore, proceeded alone, only to encounter Han Deming exiting the men's restroom. He disdainfully shot her a glance, not even bothering to wash his hands. "Ah, what a small world for enemies," Jiang Wanzhi thought, ignoring him as she continued toward the women's restroom. Han Deming's voice echoed behind her. Jiang Wanzhi, if you have the guts, don't bully others just because you feel powerful. Let us compete on real strength. Jiang Wanzhi slowly turned, casting a dismissive glance over him with a slight smirk. Am I bullying a person? If it weren't for you trying to draw attention to yourself today, I wouldn't have even remembered you. The embodiment of a failed drama. Han Deming clenched his fists, glaring at her. Jiang Wanzhi, don't get too arrogant. She merely smiled lightly, her expression filled with disdain. I quite enjoy seeing you unable to tolerate me, yet unable to do anything about it. It's quite satisfying. Han Deming gritted his teeth. Aren't you working on a new drama lately? Just as my new drama is in production. Let us see who will emerge as the blockbuster producer in the New Year's lineup. I am curious to observe the capabilities of a woman like you. Jiang Wanzhi rolled her eyes at his tiresome taunts. To be honest, she still could not comprehend why Han Deming harbored such animosity towards her. Was it merely because she was a female producer? Tom would tell. After a while, as Jiang Wanzhi emerged from the restroom, her phone in her bag emitted a notification sound. A fleeting sense of apprehension washed over her as she unlocked her phone to check. Indeed, it was a message from Ximen Lichen. Darling, where have you gone? Jiang Wanzhi gazed at the screen in confusion, pondering why Ximen Lichen had suddenly inquired in such a manner. Looking around her current surroundings, an inexplicable sense of guilt crept in. As she walked back, she mulled over how to respond to Ximen Lichen. Approaching the booth, she hastily typed a message and sent it. I'm at home. Jiang Wanzhi dared not type another word, fearful that her fib might unravel. Upon returning to the booth, she found only dishes and champagne left at the table. Neither Qin Shu nor the male model was in sight. Assuming Qin Shu had stepped out for a call, she thought little of it. She picked up the champagne flute before her and took a delicate sip. Suddenly, her phone buzzed again with multiple message notifications. One from Qin Shu and another from Ximen Lichen. With one hand grasping the champagne, she instinctively opened the pinned message. Come back. Jiang Wanzhi's heart leapt with an ominous feeling as she abruptly turned around. In the dimly lit booth behind her sat a man clad in a black shirt, relaxedly draping his long legs in tailored black trousers over a brown leather sofa, his demeanor both austere and indulgent. Ximen Lichen narrowed his eyes at her, his elegantly defined fingers gripping the champagne glass, tilting it slightly forward as though inviting her to toast. At that moment, the sensation of being caught in an affair made Jiang Wanzhi